Moreover, Comrade Lin Xian is the nexus of all this. His capability, his loyalty, and his psychological composure form the very bedrock upon which the project's survival rests. I concur with Elder Chin's proposal. We must formally clarify his pivotal status within the project and the corresponding scope of authority. This is not only a recognition of him as an individual, but also an institutional safeguard to ensure a lucid chain of command and clearly defined responsibility. Another leader spoke up. The elderly man seated in the center slowly nodded, his gaze profound. Seconded. We must not allow heroes to shed both blood and tears, nor can we permit critical junctures to descend into chaos because powers and responsibilities are ill-defined. I propose that Comrade Lin Xian be formally appointed as special consultant to the Pangu project, enjoying the right to cast a single decisive advisory vote on matters of security during operations in the otherworld. Concrete command will still be undertaken by Comrade Zhao Qing, but for major decisions such as whether to engage with local forces, the two must jointly sign off and report to the base command center for approval. Special consultant. Someone murmured. This status grants him access to core decision-making while avoiding a layman directing experts at their own craft. I agree. Then let us proceed to a vote, the elderly man at the center said. There was no suspense. The motion passed unanimously. The leader in charge of science and technology work flipped through the list in his hand. Next, the matter of personnel. Based on the analytical needs indicated by the specimens recovered from the first mission, we have preliminarily identified 17 key disciplinary directions and 43 leading domestic experts. The conscription effort must be launched in parallel, secretive, swift, and flawless. What do we tell them? Someone asked. We tell them only this: the nation calls. It concerns the fate of the country. It is top secret. Those willing to come will have their contributions remembered by the state and their families properly cared for. Those unwilling shall sign a lifetime confidentiality agreement. We will not coerce them. What we seek is wisdom and loyalty freely offered to this cause. The central elder's voice was low yet forceful. Decisions crystallized, orders were issued. A silent assembly began to unfurl in the night across this country without a sound. East China residential compound of the Life Sciences faculty at a key university, A40P.M. Professor Lin Hanwen had just finished brewing a pot of pu'er tea. In the curling fragrance of tea, he sat on the sofa with his 3-year-old grandson Lele in his arms watching television while his wife chattered on about which vegetables to buy at the morning market. His son Lin Yu leaned against the dining table scrolling through his phone with a faint smile on his face. The doorbell rang. Lin Yu slipped on his slippers and walked to the door. Through the peephole, he saw 3 men in dark formal suits standing under the corridor light, their posture straight, their expressions stern. Who are you looking for? Is this the home of Professor Lin Hanwen? Lin Yu turned back. Lin Hanwen nodded. The door opened. The man at the front was about 40, square-faced. His gaze swept across the living room and finally settled on Lin Hanwen. He offered no small talk. Instead, he reached into the inner pocket of his jacket, took out a dark leather ID folder, flipped it open, and handed it to Lin Yu. We are personnel from the Ministry of State Security. You may verify the credentials. The 3 words, Ministry of State Security, fell like a stone into still water, shattering all the ease in the living room at once. Lin Hanwen's wife instinctively clenched the edge of her apron. Lin Yu accepted the ID. The steel seal, photograph, and departmental information were all perfectly clear. His fingers stiffened slightly as he returned the document, his atoms apple bobbing. No words came. Lin Hanwen gently placed his grandson into his wife's arms and rose to his feet. At Sixtitwo, he was one of the country's foremost authorities in the intersecting fields of bioinformatics and radiation ecology, having led multiple major national projects and weathered many occasions. But this was the first time the Ministry of State Security had come directly to his door. In a fleeting instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Had some classified aspect of a project gone awry? Or had he inadvertently come into contact with sensitive information during his early years abroad? Or perhaps some exceptionally gifted yet unruly disciple or student had caused trouble dragging his name into it. A thin sheen of sweat formed in his palms, yet he strove to maintain the composure of an elder of his generation. Comrades, please sit. What has happened? All my life I have taught and conducted research. I consider myself disciplined and upright, never having done anything I should not. The 3 men stepped into the room at once. Lin Yu hurriedly closed the door and moved to his father's side, watching him with palpable anxiety. The leading man did not sit, but inclined his head slightly. Professor Lin, there is no need for you to be nervous. We have not come to investigate, but to convey a national summons. A summons? Lin Hanwen was taken aback. Yes, please take a look at this first. The man drew a document from his briefcase and handed it over. The cover was red, bearing a dignified national emblem at the top, and a line of black printed characters beneath, National Supreme Special Summons. There was no issuing number, no specific originating body, only the national emblem symbolizing supreme authority. Lin Hanwen accepted it, his fingertips brushing over the raised seal. He opened it. The text inside was brief, its wording formal and grave. Comrade Lin Hanwen, in light of major national strategic needs, and upon deliberation and decision by the Supreme Committee, you are hereby, under special provisions of the Emergency State Talent Mobilization Act, summoned to participate in an ultra-classified scientific research endeavor. During the mission, all non-authorized contact with the outside world shall be suspended. The duration of the mission will depend on progress and may extend over several years. You have the right to refuse this summons, but once you accept you must strictly observe the National Secrets Protection Law and all subsequent disciplinary requirements issued. At the bottom was a bright red seal representing ultimate decision-making power. The living room fell utterly silent. Only the whale song from the documentary on television echoed hollowly in the background. His wife's tears slipped down without a sound as she clutched their bewildered grandson tightly. She knew her husband too well. Lin Yu suddenly lifted his head, staring at the leading official, his voice edged with urgency. Comrade, what exactly is this for? Where will he be going? For how long? Will he truly be unable to contact his family? Yes. Specific details regarding location, nature of work, and duration will only be explained in full by the project director after Professor Lin has accepted the summons and arrived at the designated site. Before that, I am not authorized to disclose any information. This is the highest level of confidentiality. Lin Hanwen's gaze left the document and moved to his tearful wife, then to his anxious son, and finally rested on the innocent face of little Lele. Sensing the unusual heaviness in the air, the child did not cry or fuss, but simply stared at his grandfather with. He walked over, took his grandson from his wife's arms, pressed his cheek against the child's soft warm hair, then gently pinched. The child grinned, revealing a few tiny baby teeth, and mumbled "Grandpa." That single word made it hard for Lin Han, yet he still lifted his head, and his gaze steadied once more. I accept the summons. Dad, Lin Yu cried out. Lin Hanwen waved a hand, and handed his grandson back to his son. Comrades, please wait a moment. I will make arrangements at home, then go with you. Old Lin. His wife choked out. Why are you crying? Lin Hanwen drew a tissue and gently wiped away the tears on her face. This is a tremendous honor. For the state to approach an old man like me with such gravity means that this matter is heavier than the sky. These are not times of war. I am not being asked to shoulder a rifle at the front. I am being asked to use my mind to apply what I have studied all my life. This is trust. This is honor. Xiao Yu, I leave the household to you. Take care of your mother and your wife. Raise Lele well. Work hard and teach the child to love his country, to be upright and capable. As for me, you need not worry. If the state is inviting me, it will not mistreat me. In scarcely 20 minutes, he swiftly settled the matters at home. At last he changed into a slightly worn Zhongshan suit, carefully fastening each button, and picked up the old briefcase he had used for years, which held his reading glasses and notebook. Let's go, comrades. He did not look back. He merely waved a hand behind him as though he were only stepping out to attend an ordinary academic conference. The door closed softly, shutting away the stifled sobs inside and the heavy night beyond. That same scene was quietly repeated this night in more than a dozen cities across the nation, in the homes of towering figures or pillars from diverse fields of study. Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Lin Hanwen was escorted into a black off-road vehicle that bore no markings whatsoever. Traveling with him were 3 other scholars he had previously met in different vehicles: Academician Wu, an expert in materials engineering, Academician Zheng, specializing in high-energy physics, and Academician Han, who researched artificial intelligence. The vehicle left the urban area and entered the mountains. The road grew increasingly rugged and concealed, threading through several long tunnels, and passing at least 3 checkpoints whose precise form Lin Hanwen could not discern. He could only tell that each time the vehicle would pause briefly, as if some invisible scanning apparatus swept along the body of the car. At last the vehicle drove into an entrance concealed within a vast fissure in the mountainside. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Lin Hanwen would never have believed that such a place could harbor a road wide enough for vehicles to pass. We've arrived. The location and internal layout of the base are top-level secrets. I hope you can understand the trouble we put you through. The staff member in the front passenger seat turned back as he spoke. It's fine. The mission matters most, Lin Hanwen replied, shaking his head. The drive continued for another 20-odd minutes. He could feel the vehicle descending, constantly twisting and turning until it finally came to a halt. Stepping out, he froze where he stood. Before him stretched an underground space so vast it defied description. Its height was sufficient to accommodate at least 10 stories of a building, and its width extended beyond the range of a single. Artificial lighting flooded the entire space until it resembled daylight. Overhead, reinforced natural rock was interwoven with concrete structures, and thick support pillars stood in orderly rows painted with conspicuous numbers and directional markings. Living quarters, research zones, storage areas, the command center, medical stations. Distinct sectors were logically delineated, linked by wide main corridors and multiple branching passageways. Personnel in uniforms of various colors moved through the complex in an orderly flow. What shocked Lin Hanwen even more were the devices he glimpsed. In an open experimental area in the distance, he saw instruments he had only ever encountered in the pages of top-tier journals. Any one of those devices placed on the surface would be enough to sustain a national key laboratory, yet here they were only tiny pieces within an immense mosaic. Welcome to the Zhulong base. A man in a dark gray administrative uniform around 50 years old approached them. The nameplate on his chest read Base Administrative Director Wang Zhengwo. I am Wang Zhengwo, responsible for the base's daily operations and logistical support. You must be tired from the journey. Please follow me to the briefing room first. The 4 of them followed Director Wang along the main passage. Lin Hanwen's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the scenes unfolding along the way. Through certain glass partitions, he could see ongoing work inside a team of researchers at an operations bench were dismantling some intricate mechanical structure. The briefing room was a medium-sized conference chamber with an oval table and an entire wall at the front serving as a screen. The four were guided to their seats while Director Wong remained standing before the screen instead of sitting down. I know each of you harbors many questions you may have been pondering ever since receiving your summons. As he spoke, the screen lit up. What appeared first was not text or still images, but a video. The vantage point seemed to be that of some flying craft, and the footage showed a suffocating scene: twisted urban ruins, skyscrapers entangled in colossal vines, desolate hills, and in the distance a gray murky sky that looked anything but natural. This is live footage shot in another world. For now we refer to that world as World Zero. What? Lin Hanwen could hardly believe what he had just heard. A sharp intake of breath sounded beside him as well. Professors, I know you do not believe this yet. Please hear me out. Afterwards you may review the data yourselves or speak with the dozen or so professors and academicians who arrived before you. The scientists looked at one another, struggling to accept it as real, yet fully aware that the state would not play games with them. Director Wong, please continue, someone said. Wang Jingwo nodded. He was already used to this. Every time he gave this introduction, the researchers behaved as if the sky had fallen. World Zero shares a similar physical environment with ours, but its state of civilization is utterly different. According to existing evidence, that world underwent a global cataclysmic event approximately 1 to 3 centuries ago. Our preliminary assessment points to an all-out nuclear war, possibly accompanied by biological or technological disasters. At the extreme, we cannot even rule out traces of extraterrestrial involvement. Lin Hanwen opened his mouth, tempted to say, "You are being far too extreme," jumping straight to suspicion of extraterrestrials. In all his long life, he had never encountered speculation this wild. The image shifted. This time, it was a still photograph, an ultra-high-definition close-up of the mechanical prosthetic limb retrieved from the ruins. This is one of the physical pieces of evidence brought back from World Zero. Please pay attention to the design of its energy interface, the miniature transmission structures, and the surface materials. Academician Wu leaned forward so far he nearly pressed himself against the screen. "This is impossible," he muttered. "Next we have biological samples." The images on the screen made Lin Hanwen sit up straight. They were dissection photographs of the corpse of a mutated hyena, patches where fur had fallen off, dark red, hyperplastic skin, grotesquely deformed bone structures, and internal organs riddled with unnatural nodular growths. These are the records from the dissection after the sample was brought back. By now Lin Hanwen could no longer hear what Wang Jingwo was saying. His entire attention was consumed by these materials. Finally the screen dimmed for an instant, then flared into a new image: pale blue-hued slices of skin tissue and magnified cellular structures. On the DNA sequencing charts, highlighted segments showed striking similarity to the human genome, yet were riddled with massive insertions and deletions. And then there was the photograph none of them dared dwell on, a frontal snapshot captured in a camp showing a humanoid creature, its features warped, eyes like those of a cat, clutching a severed limb in its hand. Based on the images and samples brought back by consultant Lin, the key individual who enables our passage between the two worlds, we have confirmed the existence of a highly mutated humanoid population in World Zero. They retain basic social structures and tool-using capabilities, but their behavior patterns have departed entirely from the ethical framework of humanity. These are the realities the Pangu project must confront, and the reason you have been summoned here. No one spoke for a long while. Lin Hanwen felt a wave of vertigo. It was not physical, but cognitive. The scientific framework he had built over a lifetime explaining how the world operates was shattered to pieces in that instant. Another world. Nuclear wasteland. Mutant creatures. Humanoid cannibals. Each term taken alone sounded like the title of a science fiction novel, yet now they were being laid out before him with solemnity, accompanied by high-definition photographs and data charts. "This is utterly absurd," academician Han murmured, his voice dry. "It is indeed absurd. But absurdity does not mean it is unreal. In fact, what is most absurd is often precisely what demands the greatest seriousness," Wang replied. "I need to see the physical object, the mechanical arm. No matter how high the resolution of a photograph, it cannot compare to touching it myself, observing it with my own eyes," academician Wu suddenly declared. "That can be arranged. In fact, that is precisely part of the next step. Please come with me." But before that, Wang gestured towards several cabinets in the corner. "Please change into the protective suits provided by the base. Standard Level 3 biological protection. We must always assume that every sample from World Zero may carry unknown pathogens or contamination. Safety protocols must be obeyed." 5 minutes later, 4 figures clad in white, fully sealed protective suits, looking almost like astronauts, followed Director Wang through yet another sterilization corridor and entered the core research zone of the base. Their first stop was the materials analysis laboratory. The mechanical prosthetic limb was now fixed on a sterile operations bench, surrounded by several analytical instruments humming as they worked. 3 researchers, also in protective suits, were recording data. Academician Wu practically threw himself toward the observation window. Through the double-layer bulletproof glass, he could clearly see every detail of the prosthetic limb, the finely engineered universal joints, the tool interfaces reserved at each fingertip, and the forearm's inner integrated panel, now dim, but extraordinarily complex in structure. "Where is the energy core?" he asked. Here a researcher replied over the internal comms. At the same time, he manipulated a mechanical arm to flip the prosthetic, revealing a palm-sized removable panel on the upper inner arm. Once opened, it exposed a spent cylindrical device, its surface marred by melt marks. External scans indicate that it is a new material all-solid-state battery with an energy density reaching 900 to 1000 Wh per kilogram. That is nearly twice the widely accepted theoretical energy density limit of current sulfide all-solid-state batteries, and comparable to batteries using high lithium manganese-based cathode materials, which are still struggling with issues like voltage decay and cycle life. Wu stared unblinkingly at the display. Let me in. I want to take samples with my own hands. Professor Wu, that would require at least 12 hours of isolation observation and basic training. Then start the training now. Every minute wasted is a crime. The veteran academician almost roared. Director Wang sighed and spoke into his communicator. Soon a higher-ranking security officer entered the room and began explaining to academician Wu the detailed safety protocols for entering a high-risk sample operations area. Meanwhile, Lin Hanwen was led to the biological sample repository. Passing through 3 airtight doors, they entered a noticeably colder zone. Rows of tall sample cabinets lined the walls, each door bearing detailed labels, time of collection, coordinates, preliminary classification, radiation dosage, and more. Director Wang stopped before one cabinet, entered a password, and the door slid open with a rush of cold air. Inside were dozens of transparent containers filled with formalin, in which various tissue sections of the mutated hyena were submerged. Lin Hanwen leaned toward the observation window. Viewed at close range, the mutations were even more shocking. The skin was not merely diseased, it had developed keratinous scale-like structures, and the arrangement of muscle fibers was abnormally coarse. We can detect residues of at least 3 radioactive isotopes that do not exist on Earth. More unsettling is that in its genome, about 23% of gene fragments have no homologous sequences in our current databases. These are not mere mutations. They simply do not exist here, and some may even be artificially introduced, Wang explained. Instinctively, Lin Hanwen objected. That's impossible. New genes mostly arise from duplication, mutation, and recombination of old genes. There should always be ancestral sequences to trace. His words stalled mid-sentence because he suddenly grasped a far more terrifying possibility. No wonder the state considered even the extreme hypothesis of extraterrestrials. Haltingly, he said it may be that the ecology of that other world is fundamentally different, giving rise to an entirely different spectrum of genes. Perhaps that is why we refer to it as an extreme scenario, why we allow for the possibility of extraterrestrials. But the directive from above is clear: whether extreme or not, once the possibility exists, we must prepare for the worst. For a brief moment, Lin Hanwen was taken aback by how far Daxia was willing to go. The final room contained storage for mutant human tissue samples. There were not many, only a few small containers. A close-up of one eyeball had been projected onto the observation room screen. The pupil was not round but slit-like, resembling that of a feline. The cornea was abnormally thickened, and the distribution of photoreceptor cells in the retina was completely different from that of humans. Such pupils allow them to protect their vision under extreme lighting conditions and to gauge distance with lethal precision. We speculate that after the nuclear war, radiation, dust, and aerosols suspended in the atmosphere for years permanently altered the transparency of the sky. In this new world, having such eyes is not a choice, but a prerequisite for survival. Lin Hanwen stared at that eyeball. In that moment, all remaining doubt and confusion, even the faint hope that this might be some massive simulation or elaborate hoax, dissolved completely. No nation would construct an underground base of such scale, summon so many top-tier scholars, and fabricate evidence of such granularity, coherence, and horror merely to stage a deception. Director Wang's voice pulled Lin Hanwen out of his daze. Now you understand why the confidentiality clauses are so strict, why all external contact must be severed, he said softly, and why this base had to be built deep within the mountain's core. Because what you will study is not merely a collection of foreign samples. What you are to decipher is the epitaph of a civilization and a future that may someday descend upon us. Your work will determine how we confront that world. Welcome to Pangu. Welcome to the heart of truth. The 7th Combined Training Base. Lin Xian had just completed a 2-hour training session, which served as a guarantee for survival as an ordinary person. Upon returning to the temporary dormitory, he saw Chun Lao and Zhou Zheng waiting there. Both were sitting upright, holding a deep blue folder. Chun Lao: Colonel Zhou. Comrade Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly recalled his performance from yesterday, and he believed he hadn't made any mistakes. Without beating around the bush, Chun Lao directly opened the deep blue folder. First, I want to convey an organizational decision. After review and approval by the highest level meeting, you are officially appointed as a special advisor for the Pangu project. Lin Xian was stunned, his gaze falling on the document, which was an extremely formal red-headed document. Special advisor. He raised his head, his voice somewhat uncertain. This term felt too distant from his previous world. Zhou Zheng took over This establishes your legal position within the project decision-making system. You are not merely a protected individual or transporter, but a core decision-maker. Chun Lao added, specifically in the Otherworld Military Command, is still fully under Captain Zhao Qing's responsibility. However, you also have joint decision-making rights on major strategic choices, such as whether to engage with local forces. Your vote is based on your assessment of your own abilities and your unique perception of the situation in the other world. Lin Xian was processing these words. Power. Who wouldn't want it? But his judgment would be tied to the vast resources of the state and the fate of many people. Can I handle this? I'm just an ordinary college student just starting to learn a little bit. Chun Lao looked at him, his gaze profound. Don't be too nervous. No one is born capable of everything. If you really don't understand, just listen to others' opinions. Understood. He caught the implication in Chun Lao's words. If he didn't understand, he could just be a good luck charm. This he could understand, and it was the best approach. He was merely an outsider, and the thought of directing insiders was something he could ponder, but not to the detriment of others. He was still self-aware. These were lives at stake, not a game. I understand. I will do my utmost not to let down. Chun Lao nodded, putting away the folder, and the topic shifted to the next item. All right. So Advisor Lin, prepare yourself. We will depart in an hour. Depart. Lin Xian's thoughts were still immersed in the recent appointment, and he momentarily did not react. We are going to the capital. The higher-ups want to hear some details from you in person, and at the same time the base is going to be relocated. Relocate. Isn't this place pretty good? Zhou Zheng pointed at the ceiling. Advisor Lin, next time it will be a team of 25 operating long-term. The commotion here will eventually be hard to hide. Those across the Atlantic are watching us at all times. The Zhulong base is already prepared. It is a top-secret project deeply embedded in the mountain, and it will be our new home. Zhulong base. Lin Xian repeated the name, opening his eyes to daylight and closing them to night. It must be a vast and secretive existence. After the two of them finished their instructions, they left. The room fell silent again. Lin Xian stood in place, glancing at his temporary dormitory, which he had not occupied for long. Then he raised his left hand, the invisible countdown timer on his wrist ticking away. The subsequent journey was low-key and swift. Upon arriving in the capital, Lin Xian got into an ordinary-looking black sedan. The windows were transparent from the inside out, but from the outside, only dark reflections could be seen. There were two escort vehicles of the same model in front and behind. No sirens, no fanfare. The convoy, seamlessly integrated into the flow of traffic on the national highway, speeding steadily towards the Weiyang Palace. The interior of the car was unusually quiet, with Chun Lao and Zhou Zheng sitting on either side, resting with their eyes closed. Lin Xian gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery, the rhythm of his heartbeat starkly contrasting with the car's smoothness. Weiyang Palace, a place that had only appeared in the news broadcasts. He was about to step into it and tell those there a story that sounded like a fable. Relax. Just speak honestly about what you see and think. What the leaders want to hear is not a polished report, but the most genuine perceptions. Yes, Chun Lao. Lin Xian took a deep breath, trying to loosen his stiff spine. The journey was faster than expected. As the convoy passed through several silent security checks and entered a serene and solemn area, Lin Xian knew they had arrived at their destination. What greeted his eyes was a cluster of traditional Chinese buildings concealed among lush pines and cypresses, grand, ancient, and solemn. With green bricks and gray tiles, flying eaves, and bracketed roofs, every detail exuded the weight of history and power. They got off at an inconspicuous side entrance guided by several staff members in plain clothes, but with sharp eyes, passing through several corridors and arriving at a simple and quiet reception room. The room was simply furnished with a few sofas, a tea table, and a grand landscape painting of the rivers and mountains. Please have a seat. The leaders will be here shortly. After the staff member quietly finished speaking, they exited and closed the door. The waiting time was not long, but for Lin Xian it felt stretched several times longer, and he couldn't help but survey his surroundings. The door was pushed open again. Several elderly men entered in succession. Their faces were familiar to Lin Xian, as they were figures that only appeared in front of the national audience in the news. At this moment the distance felt removed from the screen, adding a sense of authenticity and depth. They wore simple Zhongshan suits, their faces adorned with warm smiles. Lin Xian almost instinctively stood up, his body taut. Chun Lao and Zhou Zheng also stood stiffly at the side. Sit down, all of you, do not be formal. The leading elder smiled slightly, raised a hand to gesture them to sit first on the sofa, and the others followed suit. Lin Xian obediently sat down, but only half on the sofa, his back still straight. Comrade Lin Xian, thank you for your efforts. Another leader spoke, looking at him with a gentle gaze. We have all read Chun Lao's report, which is very detailed and quite shocking. We invited you today to hear your most direct feelings. Don't worry about format or wording, just talk about what you saw and thought over there. What do you think left the deepest impression on you about that world? Lin Xian steadied his mind, discarding the prepared script, letting his thoughts return to the gray sky. Danger. The city was being crazily engulfed and transformed by plants, turning into a green graveyard filled with twisted vitality. Mutants had a social structure, but practiced the most primitive rule of cannibalism. Yet even so they had not been exterminated. I have looked into some information. The electromagnetic pulse generated by nuclear explosions makes it increasingly difficult for sophisticated electronic devices to survive. But even so, archaeology could certainly find old-fashioned weapons. However, even so, mutants still exist. I believe there may be greater troubles that keep the humans there too occupied to deal with the mutants. The leaders listened quietly, no one interrupted, and thoughtful expressions appeared on their faces. Then, from your intuitive feeling, what do you think is the greatest threat to humanity, or to latecomers like us from that world, right now? Is it radiation? Is it mutated organisms? Or those mutants? Another leader inquired. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, and shook his head. Individually they are all deadly. but I feel that the most terrifying aspect might be the environment itself. We cannot safely use the local water, and we dare not consume any local organisms. To establish a long-term foothold, we need to change the local environment to at least achieve self-sufficiency. This answer exchanged glances among the leaders. What seemed like casual questions touched upon the most core issues Soon the questions became more specific regarding the details of transportation, the burdens of spatial abilities, the status of team members, and preliminary thoughts on the next large-scale operation. Lin Xian answered as honestly as he could, directly stating anything he did not know or was uncertain about. The entire discussion lasted nearly 40 minutes. As the QA session concluded, the leading elder nodded, revealing a look of approval, very clear and profound. Comrade Lin Xian, you have not only brought back precious samples, but also valuable first-hand experiences. This is crucial for us to assess the situation and make decisions. The burden of a special advisor is not light, but I hope you view it as a responsibility and a trust. Next, we will proceed steadily according to the established plan. Yes, I will definitely do my utmost. Lin Xian replied earnestly. The report concluded, and the time was nearing evening. To Lin Xian's surprise, the leaders did not immediately send him away. It's time for dinner. The cafeteria has prepared a meal. Let's eat together, and it gives us old folks a chance to hear your more relaxed thoughts. One leader suggested with a smile. Thus Lin Xian somewhat dazedly followed everyone to a restaurant within Weiyang Palace, which unsurprisingly served light healthful dishes. The leaders naturally invited Lin Xian and Chun Lao Zhou to take a seat. During the meal they did not discuss serious matters, but instead asked about Lin Xian's studies and family, chatting about daily life. This atmosphere gradually dissipated Lin Xian's initial tension. After the meal there were brief farewells. Lin Xian once again got into the car he arrived in, this time heading to his new home, the Zhulong base. The next morning, entering the mountainous area, the vehicle drove in, revealing a wide tunnel that continuously descended deep into the mountain. After driving for more than 20 minutes, the view suddenly opened up. The scale of the base far exceeded Lin Xian's imagination. The vehicle stopped in the designated area. He got out of the car astonished at the scene before him. Have they hollowed out the entire mountain? Pretty much. Let's go. I am the administrative director here, Wang Jiangwo. Thank you, Director Wang. The most eye-catching thing along the way was the people. The base was filled with organized busyness, with personnel in white or light blue research uniforms walking briskly in pairs, holding folders or tablets, quietly conversing. Technicians in deep blue work clothes were debugging some large equipment, while soldiers in different combat uniforms, but with different shoulder patches, guarded or patrolled various passageways. Lin Xian even saw in the distance a spacious experimental area separated by glass, where several researchers were gathered around an operating table on which lay the mechanical prosthetic he had brought back. One of the older researchers was extremely excited, which made Lin Xian worry he might faint from joy. Come on, Advisor Lin, your room is in Area A and the living facilities are complete. Captain Zhao Qing and the others will also be relocating here tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, this will be the heart of the Pangu project, and it will be your home for a long time. Lin Xian nodded, taking one last look at this grand and busy underground world. The advancing base of the Wasteland blended with the futuristic scene before him in his mind. He knew that from now on he would be part of the Pangu project, integrating into this vast national machinery, striving for a goal beyond imagination. In this Zhulong base deep within the mountain, he was ready to push open the door to the unknown alongside this group of the most outstanding individuals. The door of the conference room slid open silently. When Zhao Qing walked in, the low conversations in the room abruptly, his gaze swept across the oval conference table. Lin Xian sat in the leftmost position, appearing somewhat tense, while opposite him was Director Wang Jiangwo, flanked by dozens of middle-aged individuals dressed in white lab coats or formal attire, each face having appeared on the covers of top journals in their respective fields. The elderly man seated at the main position made Zhao Qing's footsteps falter imperceptibly for a moment. The old man wore military green attire without any insignia. He appeared to be in his early 70s, his hair grizzled, and the contours of his face were like rocks weathered by sand and wind, each wrinkle etched with determination. Most striking was the tranquility in his eyes, one that had settled after witnessing true life and death, having borne witness to mountains of corpses and seas of blood. General Chu Tianqua, a veteran of the battlefield, had fought against many foes and had served as a special advisor to the Military Commission Joint Staff Department before retiring 10 years ago. Comrade Zhao Qing, please take a seat. You're the last one to arrive. Yes, Zhao Qing replied, sitting down in the empty seat beside Lin Xian, sitting up straight like a pine tree. The conference room fell silent again, with only the faint sound of the central air conditioning system. The electronic clock on the wall displayed 085947. Chu Tianqua did not check the time, nor did he offer any opening remarks. When the clock struck 09000, he slowly began to speak. Everyone is here. The first meeting of all responsible individuals for the Pangu project begins now. Those present include national treasures summoned urgently from all over the country, elite forces drawn from frontline units, and veteran comrades who have toiled silently in their respective positions for decades. You have all been gathered here for one purpose: to clarify what exactly is happening in that world across from us, and then decide how we should proceed. Let's not waste time with idle talk. Let's follow the procedure. Director Wang, please report the basic situation first. Wang Jingwo stood up and walked to the side control panel for the holographic projection. Esteemed experts, we have currently surveyed less than 50 square kilometers of the area. In relation to the entire planet, this is merely a point under a microscope. Yet within this point we have discovered mechanical prosthetics, mutated creatures, cannibalistic mutants, and a world that has been utterly destroyed and is now undergoing frantic ecological reconstruction. We would like to hear your opinions. An elderly academician with gold-rimmed glasses removed his glasses and rubbed his brow. He was academician Lin Xian, a master in the fields of nuclear physics and radiation protection in the country. In the event of a global disaster, ecological reconstruction based on current data projections, if it indeed was a full-scale nuclear exchange, the smoke and dust in the atmosphere could obscure sunlight for several years. However, the growth patterns of those plants indicate that light conditions are improving, either sufficient time has passed or there exists an environmental restoration mechanism that we are unaware of. Academician Wu cleared his throat and opened the tablet in front of him. Based on the preliminary analysis of the samples brought back, the humans of the Zero World had a level of technology far superior to ours before the disaster occurred. The energy and material technology for mechanical prosthetics is at least 30 years ahead of us. The conference room erupted in a murmur of low discussions. Chu Tianhua did not comment on this speculation, merely raised his hand. Continue. The next 40 minutes were filled with an information bombardment, but every field leader repeatedly emphasized the same point: the data is too sparse, and the sample size is limited. All conclusions are merely preliminary speculations. Zhao Qing from the military group was even more straightforward, stating that the current threat assessment of the Zero World is extremely incomplete. We have only made contact with the urban periphery, a hilly area, and a mutant tribe. How large is this area? Unknown. How many such areas exist? Unknown. Are there more dangerous creatures or more advanced native powers? Even that is unknown. General, our understanding of this world is like a primitive person seeing a car for the first time. They only know it is hard and can kill, but they know nothing of its principles, uses, or the level of civilization it represents. Very well. Knowing what you do not know is better than thinking you know. Now, the old general's gaze turned towards Comrade Lin Xian. There are several key questions that require your answers now. Yes, General. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The first question: after your spatial abilities have undergone 2 transitions, what changes have occurred? Next time, can you bring 25 people? Is this number fixed or adjustable? Lin Xian carefully recalled. The capacity has increased from 21 cubic meters to 27 cubic meters. The cooling time for the transfer may be fixed at 7 days. As for the number of people, I can sense the connection. The first time there were 5 slots, this time it increased to 25. The second question: if next time you go, do you have to bring all 25 people back, or can you choose? The air in the conference room instantly froze, and all the scientists held their breaths. Lin Xian remained silent for a long time. I can choose. When the transfer occurs, I can only take those within a certain range around me. If someone is outside that range, or if I do not select them, they will not be taken. Then what if you lose consciousness in battle? Chu Tianhua asked in a low voice. I don't know, but most likely the transfer will only take me, or it might not even take me. So you must stay alive and remain conscious. That is the first ironclad rule for the next operation. Lin Xian's safety and condition take precedence over all mission objectives. Zhao Qing took over the conversation. Chu Tianhua nodded slowly, and then looked at Lin Xian. There is one last question. Can you control the specific timing of the next transfer? For example, can it be a few days earlier? This question stunned Lin Xian. In such a dangerous world, he had never considered actively going there. The countdown felt as natural as a heartbeat. When it came, it had to leave. He attempted to entertain the thought, and as a result the space indeed stirred, causing his face to turn pale. It should be possible. I just tried it, and the space stirred. Ew, I have a feeling that when I want to go I can, but I can't control. Good. Chu Tianhua was very excited, his gaze sweeping the long table. Now let's discuss the next core issue: how to select and assemble the 25-member advance team, and what the mission will be. Captain Zhao, you go first. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Zhao Qing understood the weight of every word spoken by Chu Tianhua, which meant that during the next return, soldiers would be stationed long-term in a world filled with radiation, mutated creatures, and unknown dangers. Moreover, the uncertainty of Lin Xian's transmission exacerbated this risk. General, if we decide to have some personnel stay long-term, we need to address several issues. Speak. First, survival assurance. Even if the most basic supplies are left behind, long-term survival still faces immense challenges: water purification, food acquisition, medical support, and radiation protection. Each is of utmost importance. Water sources can be utilized with equipment, but attempts must be made to plant crops ourselves. Second, communication. Currently, we have not established a stable communication method between the two worlds. The personnel left behind will be completely cut off from the rear until Comrade Lin Xian returns, which could be in 7 days, or even longer. Therefore, we must ensure communication among the personnel left behind, which requires technical staff. Third, mission objectives. What is the mission for the personnel left behind? Is it merely survival, or do they need to continue reconnaissance, exploration, or construction tasks? The mission objectives determine the composition and equipment configuration of the personnel. Chu Tianhua listened quietly, not answering immediately, but turning to Wang Jingwo. Director Wang, discuss with the expert group immediately to meet Captain Zhao's conditions. Understood. The discussion lasted for 20 minutes. In the end, Chu Tianhua made a decision. Divide into the first batch will consist of 25 people as an advanced team with the main task of establishing a safe, expandable forward base and creating conditions for subsequent deployment. The equipment will prioritize survival and defense. Comrade Lin Xian, after this trip will you be able to sense any changes in the number of people that can be transported during the next return? If so, we can plan the supplies and personnel for the second batch more accurately. It should be possible. When the number changed from 1 to 5 during the first return, I had a clear sensation afterward. This time with the change from 5 to 25 the feeling is even clearer. The old general's gaze swept across the long table. Good, then the personnel composition will be 5 researchers and 20 special forces. The researchers will be responsible for environmental monitoring, preliminary sample analysis, and technical support for the base. The special forces will handle defense reconnaissance and construction. The first batch of personnel left behind will consist of 15 individuals tasked with survival and construction. Do not take risks in deep exploration and do not proactively contact local forces. Establish the base, stay alive, and wait for the second batch of support. Comrade Zhao Qing, you will lead the team. Comrade Lin Xian will accompany, but will not participate in frontline combat tasks. 15 personnel will be selected from the 20 special forces. What will the criteria be? Zhao Qing fell silent for 3 seconds. Volunteering. It can only be voluntary. The meeting concluded at 11:47 in the morning. The decision has been made. 5 researchers will be selected from the more than 40 scientists at the Zhulong base. 20 special forces will be selected from the elite of the base's security team. Those who can be chosen for the base are all special forces, and their abilities are unquestionable. Lin Xian then followed the logistics personnel dispatched by Wang Zhengwo to the equipment storage. Passing through 3 airlock doors, they entered a storage area larger than a football field. Various supplies were categorized and stacked high on shelves, from compressed food to precision instruments, and from individual weapons to engineering equipment. Advisor Lin, this is the preliminary draft of the supply list. Lin Xian only carefully examined the survival supplies which he understood best. After confirming that there were no issues, he stored everything in his space and rushed to the training ground. That afternoon at 4 o'clock at the central training ground of the Zhulong base, 120 special forces stood in formation. Chu Tianhua stepped onto the podium. Comrades. His voice reverberated through every corner of the training ground via the sound system. Standing here are those who know of the existence of World Zero. You have seen the briefing and know that it is a planet that has been destroyed once, knowing that there is radiation, mutated creatures, and things that treat their kind as prey. Now I need to select 15 people from among you. This is not for guarding, nor for peripheral vigilance. It is to put on protective suits, take up weapons, and follow Advisor Lin Xian into that world. The mission is very clear: establish a forward base, understand the surrounding situation, and lay a foundation for subsequent actions. However, there are some things I must clarify here before you make your choice. First, risk. The dangers you saw in the report are multiplied by 10. That's what you might face directly. Casualties, disappearances, or being dragged into nests by those ghostly creatures are all possible outcomes on the table. This is not a drill. There is no second chance. Second time. At least 15 of you will not return with Comrade Lin. You will remain there until the next transport portal opens. This could be 1 or 2 days, or it could be longer. During this time, you will be completely cut off from the rear. There will be no support, no evacuation route, only you in that world. Third, the meaning of sacrifice. If there are sacrifices over there, the remains may not be able to be brought back. Your names may not even be inscribed on the wall of heroes for a period of time. Your families will receive compensation and honor, but will not know where you fell or what you fought for. This anonymity is part of the mission. Fourth, volunteering. This is not an order, it is a request. It is a request from the state to its most loyal and tenacious warriors. Now those who are unwilling to accept this request, step forward. You will continue to stay at the base bearing equally important responsibilities, and no one will question your honor and courage. As his words fell, the training ground sank into a deeper silence. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Chu Tianhua looked at them and slowly nodded. A deep, indescribable emotion seemed to sweep across his serious face. Then he spoke again, his voice carrying a certain heavy power. Comrades willing to accept the request and go to World Zero to carry out the mission. Step forward. Bang. 120 pairs of military boots stepped forward simultaneously, the sound of their feet striking the ground converging into a brief yet resounding roar echoing in the mountain cavity for a long time. In that sound there was no hesitation, only resoluteness. Lin Xian stood at the edge of the training grounds observation area watching this scene. He saw the expressions on the faces of those soldiers, some calm, some resolute, and some even with a hint of eager excitement. There was no fear, no hesitation. Zhao Qing walked to his side and whispered, "Did you see? This is our military. When the country needs them, they will always step forward. Even if they may not return. Even if they may not return." The team began to disperse, and the 15 selected individuals would undergo final health checks and equipment adjustments. The 100 who were not selected would return to their original units or remain at the base. They were equally excellent, but this time the slots were limited. Zhulong Base, Level 1 Isolation Zone. Behind the massive circular glass wall, figures flicker. Almost all core personnel who were not selected for this mission stand quietly here. Their gaze penetrates the specially made glass, focusing on the 26 figures at the center of the isolation zone. Lin Xian stands at the forefront. Behind him are 20 fully armed special forces soldiers resembling iron sculptures, along with 5 researchers dressed in lightweight protective suits with specialized instrument packs on their backs. Each person's pack is bulging with personal gear and emergency supplies, but the real treasures lie within Lin Xian's 27 cubic meters of space. There are no grandiose speeches, no pre-mission mobilization. Everything that needed to be said was already conveyed on the training ground. General Chu stands at the forefront of the glass wall, slowly raising his right arm, fingers together, the fingertips firmly resting beside his temple. As if signaling without a sound, behind the glass wall, regardless of rank, everyone in military or civilian attire collectively raises their right hands. A salute, directed toward the 26 who are about to step into the unknown, paving the way for those who come after. Toward the 15 who may not return. Also toward Lin Xian, who connects 2 worlds and carries the hopes of all. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the solemn faces behind the glass. He straightened his back, raised his right hand, and returned a similarly standard military salute. Zhao Qing's voice rang out over the internal channel, calm and steady. All personnel accounted for teleportation. Countdown 30 seconds. The 26 individuals simultaneously conducted a final check of their masks and equipment locks. 10 seconds. Lin Xian closed his eyes, the invisible countdown on his wrist coinciding with his mental command of departure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The air in the central area twisted again, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, forming that familiar inward collapsing dark blue vortex. This time it was larger, with an even more astonishing pull. The 26 figures were instantly swallowed, and the center of the isolation zone was as empty as before. Behind the glass wall, the saluting arms remained raised. After a prolonged silence of 10 seconds, someone softly exhaled, followed by low suppressed murmurs. Chu Tianhua lowered his arm and turned to face everyone. All units execute Plan A3, enter standby support mode. We will wait for them to establish their footing. Lin Xian opened his eyes, feet firmly on the ground. They were beneath the large windbreak rock they had designated during their last return. Alert! Zhao Qing's low shout coincided almost perfectly. Release the mechanical dogs. Units 1 to 10 fan-shaped reconnaissance radius of 300 meters. Units 11 to 20 perimeter defense. 20 black mechanical dogs stable in their chassis and equipped with various sensors streamed out from Lin Xian's space, instantly dispersing according to the commands. This instantaneously deployed guard force, composed of steel and technology, may not be able to move sideways yet, but at least their self-defense capability was more than sufficient. Release the drones. Units 1 to 4 high-altitude wide area monitoring. Units 5 to 8 low-altitude detailed scanning of the base perimeter and original supply burial points. Zhao Qing continued issuing orders. 6 medium-sized drones and 2 small rotary-wing drones took to the air, their buzzing sounds subtle, quickly blending into the dim sky. In the command channel, data streams began to stabilize. No large thermal sources detected within a radius of 300 meters. No abnormal electromagnetic signals or vibrations detected. Visual confirmation of no recent human activity at the base entrance. Amid the calm reports, the team's taut nerves slightly relaxed, but the alert formation remained unscattered. Forward. Target G7 forward base. Maintain formation, watch your step and sides. Lin Consultant, how many days until we can return this time? Zhao Qing issued the movement orders. Same as before, 72 hours. This eased everyone's minds. If they could teleport autonomously, Lin Xian could leave in 3 days and then return with a new batch of supplies. The team of 26 began to move, still keeping Lin Xian and the 5 researchers protected in the center. The mechanical dogs silently forged paths ahead and on the flanks, while drones provided a god's eye view from above. Within half an hour, the familiar entrance to the air defense cave appeared in their sight. At the entrance, the concealed alert markers they had set during their last departure remained intact. Mechanical dogs priority entering for scanning. Zhao Qing signaled the team to stop at a safe distance. 2 mechanical dogs burrowed into the entrance, transmitting real-time internal images. In the dim light, the emergency lights they had left behind had long since extinguished, and the command platform and military beds quietly waited in place, covered by a thin layer of dust. Everything appeared just as it had when they left, with no traces of uninvited guests. Safe. Enter. The team entered this small space that had sheltered them for 3 days in turn. At this moment, the cave, which had originally seemed somewhat spacious, felt extremely cramped due to the influx of 26 people and a large amount of accompanying equipment. The 5 researchers had already begun to curiously and professionally examine their surroundings, touching the walls and sampling the dust. Cave capacity insufficient. Initiate base expansion program according to the predetermined plan. Lin Consultant, please retrieve the first phase of construction materials and equipment. Lin Xian nodded, approaching the entrance, concentrating his mind. The space opened and items appeared out of thin air, neatly arranged on the ground. First to appear were 6 multifunctional engineering exoskeletons. They were compact in structure, powerful, and could significantly enhance an individual's load-bearing and operational capabilities, along with a large number of specialized construction tools, materials, and defensive gear. As supplies continued to be retrieved, the 27 cubic meters of space was cleared out by more than half. Is everything all right? Zhao Qing glanced over. It's fine, I've gotten used to it after using it so much. Zhao Qing turned to the team, Lu Ming, Lin Xian. Present. The two stepped forward. You will take the first and second teams, a total of 10 people, and proceed to the last supply burial site, following the predetermined route. Retrieve all buried supplies, maintaining maximum alert during transportation. Mechanical dogs 7 to 10 will escort you. Understood. Lu Ming and Lin Xian saluted sharply and quickly gathered their teams. 12 soldiers accompanied by 4 mechanical dogs quickly exited the cave. The remaining members spread out in the valley to begin primitive base construction. Lin Xian led the logging team, while Su Chuang was responsible for setting up the electronic surveillance network. With only 27 cubic meters of space, there was no way to fit so many things, so they could only use the most primitive method of wooden walls. Though it might not be very effective, at least it provided a sense of psychological security. The sound of chainsaws roaring and logs thudding to the ground soon echoed. Lin Xian weaved among them, acting as a living three-dimensional printer. The soldiers neatly stacked the cut logs. He only needed to touch them to retrieve them in bulk, and then teleport them back to the cave entrance for precise unloading. This logistics method, transcending physical laws, increased efficiency by more than tenfold. Lin Consultant, come over here. Su Chuang wiped the wood chips off his mask and pointed at the fir tree he had just pruned. Lin Xian's palm brushed over it, and the 3-meter-long log vanished instantly. The wood continued to flow into the cave entrance. Sun Jingwen, along with 2 researchers, quickly intervened, using a handheld radiation detector to scan each piece of wood. Surface radiation slightly exceeds the limit, but the core material is relatively safe. All construction materials must have at least 3 centimeters of surface stripped before use. It is impossible to solve the radiation problem of the wood, but at least it can be controlled within acceptable radiation levels and manageable risk. Lu Ming and Lin Xian returned with the team, nearing noon. 12 soldiers carried back all the supplies from the burial. As the last sealed box was brought into the cave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Xian had already provided for their basic survival needs, no one would complain about having more. All checks completed, all packages intact, no signs of radiation leakage, Sun Jingwen reported after finishing the tests on the last box. Zhao Qing nodded, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of supply boxes. According to plan, complete the preliminary defense by tonight. Lin Xian, set up the outer perimeter of the security line with your team. Lu Ming, you're responsible for constructing the internal defense system of the base. Understood. Lin Xian immediately took his 5-member team and 4 mechanical dogs out of the cave. They would set up a 3-layer defense system within a radius of 300 meters around the base, and more crucially, the 10 Tianlei 3 missile launchers, covering all possible major threat directions. With the cooperation of drone reconnaissance data, full firepower coverage could be achieved within 30 seconds. Whoever comes will blow them to hell. Lin Xian said excitedly. But ammunition needs to be supplied by Advisor Lin. It should not be used unnecessarily, Zhao Qing reminded. As dusk approached, the wooden walls were finally completed, constructed along the natural terrain outside the cave entrance, enclosing a security zone about the size of 2 basketball courts. The walls were built with double layers of logs interwoven, filled with gravel and soil, in between with alloy support rods used to reinforce critical positions. Lin Xian and Zhao Qing stood on the newly constructed wooden observation deck, surveying the area enclosed by the wooden walls. This thing can only serve as a psychological comfort. Lin Xian said. Having it is enough, we can gradually replace it later. The most important thing is that others cannot approach us. If someone really gets here, no wall will help us. According to the scheduled plan, we now begin the construction of the core facilities of the base. Advisor Lin, please prepare the modular building units. Lin Xian walked to the central clearing of the security zone, and silver-gray alloy panels and structural components began to materialize out of thin air, neatly stacked on the leveled ground. Each panel is about 2.5 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and less than 10 centimeters thick, with precise snap structures and built-in cable channels on the surface. Start assembling, Zhao Qing ordered. They were preparing to build 2 planting pods. This was the most strategically significant facility for this mission, crucial for the possibility of long-term survival. There was also a toilet, which was very important. Previously, it didn't matter since they weren't living there full-time, but now it was essential. Solving personal needs in the wild posed great risks. As for sleeping in tents outdoors and moving to the cave when it rained, they currently had no means to obtain large amounts of deep, uncontaminated soil, making it impossible to produce cement for self-sufficiency. 3 hours later, the scene in the security zone had transformed completely. The 2 planting pods were positioned near the eastern side of the wooden wall. Zhou Wenqing entered the first planting pod with 2 assistants, while Lin Xian delivered the hydroponic system components. Multi-layer vertical cultivation racks, each layer equipped with full-spectrum LED plant growth lights, nutrient circulation systems, and automatic environmental parameter controls. Once these 2 planting pods are fully operational, theoretically, they can meet the vegetable requirements for 30 people daily. Only vegetables, a young soldier couldn't help but ask. First, we need to address the vitamin and dietary fiber issues. Coupled with the supplies we brought, we have enough high-energy compressed food for 6 months. If these crops can successfully adapt, the next step will be to try planting tuber crops like potatoes. But everything must be done gradually. We need to confirm whether the environment of this world allows earth plants to survive. Zhou Wenqing took out the first batch of seeds from a specially designed insulated box, genetically modified lettuce, spinach, bok choy, and ordinary varieties for comparison. Each cultivation tank has an independent number and uses different ratios of nutrient solutions. The seeds were carefully sown, the cultivation tanks placed on the vertical racks as the LED lights illuminated, simulating sunlight rhythms. The nutrient solution began to circulate, producing a faint sound of flowing water. Director Zhou, what is the growth cycle? Lin Xian asked softly. Under ideal conditions, these leafy vegetables can be harvested for the first time in 20 to 30 days, but here we need to be mentally prepared for everything. Night fell completely. After finishing a day's work, the 26 people finally conducted simple personal hygiene in the Although fresh water resources were still precious, they could only use wet wipes and a small amount of purified water to clean themselves, but this water would not be wasted, it would be used to water the vegetables. The night was dark as ink, the sky over the wasteland devoid of stars, only a heavy, deep gray that seemed to absorb all light remained. A few solar lights on the wooden walls emitted a cold white glow, barely cutting through the darkness. The wind howled through the gaps in the hills, producing a wailing low hum interspersed with distant, indistinguishable strange sounds, both brief and prolonged. This was a night belonging to another world, cold, unfamiliar, filled with invisible pressure. According to the night watch schedule, the first shift began duty. Zhao Qing's voice echoed in the internal channel. The others, including Lin Xian and the researchers, set up portable inflatable tents in the relatively safe clearing within the wooden walls. The tent was designed with double-layer insulation capable of resisting the cold and humidity of the night. Lin Xian zipped up the sealed zipper as the sounds of the outside wind seemed to be isolated. Military gear was indeed good, if only he had brought this last time. He took off the heavy outer layer of his protective suit, wearing only the fitted combat suit, and laid down in the sleeping bag. In fact, after experts confirmed it, they didn't need to wear protective suits continuously, he just felt safer this way. An hour later, his mind remained alert. Can't sleep. Zhao Qing's voice came from beside him. He wasn't lying down, but leaning against the tent wall, watching the images transmitted by the drones. It's a bit unreal. We really built a base here. It's just the first step. Survival has never been a one-time deal. The real trouble is just beginning. Captain, what do you mean? Our neighbors around here never settle down at night, whether in the forest or the city. Lin Xian's heart tightened. What mutated creatures are you talking about? I don't know, but whatever comes will come. Get some rest, Advisor Lin. You are our only retreat, and your condition is crucial. These words were like a spell, forcing Lin Xian to relax. He listened to the faint sounds from outside the tent, the occasional rustle of equipment, as the night watch soldiers adjusted their positions or moved about. These sounds formed a sense of security at that moment, fragile yet real. He didn't know when he fell asleep. His sleep was shallow, with bizarre fragments of dreams interwoven with twisted plants, light blue pupils, and a warm home. He was awakened by a slight but persistent vibration. Opening his eyes, the tent's lighting had automatically adjusted to a soft morning mode. Lin Xian quickly crawled out of the sleeping bag, donned his protective suit, and unzipped the tent. The sky was not yet bright, but the gray dawn of the wasteland had already descended. Inside the wooden walls, the soldiers had gradually risen, silently and efficiently packing up the tents and checking their equipment. The cook was heating up a communal breakfast in a designated corner away from the planting pods, using a small, efficient stove. The good news was that they no longer had to eat high-energy nutritional paste and compressed biscuits. Zhou Wenqing and her assistants had already dived into the planting pods. Lin Xian walked over and looked through the observation window, seeing that the LED lights simulating daytime inside had been turned on. At that moment, Zhou Wenqing was carefully checking each cultivation tank, recording initial data. Director Zhou, how's the situation? Lin Xian asked via internal communication. All seeds have successfully absorbed water, and there are no abnormalities. The key is the next 48 hours to see if they can successfully germinate, and whether the germination will be affected by unknown microorganisms or particles in the air. Lin Xian silently hoped everything would go smoothly. Breakfast time was short. Zhao Qing quickly assigned the tasks for the new day. Lin Xian continued to reinforce the wooden walls and add traps and delay zones to the perimeter. Lu Ming, expand your team's reconnaissance range today, focusing on exploring the unscouted valley in the southeast for potential water sources or more usable resources. The rest of you, along with Advisor Lin, your main task today is to clear the area. We need a cleaner, more controllable buffer zone. Clear away all bushes and piles of stones within 100 meters outside the wall that might conceal dangerous creatures. After that, notify Advisor Lin for transport and collect any plant samples for expert analysis. Action should be swift, but remain vigilant. Lin Xian's core task was still transportation. The cut bushes and excavated stones were collected in batches into his space and transported to a designated dumping point far away. The morning's clearing work was progressing relatively smoothly. Besides discovering a few unusual small insects and fungi which Sun Jingwen immediately sampled and preserved, they encountered no real dangers. However, just as noon approached, Lu Ming's reconnaissance report shattered the surface calm. Captain, artificial traces have been found at the edge of the valley to the southeast. It wasn't modern machinery, it looked like a path formed by long-term trampling with simple markers and stacked stones. The traces were very fresh, possibly made in the past few days. Can you determine what left them? Zhao Qing immediately asked. The footprints are very chaotic, varying in size and depth unlike those of a disciplined unit. They looked more like wanderers or small groups of survivors. The number was unclear, but there shouldn't be too many. The path extended deeper into the valley where the terrain was more complex. Wanderers. Other human survivors. This discovery lifted everyone's spirits, but was soon followed by deeper vigilance. In the wasteland, encountering one's kind could sometimes be more dangerous than facing monsters. Continue to observe, remain concealed, do not engage, and do not leave our traces. Record all details, especially their possible encampment directions and activity patterns. Understood. The atmosphere inside the base suddenly changed. The slight sense of security brought by construction was diluted by a new and more uncertain threat. Unknown kindred meant potential conflict, trade, or even more complex situations. Lin Xian gazed toward the valley in the southeast, obscured by hills, a shadow creeping over his heart. They had just built a temporary home, and the first visitors seemed to have arrived uninvited. A new day in the wasteland truly began under the silent standoff. At 3:17 in the afternoon, 3 drones from Lu Ming's team hovered continuously over the valley to the southeast. The high-altitude surveillance aircraft resembled a silent eagle, capturing the heat signal distribution of the entire valley. There are traces of a stream in the central part of the valley, but it has dried up. No obvious signs of camps or permanent residences were found. However, the direction of the path confirms that it leads to a natural cave system deep within the valley. The cave entrance shows signs of manual modification, and there are faint heat signals from remnants of a campfire, likely from last night. This information caused Zhao Qing at the command center to furrow his brows. Caves imply defensible positions, suggesting that the other party might have been operating there for some time. It also means that if they choose to engage or confront, they will face extremely unfavorable terrain. Continue to observe, do not approach within 2 kilometers of the cave entrance. Record all traces of entry and exit, Zhao Qing ordered. Understood. Time passed slowly as they waited. Construction within the base continued, but everyone's attention was subconsciously directed towards the southeast. At 4:08 in the afternoon, new developments emerged, but not from the valley. Captain at 7 o'clock direction, about 6 kilometers from the base at the junction of hills and wasteland. The drone detected a biological cluster activity, 6 individuals resembling adult leopards, but their appearance was unsettling. Su Chuang's voice suddenly lowered. They were 6 creatures coordinating a hunt. They lurked in waist-high, mutated yellow grass, their fur displaying a gray-brown pattern that camouflaged them into the environment, while certain parts of their joints and backs were adorned with dark red keratinous protrusions resembling rough armor. Their heads were slightly larger with prominent snouts and exposed fangs, exuding a predatory ferocity that could be felt even through the screen. The most striking feature was their tails, which ended not in fur, but in forked scorpion-like bony structures, the tips glimmering with a faint blue sheen. Mutated felines provisionally named blade-tailed leopards. Judging from their movements, their limbs are powerful with strong explosive strength. The bony structure at the tail may serve an offensive or balancing function. Sun Jingwen quickly established a new entry in the database. At this moment, the blade-tailed leopards were surrounding a group of herbivorous creatures that resembled antelopes, but had 3 twisted horns atop their heads. 3 were feigning an attack from the front, 2 flanked from the sides, while another silently circled behind the prey, its scorpion-like bony spike thrusting out suddenly. A triangular antelope fell to the ground with a thud, an abnormal purple-black color rapidly spreading from the wound. The tail may carry neurotoxic or hemolytic toxins. Su Chuang added gravely. The hunt concluded within 5 minutes. Based on their activity range today, at most in 1 to 2 days this group will enter the 2-kilometer warning zone around the base. If they regard the area around the base as a hunting ground, the consequences were self-evident. Zhao Qing stared at the agile and dangerous shadows on the screen, his fingers lightly tapping the table. 3 taps. Coordinates, he spoke. Marked and shared to all terminals. Eliminate. Bring back the bodies. We need complete biological samples, especially the venom glands and mutated tissues. Let me go, my space can directly store it without transport traces and is the fastest. Lin Xian spoke almost simultaneously. Zhao Qing looked at him without immediately responding. 2 seconds of silence were spent assessing the risks. Su Chuang's 5-man patrol team posed no safety issues. Approved. Su Chuang, your team is responsible for the elimination. Lin Xian will accompany the 2nd tactical team for recovery. Task priorities: 1. Ensure Lin Xian's safety. 2. Annihilate the target. 3. Recover all bodies. During the operation, the base's drones will provide aerial surveillance, and the Lin Xian team will be on standby at level 1. Understood. A synchronized response came through the channel. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian and 4 fully armed soldiers left the wooden walls of the base. 4 mechanical dogs formed a diamond formation to guard the flanks, while above, a low-altitude drone silently hovered, sharing real-time visuals of the front with everyone's tactical goggles. The target location was approximately 5 kilometers in a straight line from the base, primarily consisting of undulating hills and overgrown shrubbery. Maintain silence, move at high speed. Su Chuang briefly commanded in the channel. Sniper team in position. Su Chuang's voice remained calm as ever. 2 soldiers quickly unloaded their specialized sniper equipment cases. The 2 took their positions at the pre-selected shooting spots, setting up their weapons and connecting the data links. The sniper scope synced with the aerial drone and the forward reconnaissance mechanical dogs as complex wind, speed, humidity, and geomagnetic disturbance data were rapidly processed by the fire control computer, turning into a stable red targeting box in the scope. Target lock distance 1,700 meters, wind direction stable, reported the sniper. Suchuang focused on the screen where the blade-tailed leopards had just completed a successful hunt, now scattered nearby, resting, some licking their paws, others vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Their positions were relatively dispersed, but still within the effective coverage area of the sniper's firepower. Crossfire simultaneous elimination. Suchuang marked the two most critical adult individuals. Team B, prepare for follow-up shots. Mechanical dogs, clear the advance route. Understood. The snipers quickly positioned themselves. Fire. Bang. Bang. The sounds of two specially treated shots, dull, as if heavy hammers struck leather, nearly overlapped. From a distance of 1,700 meters, the two blade-tailed leopards, standing alert, suddenly reared their heads back, dark red blood and gray-white brain matter exploding from the opposite side of their heads, their robust bodies crashing to the ground before they could even let out a cry. The other two marked blade-tailed leopards jumped up almost at the instant their companion was shot, their instincts as beasts sensing the deadly threat, but before they could discern the direction or start sprinting. Target escaping mechanical dogs, intercept, Suchuang commanded. The 5 mechanical dogs, already lying in ambush on the flanks, sprang into action. They burst out from behind the shrubs, fanning out, their mounted rifles beginning to whir. A barrage of bullets formed a deadly metal storm covering the escape route of the blade-tailed leopards. 2 were shot to pieces on the spot, rolling to the ground. Another was pierced in its hind leg by several bullets, howling as it lost its balance, and was subsequently submerged by the following rain of bullets. The last one was the most cunning. It escaped at the moment the mechanical dogs opened fire, narrowly avoiding most of the firepower with only a few bullets grazing its back armor. It broke through the interception net, looking to vanish into the deeper shadows of the hills. Bang! The third distinct sound of the sniper rifle echoed. A bullet struck its abdomen and it crashed against the rocks like a rag, twitching twice before falling still. All targets neutralized. The heat signals disappeared. Threat neutralized, the sniper reported calmly. Remain vigilant, scan the area. Suchuang did not let his guard down. The drones and mechanical dogs performed multiple scans of the area, using infrared, biological radar, and vibration sensors, confirming that there were no other large heat sources active besides them. Safe. By the time Lin Xian arrived, only the corpse of the blade-tailed leopard remained on the ground. So fast. Advisor Lin, these creatures are not invulnerable. Bullets can solve them quickly, but what we fear is running out of ammunition. Lin Xian nodded and began his work. He approached the first corpse, focusing his mind, and placed his palm above it without direct contact. Do not touch the tail directly, a soldier reminded him. The massive corpse of the blade-tailed leopard vanished in an instant, and soon everything was collected. Recovery complete, Lin Xian reported over the channel. Good. Advisor Lin, let's continue as planned and conduct sector reconnaissance within an 8-kilometer radius around the base. You will follow the second team directly back to the base. Be careful, Suchuang said. Understood. Lin Xian, escorted by the soldiers, quickly turned and headed back. Behind him, Suchuang led the remaining personnel and mechanical dogs, systematically searching, assessing, and recording every biological group or anomalous point in this wasteland that could pose a potential threat to the base. They needed to clear out a sufficient safety buffer zone for this newly established home. As Lin Xian followed the second team back to the base in the southeast reconnaissance line, Lu Ming and his team were lurking in the shadow of a weathered rock ridge. They had been tracking that path for over 2 hours. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others were observing through binoculars. They did not allow drones to approach. In uncertain situations, any weak electromagnetic signal or reflection could become a source of exposure. Northeast, the footprints are becoming dense, a teammate's low voice came through the earpiece. They were dispersed across 3 different concealed positions, forming a cross-monitoring network. Lu Ming adjusted the focus of the binoculars. The terrain ahead began to narrow, with rock walls rising on both sides, forming a natural pass. Behind the pass was the area of caves previously marked by the drones. Patience is the sharpest weapon of a scout, and also the strongest armor. At 5:20 in the afternoon, the target appeared. In the shadow of the inner side of the pass, shadows moved, and Lu Ming silently counted a total of 12 people. His gaze swept over each person like the most precise scanner. They were in ragged clothing, barely recognizable in color and style, and most carried bulging bundles. Their faces were covered with thick dirt and fatigue, their eye sockets sunken, yet their gazes were exceptionally alert. As they walked, their bodies leaned slightly forward, taking light steps, and constantly scanning the surrounding rock walls and sky. Then there were weapons. He spotted at least 7 gun styles he had never seen before. The others held metal spears and crude knives made from sharpened rebar. This was not a group of randomly gathered wanderers. They had a basic organization, were armed, and were consciously concealing their movements. In the middle of the group, an unusually tall figure caught Lu Ming's attention. This person was significantly more robust than the others, carrying a rifle with a noticeably longer barrel, and over one shoulder he bore what appeared to be the meat of a small mutated beast. He seemed to be the leader, occasionally stopping to look back or whisper a few words to those beside him. Lu Ming noticed that besides the beast meat, they had some murky liquid in tattered containers, bundled strange plant roots, and a small amount of dull-colored metal scraps. A typical Wasteland scavenger team. Resources were scarce, but they possessed basic survival and hunting skills. The group silently passed through the pass heading toward the cave complex. Their vigilance focused on the rock walls on both sides, and behind them appearing relatively relaxed about the already reached entrance. Just as the last few were about to disappear into the shadow of the cave, the tall leader suddenly stopped, without warning, abruptly lifting his head, his sharp gaze darting toward the general direction of Lu Ming's team. Lu Ming's breath caught instantly. His muscles remained completely relaxed, not moving at all, not even blinking. He knew that excellent hunters sometimes did not truly see anything, but relied on a sort of instinctive intuition about danger. The leader fixed his gaze on the slope covered with weathered rocks, staring intensely for over 10 seconds. He raised his hand, and the team immediately halted, everyone gripping their weapons tightly, nervously looking toward the direction. On the slope, only the wind whistled through the rock crevices, and a few clumps of withered grass swayed slightly. In the end, it seemed the leader did not discover any definitive signs. He waved his hand, and the team quickly disappeared into the largest cave entrance. Lu Ming waited another 30 minutes, confirming that no one was entering or exiting, and that there were no hidden sentries nearby, before speaking into the microphone. Maintain silence, retreat. The scouts in 3 directions began to withdraw silently, like a receding tide converging at the designated. Only after retreating a sufficient distance, and entering a natural soundproof stone hollow, did Lu Ming turn on the communicator, discovered a group of 12 human survivors armed with 7 firearms. The rest are cold weapons. Status: fatigued, high alertness with basic organization. Nature: scavenging hunting group base located in the cave complex. No signs of our exposure detected. Suggestion: maintain long-distance surveillance, avoid contact for now. End of report. Continue observation. Stay concealed. Zhao Qing instructed. Understood. After closing the communication, Lu Ming looked at his team members. Take turns resting and replenish energy. In 2 hours we will circle to the flanks of the cave complex, look for a vantage point, and establish a long-term observation post. Lu Ming infiltrated to the shady side of a weathered rock peak on the flank of the cave complex. This location provided an excellent view, allowing a clear overlook of the main entrance of the cave complex and most of the side entrances, while being deeply hidden in the shadows of jagged rocks and natural depressions, making it extremely difficult to be detected. The rock is stable, direct exposure risk is low. The observation path is good, and passive monitoring devices can be set up here, one team member assessed quietly. This is the spot. Beetle: establish optical camouflage. A Lynx: set up a vibration sensor network extending to 300 meters. I will be responsible for the main observation point and data relay link. Moving quickly, Lu Ming allocated tasks. They began constructing an eye on the cliff, a high-performance camouflage net blending with the surrounding rock colors, filling gaps with natural moss and gravel, while the probe quietly extended from the rock crevice, and passive sound wave collectors were buried in the soil. 2 hours later, a concealed outpost integrating optical observation, sound wave monitoring, and infrared sensing quietly took shape. All data would be intermittently sent back to the base, reducing the chance of being discovered. Observation point: Eagle's Nest established. Continuous monitoring has begun, he reported briefly in an encrypted channel. Received. Maintain concealment and rotate observation as planned. Zhao Qing's reply was concise and forceful. At the same time, in the command center of the forward base, an electronic map and occasional reconnaissance information were spread out before Zhao Qing. He pulled up a dedicated report template and began drafting the Pangu Advanced Team Day 3 situation report and resource needs to be sent to the Zhulong base and higher-ups. 1. Personnel: prioritize the next batch of transport to supplement 1 geological hydrological survey specialist, 1 civil engineering specialist, and 1 psychological counselor. The frontline base construction and personnel's long-term mental health require professional support. 2. Supplies: high-strength composite building materials for upgrading defensive works, small water circulation purification system components, underground engineering machinery modules, protective equipment upgrade kits. Zhao Qing checked everything, added relevant videos, images, and data packets, set the highest encryption level, and the information would be brought back by Lin Xian upon his return. On the last day before the return, the situation was calm. The humans in the cave complex had not made any overstepping actions and had been scavenging on their side, which relieved everyone. This was the first group of humans they had seen, and in non-essential situations they did not want to resort to any coercive measures. Lin Xian had completed the final check of his personal equipment. All samples to be brought back, data storage cores, and some instruments requiring precise maintenance were neatly arranged in the designated transfer area within the base. Zhao Qing walked over to him and handed him a sealed metal box. For Elder Chun or General Chu. The verbal supplement report is all inside here. Understood, Lin Xian replied solemnly, placing it in his inner pocket. Rest well after returning. I will. Zhao Qing patted his shoulders, said no more, and turned to arrange the evening's defense deployment. There was no need for many parting words, they were all working towards the same goal. Time flowed silently beneath the eternal gray canopy of the wasteland. In the last hour before returning, Lin Xian sat alone on the makeshift steps outside the planting chamber. Through the observation window, he could see the soft sunlight simulated by the LED lights illuminating rows of cultivation grooves filled with tender, just sprouted green seedlings. This was the life of Earth casting the first weak, yet tenacious shadow in this desolate world. He raised his wrist, the countdown was silently moving toward its end. This time there was no fear like the previous 2 times. Only a heavy sense of responsibility and a strange feeling of impending temporary departure from the battlefield. He knew he would soon return bringing more people and hope. In the base besides those left behind, everyone else was by his. Only 5 researchers had to return completely along with 5 newly joined soldiers as a precaution against any unforeseen circumstances. The researchers were doing their final recordings while the station's soldiers vigilantly guarded the wooden walls. They saluted him with their eyes without any farewell words. The countdown reached 0. A familiar pull came and the light engulfed his figure. This time it did not flash by, and he saw a door. At this moment, he felt an increasingly deep connection with the door. Just as he was about to approach, the scene before him switched to blinding white light, sterile air, and countless eyes instantly focusing behind the glass wall. He was back. He said nothing, looking at the people behind the glass wall, only straightening his back, raising his hand, and saluting all those who waited and sacrificed. Lin Xian stood in the corridor watching as a row of sealed transport boxes was carefully pushed away by workers in protective gear sent to different analytical laboratories. He still held the metal box that Zhao Qing had given him, feeling its cold touch with his fingertips. At the end of the corridor, General Chu Tianhua and Colonel Zhou Zheng were already waiting there. The old general was not wearing a military jacket, only a crisp olive green shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing sturdy wrists. His gaze immediately fell on Lin Xian's face. "Is everyone here?" Chu Tianhua asked. 5 researchers and 5 rotating soldiers have already entered medical observation. Their condition is good. Comrade Lin Xian has just completed the basic disinfection, Zhou Zheng reported quickly. Chu Tianhua nodded, turning his gaze to the metal box in Lin Xian's hand. "Did Zhao Qing have something to say?" "Yes, General. We have also discovered concrete evidence of indigenous activities around the base. A group of 12 scavengers has occupied a cave complex." Captain Zhao suggested continuous monitoring without making contact. The indigenous people. Expected yet unexpected. "Let's go to the briefing room and discuss on the way." The 3 of them walked deeper into the base along the corridor. The lights above formed smooth lines, and occasionally researchers in different uniforms hurried past, greeting the general, their gazes lingering on Lin Xian for a moment. "How are their conditions?" Chu Tianhua asked about the 15 soldiers left behind. "In high spirits. The base has been initially established, and the first batch of crops in the planting chamber has sprouted. But time waits for no one. That world will not stop just because we built a wooden wall. We need more professionals and more suitable equipment." Chu Tianhuo's pace did not falter, but Lin Xian could sense the old general's full attention was focused. "This is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. Come in." The briefing room was not large, with an oval conference table in the center that could accommodate 10 people, and all 4 walls were touch-sensitive screens currently displaying the real-time status of various areas of the Zhulong base. Several people were already seated at the table, including Director Wang Jiangwo, and 2 or 3 officers of general rank whom Lin Xian had met during the first plenary session. "Sit." Chu Tianhua gestured for Lin Xian to sit on his left. Lin Xian complied while Zhou Zheng sat diagonally opposite him, opening the recording terminal. "Comrade Lin Xian has just brought back key information. First, it has been confirmed that there is a group of human survivors who are not mutants consisting of 12 people. Regarding the details of the next transport, you should share how many people we need to prepare." All eyes focused on him. Lin Xian could feel his heart beating strongly in his chest, but his voice was surprisingly steady. "For the next transport, the upper limit of people I can carry has increased. Not 25, but 45. A brief silence ensued. An officer with graying hair and the rank of Major General leaned slightly forward. "Are you sure?" "Quite sure. Just like the previous times after this return, the feeling of linking quotas has become much clearer. 45 slots, neither more nor less." "What about spatial capacity?" Wang Jingwo asked. "The same. I feel we have reached the limit. There might be something missing that has not triggered a change yet. There is one more thing. I'm not sure if it's an illusion." He hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak up this time, returning. "I feel that the transport gate, or rather the passage itself, has become increasingly clearer. It's not only during transportation, I can also vaguely sense its existence during normal times, like a process of energy accumulation." Chu Tianhuo's voice suddenly became sharp. "Comrade Lin Xian, are you certain?" "It's just a feeling. I haven't tried it yet, and I'm not sure exactly how to do it. But the thought of, I can control its opening, is very strong, just like knowing you have a gun. Even though you haven't pulled the trigger, you know where the trigger is, and what will happen when you do." Chu Tianhua leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. This action lasted a full 5 seconds, and no one in the room spoke. Only the low hum of the air conditioning system could be heard. When the old general opened his eyes again, they had regained their usual calm, but Lin Xian could sense that a significant "Let's set this matter aside for now. We cannot study it at the moment, Director Wang." Chu Tianhua began. "Yes. Notify all relevant units that in half an hour we will hold the second phase strategic meeting for the Pangu project. Participants, all senior personnel of the base, chief researchers from each research group, the entire military advisory group, as well as all personnel who have been to Zero World and returned, including Comrade Lin Xian and those 5 research experts. They have just returned from the front lines and have the most direct experience. Understood. Also, the first agenda item for the meeting based on frontline feedback reassess and redesign the entire equipment system for the second phase. What I want is not just usable, but optimal solutions. Dismissed. Half an hour later, when Lin Xian and the 5 research experts entered the central conference room of the base, the huge circular conference table was already filled with people. Chu Tianque sat at the head of the table, started without an opening statement, and directly called up the holographic projection. This is the reconnaissance footage regarding the cave-dwelling human group that Comrade Lin Xian brought back along with the resource demand report sent back by Captain Zhao Qing. Before we begin discussing strategic directions, we need to address a more fundamental question. If we are to deploy 45 people to Zero World and establish a long-term foothold, what kind of equipment do they need? You 5 who just returned speak first. What is most lacking in that environment? What are you most afraid of? Water, electricity, protection, medical supplies, information. Each time a researcher mentioned a point, a representative from the military-industrial technology team on the other side of the conference room quickly recorded it on a tablet. It was an officer with the rank of colonel who looked more like an engineer, his brow furrowed. After the 5 experts finished speaking, Chu Tianque turned to the colonel. Engineer Li, what do you think? Technically, there are paths to implementation, but time is needed and priorities must be clearly defined. Electricity can be solved, but water, recycling, and protection are still in experimental stages. The requirements for radiation protection are much stricter and will require a redesign of the filtration medium with at least 3 months of testing. We don't have 3 months. We don't need mass production, we just need to ensure safety and get something usable out as soon as possible. Everything must be ready within 15 days. Engineer Li fell silent. The conference room was filled with silence as everyone understood the weight of this statement. 15 days to complete the entire process from demand analysis to design, production, testing, and integration would be very challenging. Chu Tianque stood up, resting his hands on the edge of the table. Initial design proposal for the new equipment. Engineer Li, you are fully responsible, and I will apply to have domestic military-industrial resources directed towards you. All research groups coordinate to propose specific technical specifications. The military group and logistics group should revise the second phase task plan based on the new personnel scale. With an increase in numbers, logistics will also be a significant issue. His gaze swept across the room. Comrades, what we are doing is an unprecedented attempt in human civilization, rebuilding a foothold belonging to us on the ruins of another world. This is not only exploration, but also a rehearsal for survival. What happened in Zero World is still not entirely clear to us, but we must ensure that the same thing does not happen in our world. Dismissed. In the deep of night in the mountain city, Chen Ziyuan, the head of the Hongshan Equipment Research and Development Center, was awakened by the urgent alert from the encrypted communication channel. He put on his coat, walked into the study, and unlocked the terminal that only a select few had access to. The screen lit up and a file was being transmitted. The file was simply named Top Secret. There was no document number, no issuing unit, just these 2 words. Chen Ziyuan's heart raced. The fewer the words, the greater the matter. Once the file transmission was complete, he entered 3 layers of passwords and opened it. It was a list of equipment requirements so long that it required several scrolls to view fully. What made Chen Ziyuan's pupils constrict was not the length of the list, but the special requirements marked in red font attached to almost every item. Specifications for radiation protection. All electronic components needed to be reinforced against strong electromagnetic pulses. Chen Ziyuan read through the list item by item, feeling increasingly alarmed. This was not a conventional military equipment order, it was a complete survival system designed for some extreme radiation environment. From protective suits to individual weapons, from engineering machinery to medical equipment, without exception. The budget was still unlimited and the requirements were not only fast, but also safe. He grabbed the red secure phone on the desk and dialed the internal number. Notify all technical team leaders to report to conference room 1 immediately. Highest priority. 20 minutes later, 15 people were seated in the conference room, which could accommodate 30. They were all core technical backbones of the Hongshan Center, still bleary-eyed, but fully awake upon seeing Chen Ziyuan's serious expression. We just received a task. Chen Ziyuan skipped pleasantries and projected the list onto the big screen. 15 days to complete the initial design and the first set of prototypes for all equipment. Any questions? A gasp echoed in the conference room. An old technical team leader with thinning hair adjusted his glasses and stared at the radiation protection requirements on the screen. Director, where is this going? The core area of a nuclear power plant. Or, don't ask, confidentiality agreement. Just speak on the technical level. Can it be done? It should be possible, but the cost might be high and the cost-performance ratio is very low. The old technical leader's words drew a murmur of agreement in the conference room. Cost was indeed the most pressing issue on everyone's minds. Director, it's not that we are complaining. Another team leader responsible for the power system rubbed his face, his voice hoarse. To achieve this level of protection and performance. Chen Ziyuan interrupted him. Cost is not an issue. The directive from above is very clear. The budget is unlimited. We don't need to consider costs. We only need to consider whether it can be made and whether what we produce is reliable and safe. His gaze swept over each face, seeing shock and doubt. Everyone understand we are not discussing cost-performance ratio, but whether we can fully accomplish the task entrusted to us by the state within 15 days. The safety parameters on the list. Give me a 30% increase on top of the original requirements. This is not a negotiation, this is a direct order. Use the best materials design with the greatest redundancy and test under the most extreme conditions. What I want is not just usable, but absolutely safe. Even if it costs 10 times more, we must elevate safety to the highest level. This monumental task has fallen upon us at Hanshan. Put in all your effort and stretch every nerve to its limit. Now it's not a question of whether we can do it, it's a question of necessity, and it must be the best. Under Chen Ziyuan's forceful push, which disregarded cost-performance ratios and focused solely on goals and safety limits, a mix of immense pressure and fervent fighting spirit quickly replaced the atmosphere. Indeed, with an unlimited budget and the safety parameters can be raised for anyone in the technical field, this is both a heavy responsibility and a dreamlike creative opportunity. No need to nitpick over the budget, we can purely burn our brain cells for safety and reliability. Let's do it. I've never seen such a demand. Old Zhang, the team leader, slapped his thigh, his eyes shining behind his glasses. It's just 15 days, right? He'll move my bedding to the lab. He'll personally supervise the materials. If there's anything missing, he'll file a report to use strategic reserves. Our team will do the same. The lights in the conference room stayed on all night. By dawn, a preliminary technical route and division of labor plan had taken shape. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, but their spirits were exceptionally high. Sketches were filled with symbols and parameters incomprehensible to outsiders, and heated debates erupted quickly, reaching a consensus under a sudden flash of inspiration from a proposed solution. Shenzhuan leaned back in his chair, rubbed his throbbing temples, and looked at these old comrades who had instantly entered wartime mode. A hint of fatigue, yet satisfaction, appeared at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, deep within the Zhulong base, another meeting centered around people was just beginning. 45 slots, like 45 pieces of cake, emitting an enticing glow, attracted countless eager and angry. Zhulong base, level 1 quarantine zone. This time what stood in the central area ready for transmission was no longer purely a tactical team. Over 30 individuals stood with straight backs and steady gazes. They were the carefully selected core engineering personnel, supplemented by over 10 new exploration, geological, and structural experts, capable of combat and construction alike. Lin Xian stood at the forefront. His gaze swept over his comrades, soon to fight side by side, and over the countless eager, nervous, and hopeful eyes behind the glass wall. General Chu Tianque still stood at the front, but this time the old general slowly nodded at him, his gaze conveying unreserved trust. Countdown to transmission: 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The familiar sensation of being pulled arrived. But this time it was different. Lin Xian did not feel the instantaneous displacement, nor did he immediately see the gray sky of the wasteland. At the fuzzy edge of his consciousness being seized, he stopped. No, it wasn't stopping. His perception penetrated that layer of hazy boundary, and clearly touched upon the door that had always existed merely as a process. A deep blue, boundless, and yet seemingly within arm's reach. It was no longer a vortex, but a magnificent, ancient, and serene portal standing in an indescribable void, flowing with dim patterns more intricate than the starry sky, and older than time itself. At the moment his consciousness contacted this door, a vast amount of information surged into his perception, not through language or images, but through the most essential understanding. He understood. Transmission was not a passive pulling, but a one-way opening of this door based on him and the coordinate beacon. But within the resonance of this third official transmission initiation, exploration reached a critical point. He distinctly sensed that the depth of his connection with this door had undergone a qualitative change. A new permission opened to him, anchoring a bidirectional channel. He could actively open a stable passage to the anchor point on the other end, and at his current limit, he could create a rectangular portal 5 meters high and 8 meters wide. The duration could last up to 3 hours each day, and the passage would require approximately 1 hour to stabilize completely after being opened. All these realizations came in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the deep blue portal opened wide, and the familiar sensation of being pulled engulfed him and those behind him. The feeling of solid ground returned, and the cool air mixed with the unique dust of the wasteland rushed through the mask filter into his nostrils. They had returned to the preset point of return outside the G7 outpost base. Everyone, listen to my orders. Evacuate this area immediately. Move back at least 100 meters. Hurry, Lin Xian urged. There was no explanation. Yet the undeniable tone in Lin Xian's voice made Zhao Qing's pupils contract. He held absolute trust in Lin Xian. Execute Advisor Lin's orders. Everyone retreat. Zhao Qing commanded sternly, without hesitation. The well-trained team showed no hesitation. Even with doubts in their hearts, they swiftly and orderly withdrew from the land they had just stepped onto, leaving only Lin Xian standing alone. Countless eyes hidden behind cover 100 meters away gazed uncertainly toward the center. Lin Xian was seen with his eyes closed, slowly raising both hands, palms facing each other, pressing against the air before him. But the space in front of him began to ripple. Initially, it was merely a distortion of air resembling a scene under high temperatures. Soon after, a point of deep blue light flickered at the center of the distortion, rapidly expanding, stretching, and outlining a shape. A rectangular light frame 5 meters high and 8 meters wide gradually became clear with a profound swirling blue inside, as if connecting to the edge of the universe. The light gate transitioned from illusion to reality, its edges stabilizing while the swirling blue within gradually calmed. What is that? A young engineer murmured, his tools trembling in his hands. Zhao Qing stared fixedly at the increasingly solidifying, physically impossible light gate, swallowing hard. His voice was hoarse. Advisor Lin, what is this? A teleportation gate. A stable teleportation gate leading to the Zhulong base. However, it requires about an hour to stabilize completely to meet the safety standards for crossing. During this time, no person or object should approach within 20 meters of the gate, as the energy field is unstable. He began to rapidly extract the massive supplies he had brought from his space, stacking them on the ground far from the light gate. Captain, according to the original plan, lead the engineering team to start the preliminary preparations for the base expansion. The defense team expand the alert range to 500 meters, especially paying attention to the southeast cave cluster. The commotion from this gate could be significant. Zhao Qing instantly suppressed all his shock, regaining the calm of a commander. Understood. All teams commence operations immediately. Raise the alert level to level 1. The team resumed their efficient operations, yet each person amidst their busyness could not help but sneak glances at the increasingly clear and awe-inspiring blue light gate. Time passed second by second, and the edges of the portal stabilized completely, no longer flickering. 1 hour on the dot. Lin Xian took a deep breath, approached the light gate, and extended his hand. His palm passed through the layer of light film without obstruction. It's stable. He turned to look at Zhao Qing and everyone else watching. I will go back for a bit. You all hold your position and proceed as planned. Advisor Lin, please leave the reconnaissance task to us. Zhao Qing instinctively replied. You can't go through. Only I can conduct this kind of one-way teleportation. As for this two-way gate, it appears that only I can pass freely. Without waiting for Zhao Qing to say more, he stepped into the light gate. His figure was swallowed by the deep blue, disappearing from sight. Moments later, the scene on the other side of the light gate rippled slightly, and Lin Xian's figure suddenly appeared in the central isolation zone of the Zhulong base. Around him were staff members who had just seen him disappear on the monitor, patrolling soldiers, and a few researchers passing by. Silence. Everyone was frozen in place as if the pause button had been pressed. Several researchers dropped their tablets with a thud, and no one went to pick them up. Lin Xian looked at the frozen faces filled with disbelief, not even having time to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and immediately shouted, Quick! Notify General Chu and Director Wang. All relevant personnel come here immediately. Organize a team of engineers and a material transport team equipped with level 3 protection gear immediately. Hurry! His voice shattered the spell. A sharp alarm instantly rang throughout the base, signaling the highest level of assembly and preparation. The entire Zhulong base buzzed to life like a beehive hit by a giant stone, instantly operating with explosive. The sounds of broadcasting footsteps, urgent commands, and the roar of vehicle engines intertwined. The first to arrive were General Chu Tianhua and Colonel Zhou Zheng, followed by a group of base executives and chief scientists, all looking astonished and excited. When they saw the open, deep blue light gate in the isolation zone, clearly revealing the desolate scene of Zero World and the busy figures in the distance, everyone was left speechless. General Chu Tianhua strode up to Lin Xian, his breathing noticeably heavier than usual for this stoic old general. He looked at Lin Xian with piercing eyes. Advisor Lin, what is this? Lin Xian pointed to the light gate, a radiant smile on his face. This is the third official teleportation my ability has evolved. I can open a stable teleportation gate between two worlds. This is the one you are seeing. The gate takes an hour to fully form, and once formed it can remain open for 3 hours. This means that from today onward, logistical supplies and personnel rotation will no longer be our main limitation. We can establish a truly permanent, solid, and modern forward base over there. General Chu Tianhua suddenly closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. When he reopened them, it was as if magma was flowing within. He heavily and forcefully patted Lin Xian's shoulder, saying nothing, but everything was conveyed in silence. What are you still dawdling for? Get the first batch of engineering reinforcement units, heavy excavation equipment, and prefabricated building modules moved as fast as possible for anything that can pass through this gate. Medical team, logistics team, organize the subsequent teams according to the plan. Hurry. Every second of our time is more precious than gold. Yes. The thunderous response, filled with immense excitement and fervor, echoed throughout the mountain belly. Soon the first fully loaded special transport vehicle slowly drove toward the deep blue light gate under the anxious yet expectant gaze of countless people. The moment the wheels touched the light film, they paused slightly, then passed through without obstruction, appearing in the scene of Zero World, causing an uproar and cheers among the soldiers on the other side. Following closely were fully armed engineering teams running in orderly lines as they crossed the light gate. Scientists carrying precision instruments followed closely under the protection of soldiers. Figures, vehicles, and supplies began to flow continuously through this miraculous gate, connecting the two worlds, pouring into that desolate and unknown land. Lin Xian stood by the gate, watching this grand and historic scene, observing the convergence of manpower and resources from two worlds at this moment. Zhao Qing strode over from the gate, giving him a heavy nod, his eyes filled with absolute excitement, no longer hold. General Chu Tianhua approached Lin Xian, standing side by side with him, gazing at the unending portal, and slowly said, the bridgehead has truly been established. Now we can truly set off to explore all the secrets of that world. Under the dark sky of Zero World, unprecedented noise and vitality accompanied by the roaring of heavy machinery were violently descending. In the final hour before the portal closed, the scene along one side of the Zhulong base was nothing short of chaotic. Heavy transport vehicles rolled forward in 3 parallel columns, their engines roaring as they crossed the ethereal blue light membrane. Engineers chanted rhythmic cadences while pushing the last prefabricated modules across the threshold onto the alien soil. Technicians darted back and forth on both sides, meticulously verifying the secure anchoring of every piece of equipment that passed through. General Chu Tongwa stood atop the command platform, his gaze sharp and unblinking as an eagle's, sweeping across the entire operational zone. His comm unit chimed every few minutes, delivering crisp, concise confirmation reports from departments across the base. 3rd Engineering Detachment, full transit complete. In medical module assembled and en route. In backup power core delivered to grid sector G7. The old general's reply was always the same. 2 words: proceed. In across the threshold, Zhao Qing stood on freshly leveled ground already marked as Assembly Zone 1. His tablet displayed a live updating inventory list and personnel distribution map. In just over 2 hours, this once barren hillside had transformed into a sprawling mountain of supplies. Farther away, Lin Xian led his team, erecting a temporary command post. A modular cabin shipped from base, its silver gray hull gleaming with cold metallic austerity beneath the Wasteland's somber sky. 6 cabins had already been interlocked. Interior lights flickered awake, casting faint illumination through narrow observation windows, where technicians could be seen calibrating equipment. Su Chuang reported over the comms channel, Captain, final convoy inbound. Per checklist, heavy excavators, concrete mixing station components, and the core assembly for the water recycling system have all arrived. Zhao Qing raised his eyes toward the portal. The cerulean light membrane now shimmered faintly, a telltale sign Lin Xian had previously warned him of the onset of energy decay. The portal would remain stable for less than 40 minutes. Where is Consultant Lin? He asked. He's stabilizing the portal from the other side. Zhao Qing nodded and pulled up another file. It was the updated cave cluster intelligence gathered yesterday by Lu Ming's reconnaissance team. His finger traced the marked coordinate on the tablet. The cave lay 8.7 kilometers from base, measured in straight-line distance. The terrain was treacherous, dotted with multiple vantage points ideal for ambush. A soft chime sounded from his comm unit. Lin Xian's call. Captain Zhao, the portal will close in 35 minutes. Is there anything urgently needed on this side that I should bring next time? Zhao Qing glanced at the towering stacks of supplies. Sufficient for now. But one matter requires your immediate report to base at dawn tomorrow. I intend to launch a capture operation against the cave dwellers. Additionally, if feasible, please arrange for behavioral psychologists and linguistic specialists to accompany the next transit. A 2-second silence followed on the channel. Lin Xian understood perfectly. Exposure remained perilous, whether through contact or passive tolerance. Either path risked revealing their presence. Alive and articulate. We require intelligence, not corpses. Understood. I'll relay it immediately. The transmission ended. Zhao Qing turned and walked toward the half-constructed command post. Inside the cabin, a vast electronic sand table glowed softly at the center, rendering a 3-dimensional topographic map spanning 15 kilometers around the base. Lu Ming and Su Chuang were already waiting within. Any unusual activity today? He asked. Yes. Earlier they halted for 15 minutes at a stone pile roughly 1 kilometer from the cave entrance. 2 individuals climbed a high vantage point and observed our base direction for an extended period. Did they spot us? Possibly. The scale of our construction has been impossible to conceal. A brief hush settled over the command post, contrasting sharply with the distant thunder of heavy machinery. The capture plan requires revision. The original strategy called for a pre-dawn assault, seizing the cave mouth while most occupants rested inside. But if they'd grown wary, a frontal breach risked casualties. He stepped to the sand table and tapped a dry riverbed southeast of the cave cluster. This is their daily thoroughfare. Unavoidable, predictable. Flanked by earthen cliffs 6 to 8 meters high. Limited visibility, perfect for an ambush. How many operatives? Su Chuang began calculating aloud. 2 assault teams, 6 members, each armed with non-lethal ordnance and containment nets. 1 sniper team positioned overhead for overwatch and perimeter security. 4 robotic dogs deployed ahead to generate diversionary noise and draw attention. Timing. They typically depart 1 hour after sunrise, so we move at 0300, deploy fully by 0430. Add a reserve squad for personnel stationed outside the ambush zone. They'll execute forced entry into the caves if the operation is compromised or unforeseen contingencies arise. Su Chuang and Lu Ming exchanged a glance. No objections voiced. This was neither drill nor moral debate. It was the first formal encounter between 2 alien civilizations upon the Wasteland. An initiative must be seized. I'll prepare the equipment manifest, Su Chuang said. I'll set up surveillance posts. Tonight that cave won't blink without our notice, Lu Ming replied, turning to leave. Zhao Qing remained alone in the command post. The electronic sand table cast a soft luminescence, projecting his shadow across the cabin wall. Outside, the clamor gradually subsided. The portal's imminent closure had drawn most personnel back to Zhulong base. Meanwhile, Lin Xian stood in Zero World beside the fading portal, briefing the last returning personnel. Spotting Zhao Qing, he approached. All arranged? Lin Xian asked. Nearly. And the base, the operation has been approved. Your requested equipment and specialists will arrive with tomorrow's transit. The directive reads, secure live captives and extract intelligence. But above all, ensure every single one of our people returns intact. Zhao Qing gave a slow, solemn nod. He gazed at the portal, the cerulean radiance dimming, visibly contracting inward. It's closing. I must go. Tomorrow I'll reopen it at approximately this time. You'll be ready. We'll handle it. Until tomorrow. Lin Xian cast one last look over the nascent forward base. Its brilliantly lit cabins, its colossal supply, mounds, the silhouettes of sentinels standing vigilant on distant watchtowers, then stepped forward, crossing the threshold in a single stride. The blue light flared violently behind him, pulsing, shrinking, until it collapsed into a pinpoint of brilliance and vanished entirely. The portal had closed. As the wasteland sank once more beneath profound night, only the base's lights pierced the darkness. Zhao Qing stood motionless, listening to the wind's mournful passage over the hills, and farther still to the long, haunting howl of some unknown creature. Su Chuang emerged from the shadows, offering him an energy bar. All watchposts are manned, duty rosters finalized. Would you like to rest a while? 6 hours until action. Zhao Qing accepted the bar, tore open the wrapper. Can't sleep. I'll conduct a perimeter sweep. He walked the newly erected makeshift fence, each step deliberate, grounded. Beyond the fence lay darkness, unknown, unknowable, and tomorrow's first true outsider. At one watchpost, the sentry was young, eyes wide and alert behind his visor, scanning the void. Anything anomalous? Zhao Qing asked. No, Captain. Though those sounds seem closer tonight. Urban fauna expand their range drastically after dark. Stay vigilant, but don't tense needlessly. You stand backed by comrades, and by an entire nation. The young soldier snapped upright. Yes, Captain. Zhao Qing continued walking. He recalled his own first combat deployment, years ago, under such a night, filled with the same quiet, suspended anticipation. Yet then he knew his enemies faced the battlefield's coordinates, and that home awaited him upon mission's end. Now home resided in another world. The enemy were kin, and yet not kin. The battlefield was an unmapped alien planet, one without even a cartographic name. He halted in the open space outside the command post, and lifted his gaze to the sky, still starless, veiled beneath an eternal, low-hanging haze of dull gray. In little over 10 hours, at the cusp of dawn, he would lead a small force to apprehend another group of humans struggling to survive on this desolate earth. Zhao Qing closed his eyes, drew a deep, steadying breath, and buried every extraneous thought. When he opened them again, only icy, unwavering focus remained. It was time for final preparations. At 3:40 in the morning, 2 assault teams silently departed from the illuminated perimeter of the base, merging into the hills like shadows. The 4 mechanical dogs controlled by Su Chuang had already positioned themselves 2 kilometers ahead. The sniper team established shooting positions on the high ground on both sides of the riverbed. 4 snipers firmly locked onto the preordained ambush zone. Lu Ming concealed himself behind a rock crevice on the east side of the river, a mere 30 meters from the ambush point. The terminal on his chest displayed the status icons of his teammates, glowing green, in unison. There were 43 minutes remaining before the operation commenced. Time crawled slowly in absolute silence. Swarm in position. Su Chuang's voice echoed through the encrypted channel. Sniper team in position. Assault team 1 in position. Assault team 2 in position. Lu Ming conducted a final equipment check. Mechanical dogs engaged. In that instant, a dull roar erupted 2 kilometers away. 5 minutes later, the first red dot appeared at the edge. There were a total of 9 individuals swiftly approaching from the direction of the cave, their formation more cautious than usual, evidently startled by the earlier commotion. The leader was the tall man Lu Ming had observed earlier. He carried a long-barreled rifle, moving slowly, each step marked by careful observation. Among them were 2 armed individuals, while the others wielded makeshift weapons like spears or sharpened steel rods. They entered the riverbed. 6 swarm drones suddenly ascended from the rock crevices, almost silent amidst the background noise of the wasteland. Almost simultaneously, 4 muffled sounds erupted from the high ground at both ends of the river. Specially designed capture nets unfolded in the air, each covering a 5-meter square area with weighted edges, ensuring they accurately enveloped the most densely packed groups. The air in the riverbed seemed to freeze as 5 scavengers, tightly bound by the high-strength fiber nets, struggled and growled futilely, resembling beasts caught in a trap. The remaining 4, including the leader, immediately formed a fragile defensive circle back to back after the initial shock, their crude weapons and spear tips aimlessly pointing towards the surrounding darkness and the hovering drones. Lu Ming pressed the intercom button, and a slightly distorted voice amplified through the riverbed. Drop your weapons. We mean you no harm. Drop your weapons. The leader's body jolted, and the barrel of his gun swung towards the direction from which the voice seemed to emanate. He opened his mouth and shouted a phrase in a strange dialect. The language was coarse, guttural, and completely beyond Lu Ming and the others' comprehension. In the encrypted channel, Lu Ming muttered under his breath, "Damn, I can't understand a word. What do we do?" Su Chuang's voice came through tinged with resignation. Try using the international lingua franca mechanical dogs, and drones fire warning shots aimed at the ground near them. We can only give it a shot warning fire. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets fired by the drones and mechanical dogs accurately struck the rocks and sandy ground surrounding the 4 standing individuals, the gunfire echoing ominously in the narrow riverbed. Drop your weapons. This is the final warning. This time accompanied by gunfire, and the faint outlines of mechanical dogs as well as the drones hovering above the threat was stark and clear. The leader's pupils constricted, his gaze rapidly scanning the surroundings. The opposing side clearly had the capability to shoot them down in an instant, yet the nets and the warning shots that only struck the ground meant that his struggling companions were merely trapped, not executed. A complex array of emotions flashed across his face as he grasped the meaning behind their words. He turned back and quickly spoke a few hurried sentences in that peculiar dialect to the other 3, who wore equally pale expressions and gripped their weapons tightly. Then he cautiously placed his relatively well-maintained long-barreled rifle down onto the dry sandy ground at his feet. Next he removed the dagger from his waist. The other 3 exchanged glances, hesitated for a few seconds, and under the leader's stern urging, they also dropped their guns and spears in turn. Well, that worked. Sniper team, stay alert. Team 1, Team 2, move in. Control the situation. From behind the rocky walls and rubble on both sides, 12 fully armed soldiers quickly emerged, their guns steadily aimed at the 9 individuals in the riverbed. One 6-man team maintained a cover position, while another 6-man team cautiously and swiftly approached. They first kicked away or picked up the scattered weapons on the ground before producing handcuffs. They restrained the wrists of the 4 standing individuals behind their backs. Afterward, they carefully dragged out the 5 struggling individuals one by one, also handcuffing them. The entire process was clean and efficient with no one resisting. Surrounded by absolute force and technological superiority, these scavengers wisely chose to comply, their eyes filled with fear, vigilance, and profound confusion. There must be more people in the cave. Should we storm it? The channel fell silent for a few seconds before Su Chuang's voice broke through. Storm what? We're not bandits. Did you bring food and water? Compressed biscuits, water. Lu Ming was taken aback for a moment before quickly responding. I brought an emergency pack. Do you mean? To show goodwill, express kindness. Let them understand that if they come with us there will be food. Oh, at least they won't die immediately. Make it clear, let them bring out the people inside the cave themselves. That makes sense. Who wants to give it a try? Team leader Lu, let me do it. A young soldier named Wu Feng stepped forward. He was more outgoing and had received basic psychological and negotiation training. He took a few packs of individual compressed biscuits and 2 bags of functional drinks from his teammates. Wu Feng approached the group of captives huddled on the ground, especially in front of the leader. He put down his weapon, signaling that he posed no immediate threat. Then under the watchful gaze of the wary individuals, he slowly and clearly tore open a pack of compressed biscuits, took a small piece for himself, chewed it vigorously, and swallowed. Next he presented the remaining biscuits along with another unopened pack and a bag of drink to the leader. The man stared at him, his atoms, apple bobbing violently. The instinct for survival in the wasteland made him extremely cautious, yet the allure of food and water, especially seeing the other party eat first, was overwhelmingly compelling. He hesitated for a full half-minute, indicating that he was handcuffed and unable to eat. Wu Feng slapped his forehead. I can't believe I forgot this, help me keep an eye on him. A soldier from the team quickly came to Wu Feng's side, gun aimed at the man, ready to fire instantly if he made any sign. Only then did Wu Feng remove the man's handcuffs and hand him the food. The man clumsily accepted it, first cautiously sniffing the biscuits before attempting to take a small bite. The dry, dense, grainy flavor burst in his mouth, a taste he hadn't experienced in a very long time. His eyes lit up for a moment, only to be forcibly suppressed again as he turned back and rapidly spoke several sentences in their language to his companions. Soon the other captives were also given a bit of biscuits and water. Hunger overwhelmed all doubts as they began to wolf down the food, and some even choked from eating too hastily gulping down the functional drinks. Though they were under the gun's threat, they understood that the other party did not intend to kill them. Wu Feng watched them finish eating, then signaled to his teammates to distribute some more. Then he began his performance. He first pointed to himself, patted his chest, made a friendly gesture, shook his head, then made a slashing motion, shaking his head vigorously again. Next he pointed towards the distant cave cluster, gesturing for them to come out, then pointed to the biscuit packaging on the ground, exaggerating gestures for eating and indicating that there was plenty. Finally he pointed towards the base direction, making a gesture to walk together. Lu Ming found the scene before him utterly absurd, a bit abstract. You give it a shot. I want to see what other methods. Stung by Su Chuang's retort, Lu Ming struggled for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. The leading man chewed on the last bit of biscuit, while fixating on every movement of Wu Feng. The mentality forged by the Wasteland allowed him to think rapidly. These individuals were equipped to a terrifying degree, their tactical coordination was seamless, and although they spoke a different language, they clearly belonged to a highly organized group. They had the capability to easily exterminate Lu Ming and his companions, or even launch a full assault on the cave. Yet they did not. Instead, they used nets that could trap, but not kill, instantly fired warning shots, and were even sharing precious food. What did they want? Captives? Slaves? It seemed neither. If that were the case, they wouldn't treat them like this. He recalled the vague legends passed down by the elders about the armies and order of the old era. Those legends were too distant, having long been ground into myth fragments by the cruel reality. But this group before him, their discipline and the kind of neatness that felt out of place in the wasteland faintly outlined the contours of some image from those legends. He glanced at his companion beside him, who had also eaten, their fears slightly alleviated, but still confused, and then looked towards the cave. There was no choice. Resistance was futile. Escaping in this area completely under the enemy's control was impossible. At least for now, it seemed temporarily safe to follow them, and there was food. He lifted his head, nodded heavily at Wu Feng, then turned towards the cave using their language, and mustering all his strength, emitted a long, meaningful whistle followed by a few shouts. Moments later, at the entrance of the cave, a group of figures cautiously poked their heads out. Under the continued urging of the leading man, the rest slowly emerged. They had no weapons in hand. Lu Ming whispered in the channel, relieved. The gestures really worked, thank goodness. Su Chuang responded, of course they are all human. The civilization may have fractured after the nuclear war, but they haven't devolved into monkeys. Basic interests and body language are always understandable. Counting the numbers preparing to escort them. Ultimately, this group of scavengers totaled 26 individuals, all bound with straps and monitored in pairs by soldiers forming a line towards the base. Their weapons and the valuable scraps were also packed away. Lu Ming walked alongside the line, opening the communication. Report to the captain, the operation is complete. A total of 26 local survivors were received with no casualties on our side, and the enemy suffered no losses. The only issue is the language barrier. Effective communication is impossible. The captive's emotions are temporarily stable, and preliminary non-hostile contact has been established. Soon Zhao Qing's steady voice came through. Very good. Safely bring the people back to the isolation observation area. The language issue will be handled by experts arriving later. Pay close attention to the captive's physical conditions, especially for signs of radiation sickness. Also, the leader should be closely monitored. He might be the breakthrough point. Understood. The team passed through the last hill, and the full view of the base suddenly unfolded before them. What made the man's pupils contract even more was the sight of the area that had sprung up in a short time. Silver-gray modular cabins were neatly arranged. Various complex engineering machines that he couldn't name were roaring in operation, and soldiers in uniform and tightly secured uniforms moved busily among them. Further away, a wall, clearly newly constructed, composed of metal and composite materials, was stretching out in close. All of this demonstrated astonishing organization and technical prowess. The last flicker of hope for resistance in the man's heart was completely extinguished. But then a stronger and stranger emotion surged up, even reflected in eyes that looked like madness. His gaze involuntarily crossed over the busy base, landing on the gigantic and silent shadow at the horizons in the super city ruins they called Graveyard, or its older name, Luo City, entangled and consumed by crazed flora. The muscles in his face twitched slightly. These well-equipped and disciplined outsiders had gone through so much to get here and created such a huge commotion only to build a nest beneath Luo City. Did they not know that what resided within would periodically emerge? It wasn't simply a gathering place for mutated beasts. It was a rhythmic, orderly living hell. The scavengers relied on their precious experiences when monsters were most active in which seasons, and when they would fall silent. The man could almost imagine what would happen when the next surge came, and those things deep within Luo City, which were extraordinarily sensitive to sound, light, and even particular energies, would be attracted. They were practically beating drums and lighting bonfires, inviting death to the feast. Where on earth did these people crawl out from an isolated shelter? Or were they strong enough not to care about the things in Luo City? The man's heart was filled with uncertainty, his gaze sweeping over the fine equipment and busy soldiers, feeling that while the latter possibility was mad, it was not out of the realm of possibility. The soldiers' escort interrupted the man's thoughts. They were brought to a newly constructed, fully enclosed temporary isolation area at the edge of the base. This area was made up of several connected cabins with thick walls, observation windows, and a strict airtight disinfection procedure at the entrance. Before entering the isolation chamber, the man took one last look at the vast wilderness outside the base, then glanced at the distant, silent outline of Luo City. His throat moved a strong impulse, making him want to gesture something to the escorting soldiers about danger in the city. But the restraints on his wrist and the linguistic chasm ultimately rendered him silent, turning back to follow the line into the isolation chamber. The chamber door closed behind him, temporarily isolating him from the wasteland's winds and potential crises. Yet the mix of absurdity and unease in his heart quietly took root under the artificial lights of the isolation chamber. He knew or believed that it wouldn't be long before this brand new vibrant base would personally feel the cold and brutal greeting from Luo City. By that time, these outsiders would understand that the land beneath their feet was not unclaimed territory, but a hunting ground long gazed upon by a silent giant. And they had just ignited the most conspicuous bonfire at the edge of the hunting ground. In the quarantine zone, 26 scavengers, having washed off the dust and donned standardized gray uniforms, were ravenously devouring breakfast, no longer subsisting on compressed biscuits, but rather on proper meals. When the door slid open, 26 pairs of eyes turned in unison toward the entrance. Zhao Qing stepped inside, followed by 2 medical staff members holding notepads. As his gaze swept across the crowd for the first time, his footsteps almost imperceptibly faltered. This group of people now clean showed much clearer facial features. Their skin was generally darker, a mark of long-term exposure to harsh environments, yet their appearances bore some resemblance to the people of the Daxia. Their hair was blonde, not the bright or platinum blonde common among Westerners, but rather a dull, lackluster straw gold, as if the color had faded due to long-term malnutrition. Under the lights, their eyes exhibited a murky golden brown. With golden hair and golden eyes, several biological hypotheses flashed through Zhao Qing's mind: genetic mutation, phenotypic expression caused by radiation, or was it an inherent characteristic of this human subspecies? Everyone is the breakfast to your liking? Zhao Qing inquired, simultaneously gesturing toward his mouth to indicate eating. The crowd stirred slightly. They understood the gesture, but clearly did not comprehend the language. A few young individuals looked at the tall man seated at the front, who Zhao Qing had identified as the leader. The man stood up. He was half a head taller than Zhao Qing, and after washing away the grime, he revealed a sharply defined face marred by an old scar that ran across his left cheekbone. His blonde hair was simply tied back, exposing a broad forehead, and those golden brown eyes that seemed to be trying to understand Zhao Qing's meaning. The man spoke a few words, gesturing as he spoke, pointing to his belly and displaying a satisfied expression, then brought his hands together and bowed slightly, performing a gesture of gratitude. Zhao Qing nodded, reciprocating the same gesture. Then the expression on the man's face turned serious. He turned to point at the wall of the quarantine zone, then spread his arms wide to make a huge gesture. His brow furrowed, a clear fear etched on his face. Next, he pointed toward Zhao Qing in the direction of the door, waving his hands urgently, as if shooing something away, repeating a single syllable. He first pointed to himself, patted his chest, and made gestures indicating strong and brave, then pointed toward the direction of Luo Qing, suddenly trembling all over, hugging his arms tightly, displaying an expression of extreme terror. The meaning could not be clearer. It was extremely dangerous there, and they needed to leave quickly. The city, Zhao Qing murmured, nodding to indicate he understood. The only thing capable of instilling fear in everyone here was the nearby city. The crawlers were an oddity they had encountered, and the researchers concluded they were not a naturally occurring species. Zhao Qing mimicked the man's demeanor, gesturing to indicate their strength. Then he pointed to the door, making a follow me. The man hesitated for a few seconds, glancing back at his companions. A young woman shook her head anxiously, urgently. The man reassured her with a "don't worry," and followed Zhao Qing out of the quarantine zone. Zhao Qing led the man to the center of the area and pointed at the long object covered by a tarp. Two soldiers stepped forward, grabbing the edge of the tarp and pulling it forcefully. The metallic sheen reflected a cold light under the base's illumination. It was a Tianlei 3 multipurpose missile launcher, its 135mm launch tube pointing straight up. The man could not read the text above, but he understood the weapon's form. Zhao Qing observed the man's expression. However, the man simply stared quietly for a few seconds, his brows slightly furrowed. He stepped closer, not touching it, but carefully examining the structure and side of the launcher. Then he turned to Zhao Qing, first nodding his head and making a not bad gesture. But immediately afterward, his fingers traced a larger outline in the air, his hands spread wide, and a look of "this isn't big enough" appeared on his face. Finally, the man pointed toward the direction of Luo Qing, shook his head, and repeated that trembling motion. His meaning was crystal clear: this weapon was good, but it was insufficient against what lurked in Luo Qing. "Captain, it seems there are heavy weapons in the Wasteland after all. I suspect large gathering places must have stockpiles, and there might even be more horrifying things. It could be supplies, ammunition, energy maintenance parts. After the industrial system collapsed, every shot counts." Seeing Zhao Qing lost in thought, the man began gesturing urgently again. This time his movements were more complex. He first mimicked the trajectory of a missile launch and explosion, and finally, he pointed toward Luo Qing, his hands making a wave-like motion indicating endless and inexhaustible. The amount of information was substantial. Zhao Qing understood: your firepower will run out, but the threat in Luo Qing is inexhaustible. Let's take him back for now. Zhao Qing gestured to the guards, then made a rest gesture to the man. The man seemed to grasp the meaning. He looked deeply at Zhao Qing, his gaze complex. The door closed behind them. "Did you record everything?" Zhao Qing asked. "All high-definition audio and video, including close-ups of all gestures and expressions, have been packaged and will be used as first-hand analysis materials when Advisor Lin brings the experts over." "Good. Strengthen vigilance, especially in the direction of the city. Although I don't know exactly what it refers to since he emphasized it so much." "Understood. The drone reconnaissance radius has been expanded to 20 kilometers, focusing on monitoring abnormal vegetation activities, heat, signal accumulations, and ground vibration data at the city's edge." Zhao Qing nodded, giving one last glance at the tightly shut door of the quarantine zone before turning to walk toward the command center. He had a premonition that the man knew more than they could imagine, and it was likely far worse. Inside the quarantine zone. "Yin, what did they show you?" A youthful boy, still bearing a hint of innocence, asked eagerly. His name. Yin sat on the bed, accepting a cup of water from his companion, provided by the base, clean to the point that they almost hesitated. "Weapons similar to the secondary turrets we saw at the Iron Fortress, just unsure how powerful they are." The crowd emitted a low murmur of awe. Iron Fortress is one of the closest large human gathering places, known for still retaining some heavy weapons from the old era. Yin had previously taken a few brothers there to trade, and had seen those meticulously maintained steel behemoths displayed as deterrent forces. "So how did they treat you? Did they harm you?" A middle-aged woman hesitantly asked. Her name was Sister Mai, the most skilled person in the group at handling herbs and wounds. Yin shook his head no. They were very polite. They showed me their weapons perhaps to prove they had the ability to protect themselves, but they seemed unaware of the situation in Luoqing. Where exactly did they come from? With black hair and black eyes, I've never seen anyone like them, not even the universal language do they speak. It's too strange. I don't understand either. Their equipment is quite good. Although not as superior as that of the Iron Fortress, they seem to have a lot of resources. They had seen some higher tech equipment at the Iron Fortress. These devices either got burned out by electromagnetic pulses or had aging parts that could not be repaired, leaving very few usable remnants. Even at the Iron Fortress they were cautious in their usage. Conversely, practical equipment that wasn't very high-tech was more abundant. Many could be repaired or manufactured. But they don't even possess the most basic common sense. They actually built a base so close to Luoqing and caused such a stir. Don't they know that the next tide is coming soon? This term silenced everyone. The tide referred to the periodic activities of humanity around Luoqing. Like ocean tides, every so often what lay deep within the city would become extraordinarily active, expanding its hunting range. According to Lao Yas records, the last large-scale tide occurred over 70 days ago. Based on patterns, the next one should occur within these 3 weeks. They originally planned to leave next week. Sister Mai whispered, maybe they truly don't know. Perhaps they come from a completely closed-off place of shelter. Old era underground bunkers. It's possible. Their equipment is too new. It doesn't seem like it was pieced together, and the food was absurdly plentiful. The meal you had this morning could only be eaten by those at the top in the Iron Fortress. He recalled that breakfast: soft pancakes, thick bean porridge, and even a small dish of pickles. It wasn't synthetic nutrient paste nor moldy rations. It was real fresh-cooked food. When those dishes were served, several companions nearly cried. But why are they being so nice to us? Giving us food, clean clothes, treating our wounds. There is no such thing as free kindness in the Wasteland. What do they want? Slaves? Test subjects? The concern flickered in the old crow's single eye. This question again thickened the atmosphere. Yin remained silent for a long time. He recalled the gaze of that black-haired commander, steady, resolute, devoid of a plunderer's greed or a slave owner's disdain. It was a gaze he couldn't fully comprehend, imbued with a sense of order. I don't know, but I feel they are different from the people of the Iron Fortress, and even more so from those raiders. The way they look at us isn't like looking at goods or livestock. So what should we do now? Shali asked. Yin looked at everyone, his gaze sharpening. Stay vigilant, but do not provoke them. They mean us no harm, at least not for now. This is our chance to survive. They will surely find a way to communicate with us, and once we can communicate normally, we will understand. Everyone nodded silently. After surviving in the Wasteland for so many years, they had become adept at assessing the situation. At 6 o'clock in the morning, within the command center of the Zhulong base, a new directive had just been decrypted on the screen in front of General Chu Tianhua. The directive required the advance team to systematically conduct resource exploration and environmental assessment around the base, ensuring its safety, while establishing a complete digital map and threat database. Resource points, danger zones, potential routes, distribution of local forces, the old general murmured to himself. His finger traced over the key exploration targets displayed on the screen: mineral veins, stable water sources, arable land areas of special vegetation, large biological nests, radiation, anomaly zones, and relics of the old era. He pressed the communication button. Notify the heads of the geological exploration team, environmental science team, and biological safety team to convene in half an hour. Also have Director Wang finalize the list of personnel and supplies for the second batch to be transported. Commands were issued layer by layer, and the base once again entered a high-speed operation mode. At 8:40 in the morning, several special new members arrived in the passage outside the central isolation zone of the base. Leading the way was a woman in her 50s with graying hair, but a vigorous stride, wearing frameless glasses. She was Professor Xin Jingwen, a top linguist and semiotician in the country. Next to her was an older man with a calm demeanor, Professor Qin Wangshan, an authority in archaeology and culture. The few others behind were also authoritative experts in these two fields. Professor Xin, Professor Qin, this way please. These are the language and cultural analysis experts who arrived earlier. Once we get over there, Captain Zhao Qing will arrange for you to meet the local survivors. The staff member guided them towards the preparation area. Professor Xin Jingwen nodded, her gaze involuntarily starting to assess the surrounding environment and personnel. Though she found it hard to believe she was going to another world, everything around her left her no choice but to believe. Meanwhile, in the logistics transfer area, the second batch of supplies destined for World Zero had already piled up like a mountain. Unlike the first batch, which focused on infrastructure and defense, this batch included many precision exploration instruments, analytical equipment, supplies for long-term field studies, and a set of small mobile laboratory modules. At 9 o'clock sharp, all personnel and supplies set for transfer were in place within the isolation zone. In addition to Professors Shun and Qin and their teams, there were also 50 newly added soldiers carefully selected from various units who would reinforce the base's defense and exploration capabilities. More staff members, witnessing the transfer process for the first time, stood breathlessly behind the glass wall. Lin Xian stood in the central area, and the air in front of him suddenly collapsed inward. A deep blue vortex appeared out of nowhere, rapidly stretching and stabilizing as light oscillated violently before settling into a steady glow. Oh my God! A young researcher witnessing this scene for the first time gasped, nearly dropping the recording board in his hands. A wave of suppressed astonishment and gasps erupted behind the glass wall. No matter how many reports one had seen witnessing this scene that defied the laws of physics brought an unparalleled shock. The vortex stabilized into that familiar rectangular light gate, 5 meters high and 8 meters wide. The scene inside was hazy with only the swirling deep blue visible. The portal is now open and has entered a stable phase. It is expected to reach full stability in 1 hour, allowing for safe passage. The edges of the light gate shimmered and stabilized completely, while the internal deep blue rotation became calm like a mirror. You can go now. Lin Xian nodded to the waiting team. Professor Xin Jingwen adjusted her glasses and was the first to step forward. Her steps were steady, but her slightly pursed lips betrayed a hint of inner turmoil. As she passed through the light membrane, she felt a momentary weightlessness and a humming sound followed by a solid ground beneath her feet as a cool breeze mixed with dust and the scent of unfamiliar plants rushed at her. She was now standing on the land of World Zero. Zhao Qing had long been waiting at the Assembly Area 1. Seeing Lin Xian and the two professors emerge, he quickly approached. Advisor Lin, are these the experts? Yes, Professor Xin Jingwen, a specialist in language and symbols. Professor Qin Wangshan, an expert in archaeology and culture. Lin Xian introduced quickly. Zhao Qing shook hands briefly with the professors, his tone urgent. The situation is pressing. The local survivors we captured repeatedly warned of great danger in the city, but the language barrier makes the specifics unclear. Video and observation records. Xin Jingwen asked concisely. The most complete footage and records from initial contacts have already been prepared. Su Chuang replied from the side. Take us there. The sooner the better. Zhao Qing gestured to two soldiers nearby. Escort the professors to the isolation area analysis room. All needs must be prioritized. Yes. Watching the experts being escorted away, Lin Xian turned to Zhao Qing and got straight to the point. A new mission has come down from the base: systematic exploration, marking resource points and danger zones, and establishing a complete database. Zhao Qing frowned slightly, pulling up the personnel distribution map of the base. Exploration requires professional teams and protective forces. Each geological, biological, and environmental group needs at least one squad of soldiers for escort and protection. The current defense forces of the base are already stretched thin, maintaining daily vigilance and responding to sudden threats. Large-scale exploration is insufficient in manpower. Lin Xian pointed to the newly added soldiers lining up in front of the light gate. These 50 are the reinforcements. They are all top-notch individuals selected from frontline units, most of whom have field reconnaissance and survival experience. Additionally, a unit will be deployed here shortly. Zhao Qing examined the new faces, nodding slightly as the pressure eased. Exploration range. Initially defined as 50 kilometers around the base. Priority is to search for mineral sources and special materials. Understood. I will arrange for the first exploration team to set off right away. At 11:20 in the morning, at the west exit of the base, a team of 15 had gathered. The core of the team consisted of 3 geologists and mineral engineers urgently reassigned from Zhulong base. Leading them was Zheng Hai, a spirited old geologist in his 50s with traces of wind and sun on his face. Protecting them was an enhanced combat team personally assigned by Zhao Qing, consisting of 12 members, led by the experienced Sergeant Wang Lei. Their equipment included 6 armed mechanical dogs, 6 reconnaissance drones, a full set of field survival and communication gear, and ample firepower to respond to medium and small threats. Engineer Zheng, this time we're relying entirely on your technology. Wang Lei checked the firearms and said to Zheng Hai was adjusting the portable geological radar in his hands, a childlike excitement on his face. I never imagined that after a lifetime of mining, I would end up exploring for minerals in another world. This experience will be enough to boast about for 10 lifetimes. A slightly younger engineer Li Wei chimed in with a smile. Who can say otherwise, Engineer Zheng? We've slept in many desolate places, but they say the nights in this wasteland can be quite lively. Wang Lei patted his heavy chest. Rig, don't worry, we're here. We have plenty of weapons and ammunition, and the mechanical dogs and drones are our eyes and ears. Let's go. The team departed from the protective walls of the base in a tactical formation, heading towards the uncharted and undulating hills to the west. The mechanical dogs scouted ahead, alternating its reconnaissance 100 meters in front, while drones ascended to provide aerial visibility. The first few kilometers were relatively calm, with only distorted vegetation and the occasional startled, oddly shaped small birds or insects. Zheng Hai and Li Wei periodically stopped to analyze the soil composition with their equipment. The geological structure of this hillside is quite unique, with sedimentary and igneous rocks interleaved, suggesting the presence of rare metal veins. Zheng Hai crouched beside a bare rock, striking off a small sample. Around 2 in the afternoon, the team entered a denser area comprised of low twisted shrubs and gigantic ferns. Suddenly, the mechanical dog ahead emitted a low warning buzz, and multiple small red dots began to appear on the tactical lens, indicating fast-moving targets. 11 o'clock to the left in the bushes, 6 of them moving quickly. Wang Lei whispered sharply. No sooner had he spoken than a group of mutated rats burst from the underbrush, charging at the team. They moved with alarming speed, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The guns of the guard soldiers and the mechanical dog almost simultaneously spat fire. The bullets wove a deadly net, instantly shredding the leading mutated rat into pieces. From the moment of ambush to the end, it took no more than 10 seconds. Li Wei's face turned pale as he gazed at the gruesome corpses by his feet, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself. Thanks, team, Leader Wang, and this Iron Lung. Everything in the wasteland exudes malevolence. Everyone stay alert. The food chain here is disrupted, and anything could pop out. After clearing the scene, the team continued onward. In the following journey, they faced several waves of smaller mutated creatures, but under the overwhelming firepower and early warning system, none posed a real threat. The team pressed on, more vigilant than ever. Indeed, after rounding a rocky slope, the terrain ahead changed dramatically. A broad expanse of exposed rock layers lay bare under the dim afternoon light. The rock formation displayed varying shades of gray and black, with numerous weathered honeycomb-like cavities that reflected strange colorful halos at certain angles. Zheng Hai's steps faltered as he nearly lunged at the rock face. He donned a magnifying lens and brushed his fingers across the rock surface. This is a weathered shell. Li Wei had already activated the mineral analyzer, pressing the probe close to the rock surface. Seconds later, the spectral curve on the instrument's screen jumped violently, with several peaks surging simultaneously. Engineer Zheng, look at this. Dysprosium, terbium, gadolinium, erbium. The spectral features are very clear. There are also anomalies of associated thorium and uranium. Li Wei's voice trembled with excitement. Zheng Hai snatched the instrument, his eyes glued to the screen. He switched to elemental distribution imaging mode. On the screen, the entire rock face transformed into a vibrant neon tapestry under pseudo-color, with different rare earth element enrichment zones interwoven like paint. This is a high-grade rare earth weathered shell deposit. Look at this distribution, or it's not small. Although Wang Lei didn't understand the technical terms, he grasped the significance from the experts' reactions. Engineer Zheng, this is valuable. Valuable? Little Wang, this isn't just about value. This is a strategic resource. While our country has large rare earth reserves, high-grade and easily extractable weathered shell types like this must be sampled immediately. Li Wei set up the marker beacons, packed the coordinates and preliminary spectral data, and prioritized sending it back to the base. Upon hearing rare earth, Wang Lei understood what they had found. The geological experts acted swiftly. Li Wei retrieved 6 silver beacons, each the size of a ping-pong ball, from his backpack, activating them and attaching them to key locations on the rock face. Zheng Hai used a professional sampling drill to acquire 7 core samples from different locations, carefully sealing and labeling each one. The lithology is primarily weathered granite with rare earth elements concentrated during the weathering process. The accompanying radioactive elements need to be monitored, but shielding can be implemented during extraction. Wang Lei instructed the soldiers to establish a circular guard while he directed the drone to conduct a high-precision 3-dimensional scan of the entire area. Data streams were transmitted back to the base in real time. 20 minutes later, all sampling and preliminary surveying were completed. It's time to withdraw. The return trip will take 3 hours. We must get back before dark. Zheng Hai reluctantly glanced at the treasure mountain, finally nodding. Let's go. With the data samples in hand, we'll return, next time with professional equipment for detailed surveying. On the return journey, the team maintained a faster pace. The 2 experts cradled the boxes containing the core samples as if they were newborns, handling them with utmost care. At 4:50, the outline of the base appeared on the horizon. The sentinels on the surrounding walls had already identified the team through drones. At 5:30, the team safely returned to the west gate of the base. Zhao Qing, who had been notified in advance, was waiting at the entrance. What did you discover? Zhao Qing asked directly. Captain Zhao, 8.7 kilometers from the base to the northwest. We found a high-grade, easily extractable, estimated large rare earth weathered shell deposit. The scene fell silent as Zhao Qing slowly nodded, glancing at the box of samples. This gift is quite heavy. Engineer Zheng, well done. Please write a detailed report immediately, clearly marking the coordinates, range, and potential risks. Next time Consultant Ling returns, this report needs to be placed directly on General Chu's desk. Understood. Zheng Hai and Li Wei were escorted to the laboratory for more detailed analysis. Wang Lei led the team to report the encountered situations during the return trip. Zhao Qing stood alone in the dimming light, gazing towards the northwest. There, beneath an unremarkable hillside, lay treasures that could alter the resource landscape of 2 worlds. The alloy door of the command center slid open and Lin Xian entered, bringing with him a breath of cool outdoor air. The central electronic sand table was lit up with several flashing markers newly added, one of which stood out in red on the wall. Zhao Qing stood before the sand table, facing away from the door. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not turn around, but simply reached out to enlarge the red triangular area. On the 3-dimensional terrain map, a rugged canyon landscape was displayed with preliminary analysis data rolling beside it. I heard that the Western exploration team made a discovery. Did they find rare earths? Lin Xian walked to the opposite side of the sand table, his gaze falling on the highlighted area. The data stream displayed preliminary spectral analysis results with clear characteristic peaks of several typical rare earth elements. Yes, the preliminary data sent back by Engineer Zheng indicates a considerable reserve, and the grade appears to be high. Zhao Qing's voice revealed little joy. He traced a line on the map with his finger pointing to the red triangular symbol. The place where the ore vein is exposed is less than 15 kilometers in a straight line from the city. However, extracting it won't be easy. It's like digging under the eyelids of the giant beast that was warned about over there. Lin Xian nodded, not surprised by the news, but pondered. There will likely be radiation issues and the raw or extracted will need to be separated. However, this is also good news, at least we have confirmed that there are indeed minerals here. Moreover, due to this kind of pollution, it has likely not been heavily plundered since the collapse of past civilizations, remaining relatively intact. Zhao Qing unexpectedly glanced at Lin Xian, his gaze lingering on his face for a moment. You have grown a lot compared to our first meeting. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a complex smile. Really? Perhaps it's because I've seen and experienced more, my horizons have broadened. He still remembered how he raised his hands high at the entrance of the military base, his voice faint. At that time, all he felt was fear of the countdown and a desperate thirst for survival. And now he stood outside the command center of a base in another world, discussing the risks of rare earth mining. Maybe. Have the experts made any progress? Yes, Professor Shin said there would be breakthrough developments in the next couple of days. A couple of days. I hope it's in time. We need to know what exactly it is. It will be. They'll go check on the progress. Lin Xian turned and left the command center, walking along the newly laid temporary path toward the living area of the base. The bright incandescent lights illuminated the nascent camp, with 3-meter-high composite walls completed on the east and north sides, and the foundations on the west and south sides already poured. At the corners of the walls stood watchtowers equipped with cameras, their solar panels glistening under the dim light. Within the living area, 12 prefabricated houses were neatly arranged, each roof extending uniform ventilation ducts. Further away, the research area had been upgraded to semi-permanent lightweight steel structures radiating stable light from within. A small wind turbine slowly turned on a hill to the south of the camp, providing basic electricity for the base. There were even plans for a planting area in the future. Lin Xian stopped to gaze at it all. Previously, this had only been the entrance to a half-collapsed air raid shelter. Now it had become a forward base capable of accommodating nearly 100 people, equipped with basic defensive and productive capabilities. This is the power of infrastructure enthusiasts. If it were solely up to him, it would take an eternity to achieve such a scale. No, not an eternity, it would be utterly. He could have died at the jaws of a mutated creature during his second or third traversal, or slowly rotted away from radiation sickness, becoming another unknown skeleton on the wasteland. Advisor Lin. A patrolling soldier saluted him, interrupting his thoughts. Lin Xian returned the salute and continued toward his room. Meanwhile, in the isolation area, Yin Pan sat cross-legged on his bed, surrounded by his 15 companions. The day's discussions had just concluded, and the scholars had left, leaving this group to digest the information overload under the soft light. Brother Yin, you all saw it today, right? They appeared from the door. It's amazing. Suddenly a whole bunch of people came, bringing so many supplies. No wonder they have so much material. Xiaoli whispered, his eyes shining. This afternoon, everyone in the isolation area had been asked to stay indoors and watch the process of the second personnel arrival through the windows. They witnessed the opening of that azure portal, saw 50 fully armed soldiers and more scholars emerge from it, and watched piles of supplies being transported over. At that moment, many questions found their answers. Yin nodded, the scar on his face appearing even more pronounced in the light. They are people from another world. This explanation made everything make sense. Why do they have such abundant supplies? Why do their equipment look so new that it doesn't resemble Wasteland products? Why do they know nothing of the basic knowledge of this world? Why do their appearances and languages seem so foreign? Because from a world that may not yet have been destroyed. The one-eyed crow scanned the crowd, his hoarse voice filled with deep concern. What should we do? What are they planning? Keeping us here, providing us with food and clothing, teaching us their language. What do they want? Yin finally spoke, his voice deep and resolute. We cooperate with them. They have order, are not lacking in supplies, and do not need us for mere meals. What they lack is a guide. A guide? Sister Mai asked, puzzled. Yes, a guide to this world. They do not know the tides, do not know the true horrors of Luo City, do not know which places are safe and which are dead zones. They need someone to tell them these things, and we know. He surveyed his companions. This is our chance to survive, and it may also be a chance to change our fate. Just think about it, if they really come from a complete world, a world abundant in food, the greater the value we show, the more benefits we may receive in the future. Brother Yin, are you saying they might take us to their world? I don't know, but at least here we have food to eat, clean water to drink, and no longer have to worry about being dragged away by monsters or starving to death daily. That's enough. The group exchanged glances, slowly nodding. A life without worry for 3 meals a day was hundreds of times better than scavenging in the wasteland, living from hand to mouth. Even if this is merely a transaction, even if the future may require them to repay with their lives, they are still willing. Yan's gaze fell upon a young girl in the corner, about 18 or 19 years old, with golden hair tied into a simple ponytail, her face bearing the gauntness of wasteland life, yet her eyes were exceptionally clear and bright. You. Yan called her name. She was his daughter, the smartest child in the group. You are the smartest, you learn things the fast. From now on, do your utmost to learn their language. Not only speak it, but also learn to read and write. The girl named You looked up seriously at her father. I will do my best, father. It was late at night, and the lights in the isolation area dimmed, entering rest mode. Yin lay on the soft bed, which was still a luxurious experience for him, yet he found it hard to fall asleep. He stared at the ceiling, replaying the scenes of these days in his mind. That azure portal. That black-haired youth who summoned objects out of thin air. Another world. If there truly exists a world without these monsters. Yin closed his eyes, burying this thought deep. It was too early to think about these things now. First he must survive, prove his worth, and become an indispensable guide for this group of outsiders. Then perhaps he could discuss the future. On the bed next door, Yi was also awake. By the faint light, she traced the characters that Professor Xian had taught her today on the bedsheet, with her finger writing person, food, and safety. Her movements were light and serious. She knew this was the moment to change the fate of them all, and she had been entrusted with the most crucial task by her father. The girl pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes sparkling with a rare light. Among Wasteland dwellers, a light. At 10 o'clock sharp, Lin Xian was the first to step through the light gate. Behind him followed 8 fully armed soldiers and 3 sealed sample boxes. Waiting outside the quarantine area were General Chu Tianhua, Director Wang Zhengwo, and a dozen heads of various fields, their gazes instantly focused on the boxes. Lin Xian handed over the data storage disk, and a paper report stating the Western Exploration Team made a significant discovery confirming the existence of a high-grade rare earth-weathered shell or deposit initially assessed as a large-scale mine. This is Professor Zheng Hai's detailed report and rock core samples. A suppressed gasp echoed through the room. Chu Tianhua took the report, but did not immediately read it. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian and asked, have the samples been tested? Preliminary spectral and compositional analyses were conducted over there, and the data is all on the storage disk. Chu Tianhua opened the report and read geographic risk assessment extremely high. Zhao Qing specifically noted in the report that it is less than 15 kilometers from that city. What is your view? The value of the ore deposit is unquestionable. However, the core issue for mining remains safety. Only with guaranteed safety can there be subsequent plans for a beneficiation plant. Lin Xian replied. Very pragmatic. Director Wang immediately organized experts from relevant fields to form a mine area safety assessment and development feasibility study group. I want to see a preliminary plan within a week. Understood. Additionally, the issues of the beneficiation plant and automated mining need to commence preliminary studies immediately. Site selection principles: first, it must be in zero world. Second, it must be far from known high-risk areas. Third, it must be convenient for defense and concealment. Technical plans can be prepared first, and construction can begin once safety conditions mature. Just as General Chu Tianhua issued the order 1,000 miles away at a main infantry regiment station under a certain army group. On the surface, a pre-exercise assembly codenamed Forging Sword Winter was underway. In the camp, vehicles were neatly arranged and command calls echoed. Everything appeared normal. However, the atmosphere was entirely different at the deepest, highest security training ground. A fully equipped reinforcement infantry regiment, nearly 2,000 soldiers, stood in solemn formation by company. They had been secretly gathered here yesterday as an exercise reserve force, severing all unnecessary contacts with the outside world. The initial adaptive training had concluded, and the atmosphere tonight made everyone aware that the substantive part of the exercise was about to begin. The regiment's political commissar stood on a makeshift platform, scanning the sea of dark heads below. He did not use a loudspeaker, but his voice was loud and cut through the silence. Comrades, I won't say any superfluous words. You are all the chosen backbones from each company, trusted for your political and military qualities by the division and regiment party committees. Next, you will undertake an extremely special and important mission. The nature of the mission is classified. The mission location cannot be disclosed. The duration of the mission is indefinite. The risks are objectively present. Now disperse and return to your respective barracks. You have 2 hours to write letters home. The letters will be sealed uniformly and kept by the organization. If necessary in the future, the organization will ensure they are delivered appropriately. Remember the confidentiality regulations. Do not write a single word that should not be written. The troops silently dispersed without whispering, only the sound of orderly footsteps. In the barracks, the lights were bright. The soldiers quietly received the standardized letter paper and envelopes, crouching by their beds or on stools, beginning to write. The completed letters were carefully sealed and placed into the designated confidentiality box at the company entrance. Following that was the issuance of supplies. Each person received a metal tag, which felt somewhat heavy in hand. The front was laser-etched with name, gender, blood type, and assurance number. The back featured an encrypted QR code. This is what soldiers referred to as the green treasure, the military assurance identification tag. The issuing officers shouted, wear it close to you, never leave it behind. Its purpose is singular: wherever you are, whatever you become, the nation must be able to find you, recognize you, and bring you home. This sentence struck like a nail, embedding itself in everyone's heart. Once the supplies were distributed, there was still some time before lights out. The oppressive silence in the barracks was broken by low murmurs. Squad leader, what's the deal? Where are we really going? Who are we going to fight? The White-Head Eagle. Don't guess blindly. There are so many brothers in the Navy. If we really were to engage, it wouldn't fall to us land troops. What about the White Elephant? Haven't they been jumping around near the border lately? Another private chimed in. A sergeant nearby who had rotated from border defense scoffed. Just them. The Border Brothers are itching for action. How could such a good opportunity come to us? I figure that by the time we arrive, they will have already charged forth and crossed the plains. Well, just be left to capture prisoners. I don't think it's like the monkeys from the south. Who cares who it is? Wherever the leaders point, we go. Having received the green treasure means the country is thinking of us. Let's just go for it. Right, let's just go for it. The murmurs gradually subsided, flowing silently in the barracks. They did not know who the enemy was or where the battlefield lay, but they knew they had been chosen to undertake an extraordinary mission. That was enough. Night fell, and the barracks lights were turned off. In the darkness, many hands unconsciously tightened around the fresh green treasure beside their pillows, the coolness of the metal gradually warmed by body heat. Meanwhile, at the Zhulong base, General Chu Tianhua had just concluded a secure video conference with the highest echelon at the rear. He walked to the window, gazing at the pitch-black mountain rock face outside. He muttered to himself as if asking the night sky, with 2,000 of the most reliable bayonets. They should be able to carve out a sufficiently large and safe backyard for us in that wasteland, right? The mine must be extracted, the base must be expanded, and threats must be addressed. Relying solely on Zhao Qing's special operations team and the limited research personnel has already proven insufficient. It is time to deploy a more powerful and foundational anchor of stability. At dawn in the open space in front of Warehouse No. 1, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. More than 2,000 soldiers were fully armed, standing in formation by company. The morning light, faint yet bright, shone on the steel helmets and firearms, casting a cold metallic sheen. However, what was more striking was the array of vehicles at the front and flanks. 35 main battle tanks, 70 infantry, fighting vehicles, armored transport vehicles, 24 large-caliber artillery pieces, 12 rocket launchers, 9 anti-air vehicles, and military heavy trucks loaded with ammunition boxes and various supplies. When the portal appeared, the roles of attacker and defender were reversed. They were no longer exploring as individuals, but could deploy more and stronger forces. Almost all soldiers on site, even the most composed veterans, concealed an astonishing shock and confusion in their eyes. This was clearly an assault configuration of a heavily armed combined battalion, along with logistical support sufficient to sustain a high-intensity battle. Where was the battlefield? What kind of power was needed to mobilize such strength? All stand at attention. The regiment's political commissar stood next to a command vehicle, his voice resonating throughout the area via a loudspeaker. All eyes instantly focused. There was no lengthy mobilization. The commissar's gaze swept like a hawk over each youthful or resolute face, cutting straight to the core comrades. Now, on behalf of the higher-ups, I officially convey to you the true nature of this mission. You may have speculated about the enemy, speculated about the battlefield. I now tell you there is no enemy, at least not any military force from any country you might imagine. Our battlefield is not located anywhere on this planet. This declaration struck like thunder, exploding in the silent formation. With strict discipline, no one spoke loudly. But in that instant, countless pupils suddenly constricted and jaws tightened, betraying the inner tumultuous waves. The commissar's voice suddenly rose. You are about to venture into another world. A wasteland known as Zero World that has experienced destruction. Your mission is not to conquer, but to take root. To establish order. To protect our scientists and exploration personnel. To seize the space and resources for survival and development from that land of death, for our country and our people. There is radiation, mutated monsters, and incomprehensible threats. But there are also things we must obtain. This is an expedition that crosses the barriers of worlds. You are the first batch of soldiers to step into another realm. History will remember this day, and each of you. Now there is one last question. The political commissar paused, his voice slowing, yet growing heavier. Are you afraid? A brief silence. Then over 2,000 throats erupted in a tearing roar that split the sky. Not afraid. The sound surged, dispelling all doubts and confusion, leaving only the ignited fighting spirit and heavy mission. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, the sound of helicopter rotors came from the sky. A camouflage-painted utility helicopter landed on the makeshift helipad. The cabin door opened and Lin Xian stepped down, dressed in plain clothes, appearing somewhat out of place among the uniform military green and camouflage. Beside him was the elite team responsible for his protection. Lin Xian nodded to the approaching regiment commander and political commissar, skipping pleasantries. It's time, let's begin. Please prepare the troops and vehicles for crossing in the sequence we agreed upon. Once the door opens, maintain distance, pass through at a steady pace, do not stop. Understood. Lin Xian walked to the designated area in the center of the open space, which had already been cleared. At 9:05, a massive 10-meter-tall, nearly 15-meter-wide shimmering blue portal stood prominently in the center of the military camp. Even with psychological preparation, witnessing this defiance of logic akin to a miracle still rendered all the soldiers on high alert, momentarily speechless, many instinctively tightening their grips on their steel rifles, as if only this could grasp a sense of reality. Seizing the opportunity, the regiment's political commissar picked up the microphone, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. Attention, everyone. Target Zero World. We will depart in 1 hour, cross in the predetermined sequence. Remember your mission. At 10:05, the portal fully formed. Lin Xian stepped forward, crossing into the shimmering blue curtain, his figure vanishing instantly. In the next moment, he returned safe. The passage is stable. You may enter. First echelon. Infantry fighting vehicles, lead vehicle, go. The leading squad leader made a decisive gesture. The driver of the lead infantry fighting vehicle took a deep breath and pushed the control stick. The vehicle roared to life, heading straight for the portal without hesitation. The moment the steel chassis touched the curtain of light, it rippled like a stone thrown into water, and then it completely submerged, disappearing from sight. One after another. Infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, main battle tanks. A torrent of steel began to orderly surge into the door, leading to another world. Each vehicle's entry caused the portal to ripple slightly, remaining stable beyond imagination. Soldiers followed in units, marching with determined steps towards the portal, disappearing into the blue glow. The entire crossing process lasted nearly 50 minutes. When the last truck and the escort team also entered, only an empty gathering area remained, along with the lingering smell of diesel in the air, proving that a powerful force had just ventured into an unimaginable battlefield. In Zero World, on the west side of the G7 base, was a specially cleared reception area, one comparable in size to several football fields. Zhao Qing and his soldiers, along with all the base personnel, had long been waiting here. But when the portal opened and the barrel of the first infantry fighting vehicle first emerged from the blue whirlpool, crushing into the solid ground of the wasteland, even with prior expectations, everyone felt a jolt of electricity run down their spines. Next came the unending torrent of iron. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, artillery. And seemingly endless. The originally empty reception area was quickly filled with steel dust and thunderous roars. Finally, a fully armed resolute infantry formation ran in, quickly spreading out between the vehicles to establish a defensive line. The entire base and the surrounding hill scientists trembled slightly in the face of this sudden arrival of power. Lin Xian stood beside Zhao Qing, watching the massive military formation rapidly taking shape before him, and whispered, "Team Zhao, the pillar of stability has arrived." Zhao Qing slowly exhaled, the tightly wound line of his shoulders relaxing imperceptibly. He watched the soldiers skillfully unloading vehicles, constructing temporary defensive works and command posts, and saw the engineers starting to survey the terrain to prepare for the establishment of a temporary base. He knew that from this moment on, the nature of the G7 base had completely changed. It was no longer a forward reconnaissance station or scientific outpost. Here it would truly become the cornerstone and sword of the nation in the Zero World. The sky over the wasteland remained dark, but on this enclosed land a new steel-like order and power had already... Lin Xian glanced at the time and said to Zhao Qing beside him, "This is in your hands now. I will drop off a batch of equipment and return. The official engineering team will arrive tomorrow, and then we will begin major renovations." He looked towards the silent plan-trapped giant shadow in the distance, his tone carrying unprecedented confidence. "As for what is in the city, we will deal with it once we establish our foothold." "Understood. The priority is the base construction and defense system." "Thank you, Advisor Lin. It's part of my duties." Lin Xian waved his hand, showing no further reluctance. He went to the base to bring a batch of equipment for the scientists, then re-entered the still shimmering blue portal. As the ripples spread, his figure vanished into the winds of the wasteland. The portal slowly closed and dissipated after Lin Xian exited. The ground was still marked with the imprints of large equipment passing and a faint smell of machine oil, but it was now empty. The political commissar waiting here approached. "Advisor Lin, thank you for your hard work. The plane is ready and can take off at any time for the giant structure project assembly area." "Thank you, see you next time," Lin Xian replied succinctly. He had no plans to rest, every minute was precious. The helicopter quickly ascended, flying towards a certain highly confidential mountainous base in the northwest. Outside the window, the earth and mountains rapidly receded. An hour later, the helicopter landed at a larger, even grander assembly base. Here there were not too many soldiers, instead there were countless engineering vehicles, mountains of modular prefabricated components, and numerous people in various work uniforms resembling technicians. A unique atmosphere belonging to infrastructure enthusiasts. "Advisor Lin, welcome." The chief engineer of the project was a spirited old man, holding a thick stack of documents. "Here is the list and sequence of the first batch of big guys to be transported, along with the grouping of 3,000 engineering technicians and workers." Lin Xian took the list and quickly scanned it. It listed large shield tunneling machine components, heavy tower cranes, concrete mixing plant modules, prefabricated bridge components. Each item represented a complete transformation of the wasteland environment. "No problem, proceed in sequence." Meanwhile, deep within the Zhulong base, a strategic discussion concerning the next phase of operations was underway. On General Chu Tiangua's holographic display, vast swaths of uncharted darkness sprawled across the map of World Zero. "General, the Pioneer base has secured its initial foothold. Large-scale construction is imminent. Our gaze must not remain fixed solely on the ground beneath our feet. We must now extend our vision beyond the planet's surface into its outer space." A senior colonel spoke up. "Satellites." General Chu Tiangua's eyes sharpened with piercing intensity. An academician specializing in astrophysics and aerospace engineering took up the thread, calling up intricate simulation data. "I believe the timing is premature. According to confirmed data, the fundamental physical constants of both worlds are identical. From a purely theoretical and orbital mechanical standpoint, launching artificial satellites into low orbit around World Zero is theoretically feasible." His tone shifted abruptly, growing profoundly grave, yet practical implementation difficulty reaches hellish levels. The display switched to a simulated cross-section of World Zero's atmosphere. "The foremost challenge lies in its atmosphere, not merely laden with radioactive dust. Our analysis reveals that high-density clouds of solid particulate matter persist for extended periods within both the stratosphere and mesosphere, with complex composition and variable hardness. As rockets accelerate through this atmosphere, they must contend not only with aerodynamic drag, but also with their hulls and fairings enduring a relentless barrage, akin to hurtling at extreme velocity through an eternal hailstorm of coarse sand and jagged gravel. The erosion resistance of existing materials faces its absolute limits. Secondly, navigation and guidance systems face catastrophic failure risk. Modern rockets rely heavily on inertial navigation augmented by GPS, signal correction, and precision attitude control thrusters. World Zero lacks our satellite navigation infrastructure, a shortfall potentially mitigated by upgraded inertial systems and star chart matching. But the most lethal factor is the electromagnetic environment. He enlarged the simulation of the atmospheric ionosphere where chaotic fluctuations and flickering anomalous bright spots pulsed across the screen. Its ionosphere is profoundly unstable, riddled with intense, unexplained disturbances and broadband electromagnetic interference of unknown origin. Moreover, its perpetually turbid sky renders optical and infrared sensors nearly useless during critical flight phases. Even if we surmount all obstacles and successfully deploy satellites, into orbit, their operational utility would be severely diminished. Optical reconnaissance and infrared detection would be drastically weakened, or even blinded, by dense atmospheric dust and ionospheric turbulence. Radar and communication satellites would suffer severe signal absorption, reflection, and distortion from that anomalous ionosphere. Achieving even 30% of Earth-based performance would constitute extraordinary luck. Silence settled over the conference room. Launching satellites might exact staggering costs, and even success could yield little more than blind half-deaf instruments. Chu Tiangua's fingers tapped slowly rhythmically upon the tabletop as his gaze swept across the solemn faces of every expert present. After a long pause, he rendered his decision. The plan is provisionally suspended. The current risk-reward ratio is profoundly unbalanced. All resources shall be concentrated first on ensuring absolute security and accelerating ground-based construction. The aerospace division remains intact. Continue intensive research to identify potential breakthroughs or viable alternatives. We will only revive the Heavenly Eye initiative once we have established a firmer foundation and accumulated more comprehensive data on site. Affirmative. The experts responded in unison. The decision was pragmatic and measured. No dissent arose. Yin stood before the sturdy, warm, prefabricated cabin assigned to him, located mid-base. Holding a cup of clean steaming water, his gaze nearly vacant as he surveyed the camp. Yesterday had been unimaginable chaos and thunderous clamor. Modern armored vehicles and tanks continuously emerged from the azure light gate, where only empty land had lain before. Now bathed in morning light, he beheld a sight, seared forever into memory, a sprawling forest of steel grown overnight, expanding and circling, transforming. Massive tents bloomed like mushrooms across the terrain. Farther out, heavy machinery roared to life, leveling earth and laying foundations deeper and stronger than any known in the wastelands. Squads of soldiers marched in flawless unison, relieving guard posts, patrolling perimeters, their discipline and martial spirit eclipsing anything Yin had ever witnessed among wasteland factions. Cargo trucks flowed ceaselessly, unloading mountains of supplies. He even saw personnel clad in differently colored uniforms erecting strange colossal apparatuses within marked-off zones. Order. Efficiency. This was no longer merely an outpost. It was swelling visibly and inexorably into a self-sustaining, lethally armed micronation. A youth slipped quietly beside him, equally awestruck, clutching a small notebook given by Professor Shun, its pages filled with simple characters and illustrations. Father, can they truly forge a new world here? Yin did not answer immediately. He sipped the warm water, feeling its gentle heat flow into his long desiccated body. I do not know AU, but I do know this: the ground beneath our feet has already changed. The wasteland's laws may soon be rewritten here. He tightened his grip on the earthen cup, his calloused fingers absorbing its solid, reassuring warmth. The tide of transformation had arrived with the iron flood, and no one stood outside its reach. They, once scavengers of ruin, now stood at the very vanguard of that surging wave. Would they seize it, or be swallowed whole? In Yan's heart the answer had already taken shape. He turned to his daughter, his gaze resolute. Study diligently, AU. We must master their language, completely, swiftly. The future may well reside within these sounds and symbols. Beneath the ashen, lifeless sky of the wasteland, the pioneer base pulsed like a fierce, beating heart, pumping fresh blood and raw power into this land of death. Promptly at 10 o'clock, an ethereal cerulean light gate opened upon the central plaza of the base. This time, even its low, resonant hum carried a mechanical, industrial cadence. Yin and his companions stood silently in the shadow of their prefab cabin doorway, too stunned even for wonder, watching wordlessly. No soldiers emerged this time, nor scientific instruments. First came a massive tracked engineering vehicle. Behind it lumbered two towering wheeled cranes. Then followed concrete mixers, road rollers, and multifunctional engineering rigs equipped with drills and rock-crushing attachments. They streamed forth in disciplined succession, their engines roaring in unison as they halted precisely within designated zones. Yan's ceramic cup remained suspended untouched for a long while. Beside him companions, Xiaoli's sister Mai, stood transfixed, gazing blankly at the rapidly filling expanse. What exactly are they doing? Why do they seem so obsessed with building? The question landed like a pebble in stagnant water rippling faintly across the numbed faces of the onlookers. Indeed, why? Movement, raiding, fortification, or forced migration defined the Wasteland's immutable laws. Construction was slow, extravagant, reserved only for legends of the Golden Age before the collapse. Yet this group since their arrival had brought above all else, not just essential arms and sensors, but endless construction materials, wall panels, structural beams, power generation units, and now machines capable of reshaping the very landscape. They seemed possessed of an innate, bone-deep passion for creation itself. Perhaps, Yin parted his lips, yet found no words adequate to explain such behavior, so alien to his entire existence. It is simply their nature. Rock can ultimately be reduced to habit. Just like scavengers who are accustomed to being wary of every shadow, collecting any potential scrap that might be useful and always ready to flee. The habit of these outsiders is to continuously build, transforming a place from nothing into their own image. Sister Mai crossed her arms and watched as a crane slowly unfolded its complex steel arms, softly saying, "I think it's quite good." Everyone turned to look at her. At least they are building something here rather than tearing it down or merely pillaging and burning everything before leaving. They build walls, erect houses, lay roads. They seem to want to settle here and make it a better place. The one-eyed old crow squinted and hoarsely interjected, "If they want to settle down, they need walls that can withstand the surge." The more they build, the more it indicates they have no intention of leaving easily, and it also suggests they might really have to confront those things. This statement made the atmosphere slightly heavy. Building signifies taking root, and taking root means the impending conflict cannot be avoided. After about 30 minutes, the open ground had already transformed into a small-scale exhibition of construction machinery. Technicians in work clothes and hard hats began to weave among them, inspecting and debugging equipment, with various professional shouts and the sounds of metal clashing echoing around. It was noisy yet filled with a vibrant, life-affirming energy of transforming the world. The roar of the concrete mixer drowned out the winds of the wasteland. On the west side of the Pioneer Base, an 8-meter-wide, preliminarily compacted dirt road had extended nearly a kilometer. The roller slowly passed over, raising dry dust. Further away, the foundation trench for the defensive wall was being excavated, reaching a depth of 3 meters with edges as straight as if cut by a knife. At this moment, Yin and the others were all holding shovels which he had requested to participate in the labor 2 days ago. They were assigned to dig trenches alongside the soldiers. In the past 2 days, Yin and his companions felt as if they were dreaming, with various buildings popping up overnight, dry concrete being laid as if it were free. As for the food, before the engineering troops arrived, the provisions offered by the base were already unimaginable delicacies. However, everything changed starting yesterday. They realized that for the people of the Great Xia, it was just that the supplies hadn't arrived yet, and they had to endure a hard life eating simply. Now every meal was different, filled with colorful dishes they had never seen before, with rich aromas that pierced their nostrils, both in terms of cutting skills and presentation, luxurious to an extreme in their view. There were even carbonated drinks and fresh fruits. After a meal, Yin looked at the empty aluminum can of cola in his hand. The cold, smooth metal texture felt extraordinarily real. He licked his lips, the peculiar, sweet, greasy sensation lingering on his tongue. This was not a dream. Such generosity exceeded the understanding of survival logic in the wasteland. Pure charity. No force would squander precious resources in such a manner. Anxiety, unease. That evening, during a private discussion, Yin spoke with firm resolve. We cannot just accept food and drink for free. There is no goodwill without cost in the wasteland. While we still have value, we must take the initiative to do something to prove we are not burdensome. This proposal received even the most suspicious old crow could not deny the reality and warmth of the food before them. Thus this morning they approached the Professor Shun, who had patiently taught them to speak, and clumsily expressed their intentions in broken Chinese, mixed with numerous gestures. Professor Shin understood their intentions. After a quick communication with the base management, Yin and his group were taken to the war zone, each receiving a sturdy standard iron shovel, while the task of communication was given to female members like Xiao Yu and Sister Mai. At the command center of the Candle Dragon base in the conference room, everyone looked gravely at the text reports and video analysis summaries being transmitted on the screen. This was a preliminary report pieced together by the language and cultural analysis team after days of hard work, combining limited decryptions and fragmented information provided by Yan's group regarding the background of the Zero World disaster. The core conclusion of the report sent chills down their spines. About 200 years ago, the tranquility of the Zero World was shattered by something that fell from the sky. The impact and the subsequent global ecological disaster were just the beginning. The true nightmare was those things which they named the Devourers. The surviving ancestors were horrified to discover that these entities possessed biological characteristics, yet were far from any known life forms. They were extremely greedy, capable of devouring and assimilating genetic fragments from other organisms, iterating and evolving in a remarkably short time to give birth to terrifying subtypes with varying forms and abilities. They were like the greediest locusts leaving devastation in their wake. In the initial chaos, they missed the golden opportunity, and by the time they understood the characteristics of the Devourers, it was already too late. Nuclear weapons, the last dignity and madness of humanity, were unleashed in desperation. In the end, the report concluded that the research team had speculated some theories regarding the surging tides. The global nuclear bombardment significantly reduced the numbers of these Devourers and completely destroyed the global ecological chain, leaving them with the majority of their food sources gone. In other words, they blew up their own dining table, forcing those robbers to have nothing to steal and go into hibernation. Lin Xian's voice was somewhat dry. That's one way to understand it, Advisor Lin. These Devourers seem to possess a highly intelligent survival logic. When food becomes scarce to a certain extent, they will enter a low-energy hibernation or dormant state en masse to reduce their own consumption. This is the fundamental reason for the periodic appearance of the surging tides. When the hunger or population pressure in a certain area reaches a threshold, they will emerge again for a new round of large-scale hunting. The conference room fell into a dead silence. The enemy was not a natural disaster nor a virus, but a form of extraterrestrial biological weapon, with collective intelligence, understanding sustainable hunting, and capable of evolving through devouring. How do they know this so clearly? An officer asked. Don't forget, they are survivors of a civilization collapse, not primitive beings starting from scratch. Before the great disaster, their shelters would have retained some records. The humans of the Zero World were only forced to come out in the past 20 to 30 years due to the depletion of resources in their original shelters or other incidents. Xu Tianhua tapped his fingers on the table, bringing the focus back to the most urgent reality. What about their original shelter location? We only know it's in the northeast direction, very far away, specific coordinates unknown. Given the current transportation and danger levels in the Wasteland, it is almost impossible to reach in a short time. Zhao Qing also reflected, so the Luo city mentioned in the report is a large nest for those things. And based on Yan's warnings and climatic cycles, the next surge will happen in about 10 days. Yes. Lin Xian took a deep breath, trying to comprehend this entirely new nightmare. So the active mutants in the Wasteland might all be byproducts created or influenced by these Devourers at different times after devouring different genes. And once the surging tide begins, we will be facing their true, hungry main army. Currently, we cannot confirm the relationship between the mutants and the Devourers, but it is very likely that under normal circumstances, even radiation over 200 years should not result in such mutations. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian rubbed his temples, recalling that during the second return, he had mentioned at the dinner table with Lin Xian that it might be extraterrestrial, not expecting it to become a reality. With a furrowed brow and silent demeanor, Lin Xian suddenly muttered under his breath, "Damn it. I crammed so much on Resident Evil thinking it was about battling hordes of zombies, only to find out that we're actually facing something like Alien and Starship Troopers." This remark was abrupt, yet precisely pierced through the overly academic and heavy atmosphere in the conference room. Everyone instinctively turned to look at him. Their expressions varied, yet they had to admit that Lin Xian's crude analogy instantly made the abstract threat more tangible. General Xu Tianhua showed no visible emotion, pondered for a moment, and slowly spoke. Let's think positively. First, the enemies we face are physically present, visible, and can be struck. They are not the elusive viruses or mean contaminations. Second, nuclear weapons are effective against them. Third, they have vulnerabilities such as dormancy and food scarcity, which makes them much easier to deal with than a completely unknowable and unpredictable enemy. The intelligence is invaluable. The defense level of the Pioneer base must be raised to the highest. We will reassess and reinforce all defensive lines according to the standards for resisting large-scale, high-intensity biological assaults. The engineering progress cannot halt, but the defensive forces must be strengthened. Advisor Lin, prepare. The next batch of material supply will prioritize heavy defensive weapons, ammunition, and equipment for rapid construction of fortifications. Understood, Lin Xian responded. Additionally, establish a special research group and tactical response team. We must analyze their possible attack patterns and weaknesses and formulate effective extermination tactics before they are not natural disasters. They are enemies. If they are enemies, they can be killed and defeated. This logic of being able to kill the enemy undoubtedly dispelled the greatest fear brought by the unknown. The head of the biological safety team adjusted his glasses and said specialized research requires living or fresh corpse samples. It would be best to obtain 1 to 2 complete or relatively intact devourer embryos before the large-scale outbreak of the tide. This will provide us with irreplaceable first-hand data to clarify their physiological structure, potential weaknesses, and even their means of information transmission. After intense debate and risk assessment, a proactive reconnaissance and hunting operation codenamed Venus Flytrap, the selection was quickly made with Major Qin Feng from the Dragon Flame Special Forces appointed as the team leader. He had participated in multiple high-risk overseas missions and was known for his calmness, decisiveness, and strong adaptability. The team consisted of 29 members, all chosen elite personnel from various special operations units. Their equipment represented the cutting edge of individual soldier technology, exoskeleton-enhanced protective suits, new individual comprehensive combat systems, high-powered precision rifles with armor-piercing explosive rounds, individual rocket launchers for assaults, and flamethrowers. 3-wheeled infantry fighting vehicles reinforced and equipped with automated weapon stations on top would serve as mobile platforms and fire support points. Additionally, the operation was equipped with over 50 various drones and robotic dogs, which would form a three-dimensional reconnaissance and alert network from the air to the ground. Before departure, Qin Feng stood at the front of the line for the final mission, briefing his voice, clearly transmitted through the internal channels, to each team member's ears. Remember our mission: find, kill, and take. Strike accurately and retreat immediately. Any contact beyond this scope must be avoided unless it affects sample acquisition or jeopardizes evacuation. The city is their home turf. Maintain absolute vigilance and discipline. Bringing the materials back alive is victory. Understood. At 10 a.m., the convoy exited the western gate of the Pioneer base, kicking up a cloud of dust as they headed toward the distant silent concrete forest engulfed by green. Lin Xian stood on the watchtower watching this silent arrow made of steel and flesh pierce toward the distant city silhouette. Keep the channels clear and advance according to the plan. The convoy sped along the dirt road opened by the previous scouting team, kicking up a long trail of dust. The closer they got to the city, the more bizarre the surroundings became. Twisted giant vines emerged from the windows of abandoned factories, purple-black ferns grew from the cracks in the roads, and a thick layer of dark red, seemingly alive moss covered some metal debris. A faint, peculiar smell resembling a mix of ozone and humus wafted in the air. About 1.5 kilometers from the outermost buildings of the city, the convoy stopped. The visibility here was relatively good, with retreating hills behind them. Establish forward reconnaissance positions. Drones ascend and conduct layered scanning of the front fan-shaped area. Robotic dogs advance to the 500-meter red line, establishing vibration and infrared warning networks. All vehicles take advantageous shooting positions, keep engines running, and be ready for support or retreat. Qin Feng's voice calmly echoed in the channel. The well-trained team members swiftly acted. The drones ascended silently like a swarm of bees, dividing into high, medium, and low layers, and began to infiltrate toward the city's edge. The robotic dogs spread out with agile steps, infiltrating the shadows of the ruins and the broken streets. Time passed in silent and efficient reconnaissance. The initial scans did not detect large-scale heat sources or obvious signs of movement. The city's edge was terrifyingly silent, with only those bizarre plants swaying slightly in the wind under the drone's lens and the darkness lurking in the gaps of the buildings. Reports gathered, sketching a picture of danger, yet temporary calm. Qin Feng stared at the screen, his brow slightly furrowed. It was too quiet. He had reviewed the first footage, and it hadn't been this silent. Now it felt more like the calm before the storm. Just as this oppressive silence lasted for about 3 hours, boom. A muffled yet clear explosion suddenly echoed from deeper within the city. All team members instantly tensed their guns, subconsciously pointing toward the general direction of the sound. Qin Feng's eyes were sharp as a knife. With almost no hesitation, he decisively ordered all high-altitude drones immediately redirect toward the direction of the explosion, forbade visual range reconnaissance. Low-altitude reconnaissance units maintain the current alert formation. Do not approach. All vehicles start engines and prepare for retreat. Several long-endurance drones circling at high altitude immediately adjusted their direction, climbing higher and flying at maximum speed toward the grayish city depths. What caused the explosion? Did they trigger leftover explosives from the old era? Or were the original inhabitants like them conducting exploration missions at the city's edge? But whatever it was, it meant that the situation they faced on this trip was even more complex and dangerous than anticipated. Soon the drone's camera firmly locked onto the 5 figures sprinting ahead. The high-definition footage was transmitted in real time to Qin Feng's tactical tablet, also synchronously displayed on the command terminals of each infantry fighting vehicle. All team members paused in their breathing. Half-armored power suits. Someone murmured in the channel, their voice laced with shock and a hint of barely contained excitement. Indeed, they were power suits, but not the bulky, cumbersome iron cans seen in sci-fi works. On the contrary, they were highly streamlined, fitting the contours of the human body with a matte, deep gray finish and intricate mechanical structures at the joints. They were called half-armored because they did not cover the entire body. The head was protected by a lightweight helmet, its visor reflecting cold light. The torso, upper arms, and thighs were shielded by armor, while the forearms and shins were exposed, wrapped in a type of black, seemingly resilient combat suit. A compact energy pack was slung on their backs. This was not the battery-free passive exoskeleton from the Dachau laboratory, which could only rely on pure mechanical structures like levers, springs, and carbon fiber frames to transfer weight to the ground, but rather genuine powered armor. Although this half-armor appeared lightweight and likely could not stop bullets, it was undeniably stylish. Moreover, the weapons in their hands had complex muzzle devices currently spitting out short and precise tongues of fire, striking the pursuing devourers behind them. The gap in equipment in this wasteland is absurd. While they are rummaging through garbage and tattered clothes, here we have Iron Men. The machine gunner clicked his tongue. There's nothing strange about it. They are merely struggling, ordinary scavengers at the bottom, surviving by picking up trash and evading threats. Those capable of creating and maintaining such advanced equipment must be the top survivors who retained a significant portion of the industrial and technological capabilities from the old era. The explosion just now has awakened the sleeping creatures. Qin Feng switched between several drone perspectives, his voice becoming more somber. On the screen, aside from the initial crawling creatures rapidly advancing on all fours, more monsters of various shapes emerged from the shadows of the ruins on both sides of the street, from the shattered windows of buildings, and even from underground pipes. Some were bulky, their surfaces covered in thick chitinous shells moving slowly like mobile fortresses. Others were slender like snakes, darting swiftly between the ruins. Still others seemed capable of briefly gliding, swooping down from heights. They were not mindless swarms. Their attacks showed a hint of coordination, attempting to encircle the five-man team. The team meanwhile fought while retreating, their rifle bullets sparking against the thick-shelled creatures without much effect, but managing to inflict effective damage on the thinner ones. The voice of the sniper Chun-Li rang out. He had already locked onto the battlefield through his high-powered scope. "Captain, it looks like they're in trouble. That female team member's left leg is moving awkwardly. She seems to be injured." Their ammunition and energy were not infinite, and the encirclement was closing in. Should they save her? This question hung over every team member's mind. Facing perhaps the most advanced counterparts on this planet, and the tide of unknown terrifying creatures surging behind, to save meant immense risk. Not saving might mean missing the opportunity to understand the higher survivor factions, or even obtaining crucial technology. Qin Feng did not respond immediately. His gaze swiftly weighed the five fugitives, their excellent equipment, the approaching tide of devourers, and the position and firepower configuration of his own team. After a full 5 seconds, he finally spoke in the channel, his voice steady, without a hint of wavering. "Wait, we still have time. First, observe their weapons' effective range, power decay, and strategies for dealing with different types of targets. Second, assess their remaining combat strength, command structure, and discipline. Third, calculate the time window for the maximum wave of devourers to reach our position. If we are to save them, we must first see if we have the ability to control the situation after rescuing them. They come equipped with weapons, wearing technological armor. We must ensure that we can maintain absolute initiative while saving them, allowing them to cooperate rather than rescuing a group of uncontrollable allies or even potential enemies. Fortunately, they are only half-armored power suits, which may have shortcomings in protection and firepower, keeping the risk assessment within manageable limits. Had they been equipped with heavy weapons and iron, Qin Feng would have already ordered everyone to board and retreat at full speed. The running five-man team also spotted the drones hovering above. One member responsible for scouting ahead suddenly looked up and waved his arms towards the drone, his mouth hidden beneath the helmet, seemed to be shouting something desperately. But their cries and signals could not last. Suddenly, the second floor of a nearby low building collapsed, and several gliding devourers shrieked as they swooped down, forcing the team to concentrate fire again, interrupting their distress signals. Just that delay allowed the fastest crawling devourers from behind to close in to less than 50 meters. Qin Feng's eyes swept across the rapidly updating data on the tactical tablet. Sniper team report. Locking complete. We can prioritize eliminating high-speed units in the pursuing cluster to create a breathing space for the target team. However, the effect on heavily armored units is limited. Heavy fire team. The vehicle-mounted autocannons and grenade launchers have been calibrated and can cover the rear monster cluster with area fire, effectively slowing them down. But this will expose our precise position, possibly attracting more attention. Support team. 2 infantry fighting vehicles are preheated and can advance to point C, providing close-range fire support and quick evacuation vehicles. Execute the following plan. First, sniper team fire, while prioritizing the elimination of the greatest threats to the target team, especially high-speed units and those attempting to flank. Second, heavy fire team, after 30 seconds, conduct 3 rounds of rapid covering fire in the area 100 meters behind the target team to create chaos and block the large pursuers. Third, support team vehicles 1 and 2 advance to the predetermined positions at point C with rooftop weapon stations on standby for close-range assistance. Vehicle 3 remains in place, keeping the engine running as the final evacuation anchor point. Fourth, I will lead the assault team to point C to meet the infantry fighting vehicles, deciding based on the situation whether to continue pushing forward to provide support. Our primary objective is to contact and control those 5 individuals, with the samples being secondary. If the situation exceeds control, ensuring the safety and evacuation of our personnel takes the highest priority. Lastly, remember, what we are saving are valuable sources of intelligence and potential technological vessels, not comrades. After contact, maintain the highest vigilance. No form of relaxation is permitted until complete safety is confirmed and they are disarmed. Action. Bang. At the moment the operational order was issued, Chun-Li's sniper rifle let out a dull roar, first blowing apart the head of a crawling creature that was about to pounce on the trailing team member, splattering goo everywhere. The sudden support caught the 5-man team off guard, but their rich combat experience allowed them to immediately sense the turning point. The one who seemed to be the captain shouted loudly, and the remaining firepower of the team concentrated fiercely in one direction, attempting to tear open a gap. Immediately after, several streaks of smoke traced across the distant sky, followed by explosions of fiery balls and clouds of shrapnel 100 meters behind the fleeing team. 5 figures guided by the drones stumbled through the last pile of rubble and arrived at point C. Before they could catch their breath, their pupils suddenly constricted behind their masks. A dozen dark gun muzzles, along with several mechanical dogs' cold sensor lenses, had them firmly locked in. Qin Feng stood in the shadow of a combat vehicle's side, making no unnecessary movements, simply raising his hand, with his palm, facing down, signaling a lower your weapons gesture. The others clearly understood. Captain, what should we do? His gesture is telling us to lower our weapons, whispered a female team member, with a wounded left leg, her voice strained behind her mask. The man referred to as the captain had a fresh scratch on the side of his helmet. His chest heaved violently as his gaze darted between the well-equipped, terrifyingly organized, unfamiliar team before him and the distant, inhuman howls echoing from behind. Time felt like a tightly drawn bowstring. Lower your weapons. We have no other choice. If we don't, they won't let us board the... As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to lower his rifle and disarm himself of all weapons. Like a chain reaction, the other four, despite their faces showing reluctance and deep unease, chose to trust their captain. Almost at the moment the last weapon was released, the assault team behind Qin Feng sprang into action. 6 soldiers leaped out like cheetahs, moving in pairs with swift precision. They bound the wrists of the 5 with high-strength polymer straps and swiftly pushed them toward the open rear compartment of the combat vehicle. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the rifles, knives, grenades, and some unfamiliar weapons on the ground, giving a slight nod to a soldier beside him. The soldier understood and quickly stepped forward, using a specialized storage bag to collect them one by one. Target secured, all units proceed with Plan B, retreat in an orderly manner. With swift movements, the convoy's engine roared to life, reversing and turning while maintaining formation. Just as the convoy was about to completely exit the shattered outskirts of the city and enter the relatively open hilly area, an unexpected change occurred. 5 dark figures burst forth like they had broken free from some restraint, leaping out from a massive crack at the base of a tilted building. Their size was between the initial crawlers and the heavily armored units, moving at incredible speed, their limbs touching the ground as they charged towards the rear of the convoy in a bizarre, almost ground-hugging zigzag pattern. They were the pursuing devourers, and they seemed to be a speed-specialized breed. Captain, behind. 5 o'clock direction, 5 of them approaching at high speed. The gunner from Vehicle 3 stationed at the rear reported urgently. Vehicles 1 and 2 crossfire, cover, and intercept. Snipers free to hunt any that slip through. Fire at will kill them and preserve the bodies as intact as possible. Understood. Received. The automated weapon station atop the combat vehicle instantly unleashed a torrent of fiery tongues, the roar of the 30mm cannon intertwined with the muffled thump of the sniper rifle, creating a storm of death in metal. In the first volley, 2 devourers were directly shredded by the shells, their viscous dark body fluids and shell fragments spraying everywhere. The other 3 barely dodged the main barrage with their strange maneuvers, but the subsequent sniper bullets, like the Grim Reaper's call, precisely pierced the relatively weak joints or the connection points of 2 of them, knocking them to the ground, twitching and losing the ability to move. The last one, the most agile of the group, suddenly leapt into the air amidst the rain of bullets, pouncing directly towards Vehicle 3 at the rear of the convoy. Seeking death. The gunner from Vehicle 3 roared, controlling the weapon station to lock onto the rapidly enlarging shadow in the air. However, before he could fire, bang! A particularly dull sound like a heavy drum being struck came from the side. It was Chun-Li. He used a larger caliber anti-material rifle, and the specialized projectile traced a clear path through the air, striking the connection point between the devourer's chest and abdomen. The airborne monster was struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, its menacing pouncing posture suddenly distorted as it rolled and crashed heavily into the dust, its shell shattered to reveal the bizarre tissue underneath, devoid of flesh and blood. From the moment of the encounter to the complete resolution, the entire process took no more than 15 seconds. The edge of the city fell silent once more, with only the smell of gunpowder and blood slowly wafting through the wasteland. Drone expand, reconnaissance range confirm, no follow-up pursuers. Retrieve the bodies, handle them with care. Yes. A small swarm of drones ascended once more for one final wide area scan. Once safety was confirmed, several soldiers in fully sealed protective suits quickly disembarked, using long-handled tools and sealed bags to drag and package the 5 devourer corpses and load them onto the vehicle. The convoy did not linger, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped towards the base. Inside the sealed rear compartment of the combat vehicle, the 5 captives sat cramped on one side of a makeshift bench, their wrists bound behind them, exchanging glances and whispering in near inaudible breaths. Captain, who exactly are they? I couldn't understand a word they said. And these vehicles, these weapons. I've never seen this kind of standard before. But judging by their methods against the devourers and how they collected the bodies, their purpose is likely the same as ours: research or searching for weaknesses. As long as we cooperate, provide enough ransom or the information they want, they shouldn't make things too difficult for us. In the wasteland, everything can be exchanged as long as the chips are sufficient. The convoy did not head towards the bustling construction area in the center of the base, but instead detoured to a more heavily guarded, independently isolated area, surrounded by prefabricated armor plates on the west side. High walls, watchtowers, and patrolling soldiers all indicated the special nature of this place. Almost simultaneously at the core command center of the base, Zhao Qing received Qin Feng's encrypted report. He stood before an electronic sand table, his gaze sweeping over the recently updated information marked with engagement locations and retrieved samples, pondering for a moment before connecting to Lin Xian's communication channel. Advisor Lin, please come to the command center. Understood, it'll be there right away. A few minutes later Lin Xian entered briskly. Zhao Qing did not engage in pleasantries, directly pulling up the images and briefings he had just received. Qin Feng's team has returned bringing back 5 relatively intact devourer corpses along with 5 unidentified locals dressed in standard power armor well equipped. Power armor. Is that for real? Yes, it's real. Qin Feng has secured them at the Western Isolation Area, and the medical team is conducting preliminary quarantine and risk assessments. But I believe keeping them here long-term is unsafe. Yes, they are likely individuals with a background possibly linked to large forces we do not yet understand. Keeping them at the frontline base poses risks if they decide to come after us, or if they have escape methods that we are unaware of. Lin Xian immediately understood his meaning. Exactly. Send them to Zhulong base. It's safer there with a higher level of confidentiality. Lin Xian stroked his chin, finding the proposal quite bold. They could come and go without issues, but the locals had not yet been tested. He'll propose it tomorrow. We can give it a try. Then it's settled. Once the medical team confirms safety and implements the highest level of confinement measures, we'll send them over tomorrow. As for the related research and interrogation, that will be left to the base's experts. What about their power armor? We'll definitely inquire if they are for sale first. We're not bandits, and they might become allies in the future, so we can't just seize them. If they refuse, we can think of other ways. They'll have someone treat them well with good food, drinks, and cigarettes. Surely they'll find something they like. If this were modern times, someone wanting to trade food, tobacco, and liquor for power armor, Lin Xian would definitely scold them for being crazy, but in the Zero world, it's entirely possible. The room in the quarantine zone is more spacious than expected with soft lighting. The 5 members of the team sit on simple metal chairs speculating about each other's intentions. As the door slid open, all 5 looked up simultaneously. Zhao Qing walked in accompanied by Professor Shun and a Yue who had changed into clean clothes and now had a new name, Xiao Yue, which is both a transliteration and signifies her role as a bridge between 2 worlds akin to a crescent moon. Meanwhile, Lin Xian stood in the shadow of the corridor outside the door, peering in through the observation window. His gaze first landed on the power armor in the corner of the room with its battery removed. It does look cool, Lin Xian murmured to himself, yet he did not move an inch. He was just a novice who had trained for a short time. Entering would only cause others to worry about his safety, and he had no need to stir up trouble. Zhao Qing glanced around the room before sitting down across from them. Xiao Yu stood nervously beside Professor Shun, holding a simple translation book and recording device. Zhao Qing began, "Everyone, we saved your lives. Furthermore, we have taken control of you. Neither of these actions implies that we are enemies." The expert translated for Xiao Yue, who then translated clearly into common language. Although it was her first time doing this, her wording was precise. The eyes of the 5 visibly shifted. A rugged man with a scar on his left cheek straightened his posture. His name was Kane, the leader of this operation. They were mercenaries from Iron Fortress, and their mission was to collect the biological samples of the Devourer for their employer, only to encounter an unexpected turn of events along the way. "Since we can communicate, tell us what you want." "Ransom. Intelligence." His bluntness tightened the atmosphere in the room. The other 4 team members, Leah, Margarino, and Tessa, exchanged sharp glances. In the Wasteland, negotiations had always been a naked exchange of interests. However, Zhao Qing shook his head, causing Kane to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "We want to buy the technology of your power armor, or the finished product." A silence stretched for 5 seconds. Kane furrowed his brow, suspecting he had misheard, or that there was a serious problem with the translation. He looked at Xiao Yu and repeated slowly, "You want to trade?" "Yes, trade. We are willing to exchange supplies for your technology or equipment." Leah couldn't help but whisper to Kane, "Captain, are they really serious about buying? The equipment is right in their hands, they could just take it. Why buy it?" Kane did not answer. His mind raced. This unfamiliar squad possessed firepower capable of crushing them, and they could easily strip them of everything, even turning them into slaves or test subjects. Yet they had not done so. They had proposed a trade. He had seen many bizarre things during his time in the Wasteland, but this was truly the first of its kind. These armors can be bought at Iron Fortress as long as there are enough items for exchange. Zhao Qing nodded. Language barriers posed a problem, but it would soon be resolved. As long as communication was normal, they would take Yin and the others to Iron Fortress to assess the situation. "We just recently emerged from the shelter and have limited understanding of the outside world. We do not plan to engage with other forces on a large scale for the time being. But we are very interested in technology." The word shelter subtly changed the expressions of the 5. No wonder. Kane felt he had found a hint of an explanation. No wonder they were so civilized, so rule-abiding. The moles had spent too long underground, untouched by the ravages of the Wasteland, and retained some inexplicable tenacity. Just then the door slid open again. 6 soldiers pushed in a cart laden with steaming dishes. The braised pork glistened with a rich reddish-brown sauce. The steamed fish was topped with vibrant green scallions, and the stir-fried vegetables were a lush green, even accompanied by a pot of rich mushroom soup. The drinks were orange juice and clear drinking water with 2 bottles of exquisitely crafted white liquor without labels at the end of the table. The aroma instantly filled the entire room. The breath of the 5 captives halted simultaneously. Mark's throat visibly bobbed as he stared intently at the plate of braised pork. It had been decades since anyone in the Wasteland could afford to lavish such soy sauce and sugar on a dish. Zhao Qing made a gesture of invitation. "Conditions are simple. This is the best we can offer for now. Tomorrow we will arrange a better feast for you all." Simple conditions. Kane looked at the feast laid out before him, one that only existed in the stories of his ancestors, and suddenly felt that words were so pale. If this was called simple, then what did the high-ranking members of Iron Fortress serve during their gatherings? Rubbish. The soldiers stepped back to the wall, still remaining vigilant, but allowing the five to eat freely. After hesitating for a few seconds, Kane was the first to remove his helmet, revealing a weathered yet distinctly featured face in his 30s. The other four followed suit, removing their facial protection. They ate quietly, but not slowly. Each moment food entered their mouths, expressions of near shock flickered across their... When the cup of white liquor was poured into a small glass, Kane hesitated for a moment, but still lifted it to take a sip. The burn of the strong alcohol down his throat made him cough, but the warmth and rich aroma that followed silenced him. This liquor was many times better than the small bottle he had traded for last year in the Iron Fortress black market. After the meal, the soldiers cleared away the dishes and pushed in another cart. This time the cart was filled not with hot dishes, but with neatly arranged canned goods, compressed biscuits, sealed cigarettes in transparent packaging, and more bottled alcohol. The variety left the five once again frozen in place. You can try these and see if you like them. We genuinely wish to... Leah leaned close to Kane's ear, her voice barely above a whisper. Captain, it seems they really want to buy. Kane nodded, his gaze sweeping over the supplies. Good news, a tremendous opportunity. The likelihood that they would let them go was high. After all, dead men do not require negotiations. But then a question arose. We can only sell one set. We need to keep the rest for ourselves. If we sell everything, how do we protect the supplies we obtain? This was a very practical consideration. In the Wasteland, unarmed wealth was equivalent to an invitation to suicide. Understood, we will take one set, and the rest will be returned when you leave. Additionally, before we let you go, we need to gather some. Of course, we will not treat you unfairly. The five exchanged glances, all in agreement. Being alive and able to enjoy such a meal on the opponent's territory was already the best outcome. Tessa quietly asked, what should we trade for? What price should we set? One set of power armor, even a relatively basic reconnaissance model, would be equivalent to about 20 standard rifles or the parts of 5 operable off-road vehicles in Iron Fortress. They saved our lives, and we are indeed in their hands. So 5 packs of cigarettes and 5 bottles of liquor. That would be enough for us to enjoy ourselves. Leah looked at him in surprise, but soon understood the captain's intent and nodded. Ensuring a safe departure was the most... When Xiao Yu translated this condition to Professor Shin, a brief silence fell over the room as several experts began to discuss in hushed tones. Did we miss here? Of course. This is Erguo too. Not to mention 5 bottles, even 5 cases. How much would that cost? Can it even exchange for a part? Let's just say 5 cases for now. If there's an issue, we can discuss which word might be the problem later. The expert group conveyed the information they had obtained. Is that it? Zhao Qing wore a bewildered expression. He felt the expert group was fooling him. Is this enough? After repeatedly confirming with the expert group, he finally said to the soldier at the door, go fetch 5 cases of liquor and cigarettes, and bring 3 cases of canned food and 2 cases of compressed biscuits. He felt that taking advantage of this was somewhat unethical, thinking it better to give a bit more just to make a friend. Later, when it came to asking for intelligence about the Iron Fort, information on the Devourers, or the distribution of forces in the Wasteland, he would have an easier time. As the soldiers carried in 15 boxes in a single file the expressions of the 5 members of Team, Kane shifted from confusion to complete bewilderment, ultimately freezing in sheer astonishment. The boxes were neatly stacked in the center of the room. Zhao Qing walked over and personally opened one. Inside were neatly arranged cans of meat. He opened another which contained individually packaged compressed biscuits. These cans and biscuits are a gift for you all, just to make friends. Leah gasped in surprise. If all these supplies were transported back to the Iron Fort and sold slowly on the black market, not to mention a set of powered armor, every one of the 5 could exchange for a more advanced model, plus have enough resources to improve their living conditions for half a year. Mark opened his mouth as if to say something, but no sound emerged. Then let's first go and choose a set of armor. Please take a good rest, and let us know if you need anything at any time. Zhao Qing selected a set of armor with the soldiers, and quickly left with the expert group, fearing they might regret it. Trading 15 boxes of ordinary supplies for such advanced armor was a huge profit. The door closed again. Only the 5 of them remained in the room, surrounded by a mountain of supplies. A long silence ensued. Do they not understand the market? Or did they misinterpret the translation? Kane walked over to the boxes, crouched down, and picked up a pack of cigarettes. The soft white filter was clean, and the aroma of the tobacco faintly wafted through the packaging. This isn't the low-quality stuff rolled with mutated plant leaves found in the Wasteland. He opened a bottle of liquor, and the cap made a crisp, click sound as it twisted. The liquor was clear and fragrant. This is all high-end stuff. It seems we've struck it rich. He was at a loss for how to describe the surreal nature of today, and using cans and compressed biscuits to make friends. Was it really done in boxes? If we told others about this, they would probably think we were dreaming. Reno licked his dry lips. Leah's voice trembled slightly. Captain, aren't they worried we might have our eyes on them, displaying so much wealth? Hearing this, Kane slowly stood up and looked at the tightly shut metal door. Only those with sufficient strength are not afraid of being eyed. They are quite confident. Therefore, I suspect before they let us go, they will definitely show us their strength to keep us in line. They are building a base here, and when the Devourers attack, we will see their true strength. Meanwhile, in the command center, Zhao Qing walked in from outside wearing a strange smile. Did you reach an agreement? Lin Xian asked. Yes, I exchanged a set of powered armor for a pile of canned biscuits and liquor. Their initial price was ridiculously low. I felt embarrassed, so I added a bit more. Lin Xian laughed. Perhaps it's just the state of resources in this world. Let's talk about it once the language barrier is resolved. By the way, their captain mentioned that the Iron Fort can purchase these. This indicates that there are still organized high-level industrial forces in the Wasteland. That's a good thing. In places with order there can be reason. What's scary is if it's all beasts and madmen. But it also means a more complex situation. Zhao Qing looked out the window. Once we establish ourselves, we will inevitably have to deal with these forces. Until then, his gaze was cast toward the dark outline of a city in the distance. We must first prove that we have the qualifications to survive and thrive in this wasteland. The next day, after several rounds of careful testing confirmed safety, a crucial discovery was recorded. The Wasteland natives, guided and established by Lin Xian, could safely pass through the portal. That afternoon, Team Kane's 5 members were politely invited into the reinforced rear compartment of an armored vehicle. Their 15 boxes of supplies were also neatly stacked beside them. The windows obscured their view of the outside world. The vehicle started and traveled smoothly for a while before coming to a stop. They could feel a slight sensation of weightlessness and changes in direction, as if entering some sort of lift. Where are they taking us? The level of secrecy is so high. Leah lowered her voice, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the new packaging of compressed biscuits. Kane leaned against the cold wall of the compartment, closing his eyes to rest. It should be their core shelter, or, having seen the scale of their frontline base, I am even more curious about what their home is like that can sustain such operations. In a sense, Kane guessed correctly. When the rear door opened again, they found themselves in a completely different space. There was no dust or radiation from the wasteland, the air was clean, and the temperature was pleasant. They were guided through a bright corridor into a room. Even the 5 who had seen the relatively luxurious upper area of the Iron Fort were momentarily stunned. The room was spacious and bright with soft beige walls and a floor made of some flexible, comfortable material. One side had a neat resting area complete with soft sofas and coffee tables. The other side even had basic gym equipment and a small entertainment terminal. The separate shower stall was equipped with devices they had only seen in images from the old world, capable of providing stable hot water. My God! Mark almost moaned as he touched the smooth wall and then stepped on the floor. Did they say they wouldn't treat us poorly? Did they just bring us to heaven? I can't shake the feeling that their standards are too different from what we know. Kane looked around, his brow furrowed, feeling shocked, yet even more confused. It's like they are still in the golden age. Perhaps what they said is true. They really came up from some pristine underground not long ago. Their norm is our legend. Leah picked up the conversation, her voice uncertain. Shortly after, a well-dressed staff member with a warm smile approached, inviting them to another room to exchange intelligence. Kane took a deep breath, signaling for his team to follow. What is meant to come will come as soon enough they would know whether it was a blessing or a curse. The cold and serious interrogation room they expected did not appear. Instead, they were taken into an elegantly decorated dining hall. A snow-white tablecloth covered the round table, with exquisite ice sculptures adorning the center, while the surrounding cutlery was already arranged, and the air was filled with the appetizing aroma of food. The little girl they had seen before translating as Xiao Yue was already sitting beside them, looking somewhat nervous. At the head of the table, a middle-aged man in his 50s, exuding an elegant and calm demeanor, stood up with a sincere smile, gesturing for them to take their seats. After introductions, they learned that the head of the Intelligence Analysis Department was Director Yang Wenyuan. This also gave them a preliminary understanding that the number of people in this group was certainly not small. Kane fell silent for a few seconds, scanning the overly friendly atmosphere before slowly speaking. Through Xiao Yu's translation, I thought it would be a more formal inquiry setting. Yang Wenyuan chuckled after hearing Xiao Yu's translation, personally pouring Kane a cup of tea with a calm tone. We have an old saying, when friends come there's fine wine, when beasts come there's a shotgun. We come with sincerity, so naturally we should host with fine food and drinks. Eating while talking, it keeps things amicable and allows for deeper discussions. A young expert nearby who was drinking water nearly choked. How could Yang's words be translated so that Xiao Yu would understand? Due to cultural and metaphorical differences, the experts could only translate it into a more straightforward meaning. When friends come, we treat them to a meal. When enemies come, we kill them. You are friends, so we eat together. After hearing this, although Kane and the others still looked serious, the vigilance in their eyes seemed to relax a little. Straightforward rules often provide more comfort than ornate phrases. Although Yang Wenyuan did not understand, he saw the other's expression soften slightly, and smiled, raising his cup. Come, don't be restrained. Let us toast to this encounter that transcends on the long disaster. He continued, and let us also celebrate our first successful transaction. As the translation came through, Kane raised his cup as well. The liquid inside was clear, and its aroma was similar to the erguotu he had tasted before, but seemed richer. He took a sip, and a warm current flowed down to his stomach, causing his tense nerves to subtly relax in this long-awaited pure atmosphere of hospitality. The dishes on the dining table were served one after another, many of which were exquisite dishes they had never seen or even. Mark nearly shed tears of joy while eating, and even the most cautious Leah showed a hint of wavering in her eyes after tasting a piece of tender fish. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was no longer as stagnant as at the beginning. Yang Wenyuan seemed to casually steer the topic back on track. Captain Kane, we are very curious about the technological background of the Iron Fortress. For example, your squad's equipment really impressed us. Can you tell us more about the Iron Fortress? Also, what exactly is your purpose for venturing into the dangers of Luo City? The real exchange of information has only just begun at this seemingly relaxed dining table. Kane knew that after enjoying the host's fine wine, it was now their turn to demonstrate the value of friendship. The Iron Fortress was established 35 years ago on the ruins of the 7th Heavy Industry Group from the old era. We inherited part of the underground production lines and databases, especially in extreme environment materials, solid batteries, and biomechanical interfaces, where we have complete production lines. The population is about 50 to 60,000. There are many mercenary teams like ours relying on taking tasks from various settlements or scavenging in the ruins. Sometimes finding a usable relic from the old era is enough for us to live well. This time the mission involves the employer needing fresh specimens of the Devourer organization, particularly the skin and nerve clusters, with very generous compensation. We are unclear about who the employer is, as it was introduced by an intermediary. In the Wasteland, asking too much will not lead to a long life. When the translation was complete, everyone's eyes lit up. The old era's production lines. Chu Tianquo, watching the exchanges through the one-way glass, said to Lin Xian, advisor Lin, it seems we need to quickly resolve the threats from Luo City and stabilize our position. There are still many good things in World Zero. Actually, there should be plenty of good things in Luo City, and no one has paid attention yet. Lin Xian replied. It seems we need to put in some effort. Chu Tianquo's gaze sharpened. The exchange continued while outside the window the artificial daylight of the Candle Dragon base shone solid and steadfast. Inside the window, representatives of two human civilizations on different trajectories were attempting to piece together the truth of each other's worlds amidst the aroma of delicious food, searching for a common coordinate for a possible future. Meanwhile, in a laboratory at the other end of the base, research on the Devourer organization samples was proceeding at a frantic pace. Inside a large transparent isolation box, a piece of dark purple skin tissue, taken from the back of a dead Devourer, was secured to a mechanical arm. Opposite it, a standard issue assault rifle was set up on the testing platform. Gunfire echoed in the sealed laboratory. A high-speed camera captured the moment a bullet struck the skin, failing to penetrate and getting stuck in a layer that resembled neither flesh nor blood. As various weapons were tested in the experiment, the researchers prepared an initial report to present to the waiting colonel. In the dining room, the conversation had expanded from the Iron Fortress to broader topics. Head east, bypass the freshwater lake. There is a Blackstone town inhabited by a group of predators who neither farm nor produce, relying solely on plundering passing caravans and small settlements to survive. They also engage in human trafficking. These people are no different from mutants, Kane said with obvious disdain. To the north, near the old riverbed, there is a limestone manor. There a group of slave masters controls several water sources and a patch of wasteland that can still be cultivated, enslaving drifters to farm. These two are the only ones to be cautious of. The rest are small to medium-sized settlements. This world is indeed harshly added. Outside the one-way glass, Lin Xian sighed. In his imagination, the landscape of the wasteland was cruel and bare, but when imagination turned into reality, his feelings were complex. It's also good news that we have clarified the general situation around us. The Iron Fortress has tens of thousands of people, and the other two forces should be smaller. More importantly, from Kane's description, they have not restored large-scale industrial capabilities, and their logistics are weak. Their advanced technology relies on legacies. The most crucial point is that they do not possess weapons capable of erasing a city from the map. Chu Tianquo did not comment further, but focused more on other aspects. Now they do not need to worry about satellites in the sky, though everyone is the same, seeing nothing, and they do not have to fear causing any major commotion, as surrounding forces could directly use weapons to wipe them off the map. This means that on a strategic level, the Pangu project has absolute initiative and safe depth. Lin Xian nodded. These forces emerged from shelters 30 to 40 years ago, relying on remnants from shelters, archaeological digs, and difficult technological restoration to establish fragile strongholds on the ruins. Some places may retain advanced technologies from a certain field before the war, but the overall social structure and production capacity are extremely backward and unable to support a high-intensity modern war. That night, in the core conference room of the Candle Dragon base. On the large screen, the left side displayed a map of Luocheng captured by drones, while the right side showcased preliminary data on the resilience of the Devourer's outer skin, along with a simplified regional power distribution map, based on intelligence from both Kane and Yen. Only Kane's higher status allowed him to know more, bringing a slight difference, yet the information was fundamentally similar. This also eased their concerns about the accuracy of the intelligence, and whether they were being deceived. The situation is clear. The technological remnants within Luocheng hold immense value, but the Devourers are our primary obstacle. They occupy the city and are our roadblock to further exploration into it. Passive defense waiting for them to emerge would render the battlefield uncontrollable. We have decided to take the initiative and set the battlefield in the peripheral areas around Luocheng that we have chosen, even if we have to destroy it. Chu Tianquo pointed to the areas at the city's edge and even further out. Knowing they held the initiative and had a high level of safety, no one wanted to be passively beaten. After a brief silence, a colonel spoke up, his brow slightly furrowed. General, I fully agree with the plan. However, there is a practical issue. To mass produce and stockpile missiles, heavy artillery, and other consumable weapons for this operation and subsequent actions, our military-industrial production lines will need to operate at full speed or even beyond capacity. Such a commotion is unlikely to escape the eyes of those across the Atlantic who are always watching us. Chu Tianque seemed to have anticipated this issue. He nodded slightly and scanned the crowd. This problem has already... The decision from above is to conduct a high-profile, live-fire military exercise in the relevant sea areas and predetermined zones in the near future. On one hand, it will send a message to the countries that have been quite active around us recently. On the other hand, it will allow us to openly test new equipment, consume stockpiles, and use this as a reason to ramp up production and replenishment in the military-industrial system. In the corner, Lin Xian listened, feeling a sense of awe. There are always more solutions than difficulties. When the machinery of the state truly mobilizes for a goal, the resources utilized are far beyond what an individual can imagine. Advisor Lin, I will need you to make a trip tomorrow for final confirmations and collection. Furthermore, a new batch of 3,000 soldiers and related equipment will also arrive, and they will be an important force for this cleaning operation and subsequent base defense. Yes. Lin Xian immediately responded, feeling a surge of excitement. This would be the first proactive and large-scale show of military force by the state in the Zero world. Although the target is formidable, intelligence indicates that they are in a low-energy hibernation state due to food shortages. Their numbers may still be vast, but the threat level is far lower than during their peak. At the meeting, some had proposed ideas of avoiding battle or relocating, but these were quickly dismissed by more pragmatic analyses. In the desolate wasteland, where could one possibly relocate? New unknown regions may harbor even greater dangers. A small-scale probing retreat. What if Lin Xian, the only channel, encounters unforeseen circumstances outside? The consequences would be unimaginable. A large-scale migration. The commotion could not be concealed, and it would be even more dangerous. Furthermore, the Devourers are not the nemesis of modern heavy firepower. Their defenses have limits. This will be a hard battle, a war of attrition. However, as long as the planning is meticulous and the firepower sufficient, victory will surely tilt in our favor. Once this obstacle is cleared, the technological remnants of the entire Luoqing ruins will open their doors to us. The next day, the Ministry of National Defense of Xia country issued an announcement declaring that a routine live-fire military exercise would be held in designated sea areas and firing ranges, establishing no-fly and no-sail zones. The wording of the announcement was as usual, but keen observers noted that the scale of this exercise, the types of participating troops and weapons, and the claimed ammunition consumption were all significantly higher than during the same period in previous years. At the same time, several key military-industrial enterprises across the country received a new batch of orders from the military. The total order volume had increased significantly compared to the same period last year, with a relatively concentrated delivery requirement. Although some factory owners and technical leaders privately murmured, "Isn't the intensity of this year's exercise particularly high?" Doubts aside, more orders are hardly a bad thing. They could only wish for more orders. When Lin Xian truly stood before the tightly guarded warehouse, he gained a comprehension of the term firepower coverage that surpassed his imagination. The stock of ammunition is the basic unit of this combat plan. He glanced around and saw no end in sight. The soldiers were already beginning to load it onto trucks. When in poverty, tactics must intertwine, when in plenty, firepower must cover. He whispered this phrase, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curving upward. Today it was finally our turn to wield firepower coverage. The will of the state, the strength of industry coalesced into the most direct and brutal form at this moment. At the Pioneer base, after the last batch of soldiers was transported over, Lin Xian arrived at the base. The once desolate hilly area had undergone a complete transformation. A composite wall made of precast reinforced concrete alloy panels and locally sourced large timber formed a massive barrier with automated sentry machine gun turrets, optical observation devices, and makeshift mortar positions interspersed along the top. Surrounding the wall is a death zone composed of minefields, barbed wire, and smart sensing landmines extending several hundred meters deep. Even more striking are the heavy equipment on display, with the 05A model 155mm self-propelled howitzers, stout barrel aiming skyward, and the PHL-03 model 300mm long-range rocket launcher's launch box glimmering coldly under the sun. This place has become a forward attack fortress armed to the teeth with extremely strong, independent combat capability. He did not go to the command center, where Zhao Qingqin Feng and the staff team were conducting the final tabletop exercises and coordinating firepower plans. As a military novice, what could he do there? His attention was drawn to a scene not far away. Xiaoya, the girl who was trying hard to integrate into the new environment and take on the role of a translation bridge, was following 3 soldiers. Each soldier was holding a cardboard box marked with Chinese characters, which clearly contained canned goods. Lin Xian walked over with his 6 guard soldiers. Advisor Lin, hello, Xiaoya greeted him, stopping in her tracks, speaking in somewhat halting but sufficiently clear Chinese. Xiaoya, why are you carrying so many cans? Xiaoya's eyes flickered, a mixture of desire and unease showing on her face. She organized her words and spoke more slowly but earnestly. I have been doing well in my translation work. Captain Zhao and Director Yang said they would pay me. I exchanged it all for food. Canned goods can last a long time, a very long time. Her words were simple and straightforward like a silent heavy hammer striking Lin Xian's heart. He fell silent. In Daxia saying "I'm starving to death" is often just an exaggerated complaint referring to having no money, while eating is usually not a problem. But in the Zero world, starvation is one of the most common and calmest ways to die, a real sword hanging over everyone's head. In the accounts described by Yin and Kane, the tragic tales of selling everything for a half piece of spoiled rations were unimaginable to Lin Xian. At this moment, however, through Xiaoye's instinct to hoard canned goods, the reality struck him with such vividness. Lin Xian merely nodded, suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, and adopted a more relaxed tone. You are right, canned food is excellent. Let's set up a food and daily necessities exchange point here. The business will surely thrive. Yes, extremely. Very popular. Xiao Yu's eyes immediately brightened, nodding vigorously and unabashedly, a genuine smile blooming on her face. In her limited understanding, being able to exchange labor for such stable, safe, and delicious food was akin to a mythical tale. Setting up an exchange point. That was nothing short of a savior's blessing. Lin Xian looked at the pure light in her eyes and smiled back. The differences in civilization and the chasms of survival sometimes required the simplest of materials to bridge. What they brought was not just gunfire. Leaving the logistics area, Lin Xian strolled towards the newly established planting cabin deep within the base. As the heavy airtight door slid open, a wave of moist warm air infused with the fragrance of plants rushed out, starkly contrasting with the dry and decayed atmosphere of the wasteland outside. Before him were rows of hydroponic cultivation racks layered and neatly arranged with LED plant growth lights emitting a soft, even spectrum, nourishing a lush green that seemed to glisten with vitality. Lettuce, bok choy, strawberries. Even tomato seedlings that were attempted to be cultivated were thriving. An agricultural expert in a white lab coat was recording data and nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Lin Xian. Advisor Lin, take a look. Our oasis is completely isolated from local contaminated soil and groundwater, with nutrient solutions circulating and purifying itself. The produce has been tested, and the radiation levels are negligible, even lower than the natural potassium 40 you would ingest from eating a banana. Absolutely safe, the expert said proudly. Lin Xian gently touched a lettuce leaf, feeling the vibrant touch of life at his fingertips. In this world shrouded in death, this cabin of thriving greenery represented not just a source of future food, but also a beacon of hope. What about the cost? Can it be promoted on a large scale? Lin Xian asked. The initial investment for hydroponics is higher than traditional farming, but for the country, it isn't substantial at all. With modular equipment and energy solutions in place, the key lies in ensuring safe outputs. Once the frontline base is stabilized, expanding the scale will merely be a matter of time and resource allocation. This is indeed excellent news, indicating that long-term deployment here does not necessitate complete reliance on food transported from Xia country, achieving a degree of self-sufficiency, which lightened Lin Xian's mood somewhat. However, this lightness did not last long. After spending less than a quarter of an hour in the planting cabin, the internal communicator relayed a hurried yet calm call. Advisor Lin, please come to the command center. Lin Xian's heart tightened, and he turned to leave quickly. The atmosphere in the command center was tense, with numerous markers representing both enemy and ally densely scattered on a large sand table. Chu Tianque, Zhao Qing, and key staff members were present. Upon seeing Lin Xian enter, Chu Tianque stated directly, Comrade Lin Xian, the schedule has been adjusted. Your next mission has been moved to tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Lin Xian was taken aback. Tomorrow? Isn't there still plans cannot keep up with changes? The intelligence and reconnaissance gathered from the front line indicate that the activity of the Devourers within Luo City has shown abnormal fluctuations and may awaken on a large scale earlier than anticipated. We must take the initiative. The total assault is scheduled for the dawn after tomorrow. Therefore, all non-combat personnel, including scientific researchers, engineering experts, and all core research materials and sample data we brought must be evacuated back to the country before the storm of battle gathers tomorrow. Hereafter, tomorrow will likely become the front line, even a battleground, Zhao Qing added. Chu Tianquo's gaze was piercing as he looked at Lin Xian. Your task is crucial. At 9 o'clock tomorrow, open the teleportation portal at the designated evacuation point to ensure the safe passage of all evacuees and materials. The day after tomorrow, when the total assault begins, the evacuation point will open its doors. I will prepare a new ammunition stock, spare key components, and an emergency evacuation route. Should the situation exceed expectations, we need you as the final fuse and supply line. At 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow, the opening of the portal and the commencement of battle will occur simultaneously, Zhao Qing said solemnly. With the current ammunition supply, we could easily handle several high-intensity localized battles. Since the founding of the nation, we have never fought such an affluent war. However, the mindset of anticipating defeat before victory is ingrained in the bones of the people of Xia. The opponent is an unknown monster, and the battlefield is a complex ruin. They have prepared for the worst, ready to move another mountain at any time. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. Lin Xian stood tall. The next day, morning evacuation point. This is located at a relatively open, elevated hilly area between the Pioneer Base and the ruins of Luo City, less than 10 kilometers from the outskirts of Luo City. One can faintly smell the distant city's hint of rust and dust in the air. A temporary field camp equipped with basic protective and command functions has been established as the forward command center. Choosing this location minimizes the distance for both retreat and support. The temporary command center was busy yet orderly with various communication antennas already set up. Non-combat personnel had gathered, each carrying tightly sealed hard drive sample boxes or blueprint tubes in addition to their personal belongings. Their faces reflected tension, reluctance, but mostly trust and determination. Lin Xian stood in the center of the designated safety area, opening the teleportation portal as he looked into the distance. Outside the temporary camp, massive war machines were making their final warm-ups with hundreds of tanks and over 150 armored vehicles, engines rumbling low, a steel tide quietly lying in wait. Further back, self-propelled artillery, missile launchers, thousands of reconnaissance and attack drones, along with packs of mechanical dogs awaited in designated areas. This was a synthesized force that encapsulated the essence of Xia's modern army. Lin Xian retracted his gaze, concentrating all his attention on the spatial perception in his mind. At 10 o'clock sharp, evacuate began. According to plan, pass through quickly. The on-site commander issued. The evacuation team began to enter the light gate in an orderly and swift manner, their figures disappearing one by one. Once the last evacuee entered, the group responsible for covering the rear confirmed everything was in order and also stepped in. Lin Xian remained in place, not leaving immediately, but gazing toward Luo City. Under the grayish light of the sky, the deathly giant beast entwined with plants shattered the tranquility of the place. The final mobilization of the army was complete, with no thunderous slogans, only the final confirmation orders and brief pre-battle encouragement issued by commanders at various levels through communication channels. A palpable aura of impending slaughter permeated the entire hilly area. A storm was brewing, and still, at exactly 9 o'clock, the portals slowly began to take shape deep within the military base of the Xia Kingdom. Lin Xian felt for the first time that 60 minutes felt so long. All he could do was wait, watching the non-existent countdown on his wrist while his thoughts had already flown to another world, a land now engulfed in flames from artillery fire. World 0, the forward command post of the Pioneer Base. Time 9 o'clock in the morning. Chu Tianque stood in front of the panoramic observation window, without a telescope in hand. 10 kilometers away, Luo City lay silently on the horizon, its massive vines entwined around buildings resembling dying veins in the gray light of dawn. Phase 1 commenced. His command was transmitted through encrypted channels to the positions that had been waiting for a long time 20 kilometers away. The first wave of attack came from the sky. Hundreds of 300mm rockets whistled out from the launch boxes of long-range rocket artillery. Their tails traced dense, straight white lines in the gray sky like raindrops of death, evenly scattering towards the large thermal source gathering areas marked by thermal imaging and sonic detection. Through the high-powered lens of the command post, dozens of areas at the edge of Luo City simultaneously erupted with yellowish-gray smoke. There were no flames shooting high into the sky, yet no one was surprised. Researchers had already submitted reports indicating that a nuclear war would lead to a global nuclear winter, resulting in long-term cold, drastically reduced sunlight, and smoke from fires entering the stratosphere blocking sunlight, and severely disrupting the global water cycle, leading to global drought. Just like cacti, which evolved to store water and reduce evaporation to survive in arid conditions, these plants exhibited similar traits, though their methods of evolution differed. The principle remained the same. Burning requires evaporating this moisture first, which consumes enormous heat, thus functioning as an efficient fire prevention mechanism. This is also why they dared to launch missiles into a plant-filled city without fear of burning the entire place down. 15 seconds after the first barrage, the second wave followed closely. This time, it was a 155mm howitzer group, with more specific targets, those secondary gathering points that had been marked but not covered by cluster munitions, and areas still showing large-scale life responses after the first strike. The impact points of the shells were denser, and the explosions were more muffled and powerful. Reinforced concrete buildings collapsed under direct hits, and the dust raised mixed with the previous smoke, beginning to form a slowly rising gray wall at the city's edge. Life response in the target area has significantly decreased, but they have not dispersed. Most individuals remain clustered in the original area. A moment of silence fell in the command post. Zhao Qing furrowed his brows. This was illogical. Any organism faced with such a level of assault should instinctively scatter. Unless they are protecting something. He murmured. Chu Tianque did not respond, merely staring at the screen. On the thermal imaging map, the heat sources representing life were extinguishing in large sections, yet several of the largest red areas, though diminished, stubbornly persisted. Continue. The old man spoke a single word. The third wave of attacks came from even further back. This was the real highlight: tactical missiles. They were elongated carrying penetrators and cloud detonators, targeting the most stubborn suspected core structures of nests deep underground. The missiles soared higher and faster, almost plunging vertically toward their designated coordinates. The first struck the entrance of an underground parking garage of a half-collapsed bank building. The penetrator drilled deep into the concrete like a hot knife through butter, detonating with a bang at the third underground level due to the delayed fuse. The remaining skeleton of the building jolted upward, and then slowly collapsed inward like a gigantic beast stripped of its spine. Dust soared hundreds of meters into the air. But this was just the beginning. The impact of the cloud detonators was even more terrifying. They drilled into subway tunnel vents and large drainage pipes, then detonated again in relatively enclosed spaces. The first explosion atomized the fuel, forming an aerosol cloud that filled the entire space. Milliseconds later, the second explosion occurred. The observation lens captured the scene. A devourer, noticeably larger than its kind with a dark golden exoskeleton, had just poked its upper body out of a subway entrance when it was engulfed by the flames surging from behind. Its exoskeleton, capable of withstanding rifle bullets, melted and carbonized like wax in temperatures exceeding 2,500 degrees Celsius. Phase 1 lasted 9 minutes. Over 500 various ammunition types were unleashed over an area of about 3 square kilometers at the edge of Luo City. The artillery fire began to extend inward toward the city. Only then did the devourers finally react. It was neither a dispersion nor a blind charge. It was a dispersion that no one in the command post had anticipated, like a burst anthill or a swarm of bees disintegrating in an instant. Tens of thousands of devourers surged forth simultaneously from the ruins of buildings not yet covered by artillery fire, from countless exits of the underground pipe network, and from concealed caves along the riverbanks. Their mode of action had completely changed. No longer clustering together, they formed small groups of 3 to 15, fanning out in all directions. Their running paths were erratic, darting left and right, utilizing all debris, vehicle wreckage, and collapsed walls as cover. They possess intelligence and react quickly. Zhao Qing's voice grew somber. On the thermal imaging map, the once clear red blocks disintegrated into countless swiftly moving small red dots, beginning to rush toward them. There were too many. Even after 3 rounds of fire coverage, and even with a conservative estimate having eliminated quite a few devourers, the remaining numbers were still alarming. The observation system roughly estimated that at least 3,000 to 4,000 individuals were currently spreading outward. As they dispersed, the lethality of heavy firepower began to drop sharply. Phase 2 initiate early. All units deploy according to Plan C. Aerial reconnaissance to monitor all frequency bands, marking any gathering trends exceeding 50, and calling for artillery to prioritize clearance. Chu Tianquo's voice showed no fluctuation. Understood. At the moment the order was given, the tanks charged out. The diesel engines of the main battle tanks emitted a deep, powerful roar as they formed mobile triangular formations in groups of 3. Heavy composite armor was equipped with bulldozer-style clearing blades at the front, capable of directly smashing through small obstacles in the ruins. Their mission was not to hunt down scattered foes. That was the job of armored vehicles and drones. The tank group spread out in an arc, establishing the first mobile interception line 3 kilometers in front of the base. As the first wave of hundreds of devourers crossed into the smoke zone of the artillery's extended fire, the cannon fire erupted. The sound of artillery became the sole rhythm of the battlefield. The booming of the tank's main cannon occurred at regular intervals, each great blast signifying the complete obliteration of at least one cluster of devourers by high explosive or armor-piercing rounds. Yet the number of devourers was simply too vast. They surged forth from every crevice of the ruins like a black tide sweeping over the debris. On the thermal imaging screen, the red dots representing hostility proliferated and spread at an astonishing rate, beginning to form a flowing red wave, pushing steadily toward the base. The enemy numbers are still increasing. Keep the missiles coming. Second wave deploy. The heavy infantry fighting vehicle cluster, which had been waiting for a long time, roared to life simultaneously. These 30-ton steel behemoths burst forth from the flanks with mobility surpassing that of tanks. Their 30mm automatic turrets began to rotate, unleashing a continuous stream of fiery tongues. The 30mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds formed a storm of lethal metal in the air. But this was just the beginning. Release the Hounds group. Numbered 1 to 300 in free hunting mode to clear all scattered targets within a 500-meter radius. 300 Hound-type quadrupedal combat drones larger than the previous reconnaissance models carried light machine guns or mini-missile launchers on their backs, with their heads integrated with high-definition cameras, thermal imagers, and dynamic capture sensors. One devourer was using half of a low wall for cover, swiftly flanking a troop transport vehicle. It ran on all fours, its gait eerie and swift, exceeding 50 kilometers per hour. Yet it could not close within 50 meters of the vehicle. 3 hounds simultaneously locked onto it from 3 directions, their machine gun fire forming a crossfire net that instantly enveloped it. Bullets struck its carapace, sparking, but failing to penetrate immediately. One of the hounds instantly altered its tactics, raising its mini-missile launcher on its back, firing 2 fist-sized missiles. The explosion was not violent, but precise enough, with one missile hitting the devourer's right hind leg joint, while the other detonated 2 meters above its head, showering it with pre-fragmented shrapnel. The devourer let out a piercing shriek and stumbled to the ground. The 3 hounds immediately fired, ending its life. This was merely a glimpse of one of the 300 hunting squads. The hounds exclusively targeted isolated or small groups of devourers. Each hound's tactical system was connected to the battlefield network, sharing target information. While it had little impact on the number of devourers, it significantly marked some assassin units creeping from their cover. However, the devourer's counterattack was swift and brutal. One hound was chasing a target when suddenly from the side debris pile, a dark purple tentacle covered in barbs shot out, like lightning, ensnaring its left hind leg. The debris pile exploded and a devourer distinctly larger than its kin emerged. Instead of lunging to bite, it opened its jagged maw and sprayed a viscous dark green liquid. The liquid splattered onto the hound's armor, instantly producing acrid white smoke. The composite armor corroded and dissolved at a visible pace. 3 seconds later, the hound's leg joint was exposed, its circuits short-circuiting, sparks flying. Only then did the devourer pounce, tearing apart the hound's shell with brute force. Report Hound number 7 lost. The target uses highly corrosive bodily fluids, estimated pH below 1, likely concentrated acid, came the calm voice of a technician from the rear. All units be advised the target possesses chemical attack capabilities. Maintain distance, prioritize remote elimination. Zhao Qing immediately notified the entire area. The battle began to enter an exchange phase. The swarm of drones began to enter the fray. These Wasp drones were closer to fixed-wing structures than the common quadcopters, with elongated bodies, an 8-meter wingspan, and an overall size akin to that of a medium-sized model aircraft. They could charge towards targets at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, detonating the 200 grams of high-energy explosives and pre-fragmented shrapnel just before impact. 50 Wasps were divided into 5 formations, each locking onto a gathering cluster of devourers. The target of the third formation was 7 devourers using the debris of buildings for cover, attempting to flank the tank positions. The drones dove from a height of 200 meters, their speed reaching its limit in just 3 seconds. The devourers sensed the threat and began to scatter. But it was too late. The sound of explosions was not deafening but effective. 200 grams of high-energy explosives scattered the pre-fragmented shrapnel. Among the 7 devourers, 4 fell on the spot, while the other 3 were toppled by the shockwave, their shells embedded with metal fragments. Immediately after, 3 hounds moved in to finish them off. On the command center's large screen, blue dots representing friendly units began to extinguish sporadically. Each extinguished blue light signified the complete destruction of a mechanical dog or drone. However, in contrast, the red dots representing enemy forces dimmed in larger clusters at an even faster speed. The exchange ratio currently stands at approximately 1 to 5. For every lost unmanned unit, an average of 5 targets are eliminated. Continue. Consumables are meant to be consumed. 5 minutes later, all positions of the devourers on the command center's large screen, along with the main points of emergence, were marked. All missile units preset target areas A1 to A7. Triple the ammunition base. The enemy's position is already exposed. There's no time for hide and seek, bury them. 10 seconds after the order was given, the sky was once again torn apart. The rocket trails rising from the rear positions wove a suffocating white net in the air. Their target was not a specific heat source, but rather the area where all the devourers were appearing on the battlefield. When the first wave of volleys landed, dozens of miniature volcanoes seemed to erupt simultaneously at the edge of Luo City. A gray-yellow smoke cloud formed a blanket engulfing the entire horizon. The shockwaves crashed back and forth amid the ruins, completely flattening the already precarious buildings. Yet the devourers continued to pour out. They fell under the barrage, then weaved through the corpses of their companions as if they were endless. The number of heat sources has peaked. The bombardment is effective, but the reduction rate cannot keep up with their surge. Then continue. Fire all preset ammunition until it is expended. The second wave of volleys followed suit. This time the type of ammunition changed. Thermobaric warheads detonated at low altitude, forming clusters of briefly existing high-temperature, high-pressure fireballs. The devourers within the range were not shattered, but had the surrounding air instantaneously drawn out, followed by igniting their volatile bodily fluids due to the high temperature. The third wave, fourth wave. When the sixth wave struck, only a small number of devourers remained on the battlefield, and the quantity emerging from the ground plummeted sharply. More critically, they began to retreat. The target shows signs of withdrawal. Fatigue. Chu Tianqua slowly uttered 2 words. Each round contained a full 3 times the ammunition of the first round, with 6 rounds pouring onto the battlefield within 15 minutes. This was a firepower density sufficient to completely collapse any traditional army. And the devourers bore it with their flesh and blood for 15 minutes. Now they were finally terrified by this unreasonable missile barrage. In the command center, nearly everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. But the war continued. Frontline troops, consolidate your positions. The mechanical dogs withdrew to regroup and resupply. Drones continued high-altitude surveillance, marking any signs of reassembly, while engineering teams advanced to establish temporary repair points at the second defense line. All damaged equipment recover everything that can be salvaged. The steel tide on the battlefield began to adjust its deployment in an orderly manner. The tank group slowly retreated, reconstructing their shooting positions in a more advantageous location. Outside the command center, the 5 members of the Kane team wore expressions of shock. Unlike Yin, they were invited to witness how the people of Daxiao launched an offensive against the devourers. At this moment, several tanks were slowly reversing back into their designated maintenance area. Yet none of this could compare to the scenes they had witnessed in the past few minutes. Captain, the missiles and shells they just fired left every person in Iron Fortress with 2 or 3 impacts, and still had surplus, Leah said nervously. If it weren't for the fact that they only bombed fixed areas, I would have thought they were planning to plow the entire Luo city from start to... Mark interjected. King did not participate in the discussion. He leaned against the cold alloy edge of the observation window, his gaze sweeping past the busy recovery site, past the lingering smoke of the battlefield, and onto the distant edge of Luo City, which had just undergone a hellish baptism. There once a nest of the Devourers lay a death zone. Now it was merely a scorched earth filled with craters and buildings reduced to powder, with sporadic flames still burning. The Daxia people's tactics lacked finesse, relying entirely on firepower. The missile bombardment was simple and brutal, yet suffocating. An unprecedented chill crawled up his spine. Fortunately, they chose to cooperate, and things were going reasonably well with the Daxia people. Remember, everything you see today must remain in your stomach once we leave here. Not a single word, not a single image must leak. This is our opportunity. Do you see Yin and his group? The team members nodded. They understood the captain's meaning. They were mercenaries after all, and now there was a major client here who was reasonable and did not lack supplies. As long as they could provide something that interested them, they had no qualms about exchanging supplies. Behind the second line of defense, in an area that had been temporarily leveled and hardened with quick-drying cement, the atmosphere was both heated and tense. 3 companies, nearly 300 fully armed soldiers, had been waiting here for some time. The deafening artillery fire earlier was background noise to them, and also a countdown. Now, as the sound of cannons diminished and orders had yet to be issued, everyone knew it was their turn. Finally, it's our turn. After hearing all that commotion, I thought the artillery regiment had no sense of brotherhood and was planning to use shells to completely raze those monsters home, leaving us nothing but scraps. His words prompted low laughter and murmurs of agreement from a few comrades nearby. The squad leader was a dark-skinned, composed veteran. He did not laugh, merely casting a sharp gaze over the 9 soldiers in his squad, scrutinizing everything from their gear. Silence. Check your gear and prepare everything. Don't think that just because the artillery brothers have softened the hard targets, it's time for us to pick up the leftovers. Do you even know what those things are? You've all seen the data. They can burrow underground, they can spit acid, and even in their dying moments they can still lunge at you. This is the ruins, their home turf. Any carelessness will cost you dearly. He paused, observing as the soldiers quickly reined in their smiles, their expressions turning focused and sharp, and they began to meticulously check their weapons, ammunition, protective gear, and communication devices. Remember your mission: cooperate well with the armored units and utilize the drone guidance effectively. We are not here to be heroes. We are here to ensure that no threats remain in the area we clear for the scientists and engineers coming behind us. Understood? Yes. In the Daxia Kingdom military base. Advisor Lin, new equipment has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian turned to see a team of military personnel in dark gray combat uniforms walking into the equipment transfer area beside the command center, followed by 20 distinctly designed mechanical dogs. These new machines were larger than the hounds on the battlefield, with complex hydraulic and shock-absorbing systems at their joints. Their head sensors were more compact, and the weapon modules on their backs clearly featured modular designs for quick replacement. The leading officer, around 40 years old, had insignia indicating the rank of lieutenant colonel. He stood in front of Lin Xian and saluted. Advisor Lin from the 3rd Experimental Squad of the Equipment Development Department. I am here to deliver 20 prototype Gale-type high-speed combat platforms. Lin Xian returned the salute, his gaze falling onto the new equipment. This is based on reverse-engineered results from powered armor technology. He walked over to one of the Gale units and patted its back armor. The old model mechanical dogs had to sacrifice speed to maintain stability in complex terrains, with both domestic and foreign models running at speeds of under 20 kilometers per hour. We can create faster ones, but they can only be used on flat ground. Once they encounter ruins or rubble, they will flip over at higher speeds. However, the powered armor from Iron Fortress inspired us. Their balance system is dynamic, like a real human body, capable of adjusting posture in real time during movement. He stood up, a hint of pride in his voice. Although the imitated balance system is far inferior to the original, it is sufficient for them to run at 25 kilometers per hour, even in complex terrains. If the surface conditions are slightly better, they can reach 30 kilometers, and they won't flip over. Lin Xian examined the mechanical dog's feet closely, clearly seeing the layered internal cushioning structures. What about the issue of ground reaction forces? Although he was not familiar with the specific technology, he still had basic knowledge of friction and slipping. The bionic foot pads solve part of the problem. The material is a multi-layer composite structure, with the outer layer being wear-resistant and the inner layer providing shock absorption. The powered armor also utilizes similar technology. Of course, there is a cost. Higher speeds mean greater energy consumption, requiring stronger motors and more complex cooling systems, but there are relevant technologies on the powered armor that can serve as references. Lin Xian nodded. So you plan to take them to the battlefield for testing? Yes, these are all theoretical data. We need to understand how they perform under artillery fire, interference, extreme terrain, and against those monsters in real situations. The scent of gunpowder and dust filled the air as Lin Xian steadied his footing, quickly scanning the area ahead. 2 soldiers standing at attention behind a makeshift barricade straightened their backs upon seeing Lin Xian and the vanguard team, swiftly raising their hands in salute, with sharp and calm movements, their eyes sharp and composed, showing no signs of panic. Seeing their composed demeanor, the taut strings of anxiety in Lin Xian's heart relaxed significantly. It seemed the battle was indeed under control. How is the battle situation? Lin Xian returned the salute while quickly advancing, asking the question that concerned. Report, Advisor Lin. The enemy's large-scale combat forces have been mostly eliminated, with remaining scattered enemies retreating into the complex ruins of the northern part of Luo City to engage us. The combat plan has entered the third phase, the scavenger stage. Our unit is steadily reclaiming the Northern District, clearing house by house, street by street. Behind Lin Xian, several soldiers from the vanguard team couldn't help but let out low cheers, their faces showing excitement. The lieutenant colonel following Lin Xian's side had his eyes shining eagerly, patting the armored shell of a swift-wind mechanical dog beside him, producing a dull thud. He said to Lin Xian, "Advisor Lin, let's report now. Given this situation, the urban combat in the Northern District is intense. If we delay, I fear those ahead will truly take all the credit, leaving nothing for us newcomers." Lin Xian smiled understandingly, reminding, "Be safe. The performance of the new equipment needs to be validated in actual combat, but the safety of our comrades is always the top priority." "Yes, understood." The lieutenant colonel replied solemnly, then turned around, waving to the technical sergeant following behind, and the 20 swift-wind mechanical dogs standing silently, yet exuding a fierce aura, saying, "All units target the forward command center, advance." The group, equipped with new gear, quickly blended into the orderly and bustling flow of personnel at the rear of the base, heading swiftly towards the sounds of gunfire coming from the north. Watching the lieutenant colonel and his squad of new mechanical dogs vanish into the tunnel leading to the Northern District, Lin Xian turned his attention to the soldiers standing by, saying, "Let's go, we need to report the battle situation back home first." "Yes." Meanwhile, in the Northern District of Luo City, the battle had shifted from a thunderous frontal assault to a more fragmented, yet perilous sweeping mode. An infantry squad was advancing along a corridor that used to be a commercial street, accompanied by 2 armored vehicles. Above, reconnaissance drones belonging to the unit were hovering at low altitude, providing clear views of the shattered windows and shadows of the buildings ahead. Several hound mechanical dogs were scattered around the squad, acting as mobile sentries and fire points. Weak heat source detected behind the second-floor window to the left, marked as suspected target A. The voice of the drone operator rang out on the squad channel. The squad leader signaled, and one hound quietly approached the half-collapsed building, slipping in through a breach. A moment later, the screen relayed a view of a smaller grayish-white armored creature curled up in a corner, seemingly injured and moving slowly. The hound opened fire, its machine gun bullets easily finishing it off. Target A eliminated. The squad continued to advance. Most encounters were similar. Scattered, weakened enemies fell easily under comprehensive reconnaissance and firepower. But this ruin was too complex. No one could guarantee what lay behind the next corner. Suddenly, from within a relatively intact large building ahead, the warning signal of a hound went off, followed by a violent explosion and the sound of twisting steel. "Report. Hound 3 encountered a powerful target. The enemy is massive. Its armor appears to be specially reinforced. Rapid-fire machine guns cannot penetrate effectively. Hound 3 is missing. Location: in the courtyard of the building. Strong heat source detected." The squad leader peered at the dark entrance of the building. The internal structure was complex, and the armored vehicles could not enter. "Anti-tank team present." A soldier carrying a shoulder-mounted anti-tank missile quickly stepped forward, seeking a shooting angle under the cover of his comrades. Another loader quickly loaded an armor-piercing round for him. The last image transmitted by the hound showed the giant creature attempting to burrow into a fissure underground. "We can't let it dig underground. Quick!" The shooter knelt behind a pile of rubble, the sight firmly locked onto that vague, massive silhouette in the courtyard. Whoosh, boom. The missile shot into the building, trailing flames, followed by a deep yet penetrating explosion that even made the surrounding ground tremble slightly. A thick cloud of smoke billowed from inside the building. The drone footage updated inside the courtyard that massive heat source had vanished, leaving only scattered irregular remnants of high heat. Target eliminated. The squad leader sighed with relief, reporting the results on the channel, while reminding all units, be aware that similar heavy units may still be lurking in the ruins. Maintain reconnaissance intensity and do not advance recklessly. Meanwhile, at the forward command center, when the lieutenant colonel arrived with his swift-wind squad, the battle report he received left him somewhat stunned. "What? The main streets and landmark buildings in the Northern District have been mostly cleared. Remaining enemies have retreated to more complex secondary ruins and underground networks." The lieutenant colonel stared at the large blue areas on the screen, representing controlled territory, with only scattered red dots remaining in the marginal zones, momentarily speechless. Chu Tianque looked at the technical officer's face, which seemed to say, "I haven't even boarded the vehicle yet," and a trace of barely perceptible amusement flickered in his eyes. The advance speed is faster than expected. What has your new hound run out of battles?" The lieutenant colonel chuckled helplessly. "General, we came all this way. This Swiftwind's balance system and mobility have been optimized for complex urban warfare." Zhao Qing, standing by, crossed his arms, watching the blue dots on the screen struggling to advance in a grid search, and said, "Don't rush it. Basic clearance does not equate to absolute cleanliness. Do you see those marginal areas and gray zones? The building density is higher, the structures are more unstable, and the underground shelters and pipelines are crisscrossed. The efficiency of infantry point-by-point clearance is decreasing and the risks are increasing." The lieutenant colonel's eyes lit up again. "What you mean is," Chu Tianque affirmed, "choose 2 gray zones that you find most troublesome and let your Swiftwind coordinate with elite infantry squads to conduct infiltration, reconnaissance, and targeted sweeps." "Yes, I will ensure the mission is completed." The lieutenant colonel saluted excitedly, immediately turning to deploy. In the Great Xia Nation's military base, Lin Xian completed a brief communication with the home front, relaying news of the controlled situation at the front before heading to Zone 0 with a batch of researchers. The remaining researchers would arrive tomorrow. Instead of going to the pioneer base with the researchers, he headed towards the field medical area. The tent was bright inside and the air was filled with the scent of disinfectant, yet it was not overpowering. Fortunately for Lin Xian, it was not busy here. Only 20 injured soldiers were receiving treatment, and most of their injuries were not severe. The most severely injured soldier had his left leg immobilized, looking somewhat pale, and was quietly speaking to the nurse. Upon seeing Lin Xian enter, he instinctively tried to straighten his body. Lin Xian quickly stepped forward, gently pressing down on his shoulder, saying, "Don't move, rest well." "How do you feel?" Report advisor Lin. "I'm fine. I just got hit by falling bricks, and I'll be back with the team soon." The soldier's voice was loud, filled with a fighting spirit. The military doctor beside him smiled and added, "Protection was sufficient and treatment was timely. All the injuries sent here were of this nature with no direct combat casualties." Lin Xian finally felt a weight lift from his heart. After leaving the field medical area, he headed directly to the temporary command center. Along the way, everything he saw was a scene of steady progress. In the sky, drones at various altitudes constantly relayed reconnaissance footage and data streams to the command hub, while on the ground mechanical dogs tirelessly patrolled the base, ensuring security. Soon he arrived at the command center. On the giant tactical screen, the three-dimensional map of the northern district was being meticulously refined, with blue dots representing our forces slowly tightening like a net, advancing deeper into the ruins. The red dots representing enemy positions had become extremely sparse, most of them remaining still, being gradually engulfed by the blue dots. "They're here." Xu Tianhua did not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the subtle changes on the screen. Zhao Qing nodded to Lin Xian, signaling him to step forward. Lin Xian briefly reported that battle reports had been received from the homeland, and the rear base was fully operational, ready to support the next phase of the mission. Only then did Xu Tianhua slowly turn around, shifting his gaze from the screen to Lin Xian. "I'm good. But we have more important matters to attend to. Prepare everything. Arrange personnel to establish contact with the Iron Fortress." Lin Xian and Zhao Qing exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding each other's thoughts. War is an extension of politics, a means rather than an end. Eliminating the devourers of Luocheng is inevitable, but gaining benefits from it is also essential. They are not saviors, they can help, but must also get what they want, whether it's technology or prestige. "Understood," Zhao Qing replied in a low voice, turning to leave with decisive steps. In the temporary quarters of Team Kane, when the door was knocked, Kane was quietly reviewing everything he had witnessed over the past few days with his team. Opening the door, seeing Zhao Qing standing outside along with two fully armed, yet calm soldiers behind him, Kane's heart instinctively tightened, but he maintained a composed expression. "Captain Zhao, get ready. I'm taking you back to the pioneer base to talk. We want to chat with the Iron Fortress and need a guide familiar with their rules." Kane's eyes flickered for a moment. A guide. That term was polite, but he understood its weight. This was both an opportunity and a deeper entanglement. He did not hesitate, nodding understood. "We can depart at any time." Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away at the Iron Fortress, in the high-level conference room, everyone felt the heaviness of their heartbeat and the weight of their breaths. The leader Hector sat in a high-backed chair made of old metals and leather, unconsciously tapping his fingers against the smooth wooden armrest. The armrest came from a precious office desk of the old era, a symbol of power. Spread out before him were several reports from the farthest patrol teams, trade line merchants, and even listening posts, all chaotic and contradictory, yet pointing in the same direction. Intense explosions lasting over 30 minutes. This is not ordinary gunfire, it's bombardment concentrated like rain, with the entire edge of Luocheng covered in smoke. "Enough." Hector's voice was not loud, yet it silenced the buzzing conference room instantly. He was about 50 years old, wearing a precise mechanical eye on his left, and bearing a deep scar on his right cheek, a remnant from an early conflict over water sources with mutant tribes. He surveyed the ministers and military commanders present, his mechanical eye flashing a faint red light. "What exactly happened over at Luocheng? Who can tell me which deity can throw missiles into the ruins like stones?" His question struck the table, leaving no one. The intelligence minister wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Chief, all clues point to a completely unknown force. Their firepower exceeds all our estimates. Based on the most conservative estimates of ammunition consumption, the resources they destroyed in one volley would be enough to sustain 2 main infantry battalions from our Iron Fortress in high-intensity combat for half a year." A chorus of gasps filled the conference room. What is their objective? To clear Luocheng. And then what? What is there aside from ruins and monsters? Perhaps it's for the ancient remnants buried deep within Luocheng's ruins, those we have never been capable of excavating. The industrial minister speculated. Or they are simply flexing their muscles, the security corps commander said darkly. Hector remained silent for a long time. The unknown breeds fear, and fear often gives rise to two extremes: blind hostility or hasty submission. He wanted neither. Send someone to investigate. I want to know who they are, where they come from, how many there are, and what they intend to do. The orders cascaded down, ultimately landing on a seasoned reconnaissance captain known as Old Cat. In his 40s, he was lean as a wire, having lived most of his life in the shadow of the Iron Fortress with the greatest skill of seeing the situation clearly and keeping himself and his men alive. His deputy, a young lad named Mouse, finally couldn't help but lower his voice and asked, "Boss, are we going to die?" This commotion could level Luoqing. Old Cat swiftly smacked the back of his head, producing a crisp sound. "Use your brain. Can a force that treats missiles like fireworks be touched by us? On this trip, we take binoculars, hide 10 miles away, see clearly, remember well, and there will be rewards if we really do get discovered." He cautiously glanced at the others, lowering his voice. "Drop the guns quickly, raise your hands high. As for those skinning devils in the Iron Fortress, let them go to hell. Do you think I don't know why this task has fallen on us? How do we deal with such an ancestor? Do we charge and head first? Survival is key, no shame in that." Mouse rubbed his head, somewhat understanding, but looking at the captain's calm eyes in the night, his inner panic inexplicably eased. The team continued to advance through the ruins and wilderness, stealthily approaching the area that had just experienced a steel storm. At the Pioneer Base evening, the base was brightly lit, busier than when Kane had left. Newly arrived researchers had set up more analysis equipment, and the air was filled with a sense of urgent order, with everyone on site working for the first time next to a war zone. This experience undoubtedly made everyone exceptionally tense. Xiao Yu had been specially brought over wearing a fitted basework uniform. Although still somewhat anxious, she had gained experience and understood what she should do. In a room that had been simply arranged and served as a conference room, Zhao Qing, Lin Xian, two diplomatic and intelligence analysis experts, along with Kane and Xiao Yue, were seated together. Under the introduction of the intelligence personnel, Lin Xian's understanding of the Iron Fortress quickly transformed from a vague concept into a vivid power map filled with the realism of a wasteland. The leader, Hecto, a local emperor who relies on force and the legacy of the old era to maintain his position at the top, is surrounded by 5 core families that tightly control all lifelines of the Iron Fortress, from production and distribution to defense and internal arbitration. Here you have to pay various taxes, and the probability of being killed in your sleep by raiders or becoming fodder for mutated beasts in the wilderness is low, but the vast majority of your lifetime's labor and harvest will flow into the hands of the upper echelons under various pretenses. This is why Kane said that there are many mercenaries in Iron Fortress. It's not just the allure of instant wealth, but also because long-term absence from the shelter allows them to avoid many taxes. Bad but not bad enough. The system is complete, and there is a basic order. For the Great Xia, this structure can sometimes be more troublesome than purely barbaric tribes. Direct military conquest. That does not conform to the moral and civilizational principles of the Great Xia, nor is it a long-term solution. Letting it be. Some of the technologies and industrial potential they possess are indeed valuable. The core of the meeting quickly became clear. Establish formal contact channels with the ruling class of Iron Fortress through Kane's team as a mediator, set up transactions, and then exert influence on Iron Fortress to shape it into what they want. The technology in this world is always ahead of theirs. Iron Fortress being able to guard the high-tech production lines of the old era may indicate something unusual. It would be disastrous if they were to resort to mutual destruction. Appropriate deterrence is necessary, but efforts should be made to avoid conflict when information is insufficient. Slow steps can be taken as safety is always the top priority. Kane readily agreed, stating that as long as he performed well and became the legitimate liaison for the Great Xia, that position would be a stepping stone to greatness in the Wasteland. "I will do my best to facilitate a meeting, but the upper echelons of Iron Fortress are highly suspicious and full of rules. I need you to be a bit tougher and showcase your weapons at the end." In his view, the people of the Great Xia are too easy to talk to. Being gentle with the Iron Fortress folks won't work. "Rest assured, we are prepared for the deterrence work." Zhao Qing nodded. Opening a business without showing any force is impossible. They had long been prepared. The preliminary intentions were reached, and the meeting concluded. Kane left, accompanied by Xiao Yu, to prepare for possible outings. Lin Xian followed Zhao Qing and Yang Wenyuan. In the corridor, he saw a group of men in neatly pressed dark suits carrying standard briefcases whom he hadn't paid much attention to before, nodding in their direction before hurriedly entering another conference room diagonally opposite. Their serious and professional demeanor starkly contrasted with the combat uniforms, lab coats, or work clothes that were common within the base. Lin Xian was taken aback and instinctively exclaimed, "Did you bring lawyers with you?" The head of the intelligence department, Yang Wenyuan, smiled knowingly at his words, slowing his pace to explain, "Advisor Lin, you have a sharp eye. They not only have lawyers, but also economic analysts, trade agreement drafters, and resource evaluators. We are not just facing one Iron Fortress. The data compiled by Kane and Yin shows that in this area there are still dozens of settlements or wandering groups directly or indirectly affecting a population estimated conservatively to be at least 100,000. And what about further away? After the global disaster, the population sharply decreased, but there may still be hundreds of millions left." The highest level had issued clear instructions before departure. "The current external international environment we face is not optimistic. The Eagle country is unpredictable and trade friction has become the norm. Our strategy cannot just focus on the top-tier technology or territory. Livelihood is always the foundation. We should regard this place as a new market that is urgently in need of development and has great potential, acquiring the resources we need through trade while exporting our industrial products and agricultural goods, revitalizing some domestic production capacity, stabilizing employment, and improving livelihoods. This is a grand strategy. And when playing chess, the rules are more important than immediate military might. Most importantly, these people are a mixed bag, and reforming them will take a long time. Forced reforms can easily lead to counterproductive outcomes. Lin Xian suddenly realized why they brought lawyers. There is an almost blank market here, with an extremely urgent demand, where food, medicine, and daily necessities are not afraid of lacking sales channels, and the country is treating the wasteland as a dumping ground. He nodded, but then recalled the two other forces mentioned in Kane's data. But what about those raiders from Haishi Town and the slave owners from Huayan Manor? Can they also be considered part of the market? Can they also discuss rules and do business? And what if they do not abide by contracts? Young Wenyuan's smile faded, his gaze behind the glasses calm, yet piercing. Advisor Lin, such individuals belong in a shooting range. Isn't it a good thing that they do not follow the rules? He did not continue to explain, but Lin Xian understood completely. An unspoken agreement was reached between them, their faces revealing meaningful smiles. The reconnaissance team of Iron Fortress ultimately chose to establish a temporary observation point on a heavily weathered and relatively open concrete overpass wreck. From here, they could see the entire perimeter defense of the front line and some internal activities. A few individuals adjusted the high-powered telescopes in their hands, the lenses slowly sweeping across that busy and orderly area. There was a temporary forward base there, but what truly stunned them was not just the number of armored vehicles and tanks, but not a single one was idle or merely for show. Soldiers in uniform and high-quality protective gear moved among them, performing maintenance inspections and resupply. Boss, their vehicles seem to be moving. Aren't they supposed to conserve fuel? The voice of the mouse trembled as he asked a key question. An Iron Fortress diesel is a precious strategic resource. Leader Hecto and several major families handle those few old war machines from the old era with extreme caution every time they are deployed. Although they have solid-state batteries, the issue of power consumption and the docking station that only provides half the endurance of diesel forced them to abandon the idea of switching to solid-state batteries as an energy source. Even so, those few vintage vehicles are the most direct symbol of power, and ordinary residents do not even have the qualification to approach them. What did he see now? The old cat did not answer immediately. His lens was focused intently on the finer details. Next to a tank, a soldier was calmly extracting fuel from a mountain of standard metal barrels using a pump. They can produce diesel. This realization chilled him more than seeing more tanks. It meant that the other side not only possesses a terrifying number of active equipment, but also has the energy supply chain and logistical support capabilities to sustain this steel army in long-term operations. This is fundamentally incomparable to the fragile system of Iron Fortress that relies on robbing Peter to pay Paul, surviving on the black market and remnants. Note this down: the number of major heavy equipment exceeds 20 times the total reserves of our Iron Fortress, and all are in a state of full fuel and perfect maintenance. Observing large-scale and continuous fuel resupply operations, their energy supply capability is incalculable, far exceeding our limits of imagination. A recording team member's hand trembled slightly, but he quickly jotted down these shocking intelligence notes on a water. Boss, are we leaving now? A team member asked softly with a hint of unrealistic luck. The old cat shot him a look that could kill and pointed at the sky. The team member looked up and noticed several almost invisible small black dots slowly circling high in the sky. Those were high-altitude reconnaissance drones. The fact that we managed to get this close without being eliminated is either luck, or because in their eyes bugs like us are not worth wasting a bullet on. The old cat gritted his teeth and said quietly. The old cat's guesses were all wrong. From the very first minute of the war, the area within a 15-kilometer radius of the Pioneer base was woven into an impenetrable net of drones, sensors, and signal analysis arrays. The wreckage of the overpass chosen by the old cat was marked in the Battlefield Environmental Assessment Report as Zone B7, a high ground with good visibility suitable for long-range attacks. All positions capable of launching long-range missiles at the forward base were strictly monitored. No one could afford to. Thus, when the old cat appeared in Zone B7, the command center issued a brief order: capture alive. The old cat took one last look at the distant forward base and put away his binoculars. Withdraw. Keep the records hidden, prepare the weapons, but remember, if we are discovered, I will shout throw, and everyone must throw their guns as far as possible within 2 seconds, hands raised above heads. Understood. The rat and the other team members nodded vigorously. The 8 of them began to retreat along the rubble path. They came from moving as lightly as possible. What they did not know was that about 30 meters beneath their feet, 12 figures were silently completing the encirclement. Thunder crouched below a broken vent pipe, the helmet display showing the real-time locations, movement speeds, and predicted trajectories of 8 heat sources. Up. He uttered a single word into the channel. The 12 figures sprang forth from 3 directions behind cover simultaneously, without any warning, devoid of the typical villainous dialogue before a showdown. Drop your weapons and raise your hands. Thunder's voice was harsh, the pronunciation of the common language peculiar. He had learned this from Yin and the others, and he also had the phrase follow me. He could only manage these 2 sentences, but that was enough. The old cat's body instantly stiffened. He didn't even see where these people had emerged from. They wore standardized stark black combat suits with helmets and masks obscuring their expressions. What froze his blood was that among them 5 were half kneeling on the ground, their large launch tubes steadily aimed at them. Those were anti-tank missiles. Not to mention that what they wore was merely the Iron Fortress mass-produced Guardian Type 3 lightweight powered armor, even the most advanced powered armor would be blown to burning scrap. After all, these models were lightweight, unable to withstand even bombs, let alone missiles, as they were not designed for, and no one bothered with heavy armor, even from the old era. To equip someone with armor capable of withstanding machine gun fire, the weight of the gear would need to be at least several tons. If it was already several tons heavy, why not just build a tank? Tanks have thicker armor, greater firepower, better visibility, are cheaper, and easier to repair if damaged. The money spent on making just one could cover half a company's worth of tanks. Throw. The old cat nearly shouted, his voice cracking, terrified of becoming fragments the next second. Clatter, clang. Weapons, including even the dagger at his waist, and the fragmentation grenades, were unhesitatingly tossed onto the rubble. Immediately, the 8 of them clumsily removed their powered armor. Thunder gestured, and 4 team members stepped forward, securing the wrists of the 8 behind their backs with plastic zip ties, their movements quick and professional. The others swiftly checked the discarded weapons and powered armor, removing the energy cores and disarming them. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Command Center Zone B7, the rat has been captured. 8 all alive. A batch of standard weapons confiscated, 8 sets of lightweight powered armor. Requesting further instructions. Thunder reported into the communicator. Bring them back. Stay safe. Zhao Qing's voice was calm and steady. Received. 2 wheeled armored personnel carriers approached, and the captives were led onto the vehicles sitting on the cold metal benches. The confiscated equipment was loaded into another vehicle. The convoy turned around, heading towards the base. Inside the vehicle, only the faint hum of the engine and the suppressed breaths of the captives could be heard as the soldiers of the Iron Fortress kept their heads down, not daring to meet the gaze of the silent guards. The rat's body trembled slightly, unsure if it was from the cold or fear. Thunder sat in the passenger seat, his gaze sweeping over the 8 pale faces in the rearview mirror. He curled his lip. The young soldier next to him, codenamed Wildcat, leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of curiosity. Boss, this catch is no small fish. Looking at the equipment, it's even better than Kane's mercenaries. What good is being better? One hit from an anti-tank missile, and not even a corpse will be left. The iron shell won't save your life, especially since this is lightweight armor. Whether it can withstand even slightly more powerful bullets is questionable. Wildcat chuckled. Boss, I mean, that thing looks pretty cool. You're just jealous. Get lost. Thunder laughed and scolded, though the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Wildcat was undeterred, continuing to mumble, but that thing seems pretty common in Iron Fortress. Kane's group has it, and so does this reconnaissance team. Thunder snorted disdainfully from his nose. Common. Just because it's common doesn't mean it's cheap, let alone useful. You kid only looks at the surface of things. Sure, they have the industrial line to make these things, and as long as they have resources, but once produced, do they need energy? They use solid-state batteries, right? When the power runs out, do they need to go back to Iron Fortress to recharge? Does that cost money? Yes, it does. When going out to explore, if they get banged up, joints break, or sensors fail, do they need repairs? Yes, they need repairs. Who does the repairs? It's definitely those few families in Iron Fortress that control the technology, and the repairs aren't cheap. You might say, I want repaired, I'll just buy a new one. Sure, buy a new one, but that requires even more money. Don't think it's like back home, where if a phone breaks you can find a place to fix it easily. Here the industrial chain is incomplete. What you can produce depends on the area you occupy. If only they have the parts to match the monopolized business, prices are still dictated by them. In this back and forth, all that hard work you did to scavenge those good things ends up flowing back to those families that manufacture armor, repair armor, and sell power. A dull knife cuts flesh. Exactly. They let you wear armor that looks impressive, making you feel safe and dignified, willingly going out to be their scouts searching for lost treasures. When you find a bit, they use a bit of electricity and a few parts to take away most of it. You can't save enough to build a fortune, you will always have to rely on them. This trick runs deep. Thunder said disdainfully. Wildcat clicked his tongue. Boss, where did you hear all this? It sounds too structured, not like some. Thunder raised his hand as if to hit him, and Wildcat shrank his neck. The experts have long stripped the Iron Fortress rule, an economic model bear using the intelligence provided by Kane and Yen. Have you noticed their weapons? They wear such advanced armor, and their weapons are quite similar to ours, which is strange, right? That's because these armors still die when hit by bombs and missiles. They have a plethora of means to eliminate you. Wildcat felt lost, but understood the gist. So those in powered armor looking mighty are actually struggling. At least the reins around their necks are in someone else's hands. Thunder concluded, his gaze sweeping over the rearview. In the temporary interrogation room, the old cat and the 8 others were separated for questioning. When Kane entered the room where the old cat was accompanied by Xiaya, both of them were momentarily taken aback. Old cat. Kane frowned, clearly recognizing the other party. Kane. The muscles in the old cat's face twitched as a look of undeniable shock flashed in his squinted eyes. According to rumors in Iron Fortress, Kane's team had recently stumbled upon a stroke of luck, finding a complete precision part from the old era and selling it for a fortune on the black market, after which they bought several sets of power armor. Having not returned for so long, everyone assumed they were either off indulging in extravagance or had crossed the wrong people and been silenced. But now Kane stood before this mysterious forces base, impeccably dressed and in good spirits, accompanied by someone clearly acting as a translator. The old cat's mind raced. What gave Kane such confidence? Was it merely luck? No, it had to be more than that. He must have provided something of value. What could he possibly have? Intelligence. Yes, it must be intelligence about watching the Devourer and the information regarding this area. If Kane could establish a connection through this, why couldn't I? What I possess is far more than what a mere mercenary who only knows how to take black market jobs has. Once this thought took root, it grew wildly like weeds. The instinct for survival and the desire for a better path instantly overshadowed his meager loyalty to Iron Fortress. He hardly hesitated, abruptly lifting his head before the officer in charge of the questioning could speak. Chief, I have intelligence. Important intelligence. Everything about Iron Fortress. Xiaoya quickly translated his words. Moments later, the side door of the room slid open, and Chu Tianhua entered accompanied by others. The elderly man was not in his usual attire, but was dressed in a sharp military uniform, the stars on his shoulder epaulets gleaming under the light. Lin Xian also came over to take a look, making a larger movement that attracted nearby strange figures. I am not the chief. You may call me General Chu. Now tell me, what intelligence do you have? The old cat's throat constricted as he spoke, sensing the deep and heavy presence emanating from Chu Tianhua, who had long held a position of power even more profound than Hecto. He dared not play any tricks, spilling everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. Iron Fortress has about 2,000 combat personnel divided among 5 Family Guard units and the Chief's direct, Iron Fist Battalion. However, the number that can be mobilized for field operations does not exceed 1,000. Heavy equipment consists of only 12 old-wheeled armored vehicles and 3 operational old-era tanks, with reconnaissance-type power armor, like what we wear, being the majority, all controlled by the Chief and several major families' direct descendants. Additionally, not all beneath Iron Fortress are subservient. In the Eastern District Shantytown, there is a small group called the Rusty Nail Brotherhood, which specializes in smuggling supplies to aid those who can no longer survive, having captured several batches and hanged them in the square. In the sewers of the Southern District, it is said that a group of Revival Society lunatics hides there, incessantly chanting about restoring the glory of the old era, but they are not a threat. The old cat spoke rapidly, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, it would lose its value. Chu Tianhua listened quietly, lightly tapping his fingers rhythmically on the smooth table. It was only when the old cat mentioned hanged in the square that his fingers paused briefly. Now, regarding the ruling class of Iron Fortress, or rather regarding Hecto and these 5 major families, do you have any concrete evidence of their large-scale crimes against humanity? For instance, deliberately causing famine, large-scale slavery, torture, executions, or similar acts. Crimes against humanity. The old cat was stunned. This term was too foreign and grand to him. In the Wasteland, the law of the jungle was the most fundamental human behavior, crimes against humanity. But he quickly understood what Chu Tianhua was asking about. The brutal actions that crossed the line, purely imposed to maintain control and indulge in pleasure. It seems there hasn't been a large-scale famine. They need people to work. But in Morton Heffley's black prison, the number of corpses dragged out each year is no less than 100, many of which go unclaimed, directly thrown to feed the mutated rat breeding farms. In the mines controlled by Villenviller, all are slaves bought from predators, and very few manage to come out once they go in. The more he spoke, the more he felt that these matters seemed commonplace in Iron Fortress, yet in this moment, paired with crimes against humanity, even he felt a chill. Meanwhile, sitting opposite Chu Tianhua and Yang Wenyuan, their eyes slightly brightened. Fighting was out of the question. With such minimal strength, they had survived guarding the production line for decades without being wiped out. If they started a fight, the small ones would come, and then the old ones would come. Wouldn't that lead to a big incident? But this evidence would be useful when necessary. The questioning continued for another half-hour, with the old cat divulging everything he could think of, including the personalities and quirks of several family leaders, some shady trading channels, and even where old maps of certain underground pipes in Iron Fortress might be stored. This is a guess to take them down and settle them. Chu Tianhua instructed Zhao Qing. Yes. After the old cat and the others were taken away, only Chu Tianhua, Yang Wenyuan, Zhao Qing, and Lin Xian remained in the room. After a brief silence, Yang Wenyuan adjusted his glasses and said excitedly, "General plans cannot keep up with changes. We initially intended to establish a conventional trade channel with the ruling class of Iron Fortress, through Kane gradually infiltrating and influencing them. But now it seems that the festering sore within Iron Fortress is deeper than we anticipated and much easier to pierce." Lin Xian instantly understood Yang Wenyuan's meaning. They could act as agents without needing to take action themselves to cleanse that mixed gathering bearing the negative reputation of conquerors. Moreover, this world's technology is advanced compared to their own planet. There may be some terrifying weaponry, which is the greatest unknown. By secretly supporting a force to cleanse the house, then the new Iron Fortress, regardless of who ultimately takes charge, will be closer to them. Finally, when their influence is sufficient, Iron Fortress will become what they wish to see, and with enough intelligence, they can directly reap the benefits. Upon realizing this, Lin Xian was suddenly stunned. Wasn't this exactly the agent war, something the white-head eagle loves to engage in, and the great powers turned out to be myself? Chu Tianhua slowly stood up. Director Yang, organize your analysis team to work overnight. Cross-reference and analyze all information deeply. I want a report that clearly lists all the forces within Iron Fortress that can be won over, their internal conflicts, and the support we might provide. Understood. It seems the free trade agreement also needs to be revised, Yang Wenyuan said excitedly. Stepping out of the temporary interrogation room, the evening breeze brought a chill after the dissipated gunpowder smoke across his face. Lin Xian looked up towards the direction of Luoqing. The sky had completely darkened, and the massive silhouette of that city sank into the ink-like depths of the night. Yet in the next moment the stars shone bright. Not the stars in the sky, but the stars on the ground. Initially there were only a few scattered points, pale and weak like embers about to extinguish. Soon the points of light spread in clusters and sheets along the main roads, cleared from the ruins, climbing up the frames of the still-standing buildings, even penetrating into some pits marked for nighttime operations. These were high-powered LED lighting arrays, mobile searchlights, and engineering lighting vehicles weaving together a web of light. Nearly 200 years had passed since that disaster that obliterated everything. The city of death had first been bathed in light. The illumination was not soft, it was even somewhat glaring. Without the buffer of the daylight's grayish haze, the ruins' ferocity and desolation were magnified to the extreme. Yet at the same time, an indescribable essence quietly thrived within the light. That was the trace of order. The illuminated area is the designated safe passage set by the exploration team, a temporary node for resource transfer. The boundary between light and shadow clearly delineates the controlled zone from the unknown darkness. Each lamp's position represents a footprint of humanity, a brief retreat against chaos. At the edge of the base, some soldiers and engineers who had yet to rest paused their tasks, gazing towards the distant lights. No one cheered, they simply watched in silence. The light fell upon their dust-covered visors, reflecting silent and focused faces. In the cafeteria, Yin and his team, along with the newly arrived old cat, crowded by the window or door, staring at the distant city of light. Everyone's expression was complex. Yan's lips quivered slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately it transformed into a long, drawn-out sigh. Perhaps the heavens finally remembered this group of homeless children. Perhaps the most shocked was Xiao Yue, who stared blankly through the small observation window at the distant sea of stars. In her brief life, night meant absolute danger and hiding. Light was a luxury belonging to campfires or the meager yellow glow of nearly depleted flashlight batteries. She had never seen nor imagined that light could generously and almost wastefully spill over a ruin just to illuminate what lay within. For the first time, she entertained the thought that perhaps she would not die from illness like her mother, nor be killed by mutated creatures like her brother, and might even live in a happier and more beautiful world. The darkness still lurked menacingly beyond the light, yet at least tonight humanity's light had once again been nailed into the map of this forsaken land. After watching the abstract ruins for a while, Lin Xian withdrew his gaze. Zhao Qing's voice sounded beside him. The cleanup operation was completed an hour ago. All surface buildings in the northern district and confirmed underground shelters have undergone more than 3 rounds of grid checks confirming safety. Casualty report 0. 3 serious injuries, all due to engineering accidents, have been evacuated. With timely treatment, they can return to duty after a period of rest. 41 minor injuries. This made Lin Xian breathe a sigh of relief. No casualties was undoubtedly the most exciting news. Firepower coverage and missile bombardment truly are the truths. Late at night, the outskirts of Luo City had indeed quieted down significantly. The howls that had persisted for days had completely vanished. Lin Xian leaned against the tire of the armored vehicle, listening for a while, then grinned. Hey, it really was those guys howling. Now that they were scared, their teeth knocked out, they finally quieted down, didn't they? Lin Xian stood beside him, gazing at the large shadow cut by the lights, gently shaking his head. The silence seems to make one feel even more unsettled. Lin Xian shivered dramatically, rubbing his arms. Advisor Lin, if you hadn't said anything I wouldn't have thought of it, but now it's as silent as a graveyard. Zhao Qing walked over from the command vehicle, interrupting their slightly chilling conversation. Prepare to withdraw. The minefield and sensors have been deployed as planned. There will be a sufficient number of mechanical dogs and drones left in the city, forming a mobile patrol network and fixed monitoring points. Any movement exceeding the set threshold will be immediately reported to the base. This place is too vast. With only our small number of people, we wouldn't even make a splash if we threw ourselves in. The superior orders are clear. Stabilize the front lines, eliminate threats, not occupy the city. Any rash advance is a joke with our brothers' lives. He patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and nodded to Lin Xian. Pack up. If they still have the guts or the brains to come over again, the mines and subsequent firepower will let them know what it means. The team began to withdraw in an orderly manner. The tanks and armored vehicles slowly turned around, and the infantry conducted a final check of the deployed traps and sensors before boarding the transport vehicles. More hunting dogs and small reconnaissance drones silently spread into key nodes and high points of the ruins. They would be tireless sentinels guarding against every slightest movement in this dead city. In the return vehicle, the atmosphere had noticeably relaxed. Although no one was talking loudly, the intense tension from the battle had dissipated significantly. Lin Xian chewed on an energy bar, mumbling to the bobcat beside him, those we cleared out today, even if those damn things can regenerate, they'll be hurting for a while. In this area of dozens of miles, there probably aren't many living beings left that they can capture to replenish their strength. The bobcat nodded in agreement. By the time they returned to the pioneer base, it was already late at night. The vast majority of people were seizing the time to rest and regain their strength. Only the monitoring team remained busy throughout the night, with huge screens displaying dozens of real-time images from various corners of the ruins. Their work was far from over. The monitoring range extended beyond Luo City to include all directions surrounding the base. Fortunately, there were enough personnel on shift allowing this system to operate efficiently. It was a peaceful night. When Lin Xian woke up in the morning and pushed open the dormitory door, his mood was unusually light. He stretched vigorously and his joints made a slight cracking sound. A night of tranquility. No alarms, no explosions, and hardly any small animals triggering the sensors. Either the previous day's violent missile bombardment truly frightened the devourers that had occupied Luo City for many years, making them retreat to their deepest lairs to lick their wounds. Or perhaps these clearly intelligent monsters are concocting some more troublesome schemes. Lin Xian leaned toward the former, after reigning supreme in the ruins for hundreds of years. Suddenly being bombarded by an all-encompassing firepower would leave anyone dazed. He believed that at least in the short term the defensive line was secure. Once again activating the portal, when he returned to the designated area of the Dasham military base, several vans carrying research personnel were already quietly waiting nearby. Seeing Lin Xian's figure appear, the leading officer immediately jogged over. Lin Xian nodded at him, raising his voice toward the van. Experts, you can enter. The passage is stable and the other side is safe. The window of the front vehicle rolled down, revealing the slightly tired, yet spirited face of Professor Lin Hanwen. He turned to Academician Wu in the vehicle and said, "Old Wu, I told you there would be no problem. The guys on the front lines are very efficient. They just cleaned up the battlefield yesterday, and today we can go for an on-site investigation. When did I ever say there was a problem? With so many brave comrades on the front lines, what do we have to worry about? But you guys in the biology team worked all night. Did you uncover any valuable information from those devourer samples?" Lin Hanwen's expression grew serious as he whispered, "The preliminary results are quite strange. Their genetic structure is a technology we completely cannot comprehend. Aside from the core part that resembles a basic blueprint, the rest is a chaotic mishmash integrating various biological characteristics. The key is that such a haphazardly stitched together entity can still be lively and organized. Even more crucially, the behavioral pattern analysis indicates they do not function as independent individuals, but rather like a highly coordinated swarm. All clues point to one conclusion: deep within these ruins there is a high probability of a central entity similar. It is the key." Academician Wu gasped, increasingly feeling that what Lin Xian had said in the meeting about fighting the aliens was becoming more and more vivid. Pioneer's base. Lin Xian hurriedly navigated through the crowd. "Advisor Lin. The prototype of our agricultural group's high-pressure soilless cultivation system has been debugged and must be transported tomorrow. Advisor Lin, transport our portable mass spectrometer first. The trace element analysis of the soil samples from Luocheng cannot wait any longer. And our geological group's deep drilling module." 4 or 5 leaders from different research fields surrounded him, each waving technical requirement forms stamped with red seals. Lin Xian was sweating, retreating while waving his hands. "Schedule. Follow the schedule. Director Wang has unified dispatch." This sweet trouble had persisted for 3 days. Although the smoke of battle had not fully dissipated and there were still sporadic minor skirmishes, the threat had been minimized and the base had suddenly commenced major infrastructure projects, including various facilities and communication equipment. There were also plans for mines, farms, and soilless cultivation areas, etc. Aside from the daily replenishment of weapons and basic supplies, the list of items to be transported was nearly full, with many research personnel's equipment pushed to the back. As the leader of the transportation, he could naturally determine the order of supplies. Although he didn't understand what the equipment mentioned by the researchers was for, he believed its importance was not very high. If it were truly important, it would have been sent earlier. He finally squeezed into the relatively quiet communication room, closed the door behind him, and let out a long breath. Zhao Qing was inside, conducting final communication confirmation with Major Qin Feng, who had just been appointed as the commander of the Iron Fortress contact operations. Seeing Lin Xian's disheveled appearance, the usually serious captain couldn't help but crack a rare smile. "Are you scared of being chased? It's more pressure than facing the devourers. At least those monsters know they want my life. These experts and professors want me to split myself into 8 pieces." Zhao Qing nodded in understanding and handed him the communicator. "Qin Feng is ready on his end. Do you want to say a few words?" Lin Xian took the communicator. "Major Qin, this is Lin Xian. Safety first on the Iron Fortress side." Qin Feng's voice came through the waves. "Advisor Lin, rest assured, I am aware. Lu Ming's reconnaissance team has already departed 2 hours ahead, and all high points along the way are under surveillance. We are here to do business, even if it is the kind of business done with a cannon pointing at the door." "That's good. This time not only the Iron Fortress, but they will visit various large and small shelters along the way for material transactions. It would be best if they could find good things, but it was also acceptable if they couldn't. The purpose is to inform these shelters that they have cheap materials available for trade, which is essential for future recruitment, as the upcoming factories will need workers, and more urgently the engineering teams are fully scheduled and in desperate need of manpower. It would be problematic if the large-scale movement of personnel from the Great Xia into the Zero World drew attention, and any signs were discovered by the countries monitoring them. Therefore, recruiting locally is the best solution, and economic activity can stimulate consumption and create their own currency system. Currently, only the Iron Fortress resources can be utilized, but only in the surrounding area. Luocheng will become their best credit endorsement." The call ended. Lin Xian handed the communicator back to Zhao Qing, checked the time, and realized he had 15 minutes left to excuse himself for an on-site investigation, to escape from the experts' encirclement. Are you sure you want to go to the mine personally? Although it has been preliminarily surveyed, what if? We are not going to the front lines, we are just going to check out the hills. The terrain is not complicated, and if I stay at the base, I'm afraid those research group leaders will take me apart with their experimental equipment. Zhao Qing finally couldn't help but laugh, patting him on the shoulder. Alright, the elite team is fully equipped for you infantry fighting vehicles, all the latest modified models. The earlier you go, the earlier you come back. At 9:20 a.m. northwest of the Pioneers' base, 3 camouflage-painted wheeled infantry fighting vehicles moved in a triangular formation, bumping along the hilly terrain. Lin Xian sat in the command seat of the middle vehicle. Next to him was Professor Zheng Hai, whose hair was gray, but full of spirit. The old professor held a tablet displaying a 3D geological map, created from satellite mapping and preliminary drone scans. Look here, Advisor Lin. The compositional analysis of the exposed rock layers is ideal, and the grade meets expectations. Just this one point is enough for us to build a medium-sized open-pit mine. What about smelting? There are radiation concerns. We can't just transport the ore back for processing, right? First, we will build a mineral processing plant for preliminary selection and transport the concentrate back. Once the electricity, water supply, and transportation infrastructure are in place, we can consider building a smelting plant. One must eat one bite at a time, but that first bite must be in the right place. The convoy bypassed a severely weathered sandstone hill, and the terrain ahead suddenly opened up. It was a basin surrounded by low hills with large areas of dark brown rock layers exposed on the surface. This is it. Zheng Hai's eyes brightened. The 3 combat vehicles stopped at the edge of the basin, arranged in a triangular formation for security. 12 fully armed soldiers quickly disembarked and occupied advantageous positions. The squad commander was a captain in his 30s, codenamed Mountain Eagle. He made a few hand signals, and 6 Jifeng 1 mechanical dogs leaped gracefully from the cargo hold of the combat vehicles while drones ascended. They had not only passed the test for mass production, but were also more formidable than the prototypes, with sealed and reinforced hydraulic buffers at the joints and standardized weapon modules on their backs. Equipped with a 5.8mm light machine gun, 2 40mm grenade launchers, and optional missile nest interfaces. Not only are they more stable, but they also far surpass mechanical dogs from other countries in flexibility. Following the Great Xia's practice, one would sell 1 generation, use 1 generation, and hide 1 generation. By the 3rd generation, they would be able to earn 4 in exchange, and the dog enthusiasts would surely love them. Team 1 and Team 2 establish observation posts on the high grounds to the left and right. Team 3 follow me to protect the target. Mechanical dogs, drones, fan-shaped reconnaissance radius of 500 meters, focus on scanning underground cavities and biological heat sources. Mountain Eagle's commands were concise and clear. The mechanical dogs quickly spread out their balance systems, allowing them to navigate steep slopes as if they were on flat ground. One of them even performed a stunt. Facing a small ravine, it did not detour, but instead bent its hind legs slightly and leaped up, landing its forelegs on the opposite rock wall, propelling its entire body upward. "Tisk, it's quicker than those rookie soldiers back in our unit who run obstacle courses," a soldier muttered. The veteran next to him, setting up a portable communication antenna, did not even look up. Of course, this thing is designed for more complex terrains. Without carrying weapons, it can drop from 2.8 meters without damage and perform 360 jumps and spins, all more agile than real dogs. Once we have enough in service, our patrols will likely be these things, and we can monitor from the vehicle. Then won't we be out of a job? Out of a job. Machines are machines, people are people. No matter how capable it is, someone still has to tell it what to do and how to do it. Besides, the veteran finally adjusted the antenna, dusting off his hands. If we really encounter tough opponents, in the end, it will still be us flesh and blood bodies charging in. Lin Xian listened to the idle chatter of the soldiers as he followed Professor Zheng Hai to the edge of a mine pit. The old professor had already taken out a geological hammer and a small drilling machine. Several soldiers set up a security line around them. The rock layers are intact with no signs of large-scale collapse. Advisor Lin chose a flat and stable place within a radius of 500 meters for the teleportation point here. The engineering team will come tomorrow and can start right away. Lin Xian nodded, looking around. After a moment, he pointed to a relatively flat slope on the eastern side of the mine pit and said, "How about over there?" "Great. The next point is the water source about 8 kilometers from here. There is an old reservoir site from the previous era. Although abandoned, the geological structure still exists and can be used with some modifications." The group returned to the vehicle and continued heading northwest. Lin Xian leaned back in his seat, gazing at the desolate scenery passing by outside, while mentally calculating the upcoming teleportation schedule. Mining equipment modules for soilless cultivation factories, water purification systems, and even prefabricated living quarters. As these points are constructed one by one, connecting into a line and spreading out, the first comprehensive base, led by the Great Xia, will truly take root in Zero World. At the same time, in the direction of Iron Fortress, Qin Feng stood on top of a main battle tank, holding binoculars as he looked at the settlement built on the ruins of old industry 5 kilometers away. The outline of Iron Fortress became clearer in the gray morning light. It indeed resembled a fortress surrounded by high walls made of concrete blocks and rusty steel beams, with shadows of patrolling figures and makeshift searchlight stands visible on the walls. Several thick chimneys extended from within the walls, emitting intermittent gray smoke, remnants of the old factories still in operation. Qin Feng lowered the binoculars and said to his aide, "The scale is considerable. The claim of a permanent population of 50 to 60,000 should be reliable." The aide nodded. Drone reconnaissance confirmed that there are 8 fixed guard towers at the 4 corners of the city wall, but no heavy artillery or missile launchers were found. Their heavy equipment should all be deployed in the internal core area. Just as Kane and Yin mentioned, the upper echelons of Iron Fortress do not care about the lives of those on the perimeter. Their role is merely to consume enemy ammunition and stall the enemy. Then let's proceed as planned. Notify all units to advance and deploy formations 2 kilometers from the city wall. With the order given, the entire armored division began to move. 8 main battle tanks, 12 Type 04 infantry fighting vehicles, 6 self-propelled howitzers, along with accompanying armored command vehicles, engineering vehicles, and supply trucks formed a standard mechanized company combat formation as they marched towards Iron Fortress. The ground trembled beneath the tracks and wheels. The sentinels on the walls of Iron Fortress were the first to notice the anomaly. It began with the dust on the horizon, followed by a moving metallic silhouette. As the distance closed to 3 kilometers, the binoculars in the sentry's hands nearly slipped from the wall. Enemy attack. It's an army. So many tanks. A piercing alarm sounded above Iron Fortress. The city wall was thrown into chaos. The guarding soldiers hurried towards their firing positions, but most of them were armed with rifles and light machine guns, rendering these weapons laughable against tanks. They've stopped. 2 kilometers away. The voice from the lookout trembled. An armored vehicle equipped with a loudspeaker moved to the front of the formation. Qin Feng picked up the microphone. After several days of intensive training, his command of the common language was rough, but sufficiently clear. Iron Fortress leaders, listen up. We are representatives of the Pioneer base here for peace and trade. Please send out your spokesperson to talk. The voice echoed through the loudspeaker, resonating among the ruins. This was their plan, simple and straightforward. Open the door for trade. At first Lin Xian thought it was a joke, but Kane and Yin insisted it was a good idea, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy as the channels did not align. Originally he intended to establish trade through Kane's introduction, but the intel from Old Cat had completely changed. They did not want to negotiate with someone sitting on a powder keg who could explode at any moment. Kane and Old Cat's task also shifted to contacting the opposition within Iron Fortress. There was a profound silence on the city wall. The guards exchanged glances, none daring to respond or fire their weapons as the 8 gun muzzles coldly pointed at them. A few minutes later, the heavy main gate of Iron Fortress slowly opened a crack. A team of individuals riding modified electric motorcycles and clad in relatively well-made exosuits surged out, stopping 500 meters from the armored division. At the forefront was a one-eyed, burly man with a scar on his face, the deputy commander of the Iron Fortress Security Force, George. He stared at the distant steel array, his throat dry, but still gritting his teeth, shouted, Who are you? What do you want? I am here to conduct business on behalf of the Pioneer base. Please send your decision-maker to talk. The one-eyed man wanted to say more, but when he saw the nearest tank adjusting its muzzle slightly to aim at a spot 50 meters in front of him, all words were swallowed back. He gritted his teeth, turned his motorcycle, and rushed back to Iron Fortress. The city gate closed tightly once more. Qin Feng looked at the gate and said, These people's style is becoming increasingly abstract. Their exosuits are getting finer, yet their living conditions and supplies feel like ruins. I understand. Iron Fortress hasn't been established longer than my father. It's just a factory. Not to mention the damage, they probably still have machines they can't even operate. The fact that they can produce exosuits and solid-state batteries is already a blessing from heaven. Besides, do they have the technology and machinery to produce anything else? Several soldiers around him chuckled at the aide's humor, but the truth was Iron Fortress was indeed in an awkward position, being occupied by a group of scavengers who had no foundation. 25 minutes later, the heavy gate of Iron Fortress, reinforced with thick steel plates, slowly opened again. This time it was not a motorcycle team that emerged, but 3 old trucks that had been roughly modified and welded with steel plates. The trucks stopped 1 kilometer away from the armored division, and over 20 people climbed down one after another. At the forefront were 5 middle-aged or older men dressed distinctly from the ordinary guards, accompanied by armed and vigilant bodyguards. A guard from Iron Fortress jogged over and stood outside the 500-meter line, shouting loudly, Leader Hector and the heads of the 5 families, please allow the representatives of the Pioneers to enter the city for discussions. Qin Feng nimbly jumped down from the tank, straightening his military uniform. He brought a small team with him, Xiao Yu and some experts, and calmly approached the key figures from Iron Fortress, stopping 10 meters apart. An elderly man in his 50s, wearing a precise mechanical eye on his left with a deep scar on his right face, was Hector, the nominal highest leader of Iron Fortress. His gaze, sharp as an eagle, swept across Qin Feng's young, yet resolute face, then glanced at the distant steel array behind him, with the muscles near his jaw twitching slightly. The 5 clan leaders beside him also had variable expressions, some surprised and angry, some scrutinizing, but more deeply concerned and apprehensive. Being asked to come out and talk business while being pointed at by gun muzzles was an unprecedented experience. I am Qin Feng, the full representative for external contact of the Pioneer base. Leader Hector, esteemed clan heads, the translator repeated the words. Hector suppressed the pent-up frustration and anxiety in his heart, glanced at the translator, and paid no mind. He had encountered Wasteland dwellers who did not speak the common language before, but they were all merely those who had recently emerged from shelters. Representative Qian, you come from afar, but the manner of your visit seems rather grand. Circumstances dictate, I hope you understand. As newcomers, we must first ensure smooth and safe communication. After all, in this wasteland, misunderstandings can often be more lethal than radiation. These words were laced with hidden needles, and as Hector and the others listened, their expressions darkened further. Please come inside. Hector gestured aside, no longer wishing to engage in verbal sparring. With such a disparity in strength, any verbal conflict seemed futile. A group of people passed through the city gate and entered the Iron Fortress. In stark contrast to the desolate and dilapidated scene outside the city, inside the gate lay a relatively spacious main road flanked by densely packed shanties and makeshift houses constructed from various discarded materials, with sewage flowing freely and the air thick with foul odors. Many emaciated residents hid behind cracks in doors or broken windows, stealing furtive glances at the peculiar group led by their leaders, their eyes reflecting fear, curiosity, and numbness. As they ventured deeper, the buildings gradually became more orderly, revealing brick and stone structures, and even shops lit with lights. The true divide appeared after a checkpoint manned by armed guards. Crossing this threshold felt like stepping into another world. The architecture was strikingly different, with small 2- or 3-story buildings made of concrete prefabricated panels or relatively intact red bricks, their outer walls adorned with crude murals or family crests. Most windows were fitted with glass, some even draped with dull but intact curtains. The streets were paved with gravel, relatively flat, and the people were the most conspicuous labels. Their faces were distinctly varied. Though similarly marked by the ravages of the wasteland, they rarely appeared malnourished, dressed respectably, and carried an air of superiority, representing the outer members and vassals of the 5 great families. Just a step apart, the disparity was immense. The outer city was a quagmire of struggle for survival, while the inner city stood as a crumbling fortress, precariously high, but self-proclaimed noble. Eventually they arrived at the core area. Here, surrounded by several massive old factory chimneys, stood a relatively sturdy and heavily guarded complex, with a 3-story fortress made of reinforced concrete at its center, the true power hub of the Iron Fortress. If the previous area maintained a semblance of dignity amidst struggle, this was a deliberately crafted garden of the elite, elevated above mere dignity. The attire of the crowd was evidently more refined, as they fixated on the arms and legs of Qin Feng's group, for a moment, their faces betraying a hint of condescension. What stood out the most was not their clothing or demeanor, but rather their arms or legs. They were prosthetics, nearly everyone. Those limbs looked no different from those of ordinary people, unless a well-dressed lady suddenly revealed a rose-gold light pattern on her arm. They would remain unaware that these individuals had replaced their arms or legs with prosthetics. The sheer number of such individuals was distinctly abnormal, and their eye-catching appearance seemed to be regarded as a status symbol among this group. "Tisk, what is this? A wasteland punk fashion show," murmured an aide. At this moment, Qin Feng understood why these people were staring at their arms and legs, and why they displayed such arrogance afterward. In their eyes, the absence of prosthetics implied a lack of status. To them, these flashy prosthetics represented a symbol of identity. "Let's proceed to the advanced conference room. We can discuss further there." Inside the conference hall, the atmosphere was tense. On one side of the long table sat 5 individuals led by Hector, while on the opposite side were Qin Feng and his small team. Xiao Yu and other translators and experts sat behind Qin Feng, quickly setting up recording devices and a briefcase. "Representative Qin, you can now clarify your true intentions. I find it hard to believe that such a grand mobilization is merely for trade." "Leader Hector, please be assured that trade is one of our main objectives, but beforehand it is necessary to clarify some facts to avoid future misunderstandings. We, the Pioneers Base, are currently in the process of reclaiming Luo City." "Do you really want to reclaim Luo City?" Moriarty Thorn, the head of the Thorn family, who was stout and adorned with multiple metal rings on his fingers, couldn't help but interject, his fat face quivering. After Old Cat disappeared for a day, they sent someone to check again, and upon Qin Feng's arrival they immediately surmised he was the fierce individual who had clashed with the Devourers in Luo City. This was also the reason they obediently came out. This mysterious force was not something they could provoke. "Yes, the northern district of Luo City is currently under our complete control. Cleanup efforts are ongoing, and the battlefield situation is complex. Therefore, we officially announce all individuals from the Iron Fortress and its subordinates should refrain from approaching the 50-kilometer radius around Luo City in the near future to avoid getting caught in crossfire and incurring unnecessary misunderstandings and casualties." In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference hall became so tense that one could hear a pin drop. The last shred of hope within several individuals vanished. The arrival of such a powerful and aggressive neighbor sent Hector into a cold sweat. This was no longer a mere threat, but a sword suspended over their heads. Qin Feng observed the varied expressions of shock, suspicion, and fear on the faces of those across from him, his own face remaining expressionless. He raised his hand slightly, and a trade expert behind him immediately pushed a sealed document pouch to the center of the table. "This is our preliminary trade list, along with a draft of a basic mutual trade agreement. We hope to establish a permanent trade point outside the Iron Fortress for resource exchange, while also freely recruiting among the residents of the Iron Fortress. Of course, if your side has bulk trading needs, we are very open to that. Hecto forced himself to remain calm as he opened the document pouch and extracted the papers inside. The heads of the 5 great families couldn't help but lean in to take a closer look. The list was written in both a common tongue and a standardized script they did not recognize, with the items clearly outlined. It listed available goods for sale: various canned foods, compressed military rations, water purification tablets, antibiotics, painkillers, even solar charging panels and basic tools. The acquisition list included various non-ferrous metal ores, rare metals, intact precision parts from the old-era technical blueprints, and old-era artifacts with historical or technical research value. What surprised them most was that the prices listed for the goods were unexpectedly fair. The prices for food and medicine were even lower than what they had been paying to those merchant caravans. Yet the prices for what they deemed junk were marked quite high. Hecto's single eye squinted slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. He looked up at Qin Feng, his voice filled with deep suspicion. Just like that. You offer these goods in exchange for our minerals and technology. Are you allowing us to set up a point and recruit? At this stage, yes. The priority is to clear Luo City. Trading with more distant settlements would take too long. The Iron Fortress is the largest settlement nearby, and we are eager to establish a stable trade channel with your side. As long as you have sufficient payment goods, as long as our engineers determine that there is restoration or research value, we are willing to acquire at a premium. Premium acquisitions for technology. Can you assess the value of technology? We have our own evaluation system. Qin Feng said little, but his confident demeanor was self-evident. Hecto and the leaders of the 5 great families quickly exchanged glances. The items on the list, namely medicines and food, were precisely the hard currency they urgently needed. The Iron Fortress had limited productivity, especially with medicines, which were almost entirely dependent on external input, leading to perpetually high prices. If they could stabilize the acquisition of these goods, even if just for reselling to the largest distant city, Ashen City, the profits in between would be enough to drive one mad. Greed and calculation began to quietly dilute the initial fear and hostility. Hector conferred swiftly and quietly with Morton Violin and the others. Though lingering doubts remained, the immediate benefits were undeniably alluring, and refusing such a formidable adversary carried greater risk. Soon Hector reached his decision. Agreed. Representative Qin speaks with admirable candor. This first transaction is on. Let us begin modestly to ensure mutual confidence. The inaugural trade was concluded without delay. Iron Citadel supplied a batch of preliminarily sorted copper ingots and aluminum stock, several serviceable vintage mechanical components, and over a dozen crates of rusted relics excavated from ruins and long abandoned in warehouse corners. Among them damaged computer chassis, precision instruments, and even fragments of tattered paper-based technical manuals. In return, Qin Feng's delegation delivered an equivalent value in canned rations, compressed biscuits, a consignment of essential antibiotics, and wound care pharmaceuticals. The exchange unfolded under the joint armed supervision of both parties. Though the atmosphere lacked warmth, it remained outwardly restrained. Once goods were transferred, Hector's expression visibly softened. With a broad sweep of his arm, he declared, Representative Qin acts with admirable forthrightness. Iron Citadel shall likewise demonstrate sincerity. We hereby designate the derelict warehouse district in the eastern sector of the inner city as your official trading post. Recruitment may also be conducted there. We shall issue internal notifications accordingly. Security remains your responsibility, but we guarantee no interference will come from our side. We sincerely appreciate the chief's support. For today, we shall take our leave. Tomorrow, our permanent personnel will arrive to assume operations at the trading post. Should you require large-scale future transactions, please contact them directly. We must now proceed to our next settlement. Farewell. Without hesitation, he departed Iron Citadel with his entourage and empty transport vehicles, decisive, unencumbered, and utterly resolute. They arrived as a steel tide. They departed like drifting clouds, leaving behind Iron Citadel's rulers gazing after the fading dust cloud with complex, unsettled expressions. Upon the city wall, Hector watched the convoy vanish beyond the hills. His solitary eye gleamed as he murmured to Moriarty beside him, dispatch scouts immediately. Follow them at a distance. Determine their true destination. Are they genuinely heading to another settlement? And instruct the warehouse staff to gather every broken, incomprehensible artifact, the most decrepit, the most arcane. Next time we'll command a far steeper price. Yes, Chief. Approximately 5 kilometers beyond Iron Citadel, the staff officer inside the command vehicle lowered his multifunctional observation scope and turned to Qin Feng. Major, we have tails, 2 modified motorcycles maintaining roughly 1 kilometer distance. Their tradecraft is amateurish. Qin Feng lifted his gaze from the digital map and glanced at the rear-view surveillance feed. The 2 tiny black specks intermittently vanishing and reappearing among the hills were unmistakable. Let them follow, if they wish. Understood. Unperturbed, the convoy continued its bold advance toward the next marked settlement on the map. The staff officer watched the pursuing figures recede, then shook his head. Iron Citadel is more extreme and more cyberpunk than we imagined. It's astonishing such a grotesquely unstable structure hasn't imploded from within. Qin Feng's eyes swept across the desolate landscape beyond the window. Because it lacks a sufficiently weighty external catalyst, and has not yet reached the brink of existential collapse. Once that equilibrium shatters, the reckoning will be unspeakably bloody. TCH, a hot potato. Qin Feng nodded. Over the following days they visited 3 medium and small-scale settlements, proceeding far more smoothly than at Iron Citadel, announcing their presence, then presenting the trade catalog. Most of these settlements originated from the same shelter network as Yan's group. Qin Feng adopted a consistently conciliatory approach toward them, far gentler than Iron Citadel's rigid stance. Compared to Iron Citadel, these smaller enclaves reacted more instinctively, dominated by fear layered with deep, yet confronted with the clearly priced foodstuffs and medicines, especially antibiotics they could never produce themselves. Their leaders' eyes betrayed an irrepressible burning hunger. Transactions were completed under cruder, more heavily guarded conditions. From this modest investment, Pioneer Base acquired a scattered but remarkably diverse assortment of salvage, and most crucially vital intelligence concerning the distant metropolis of Ashen City and other enigmatic factions across the Wasteland. At each settlement, Qin Feng reiterated the stern warning, Luocheng is under active reclamation, approach prohibited. He also left behind the message, Pioneer Trading Post will open shortly at Iron Citadel, open for trade and recruitment. Beneath the watchful, bewildered, fearful, yet faintly hopeful gazes of the native inhabitants, the convoy departed with the same clean efficiency it had arrived, sparking rapid, widespread rumors of a powerful, enigmatic faction with an uncanny penchant for scavenging. Back at Pioneer Base's command center, Qin Feng submitted a comprehensive report on the circuit, including geospatial survey data assessments of each settlement's military capacity and sociological observations. The report was swiftly compiled and analyzed, its first recipients being Zhao Qing and Lin Xian. Lin Xian leafed through the section detailing Iron Citadel's practice of prosthetics as status symbols and its entrenched social stratification. As Zhao Qing entered the conference room, she couldn't resist remarking, treating cybernetic limbs as badges of prestige. That's pure wasteland. Pure cyberpunk. Are we simply too tame, too conventional, to fit in? Zhao Qing picked up another document, the inventory of recovered materials, and scanned the list of assorted junk. Several items had already been preliminarily identified by the materials division as containing high-performance alloy components. This world was never normal to begin with. Still, today's haul holds genuine value. No wonder they obsessively scavenge ruins. Some of these artifacts aren't merely treasures to them. They're treasures to us too. Who leads the Iron Citadel Trading Post tomorrow? Me, came a voice from the side. The speaker was a man in his early 40s, lean-faced with unusually sharp, vivid eyes. His name was Lu Ming, one of the base's youngest and most perceptive sociologists, fluent in general tongue and deeply versed in wasteland societal structures. His qualifications were unequivocal. After rapid evaluation, Lu Ming was appointed inaugural director of the Iron Citadel Trading Post. Accompanying him would be domain specialists, 2 fully equipped elite squads, and Yin and Old Crow, whose extensive wasteland experience proved invaluable. A rapid response unit was also deployed to patrol the perimeter of Iron Citadel, standing ready for immediate reinforcement. This arrangement aligned perfectly with the delicate psychology of both sides. Hector had deliberately assigned the trading post to a marginal zone, adjacent to the fortress's outer wall, for ease of surveillance and containment. Precisely that location suited Pioneer Base's strategic calculus as well. All recognized the profound fissures within Iron Citadel, a crumbling edifice whose collapse could occur at any moment. Proximity to the outer wall ensured the swiftest possible withdrawal. The following morning, a small convoy, comprising 3 armored SUVs and 2 cargo trucks, arrived at. Hector had issued prior instructions. The gate guards conducted only a cursory inspection before granting passage, even assigning a junior officer to escort them to the East District warehouse. The warehouse zone proved more dilapidated than anticipated, yet spacious. Beneath towering rust-eaten steel frameworks lay thick layers of dust and scattered debris. Though aging, several interconnected warehouse buildings retained sound structural integrity. Iron Citadel provided nothing beyond allocating the space. Yet this posed no obstacle for the well-prepared team. The security squad swiftly assumed control of the area, deploying rudimentary sensors and surveillance nodes. Technicians began clearing the site, unloading modular living units, communication gear, merchandise display racks, and essential diagnostic instruments from the trucks. Within half a day, a fully functional trade outpost emerged amid the decay. There was no grand opening ceremony, only a hastily printed bilingual sign mounted beside the warehouse entrance: Pioneer Trade Recruitment Hub. Fair exchange. Information consultation. Skill recruitment. Open daily 08001700. The sign drew no immediate crowd. Citizens of Iron Citadel, whether the polished elite of the inner city or the struggling denizens of the outer city, observed with deep-seated caution. Though rumors of the Pioneer Base were astonishing, fear and suspicion ran too deep to dissipate overnight. Lu Ming remained unperturbed, seated behind a makeshift desk, quietly reviewing documents while patiently awaiting visitors. Yin and Old Crow moved among the lower strata outside, exchanging quiet intelligence. The security detail maintained vigilant, discreet watch. Within 2 hours, their first voluntary visitor arrived. She appeared 13 or 14 years old, clad in an exquisitely tailored, high-quality dress, a vision of refined elegance starkly incongruous with her surroundings. 2 taciturn, sharp-eyed bodyguards followed closely behind, clearly drawn from an inner-city core family's pride. The girl stepped lightly into the warehouse, glancing about with open curiosity until her gaze settled upon the trade inventory posted on the wall. After studying it briefly, her delicate brows knit faintly as she turned toward Lu Ming, who had stepped forward to greet her. "You don't carry models of biosynthetic prosthetics." Lu Ming followed her gaze and quickly glanced at her hands. Indeed, as she lifted her left arm to point at the list, a fleeting pink luminescence shimmered beneath her skin, then vanished. A silent sigh rose within him. Such a child, already wholly ensnared by warped aesthetics and artificial mark, yet his expression remained gentle and smiling. He knew instantly she hailed from one of the 5 great families. "I'm afraid not. Our philosophy diverges from Iron Citadel's mainstream views. Technology should restore wholeness and preserve life. Regarding prosthetics, we hope never to need them." Elisa Seraphim blinked, her golden eyes wide with bewilderment. This answer clashed utterly with the worldview instilled in her since childhood. Exquisite, distinctive light-emitting synthetic limbs were symbols of power, beauty, and nobility. Recognizing her confusion, Lu Ming wisely steered away from a topic that might strike too close to familial sensitivities. He turned and retrieved a single fruit-hard candy from a sealed jar on his desk. "Try this, it's very sweet. I'm Lu Ming, the station's director. And you? What should I call you? You seem to know who—" Elisa hesitated, then accepted the candy, mimicking Lu Ming's motion to peel back its wrapper before tentatively licking it. Instantly, a burst of pure natural fruit sweetness bloomed on her tongue. Her eyes lit up with delight. Iron Citadel possessed sweeteners, but mostly coarse syrups or artificial substitutes with odd aftertastes. Such finely crafted, authentically flavored confections she had seen only once before, a rare acquisition her father traded for with merchants from distant Ashen City. So sweet. She licked it again before remembering to answer. "I'm Elisa Seraphim. I know about you. My father and uncle said you're the madman who fought those terrifying devourers in Luo City. He told me to stay far away, but I was curious. What do you sell here?" "Madman." Lu Ming chuckled softly and shook his head, then pushed the entire jar of candies toward her. "They're yours. Tell me, how much is your set? This beautiful prosthesis, worth an Iron Citadel." "Madman." Lu Ming chuckled softly and shook his head, then pushed the entire jar of candies toward her. "They're yours. Tell me, how much is your set? It's a custom model. Father says its neural interface far surpasses standard versions. Virtually zero latency, no rejection response, no phantom pain. Most importantly, look." She raised her left hand like a proud exhibitor. After a few seconds, the soft pink luminescence reappeared, not as a mere glow, but coalescing swiftly into the delicate rounded silhouette of a long-eared rabbit, lingering for 2 or 3 seconds before gently dissolving. "It's modeled after an ancient creature called a rabbit from archival visual records. Cute, isn't it? This is my exclusive personalized design. Truly unique across all Iron Citadel." Lu Ming opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. He'd assumed custom implied enhanced strength or embedded utility functions, not merely an ornamental skin-lighting pattern, the source of her fierce pride. Gazing at Elisa's flushed, radiant face, alight with the joy of showcasing her unique motif, Lu Ming felt a complex tide of sorrow, irony, and quiet resolve. "Elisa," a stern masculine voice cut through the brief silence at the warehouse entrance. A middle-aged man in dark formal attire strode in. Composed, grave, his bearing radiating palpable wariness. His eyes swept the interior and lingered briefly on the armed guards before settling on Elisa. "Father." Elisa stuck out her tongue, slightly embarrassed. "How many times must I say, never approach strangers' premises, especially?" His words trailed off as he glanced at Lu Ming, swallowing these outsiders, though his warning gaze spoke volumes. He guided Elisa gently aside, then offered Lu Ming a polite, reserved nod. "My daughter's impetuousness has disturbed you. We'll take our leave now." "Father, mister. Lu gave me candy, wonderful candy." Elisa held up the jar. Her father's brow furrowed slightly, yet he replied warmly to her, "Thank him properly. Now let's go home." Without granting her further chance to speak, he led her firmly, and almost protectively, out of the warehouse, flanked by the 2 silent bodyguards. Faint echoes drifted in from outside. "Father, they don't seem so frightening." "Silence. We'll discuss it at home." Lu Ming walked to the doorway and watched as the father ushered his daughter away, almost shielding her, with swift, deliberate steps vanishing around the corner leading to the inner city. Leaning against the doorframe, he exhaled softly. Their first visitor had laid bare with startling clarity the profound cultural distortion infecting Iron Citadel's elite youth, and the still-awake, guarded vigilance of their elders. The true transaction arrived late in the afternoon. A couple in their 30s appeared dressed neatly and smartly. The man wore an ironed, old-style suit jacket, while the woman adorned herself with simple silver jewelry. Lu Ming noticed that their limbs were intact without any prosthetics. Among those who could afford such quality clothing, they were likely peripheral members of one of the 5 major families or representatives of vassal families with stable industries and skills. They brought a sturdy leather suitcase and several packages, their demeanor cautious, even somewhat awkward. The inspecting expert stepped forward and meticulously examined the items. They brought some decent gold and silver jewelry, a few relatively well-preserved pieces of old porcelain, a small box of various models of precision ball bearings, and several old books in acceptable condition. After a quick inspection and evaluation, the expert nodded at Lu Ming. Ultimately, the rare precision bearings, 2 of the most artistically valuable old porcelain pieces, and the most important books were deemed to have trade value. The couple was evidently a bit nervous, especially when Lu Ming listed the materials available for exchange, including various canned goods and compressed food sufficient for their family to eat for half a month, a basic set of antibiotics, and some wound dressing supplies. The woman's hand trembled slightly, while the man forced himself to appear calm, but a glimmer of relief and surprise flashed in his eyes. They hesitated little and immediately agreed to the transaction. Upon completion of the exchange, the couple gazed at the suitcase on the ground, their faces revealing a relaxed expression not seen in days. Lu Ming handed a cigarette to the man. The man received it with astonishment, lit it at Lu Ming's gesture, took a deep drag, and closed his eyes in delight, savoring the rich flavor of the smoke, which was far superior to the inferior tobacco produced by the Iron Fort. Friend, it seems you're doing well. May I ask how much do you and your wife need to earn in a year to wear decent clothes and nice jewelry like you do in the Iron Fort? Perhaps the successful transaction and the high-quality cigarette had bridged the gap. The man relaxed a bit, took another enjoyable drag, and with a hint of pride and emotion said, "To be honest with you, Supervisor Liu, if I could steadily earn 10,000 chips a year, it would allow my family to live decently, at least without worrying about being kicked to the outer city every day." Of course, for someone like Supervisor Liu, that probably doesn't mean much. Lu Ming nodded, remaining silent, though his mood grew more complex. 10,000 chips seemed like a lot at first glance, but in light of the 12,000 chips value of the customized prosthetic that Elisa possessed, which merely had a rabbit glow effect, the comparison was too stark. The wealth gap and distorted resource distribution in the Iron Fort had transcended simple class differentiation, resembling nearly two different dimensions of existence. The man seemed to recall something and lowered his voice, saying, "By the way, Supervisor Liu, aren't you looking to hire workers? I suggest you check out the Northern District. Recently it's been hard to find work. Many workshops are cutting salaries." Lu Ming paused slightly while holding the cigarette. Cutting salaries? Why? The man glanced around, lowering his voice even further. There are only so many jobs, but plenty of people. The safety tax and repair fees imposed from above have increased, and the workshop owners' profits are thin, so they can only deduct from wages. Now in the Northern District, many skilled workers are working 10 hours a day, yet their earnings are insufficient to support their families, let alone pay the full residential tax. If they can't afford the tax, they might be kicked to the outer city next month. And once you go to the outer city, it's basically... He shook his head and left it at that. Why don't they seek other opportunities? Or come here to try? Lu Ming asked the crucial question. The news about hiring at the trade point should have spread already. They're afraid, Supervisor Liu. You're outsiders and the situation is unclear. Every year there are cults or con artists pretending to offer better lives under the guise of hiring, luring people to so-called new camps only for them to either end up as sacrifices or be captured by raiders and stripped for parts. Last month, raiders even impersonated trading caravans to recruit workers, so unless someone is left with no choice or has a reliable person to vouch for them, how could an ordinary person dare to trust outsiders easily? Lu Ming silently extinguished the cigarette, but in the makeshift ashtray. So that's it. The lack of trust is a more fundamental barrier than salary. Residents of the Iron Fort, especially those at the bottom, not only endure economic exploitation, but also live in the shadow of lies, violence, and betrayal, filled with an instinctive distrust and fear of the outside world. He initially intended to write about fairness, security, and future planning as well. However, writing these things at this moment might seem to the anxious potential applicants more like an unredeemable empty promise or a new trap. Thank you. The information you provided is very valuable. Lu Ming sincerely expressed his gratitude and had his assistant pack an extra small bag of salt as a token of thanks for the couple. The couple left with endless thanks. The warehouse fell silent again as Lu Ming returned to his desk, gazing out at the gray sky of the Iron Fort. On the first day of the trade points opening, the amount of information exceeded expectations. The cigarette between his fingers had long burned out, leaving only cold ashes. The couple's faces had rekindled hope as they left with food and medicine, contrasting sharply with the desperate living conditions of the Northern District workers described by the man replaying in his mind. Working 10 hours a day, not enough to make ends meet, insufficient to pay taxes, and then being thrown into the quagmire of the outer city to await death. So is the Iron Fort an exception? Once this thought arose, it wrapped around him with a chilling sensation, causing fine beads of cold sweat to form on his back. He realized that he, like most people, might have fallen into a dangerous cognitive trap, because the vast majority of them had never witnessed true evil or real madness. This was a thorough degradation of civilization and collapse of values that had lasted at least 100 or 200 years. In the long despair, violence, and survival exploitation, something had rotted and mutated deep within humanity. It was a deformed fruit that grew upon the corpses of civilization, entirely self-consistent in its logic. Its rulers, its vested interests, and even many of its commoners had internalized this set of rules. They were not unaware that they lived in hell. It was just that this hell was the only one they were familiar with and could barely find. Lu Ming suddenly felt a profound chill as he thought of the mutants and the relationship between the devourers and the mutants, which remained inconclusive. Were they the failed products of the devourers? Or were they? Have we perhaps been overly simplistic in our understanding of this matter? Lu Ming ceased to ponder further. He turned and walked towards the team, waiting in the corner of the warehouse, his gaze landing on Captain Chen Hai. Chen Hai was in his mid-30s with a square face and a calm demeanor, a standout in the base's security forces. He had participated in the operations to clear Luo City, sustaining minor injuries, and after recovery, he was reassigned to the Trade Point security team. Captain Chun take Yin and Laoya to the Northern District. Check the recruitment situation and test the waters. Shanhai nodded decisively, understood. What standards are needed? No standards. Just bring back anyone willing to come as long as they don't have obvious issues. But be cautious, the waters in Iron Fortress run deeper than we think. Yes. 10 minutes later, an armored off-road vehicle drove out of the warehouse area, passing through the symbolic checkpoint between the inner and outer cities, heading towards the factory area in the northern part of Iron Fortress. As the wheels rolled over the rough terrain, the scenery gradually changed. Unlike the utterly hopeless makeshift shanties of the outer city, the streets of the northern district were lined with low but orderly brick or wooden houses, their structures barely intact, at least providing some shelter from the wind and rain. But these details were unimportant. Oh, what mattered were the people on the streets. They stood squatted or moved slowly, their eyes hollow, faces gaunt. Many leaned vacantly against the walls, gazing at the overcast sky, as if waiting for something that would never come. They weren't waiting for aid or an opportunity. They were simply waiting. Waiting for time to pass, waiting for life to run. At the entrances of some workshops, through Lao Ya's translation, Chun Hai observed a more absurd scene. A dozen individuals encircled a foreman-like figure, not demanding raises, but rather pleading in hushed tones. I just want half the normal pay, let me work. They'll do it for 40. I'm strong, oh I can do anything. I can handle a meal of porridge. They were competing to lower their prices, all for a job that would allow them to stay in the northern district instead of sliding down to the outer city to await death. The people here barely managed to survive on meager incomes, struggling on the edge between making ends meet and slipping into the abyss after paying various so-called taxes and fees. The residents seemed to be trying hard, but the direction of their efforts was to prove that they were cheaper and more durable. A chill ran up Chun Hai's spine. The outer city was a garbage dump. Being thrown in was no different from being dead. Here was a meat grinder slowly feeding blood and flesh into it to postpone their fall into the trash heap below. Is this really the inner city where living conditions are supposed to be better? He fully understood why the crowd around him dispersed, why they wouldn't gather together for warmth, preferring to scavenge in ruins and risk their lives against mutated creatures. Although Yin and Laoya had not learned much Chinese, the curse words were what they heard the most and understood the best. They also understood why Chun Hai was angry. After spending some time together, they realized that the morality of the Daxia people was very strong. They could see others suffering, but could not bear to witness anyone unable to survive. Laoya quietly added from the back seat, here you are just a cog in a machine. If you're broken, you're tossed aside, replaced by a cheaper and better one, and used again. Scavenging. At least when scavenging, the bones are your own, and you know how they broke. The translation relayed Laoya's words, and Chun Hai drove in silence, his gaze sweeping over the tightly shut or noisy workshop entrances on both sides of the street. Iron Fortress resembled a giant funnel sucking away all value from its core, the inner city feasting on the remnants, while the northern district, perched between the inner and outer cities, squeezed the last vestiges of human labor through meager hope and brutal competition, leaving the outer city as the final destination for worthless refuse. This very structure was creating despair, whether they came or not. This powder keg known as Iron Fortress had its fuse already hissing and burning. The vehicle stopped at an intersection with several small workshops. Yin and Laoya jumped out, followed closely by Chun Hai and the other team members maintaining vigilance. Yin took down a sign that read Daily Settlement. Work today, receive food today. As the sign went upright, it attracted some attention. Yin began to call out in a loud but not aggressive voice, introducing the nature and benefits of the job. Laoya supplemented with his own experiences. Some whispered among themselves, Daily Settlement. Is that real? They won't lock us up once we get there, right? I heard someone was captured by a slave raiding party a few days ago in the outer city. For over an hour, very few approached to inquire in detail. Most observed from a distance, their eyes filled with struggle. In the end, only 13 people were willing to get on the vehicle with them. Several of them repeatedly confirmed, if we finish we really get food. Only after seeing Yin and Laoya, the two local faces, guarantee it, did they grit their teeth and make their decision. A young team member looked at those who ultimately shrank back, turning to continue waiting at the workshop's entrance for opportunities, and couldn't help but whisper to Chun Hai, Captain, they can barely survive. Why would they rather be slowly drained here than come with us? Why not at least give it a try? Chun Hai's gaze swept over those figures, and after a moment of silence, he opened the car door. Complete the mission first, then we can talk. At 6 p.m., Lu Ming checked the time and instructed the team to pack up and prepare to return. The convoy did not head to the pioneer base, but rather to a well-situated plain 20 kilometers from the military camp. What was once a desolate area now stood a series of neatly arranged prefab houses surrounded by a makeshift barbed wire fence with watchtowers at each corner. This was also their stronghold for external contact. In the future, all recruitment personnel would have their external interactions here, and it might even merge with Luo City to form a new city. At the same time, it isolated them from the core secrets of the Pioneer Base, the teleportation portal. Even Kane and the others currently believed that the Pioneer Base housed a resource-rich, mysterious refuge, possibly hidden deep in the mountains or underground, with no knowledge of its exact location or how to enter. Only Yin and the others knew the true situation, but likewise, other than having tasks that allowed them to go out, they mostly stayed at the Pioneer Base. Yin and the others were also learning the Daxiao language and culture, while Xiaoyu was teaching the base personnel the common language and script. The vehicle stopped at the entrance of the stronghold. The 13 individuals timidly got out of the vehicle, and the first thing that caught their eyes was a group of medical personnel and the cold, vigilant gazes of patrolling soldiers. Fear spread through the crowd in an instant. Are they going to take us here? A thin man stammered, unable to finish his words. Is it for experiments? Or are we being used as cannon fodder? Another person nearly collapsed. The unrest began to stir. At that moment, Lu Ming stepped out of another vehicle that had just arrived. He glanced at the panicking crowd, but didn't explain immediately. Instead, he nodded to the logistics manager beside him. According to plan, let's serve the meal first. Soon several steaming large buckets were brought to the open space. The aroma of rice and the rich smell of stewed meat instantly dispersed some of the unease. This was a method they used when contacting Yin. Everyone found it acceptable. In the Wasteland, there was no such thing as headless meals. Food was precious. First fill their stomachs, then get them to work minimizing obstacles. Yin stepped forward and shouted, form an orderly line. One portion each, plenty for everyone. Let's eat before discussing anything else. The crowd hesitated, but driven by their instinct for food, and guided by Yin and Lao Ye, they slowly formed a line. When steaming plates piled with rice and substantial chunks of meat were handed out, many people's hands trembled. Some even refrained from eating immediately, instead secretly observing the reactions of the surrounding soldiers. Only after confirming that no one was obstructing them, and that no mockery or cruelty was evident, did they begin to devour their meals. As they ate, some started to quietly sob. It was only now that they realized they were safe. If someone truly wished to dispose of them, it would not require such complexity. After the meal, the mood of the crowd visibly stabilized. Next was the disinfection procedure. One by one, they entered a makeshift disinfection chamber, receiving spray disinfection, washing up, and then changing into clean work uniforms provided uniformly. Following that was a simple health check and blood sample collection. No one knew that some of these blood samples would become primary data for biologists studying the mutations and radiation effects on Wasteland humans. Having completed all this, night had fully descended. The stronghold was illuminated with stable lights, starkly contrasting with the dimness of the Iron Fortress direction. Lu Ming handed over the scene to the resident officer in charge of the stronghold, a staff major named Zhou Wei. Major Zhou, these people are now your responsibility. Follow the Class C protocol. First, settle them in the temporary isolation area, conduct basic discipline and standard training, and provide them with the translated safety manual. The engineering team has coordinated. Someone will come over tomorrow morning to conduct pre-job training and then take them to participate in earthworks. Lu Ming instructed. He had no doubt that this group could understand their own writing, and most of them were residents of old-era shelters who had come to the surface only when problems arose. If it were future generations of Wasteland inhabitants decades later, it would be hard to say. As long as they were not children, there were still quite a few literate individuals. Understood. You can rest assured, Supervisor. Zhou Wei replied briskly, then instructed his subordinates to orderly escort the 13 emotionally complex new employees to the designated isolation living area. Although it was simple, it was clean, safe, and sheltered, a paradise that was difficult for these people to imagine. Lu Ming along with Chuanhai proceeded to the communications room, where they needed to compile a detailed report on what they had seen and heard today, as well as their speculations about the mutants. Command center of the Pioneer base. When Lin Xian was urgently called for communications, he still bore the sweat from just coming off the training field. After he took the report recorded by Lu Ming and Chuanhai and quickly scanned it, the fingers holding the report tightened slightly, causing the edges of the paper to crumple. The words were cold, yet the scenes they depicted were painfully vivid. He opened his mouth, but only felt a blankness in his mind, which ultimately turned into a sigh. It turned out that what was more terrifying than instant death was watching life being slowly drained inch by inch on a preordained gallows. Even so, one still had to struggle desperately to survive. Even body parts were constantly being monitored by their kind. If bodies could be a business, would there be collusion between the Iron Fortress and the raiders? He guessed there probably were. The raiders had already come to deceive numerous times, and he did not believe there was no one behind aiding them. This report was like a stone tossed into a silent lake. In the command center, several experts exchanged glances. A middle-aged female expert with glasses and a gentle demeanor spoke first, saying, I propose we distribute rice porridge. Distributing rice porridge. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was taken aback. This term, steeped in ancient connotations, felt oddly out of place in this moment. For us, consuming some food reserves to set up a few porridge stalls is extremely low cost. Yet it can quickly establish our image as merciful, powerful, and principled, breaking the external fears and suspicions towards us. Once our reputation is established, it will bring immeasurable benefits in subsequent recruitment, intelligence gathering, and even in winning hearts in the future. As soon as her words fell, a serious-looking male expert with graying hair immediately shook his head in rebuttal. I oppose. Professor Li, you have oversimplified the issue. First, the ruling group, led by Hector, will never sit idly by. As we directly distribute food to their lower class, it would undermine their rule. Secondly, a sudden distribution of food would inevitably lead to large crowds gathering, and the Iron Fortress' fragile social management capacity, along with its gradually declining morals and laws, would be unable to maintain order easily, sparking looting, trampling, or even riots. This is not a benevolent act, rather it could become the fuse that ignites the powder keg that is the Iron Fortress. Our base is still unstable. Luocheng is not cleared. The stronghold has just been established, and once conflict erupts we will be unable to control the situation in time, leading to casualties far beyond imagination. We cannot do good with bad intentions. But does that mean we just watch? Morally we cannot pass, and strategically this is also a sign of weakness. It shows that we are afraid of causing trouble over a little food. Professor Li's tone grew agitated. This isn't about fear of trouble, it's about weighing pros and cons. Our primary goal is to establish ourselves and develop, not to be saviors. Acting rashly could endanger more lives. Professor Wang stood his ground. Several other experts joined the discussion, quickly dividing opinions into limited humanitarian intervention faction and absolute caution priority faction, with the debate echoing in the command room. Both sides had their merits based on professional judgment, but it was precisely because of this that the decision seemed incredibly difficult. Lin Xian listened to the heated debate around him, looking at the words on the report, feeling a wave of sorrow welling up. This world is truly tragic. Even if you want to do something good like sharing food with those on the brink of starvation, it can lead to uncontrollable chain reactions that ultimately result in a worse outcome. The debate continued for about 10 minutes. Sitting in the main seat, General Chu Tianhua listened in silence. When both sides had fully articulated their points and the volume began to lower, he slowly raised his hand. A simple gesture, and the command room instantly fell silent, every gaze focusing on the elderly general with white hair. Let's give it to the children. The number of children in the Iron Fortress isn't too many. Establish children's nutrition points to provide a high-calorie nutritional paste or porridge daily in fixed amounts, preparing some seeding for the children to eat before leaving. The reason being concern for the future of the wasteland. At least let everyone know that morality and order still exist, and we have not reached the depths of despair, subtly reminding them that humanity should not be abandoned. Moreover, targeting children means the number is small, and Hector and others would find it easier to be passive in stopping it, which they would also be more willing to accept from a risk perspective. Additionally, the chaos caused by children is far less than that caused by adults, making it easier to manage. The command room fell silent. Lin Xian was the first to come to his senses. He hesitated not at all, and meeting General Chu Tianhuo's gaze clearly stated, "I agree." The proposal for children's nutritional points was unanimously approved, and the relevant material allocation and personnel arrangements were swiftly written into the execution list. The meeting had not yet concluded. The agenda moved on to the next item, and Zhao Qing brought up a new intelligence summary, projecting it onto the central. According to Lu Ming's verification from the Iron Fortress and our own intelligence, it can be confirmed that the raider gangs active near the Iron Fortress and surrounding small settlements are very likely from Haishi Town. This group has been exploiting the unemployment pressure within the Iron Fortress, disguising recruitment to engage in human trafficking and even organ trade, significantly impacting the situation. Their existence severely obstructs our normal trade and personnel movement with surrounding settlements. Chu Tianhua listened quietly, lightly tapping his fingers on the smooth tabletop, producing a dull thud. Based on the current intelligence assessment, what is the actual combat capability of this group of raiders? They can only consume the population of the Iron Fortress through deception and trickery. Their direct combat ability is likely inferior to the security forces of the Iron Fortress, and they are even less comparable to us. Zhao Qing answered objectively and calmly. Chu Tianhua raised his head, scanning the attendees. Then let's classify these people. They are terrorists who continuously create panic in this area, disrupting the basic order we have established. We do not have the time or the necessity to play cat and mouse games with terrorists. Investigate their core camp coordinates, personnel gathering patterns, and firepower configuration. Then carry out anti-terror operations. Lin Xian unconsciously nodded in his seat. When dealing with these scum who treat people as plunderable resources, there is no need for hesitation. Use absolute firepower and precise strikes to deliver them a just iron fist. The orders were quickly formulated, and encrypted signals transmitted the commands to the relevant combat and intelligence units. The meeting concluded, and everyone gradually left. Lin Xian and Zhao Qing walked out of the conference room, side by side, strolling down the wide and bright corridor of the base. What is the current situation in Luo City? Lin Xian inquired about another front that concerned him more. Zhao Qing's expression was somewhat peculiar. Based on the analysis from the forward observation post and Professor Lin Hanwen's team's biological signal analysis, there are signs that the Devourer cluster may be undergoing a large-scale migration. Migration? Escape? Lin Xian was taken aback. More accurately, it is a strategic retreat. They are not scattering, but are organized and contracting southward. What is going on? Are we applying so much pressure? Yes, according to statistics from the logistics and production departments, in response to the Luo City battle, over 20 military factories in the country have adjusted part of their production lines to specifically produce Storm 1 combat mechanical dogs and their specialized weapons. On average, more than 1,500 units are tested and deployed to the battlefield each day. Lin Xian gasped, 1,500 units a day. Not less. These mechanical dogs undertake the most dangerous frontline patrols, base cleanup, and attrition attack tasks. The operational command employs the most direct strategy of damage exchange, using mechanical dogs to trade for the living forces of the Devourers. Conservatively estimated, the exchange ratio is between 1 to 1.5 and 1 to 2, We are profiting, but the mechanical dogs often come in groups resulting in even greater exchanges. Is this the charm of industrial Cthulhu? Lin Xian murmured, struck by this brutally simplistic aesthetic. Thousands of mechanical dogs trading lives with you every day. Who can withstand that? And this is just the tip of the iceberg. It is merely a temporary adjustment of part of the production capacity. Based on existing resources and technological capabilities, the real foundation has yet to be tapped. Yet even so, the effects have already manifested. Moreover, within a radius of several kilometers around Luo City, the already scarce mutated organisms have been driven away or killed by their clearing actions, creating a near ecological vacuum. The devourers have lost their food sources. To kill one may require time to hatch or transform another. It is no longer an era where they could do as they please due to abundant biological resources. Fleeing is the most realistic method. Where will they flee to? Through the joint analysis of the staff and biological team, and based on the world map found in Luo City. By the way, this planet is called Gaia, and the environment is similar to ours, being a planet covered by oceans. They are likely to break through to the south and migrate southward with the possibility of eventually entering the southern sea, where the marine ecosystem is richer and more suitable for their survival. Lin Xian's heart sank. If they enter the sea, it will be a greater disaster. Zhao Qing shook his head, chuckling bitterly. Advisor Lin, it doesn't make much difference whether they enter the sea or not. The disaster has already occurred. The Devourer's mother body is just one of many in the world, including the oceans, where they are likely to fight for territory. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes widened instantly, but Zhao Qing ignored Lin Xian's expression and continued. In fact, even if a hero were to appear in the Wasteland and eliminate all the Devourers on land, it would still not solve the problem. The destruction caused by a nuclear explosion to the ocean is not pollution, but a rewriting. It will kill the old ecology, create a new ecology, eliminate old species, and give rise to new monsters, while simultaneously polluting the surface and poisoning the depths, forcing various deep-sea giants to the mid-levels. The ecology will be incredibly complex, and no one knows what will happen in the ocean. In the words of an expert, solving the present curses the future. Moreover, it is mixed with the Devourers, this patchwork monster. This is hellish. Yes, very hellish, but this is the reality that humanity on this planet will face. No matter how hard we try, the possibility of solving the problem remains close to zero. The best outcome would be human dominion over the land, while the ocean and coast will become human forbidden zones. The two paused at the intersection of the corridor. One side led to the wasteland, the other to the core teleportation prep. Lin Xian exhaled, organizing his emotions. But regardless, we must find the mother body. It will greatly aid. Zhao Qing patted his shoulder. Yes, we don't need to think so much. You just need to ensure your safety and leave the rest to the... Anyone looking at the current situation would shake their head. This is no longer a problem that can be solved by mere fighting. Lin Xian nodded and turned towards the teleportation preparation area. Tomorrow these samples will be sent back to the country, including new metallic materials, unknown parts, computers, and many devices, all valuable finds from Luo City. Although most were damaged due to missile bombardment, their research value remains extremely high. Watching the staff categorizing and loading the samples like small mountains, he felt that the current largest and most avid garbage collecting force in the wasteland should be them. Iron Fortress outside the warehouse. A sign reading Children's Nutritional Rations and Support Gaia's Future stood starkly against the ashen sky, jarringly conspicuous, painfully glaring. The shelter was rudimentary yet sturdy. Behind several long tables, steaming cauldrons exhaled the long-forgotten, unadulterated aroma of grain. Lu Ming stood at the shelter's flank, watching the crowd gather ever closer in the distance. Faces dulled by apathy, clouded with suspicion and dread, yet betraying deep beneath a hunger so raw it dared not surface. Silent mechanical hounds crouched along the perimeter line, their gun barrels swiveling subtly under programmatic control as they scanned the throng. The soldiers' expressions remained hidden behind masks, but their taut postures spoke volumes. The initial silence shattered when a gaunt little girl, barefoot perhaps 5 or 6, was half pushed forward by her mother. Her dirt-streaked face held eyes astonishingly large. Under Yan Wen's gentle invitation and her mother's anxious gaze, she shuffled to the table and accepted a bowl of thick rice porridge enriched with nutritional supplements. At the first spoonful she froze, then instinctively buried her entire small face into the bowl. That ravenous, trembling hunger, so desperate, so fragile, pierced the frozen stillness like a needle. Once the first child stepped forward, others followed. Second, third, drawn by primal hunger and wary of the unfamiliar space, nudged or carried by their families, forming a crooked, lengthening queue. Inside the shelter, only soft swallowing sounds and the delicate clink of bowls and spoons remained. Beyond the quarantine barrier, adults' emotions churned in turbulent silence. Envy threatened to spill from their eyes, but deeper still lay disbelief, a dazed bewilderment. As the line grew longer and the crowd instinctively surged forward, Chun Hai's icy voice crackled over the loudspeaker. Maintain distance. Disperse. 12 Gale 1 mechanical hounds simultaneously raised their forelimbs, each fitted with light machine guns, and emitted a sharp staccato metallic locking sound, black muzzles aimed unwaveringly ahead. The crowd recoiled as if seared by white-hot iron, crushing backward into a panicked knot, faces drained of color. Fear eclipsed all else. Only then did they vividly recall behind the soup shelter loomed the steel, might capable of crushing Iron Fortress itself. Yin promptly called out in common tongue, restoring order. Control was swiftly re-established, leaving only children feeding shielded by overwhelming force in an act of wasteful luxury on this desolate wasteland. Not even the courage to cry unfair, or give us some too. Lu Ming murmured to Old Crow beside him. Old Crow watched the distant adults, hollow-eyed vacant, and twisted his lips. Cry to whom? Aside from you cultists and raiders, no one hands out food for free. To them, this is more incomprehensible than your tanks rolling in. We're different. We act on humanitarian principles. They kill, or traffic people. Lu Ming insisted. True, different. Which is precisely why I find it harder to fathom. Humanitarianism, that word feels ancient. Just then a minor commotion stirred. A boy of 7 or 8, having finished his meal, secretly slipped half a compressed nutrient bar into the lining of his ragged coat, caught instantly by Yin Wen's sharp eye. Trembling violently, the boy paled, certain he would be dragged away and executed on the spot. Lu Ming stepped forward, placed a hand on Yin Wen's shoulder, and spoke gently to the child. It's yours. No harm done. Tomorrow come back hungry, and we'll feed you again. Yin Wen immediately objected. Director Lu letting him carry it out risks disaster. Slum dwellers will seize it by force. Give? Mom, she's ill, can't move. The boy burst into tears, choking out broken common tongue. Air turned leaden. Lu Ming and the nearby specialists who understood froze mid-breath, a sharp sour ache rising in their nostrils. They'd anticipated countless contingencies, but never imagined day one surprise would strike so directly, so devastatingly. Old Crow stepped forward, drew the boy close, and wiped his cheeks. Kid, come back tomorrow. Eat double portions. You'll need strength to help your mom. But carrying this half bar outside, you won't make it home. Listen, go back now quietly. The boy blinked, uncertain. Yet under Old Crow's calm guidance, he drifted out of the shelter, vanishing into the edge of the crowd. Old Crow returned. This happens every day. What you're doing is already enough. Lu Ming watched the line inch forward, each child clutching their bowl like sacred treasure. Such a modest act of kindness blazed fiercely and precariously upon this soil of despair. Iron Fortress Core Council Chamber. Hector's cybernetic eye glinted coldly as he listened to his subordinate's report. Support Gaia's future? Does Gaia even have a future? It's just rotting wasteland. What game are these outsiders playing? Buying loyalty with thin gruel and a few brats. Chief, perhaps they harbor plans unknown to us. But regardless, squandering precious rations on worthless children is sheer folly. What threat could a handful of kids pose? Hector's fingers tapped the metal armrest, measured metallic hollow. He cared little for children's survival. Few reached adulthood here. His vigilance fixated on the anomaly itself, the subtle, uncontrollable shifts such behavior might unleash. Watch them closely, uncover their true intent, and a flash of frost burned in his lone eye. Remind the rabble who truly rules Iron Fortress. Let them know drink too much of the outsider's soup and choke on it. Meanwhile, at the designated mining site, begin. The portal opened. 1 hour later. Portal stabilized, safe passage confirmed. Lin Xian stepped first through into Daxia. Vehicles already waiting on the far side sprang into action. 3 trucks sealed and laden with diverse samples rolled slowly across the cerulean light curtain. Minutes after the trucks passed, dozens of heavy engineering vehicles, carrying engineers, geologists, and security personnel, formed an orderly procession crossing the threshold into the wasteland. Lin Xian stood beside the portal, sustaining its stability. As the final engineering vehicle entered, a vanguard team, engineers, geologists, and security officers, quickly assembled before him. Consultant Lin, command authority is hereby transferred. For protocol execution commences now. Lu, the team's lead engineer, rendered a crisp, solemn salute. Thank you all for your efforts. Lin Xian nodded, watching them stride through the luminous arch. Only after the last had crossed did he follow. The vanguard operated with extraordinary efficiency. Within half a day, the mining site had transformed modular prefabricated units, transported by heavy truck, snapped together like building blocks, forming a temporary command center, dormitories, and storage sheds. Here an open-pit rare earth mine would rise, employing mainstream autonomous mining methods, unmanned haul trucks, enabling fully automated extraction. Nearby, a fully automated ore processing plant would soon take shape. Both technologies leveraged China's mature, commercially deployed unmanned industrial production lines, their modules and control systems already battle-tested and ready for deployment. All that remained was selecting a suitable location on this wasteland and reassembling these highly standardized modular industrial components. Completion within 2 to 3 months was an optimistic estimate, made possible only by modular construction and robust logistical support from Daxia's industrial base. Once operational, the facility would crush, grind, and separate raw ore around the clock, yielding refined concentrate powder while safely encapsulating most radioactive tailings on site. The refined concentrate could be transported back via the portal. Hazardous radioactive waste, however, must remain, requiring high-standard permanent containment infrastructure. Downstream smelting facilities demanded far greater technical density, high temperatures, extreme pressures, complex chemical processes, and stringent safety protocols. A full-scale, domestically compliant modern smelting line, from design to on-site commissioning, would require no less than 9 months. Though relevant blueprints and equipment had already arrived, the decision to build remained unresolved. Even setting aside manpower constraints 9 months in this volatile wasteland, no one could predict what storms might brew. Thus mining and/or processing represented the most pragmatic, safest path forward. Behind a rock formation several kilometers outside Haiste town, a 12-member team all equipped with the latest optical camouflage combat suits. While invisibility is impossible, basic technologies such as adaptive camouflage or active disguise have been developed, albeit with the clear limitations of being effective only against fixed backgrounds and with restricted visibility. However, this distance is certainly sufficient. The soldier operating the drone carefully controlled the tiny reconnaissance drone no bigger than a palm, and with a noise level below 35 decibels, allowing it to silently glide over Haiste town. Haiste town is not a town in the traditional sense. It resembles an armed camp built on the remnants of old mines and abandoned smelting plants. Tilted concrete buildings and rusty steel structures are haphazardly pieced together, surrounded by makeshift defenses made from car wrecks, broken concrete blocks, and barbed wire. Several watchtowers stand at the corners of the camp with shadowy figures holding guns moving about. The drone adjusted its focus, zooming in on a relatively open area in the center of the camp. There a number of wooden frames stood draped with strips of dark drying meat. Where did these people get their meat from? Wild animal. Aren't they afraid of radiation? The officer, codenamed Old Gun, glanced at him, but said nothing. Nearby, the communications and signal monitoring officer Hummingbird couldn't help but speak up. Seriously, do you not read the data? These people are no different from mutants. Even their food is the same. The young soldier froze for 2 seconds before reacting. Damn. Although shocked, he was a veteran who had seen battle and participated in the cleansing operation of watching, so he did not turn pale, but the feeling of disgust was undeniable. Would you choose wild animals with radiation or relatively safe humans? Old Gun asked suddenly. The young soldier had. The captain's voice suddenly rang out. You kid, hesitating for even a second on such matters is a disrespect to morality and civilization. Set up the observation point and focus on their numbers, firepower, and the patterns of guard shifts. Understood, Captain. The young soldier immediately focused. During more than an hour of surveillance, the reconnaissance team recorded a wealth of information. Haiste town displayed a social model that had completely stripped away the shell of civilization, returning to the most primitive logic of plunder. Here humans were no longer humans, but commodities with clear price tags. The soldier whispered, a convoy is returning. Everyone looked at the screen where a modified cargo truck and 2 off-road vehicles kicked up dust as they entered the camp. After the convoy stopped, the rear gate of the truck was lowered and a group of disheveled people with their hands bound were roughly pushed out. There were about 20 people, both men and women, each looking ashen. Several armed raiders shouted loudly, using the butts of their guns to drive them towards a relatively intact concrete building deep within the camp. The captain's gaze suddenly sharpened. Record this confirmed the existence of live population abduction. Inside Haiste town, in that relatively intact 3-story building. This is the residence of Haiste town's leader, Butcher Hogg. The building was originally the office of the mining site, but has now been transformed into something bizarre yet luxurious. In the center of the hall, on the first floor, Hogg sat on a throne eating. He was in his 40s, his build almost corpulent, with a gruesome scar running from his forehead to his chin on the left side of his face. He was gnawing on a roasted rib, his mouth glistening with grease. On the dirty carpet below lay a woman barely covered who had already lost her life. 2 of his subordinates expressionlessly lifted the corpse, preparing to drag it out. The convoy leader, Scarface Jack, entered the hall, glanced at the woman being taken away, and nonchalantly shifted his gaze. Leader, we received news from Iron Fortress. They say a group of resource-rich mole rats have appeared at Iron Fortress distributing food to their young. Oh, distributing food. Hogg paused in his gnawing. Yes, reportedly hot porridge and nutritional paste. The starving kids outside Iron Fortress are lining up to get it. They have so much food that they can afford to give it away, Leader. We. Hogg chuckled. Jack, are you an idiot? Jack was taken aback. If they have so many resources, why wouldn't Iron Fortress act on their own and instead send this news to us? Hogg tossed aside the clean bone and wiped his hands with a dirty cloth. Do they really think we're fools? That one-eyed Hector wants to use us as guns. Jack immediately came to his senses. Leader, that group of outsiders can force Iron Fortress to trade. They must not be underestimated. Good to know. We prey on those soft targets that cannot resist living long as a result. Let Iron Fortress deal with the hard bones. How was today's haul? We captured 23 people and filtered out 1 engineer who knows how to repair things. Hogg nodded in satisfaction. Those with skills are high-end goods, fetching high prices in the black markets of Ashen City and major settlements. As for the worthless ones, he glanced out the window at the supply of jerky in the camp. That engineer, take good care of him, do not. In a few days the Blood Falcon merchant group will come, and we can sell him for a good price. Those that cannot be sold we dispose of as usual. Understood, Jack replied, hesitating before asking, Leader, how do we respond to Iron Fortress? Hogg grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth stained by tobacco. Tell them, we are busy with business lately, and cannot deal with trivial matters. Understood. Behind the rock formation, the reconnaissance team, having observed for several hours, confirmed the location where the captives were held and the weapons cache, and began to prepare for retreat. 12 figures packed their tools and jumped out of their hiding spots, moving quickly and quietly along a pre-scouted complex route that avoided the main line of sight toward the designated extraction point. An hour later at the extraction point, two specially modified armored off-road vehicles, their exteriors covered in dust and rust for disguise, quietly parked in a naturally recessed gully. Seeing the reconnaissance team return safely, the waiting drivers and extraction team members let out a sigh of relief. Get in, hurry. Without any pleasantries, the reconnaissance team swiftly boarded the vehicles. The vehicles immediately started speeding along the bumpy, yet relatively concealed abandoned road, quickly distancing themselves from the Haishi town area. Inside the vehicle, the tension had not completely relaxed. The captain opened the encrypted tactical terminal, beginning to organize the preliminary report. The young soldier leaned against the car, gazing at the rapidly receding, desolate landscape outside. As he relaxed, he began to recall the sight of the drying meat strips hanging in Haishi town. He blinked hard and took a deep breath, adjusting the ventilation of his mask. If you feel like throwing up, just do it in the mask. Wash it yourself when we get back. Old Gun eyes closed as if resting, suddenly remarked. Who wants to throw up? The young soldier held his tongue, but his throat involuntarily moved. Iron Fortress. Elisa stood on tiptoe, leaning over the edge of the concrete railing, her golden eyes fixed intently on the distant shed emitting steam. The wind lifted her meticulously styled curls, bringing with it a faint aroma of porridge and the suppressed stirrings of the crowd. Her father Carlos stood half a step behind her, silently watching the scene in the distance. Elisa suddenly turned her head, her small face filled with confusion. Dad, why are they giving food to those people? And only to the children. Her slender finger pointed to a few well-dressed residents of the inner city who were laughing and gesturing towards the warehouse area below. And why are they laughing? Are they laughing at the children? Or at the people inside the shed? Carlos did not answer immediately. His gaze swept over the laughing crowd, observing their expressions of mixed superiority and absurdity as they commented on the foolish behavior of the outsiders. Further away, some core members like him stood watching, their eyes filled more with vigilance and calculation. They are not laughing at the children, Elisa. They are laughing at those outsiders. Why? Is it wrong to give food to people? I've read that people from the old times helped the weak. That was a virtue. Carlos squatted down to meet his daughter's clear eyes. Those eyes had not yet been completely clouded by the dust of the Iron Fortress. They still reflected curiosity and pure questions. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart and instinctively said, Elisa, what they are giving the children is not food, it is what people should be like. What should people be like? Elisa tilted her head. That question struck Carlos hard, like a sharp knife. What should people be like? He opened his mouth, images from the tattered ancient books in his grandfather's study swirling in his mind. Those bright smiles of humanity from the old times, recalling the nausea he felt the first time he saw people being taken away like cargo. He did not know, truly did not know, what such people should be like. What he had seen were parents selling their own children to workshops for 3 days' worth of food, rulers adorned with exquisite prosthetics who turned a blind eye to the starving corpses outside the walls. I don't know either, Elisa. Finally, he gently stroked his daughter's hair, avoiding her gaze. He stood up, a faint smile that could almost be deemed I don't know either, Elisa. Finally, he gently stroked his daughter's hair, avoiding her gaze. He stood up, a faint smile that could almost be deemed self-deprecating appearing on his face. Let's go, it's time to head back. Oh, Elisa nodded, seemingly understanding, giving one last look at the warm shed that stood out starkly in the gray world. The Seraphim family mansion study. Carlos walked straight to the large desk and collapsed into the chair. He slowly closed his eyes, knowing this fortress too, while knowing the people living within it too well. What would Hector think? That one-eyed vulture-like, greedy and vigilant old man. He would never believe it was merely an act. He would think it was a means to win over people's hearts, a bait to undermine the foundation of Iron Fortress rule, the first step of a vast conspiracy by those outsiders. What would Hector do? Carlos could almost predict it, first a warning, then a threat, followed by various insidious methods, doing whatever it took to extinguish that flickering fragile flame and pull everyone's perception back to the familiar dark path of Iron Fortress. Contradictions would inevitably erupt. Carlos' breathing quickened slightly. Could the Seraphim family survive this storm? Would Elisa grow up safely? No. That thought struck like lightning, splitting open the hesitation that had long dwelled in his heart. He suddenly opened his eyes. He could not gamble Elisa's future on this doomed ship of Iron Fortress. He needed a new choice. Carlos stood up and walked to a wall on the inner side of the study. He extended his right hand, pressing his palm against a seemingly ordinary panel. A subtle vibration was felt as the panel silently slid open, revealing a hidden alloy door that required multiple biometric verifications. A bluish scanning light swept over his pupils and facial contours, a specific interface of his mechanical prosthetic plugged into a hidden slot, undergoing 3 seconds of data verification. Click. The door to the secret room opened. It was not large, only about 10 square meters. This was Carlos' personal secret collection room, unknown even to his father. What was stored inside was not gold or silver treasures, but what he regarded as more precious than those: technology. The Seraphim family relied on technology. From his grandfather to him, 3 generations had been the most outstanding engineers of Iron Fortress. The family held nearly 1/3 of the fortress precision component repair capabilities and a small-scale custom prosthetic production line. These were the foundation for the family to secure a place among the 5 great families. In the secret room, rows of cabinets stood orderly. Carlos opened several of them, finding meticulously sealed, old-fashioned hard drives, data tapes, paper blueprints, and even some severely damaged yet uniquely structured core components of old-era instruments. These were gathered, repaired, or copied over many years using family resources and his own connections. He knew what the Pioneers base wanted. On that trade list, technical blueprints, precision components, and old-era creations with research value were prominently marked with astonishingly high purchasing prices. They were purposefully collecting fragments of a lost civilization's technology. What he had collected along with his own technology was the true hard currency for them. Carlos' gaze slowly swept over these cabinets, his expression complicated. Handing them over would, in a sense, mean handing over a part of the future of the Seraphim family, and also revealing one of his own trump cards. But those incredibly pure foods and medicines brought by the Pioneers the calmness and sense of control they exhibited when discussing the city of Ro. Perhaps their Elisa could be respected without needing to wear a glowing rabbit on her arm. Perhaps there she could be shown what people should truly be like. The risks were immense. Once exposed, he would be a traitor to his family, a target Hector would want to eliminate at all costs. It could even implicate Elisa. But did staying put reduce the risk? In the impending storm under the collapsed nest, how could there be unbroken eggs? Carlos took a deep breath, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes replaced by resolution. He opened a smaller safe in the corner of the secret room, taking out several high-capacity solid-state storage chips, quickly and methodically copying and transferring what he deemed the most valuable and core materials. For the blueprints and physical objects that could not be digitized, he carefully selected the most representative ones. Packaging. He moved swiftly, yet his hands were steady. Every choice was a chip cast on the balance of the future. After completing all this, he placed the storage chips and the packaged physical materials into a specially made, seemingly ordinary metal briefcase. He returned to the desk, sat down, and placed the briefcase at his feet. Outside the window, night descended upon the iron fortress with sporadic lights flickering on in the inner city, while the outer city sank into deeper darkness. In the distance, the lights of the warehouse area had long been extinguished, as if the brief moment just now had never occurred. But Carlos knew some things had already changed. He lit a cigarette he had exchanged from the Pioneers' base, taking a deep drag as the smoke spiraled and rose in the darkness. What garbage have I been smoking before? He was waiting for an opportunity or the arrival of a catastrophic calamity. Regardless, he had already made his choice. The spark had been ignited, just waiting to be thrown into that unknown wilderness which might kindle a new fire. And within the high walls, the storm was silently gathering. As night deepened, the lights in the warehouse area of the iron fortress went out. Lu Ming watched as the vehicle called in temporarily to transport people drove into the darkness, its taillights bouncing on the bumpy road before vanishing behind the hills. He exhaled softly, although he hadn't obtained any remarkable technical scrap at the trading point today, the recruitment yielded immediate results. 62 people. A single shelter and a bowl of porridge finally began to melt the long-frozen despair in the lower levels of the iron fortress. The list of people needing training for the engineering team was growing longer, and Major Zhou Wei would likely have another headache with the barracks. A faint smile crept across Lu Ming's lips. "Let's go back," he said before leaving with Chun Hai and the others. At the bridgehead, the newly arrived 62 people were undergoing an almost identical process to that of the previous 13. The initial 13 people taken to the mine for infrastructure work this afternoon were now on their way back to the camp, quietly and passionately discussing the possible extra rations that night, an extravagant topic they could not have imagined in the past. However, as they got off the vehicle and saw the mass of newcomers, their discussions abruptly ceased. In that instant, tension, fear, and even a hint of barely perceptible hostility flashed in their eyes. They had just clutched a fragile straw, named hope, stepping onto what seemed to be stable new ground, only to immediately see more competitors equally eager to grasp something. The instinct of fear erupted. The area was limited, food was scarce, and with newcomers arriving, would they be pushed out? Would they even be replaced? This subtle atmosphere did not last long. The newcomers were also engulfed in tremendous unease. They saw those 13 individuals wearing the same clean work uniforms, their faces still showing signs of fatigue, but their eyes had a glimmer of life. More importantly, they saw that these people were still here, not eliminated, and they even seemed to be doing well. "Look, they are still here," someone in the crowd whispered. This statement was like a calming pill. Many of the newcomers' tense shoulders relaxed slightly. The worst assumptions were partially negated by the living examples before them. Doubts still lingered, but the pure fear of immediate death was replaced by a more complex anxiety about the unknown. At the very least, the first step did not seem to be a trap. At the command center of the Pioneer base, the reconnaissance team's detailed report, complete with images and videos, had already been submitted. The layout, defenses, and personnel activity patterns of Blackstone Town, especially the images of dried meat strips and captives being herded like livestock, dragged the room into a cold atmosphere of impending violence. General Chu Tianhua lifted his gaze from the last photograph, which was a blurry silhouette of the butcher hog at the base. His expression was unchanged, with only his finger gently tapping the table. Human trafficking, cannibalism, desecration of corpses with over 1,000 involved. Arrange the operation. If we can find the leader alive, that would be best. If not, so be it. Yes, I will arrange it right away. But General, there is another issue. As we control the northern district of Luo City, establish a bridgehead, and prepare to develop the mine, our range of activities is expanding, and real-time communication between troops and units has become a major problem. Relying on vehicle-mounted radios and manual transmission is inefficient and has high latency, which could lead to critical errors at crucial moments. Shu Tianquo's gaze shifted to the technical expert team sitting nearby. A communications expert immediately stood up. Captain Zhao is correct. Rebuilding a satellite communication network like ours on Gaia is unrealistic. The engineering workload and technical barriers are too high. Currently, the most feasible and fastest solution is to deploy near-Earth orbit communication balloons. Balloons equipped with relay devices can rise to the stratosphere, remaining airborne for extended periods, covering a considerable area and establishing stable data links and voice communications between our various points. The downside is that they are relatively obvious targets. If someone with the right equipment observes them, it could expose the general vicinity of our core activity areas. However, compared to the risks posed by communication paralysis, this cost is acceptable, and we can use camouflage and dispersed deployment to reduce the chances of detection. Shu Tianqua hesitated for almost no time. The pros and cons are clear. We cannot let fear of choking prevent us from eating. Tomorrow, notify the Zhulong base to allocate a batch of ready-made equipment and complete the deployment test as soon as possible. Communications must be unobstructed. Yes. Just as the technical experts were preparing to receive their orders, and leave, a communications officer hurried in, handing an encrypted document to Chu Tianqua. General Kane and Old Cat have returned from the outskirts of the Iron Fortress and just arrived at the bridgehead. They brought back new intelligence regarding the opposition within the Iron Fortress. Chu Tianqua took the document and quickly skimmed through it. As his gaze fell, a hint of coldness gradually replaced the expression on his face. After reading it, he even let out a short, somewhat mocking snort. A nest of snakes and rats abandoned any plans to make contact with them. This group is not worth any investment. The document circulated among a few core personnel. When Lin Xian received it, he examined it closely. Inside were detailed profiles and recorded statements of several key figures of the so-called opposition that Kane and Old Cat had gathered through their past connections, as well as some undefeatable dealings. After reading, he felt little ripple in his heart, even a sense of as expected. The report indicated that those dissatisfied with Hector and the 5 major families did not harbor resentment rooted in anger over injustice or sympathy for the suffering of the underclass. Rather, their hatred stemmed from frustration at why the power, resources, and privilege were not held by themselves. What they craved was to replace Hector and become the new Hector rather than change the cannibalistic rules of the Iron Fortress. Essentially, they are just another Hector, perhaps even worse than him. Lin Xian passed the document to the next person, whispering a comment. Several others around him displayed similar expressions. The Wasteland, after showcasing the extreme brutality of survival, seemed to continuously crush overly romantic fantasies about the revival of humanity. What flourished here was often a more naked desire for power and a more tenacious survivalist egoism. Well, then the target has become clear. The issues in the Iron Fortress are likely not just as simple as external trade and recruitment. We need a more thorough solution plan. Chu Tianqua did not comment, merely redirecting his gaze to the coordinates of Blackstone Town displayed on the large screen. First, we need to address this tumor at hand. The military camp zone. A highly trained integrated task force of 300 soldiers had assembled in complete silence. Troops methodically inspected their gear. No pre-battle speeches, only terse minimalist confirmations exchanged over encrypted channels. Simultaneously, logistics personnel prepared to secure and process the site post-operation. The convoy sped out of the camp, navigating the wilderness with expert familiarity and advanced night vision systems, swift, silent, and precise as it maneuvered through flanking routes toward the pre-designated assault positions near Blackstone Town. At a high vantage point 5 kilometers from Blackstone Town, the convoy killed its engines and concealed itself. The operation commander, a stern-faced major, activated his tactical terminal and conducted a final verification of real-time target data marked by reconnaissance scouts. All units report status. Fire support team in position, missile parameters fully loaded. Drone swarm airborne and on standby. Mechanical dog assault group primed for deployment. A steady cascade of clipped, affirmative reports echoed across the encrypted channel. Primary targets confirmed: enemy armed assembly points, weapons storage facilities, and command nodes. Secondary objective: preserve wherever possible the structure housing captives. Commence operation. At the moment the order was issued, several box-type launchers deployed behind the flank quietly elevated their barrels. A sudden eruption of fire tore through the night sky. Dozens of precision-guided tactical missiles streaked upward, trailing incandescent plumes as they arced nearly vertically toward Blackstone Town, over 10 kilometers away. The first wave struck with surgical lethality, obliterating the reconnaissance-confirmed armory, several raider-occupied shanties, and the crude watchtowers scattered across the settlement. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled detonations reverberated in rapid succession. Flames erupted across Blackstone Town, blazing fiercely against the blackness of night. Shattered limbs, splintered timber, and twisted metal fragments hurled skyward. Raiders sleeping soundly never even cried out. They disintegrated into ash and dust before consciousness could return. Panic erupted instantly. Howls of confusion and shrieks of terror flooded the camp. Then the drone swarm, already aloft and poised, descended like a predatory hive screaming down upon the chaos. Their mounted light-caliber autocannons and precision-guided munitions began systematically eliminating survivors, those scrambling for weapons or fleeing blindly, each strike coldly deliberate. Meanwhile, 200 mechanical dogs surged forward from behind the assault vehicles, charging silently toward the shattered breaches in Blackstone Town's crumbling perimeter wall. Their infrared sensors locked onto every thermal signature. 8mm machine guns and grenade launchers spat fire ruthlessly, clearing all moving targets armed with weapons. This was not combat. It was asymmetrical slaughter. A modern military's dimensional annihilation against a primitive bandit syndicate still mired in looting and intimidation. Inside the relatively intact central building, the butcher, Hogg, was hurled from his bed by the shockwave of the first salvo. His massive frame crashed onto the floor, ears ringing, face smeared with dust. What in hell is happening? Attack! He roared, eyes bloodshot, snatching up a modified heavy-caliber rifle beside his bed and kicking open the door. Outside, fire raged skyward and screams pierced the air. He saw the shack where his fiercest lieutenants had been drinking moments earlier, now a blazing crater. He saw his prized looted vehicles, stripped of arrogance, reduced to twisted scrap by pinpoint missile strikes. What truly froze his blood were the mechanical dogs, ghosting through smoke and flame at terrifying speed, harvesting lives with inhuman precision. What are those things? Hogg had never encountered such enemies. A stray round fired from an unknown direction slammed into the doorframe beside him, shrapnel stinging his face. The icy grip of imminent death clenched his heart. Run. He had to run. His corpulent body surged with desperate animal vitality. He abandoned his men without hesitation, ignored the treasure hoarded in his room, and bolted toward a hidden escape tunnel at the building's rear. But the moment Hogg turned, his obese silhouette already vanishing into the doorway, infrared markers had long since fixed his outline. The mechanical dogs and circling drones reacted faster than his primal instinct. Uft, uft, uft. 3 crisp, controlled bursts rang out, not aimed at vital organs, but surgically placed into both knee joints and both ankles. Hogg screamed, a sound utterly inhuman, collapsing headlong as his rifle clattered far from reach. Agony nearly drowned his senses, but his ferocity remained unbroken. Dragging his ruined legs, he rolled onto his back and reached desperately with his right arm for the heavy-caliber pistol holstered at his waist. Moron! From the high ground, the operation commander watched the high-definition feed transmitted by the drones and uttered 2 words: I scold. Disable all 4 limbs. These scum don't merit Geneva Convention protections or any pretense of human rights. Understood. The soldier controlling the mechanical dogs showed no flicker of emotion, only calm, precise movements of his fingertips across the control interface. Uft, uft. 2 more precise shots. The right elbow joint and left scapula exploded in crimson blooms. The sickening crunch of shattered bone echoed clearly. His last vestige of resistance extinguished, Hogg collapsed into a lifeless heap on the cold, muddy earth, only broken, ragged gasps escaping him, torn between excruciating pain and absolute terror. His bloodshot eyes straining through smoke and fire locked onto the mechanical dog advancing steadily, its barrel now slowly, deliberately leveling at his skull. That sensation chilled him deeper than any torture ever could. Third sweep neutralized remaining threats. The remaining drones and mechanical dogs formed a layered reconnaissance net, conducting one final exhaustive grid scan of the entire camp. Any residual thermal signature, holding a weapon or assuming a hostile posture, was instantly met with lethal force. Sporadic gunfire faded into total silence, leaving only the crackle of burning structures and the faint, pained whimpers of the wounded. Once core threats were confirmed, eliminated main force infantry finally entered the site. A handful of surviving raiders, most injured, were roughly subdued, bound with specialized restraints, and tossed onto transport vehicles like refuse. Their faces bore disbelief and raw terror. They simply could not comprehend how such overwhelming systematic annihilation had befallen them. The prison cell holding captives was breached. Dozens huddled in corners, eyes vacant and hollow. Within their worldview, this was merely another act of raider and raider betrayal. No one came to rescue. Only when wrapped in thermal blankets, loaded onto dedicated medevac vehicles, sipping warm water, and given simple rations, did they begin to awaken, to realize these soldiers were unlike any they had ever known. Blackstone Town itself became a battlefield salvage operation: intact weapons, salvageable components, undamaged data storage devices, and even the blood-smeared treasures hoarded in Hogg's quarters were meticulously categorized, boxed, and sealed. Even the wreckage of downed mechanical dogs was recovered, each fragment invaluable as real-world combat data. Meanwhile, specialized teams began processing the scene. Raider corpses were gathered en masse, sprayed with disinfectant and enzymatic decomposition agents, then buried within massive craters, a basic necessary measure against disease. As the final crate of spoils was loaded and the last disabled mechanical dog retrieved, dawn approached. Blackstone Town, the den built on plunder and blood, had fallen from clamor to utter silence in under an hour, leaving behind only smoldering ruins exhaling acrid smoke and the sharp chemical tang of warfare. The convoy departed without sound, leaving the purified land behind. On board, Hogg lay sedated, powerful tranquilizers and hemostatics coursing through his veins, curled like a drugged beast inside a reinforced containment cage. Awaiting him was the meticulous, unrelenting attention of base interrogation specialists. Hogg regained consciousness under the harsh lights of the interrogation room. As the effects of the anesthetic faded, excruciating pain surged through his limbs, eliciting a hoarse groan. He found himself strapped to a specially designed metallic interrogation chair with alloy restraints binding his wrists, ankles, and waist, leaving even his fingers unable to move. In the room apart from him, there were only two others. One was a middle-aged man in a white coat and glasses, methodically arranging instruments on a tray that held syringes, electrodes, and various devices that Hogg could not comprehend. The other was an officer in combat uniform with the insignia of a major on his shoulder, sitting in a chair opposite him, hands folded on his knees, his gaze calm, as if observing an object. Awake. Let's save time. I ask you, answer. Cooperate, and you can suffer less. Resist, and we have many methods. The major spoke through a first-generation translator. Hogg tried to spit, but found his jaw also restrained, resulting in only a muffled sound. The first question lists the forces that have stable trade links with Blackstone Town. Hogg's bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at the other man, attempting to mask his fear with ferocity. The major waited for 3 seconds before nodding to the man in the white coat. The man in the white coat picked up a syringe and approached Hogg, precisely inserting the needle into the vein at his neck. As the cold liquid was injected, Hogg's body began to convulse uncontrollably. A torment of mixed pain, itching, and suffocating near-death sensations overwhelmed all his nerves. 30 seconds later, the injection stopped. Hogg, soaked in cold sweat, as if pulled from water, gasped for breath, saliva uncontrollably dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Can you speak now? The major's voice remained steady. The Ashen Falcon Trading Group, from Ashen City, comes once a month. Collects goods. Hogg squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. And Iron Fortress. Who from Iron Fortress? There are. The 5 major families. All have done business with us. Sold troublesome people. Or bought good goods. That old fox Hector. His people. Have come too. Specific names. Hogg reported 7 names, 3 of whom were managers responsible for special affairs from the 5 major families, 2 were mid-level officers from Hector's security forces, and 1 was actually an intermediary who had private contact with a leader of the Iron Fortress opposition. Anything else? The major pressed. Hogg's gaze flickered. The man in the white coat picked up the syringe again. I'll tell you. The Revival Society. A cult underground in Iron Fortress. They want live sacrifices. Especially children. We have supplied goods to them. The major recorded expressionlessly, asking many questions about surrounding intelligence and any information he knew. In order to suffer less, Hogg answered almost every question. The interrogation lasted until 4 in the morning. When Hogg fainted again from the dual exhaustion of mind and body, the major closed his notebook and said to the man in the white coat, treat his wounds, maintain his vital signs. This person is still useful. Understood. At 7 in the morning, Lin Xian encountered Zhao Qing, who was having breakfast in the cafeteria. What did you extract from the interrogation? Lin Xian sat down opposite him with his tray. Zhao Qing swallowed his food and took a sip of soy milk. We learned about the forces trading with them, as well as who in Iron Fortress is assisting them in making connections. The 5 major families. The 5 major families, the opposition, Hector's people, and a cult hiding underground. All of them have a share in this. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. He didn't ask the foolish question of, do you have evidence? In a world like the Wasteland, where there were no laws or order, who needed those things? The chain of interest itself was the most real evidence. He shook his head, quickly finishing his breakfast. I'm going to check on the agricultural team. I heard the water purification station has succeeded resolving the water resource issue. I wonder if they want to expand. Yes, the water produced last night passed the inspection. If the agricultural team needs extra power, they should submit a report in advance. The power plant is not yet completed and energy remains tight. All right. The agricultural area was set up in the southeast corner of the base, consisting of 3 rows of connected prefabricated factory buildings. When Lin Xian entered, it was already bustling with activity. In the largest central factory, rows of multi-layer cultivation racks displayed tender green seedlings stretching their leaves amidst swirling mist. The soilless cultivation system was fully operational, with nutrient solutions precisely drip-fed through pipes, while LED plant growth lights simulated the optimal lighting cycles. Advisor Lin, look, the first batch of bok choy and lettuce are growing faster than expected. The water quality and nutrient ratio are ideal. That's wonderful. Lin Xian gazed at the greenery, feeling a rare sense of reassurance rise within him. This was life they had truly created in this wasteland, not something plundered or scavenged. What about the breeding area? The chicken and rabbit houses have been fully disinfected, and the first batch of seedlings will arrive in the afternoon. According to plan, we will supply some within 3 months. Of course, the scale is limited, but at least it's a start. Can the energy supply keep up? Currently, it's enough to support. But if we expand, we will have to wait until the power station is completed. Lin Xian nodded, feeling that being able to farm was the best news, and indeed felt much more at ease. At the bridgehead at 9 in the morning, Lu Ming called Kane and Old Cat to the temporary command room. Old Cat, you will stay at the bridgehead assisting Major Zhou with managing the newcomers, handling language communication, explaining rules, and mediating conflicts. You know better how to deal with these. In the iron fortress in the warehouse area, the children's nutrition point tent was set up again, and the steam from the porridge pot rose in the gray air. But this time there was no one in front of the tent. Lu Ming stood beside the tent, gazing at the lifeless street and the tightly shut doors and windows, his brow furrowed. What's going on? Yan's expression was grim. He'll go ask. He hurried towards the nearest row of shacks and knocked on a broken wooden door. The door opened slightly, revealing a terrified face. Upon seeing Yan, the person relaxed slightly, but the fear in their eyes remained intense. The two exchanged a few low whispers, and when Yan returned, his face was very pale. He lowered his voice, saying, "This morning 5 people died in the outer city garbage dump. They were all children, the oldest being the one who stole food yesterday. His mother is now." Lu Ming's heart felt as if it was tightly gripped by a hand. How did they die? They say the raiders from Haishi town sneaked in for revenge. It wasn't just a simple killing, everything on them was taken. Chun Hai walked over from his lookout position. Hearing the conversation, his gaze was as cold as ice. It seems we have been too orderly. Lu Ming did not ask what was taken. In the wasteland, some answers are better left unknown. He remained silent, walking to the edge of the tent and looking at the once long-queued, but now empty muddy ground. His nails dug deep into his palm, the clear sting suppressing the violent urge to smash something. His laughter was cold. The raiders from Haishi town are indeed formidable. They can crawl out of the earth to kill. Chen, stand by. Here. Wait until Consultant Lin and the others have set up communications. Contact the base. Hog's execution will not take place in the camp. He raised his hand, pointing to the gray towering walls of the iron fortress. Let it be held outside the walls in a place where they can see clearly. Announce each of his crimes in the loudest voice, especially those dealings he had with the iron fortress. Then use a bulldozer. He wanted every pair of eyes on the city wall to see clearly what kind of trash in opposition to civilization would ultimately receive no more than a decent tombstone. Chen Hai's eyes narrowed. Public execution. Yes, since they think we are too orderly, let them see what our standards are for dealing with crimes against humanity. Understood. Chen Hai stood at attention. I will arrange it personally. Lu Ming nodded and glanced in the direction of the porridge tent. He saw a few small thin figures hiding in the shadows of a distant broken wall, secretly looking this way. In those children's eyes there was fear, but also a flicker of insatiable hunger for food. Kindle Dragon Bay. As Lin Xian's feet firmly hit the ground, Director Wang Zhengwo approached quickly with 2 assistants. Consultant Lin, you returned so urgently. Is there something happening at the front line? Communications Director Wang. This is an urgent list, bring it over immediately. Wang Zhengwo took the data board and quickly scanned at the screen displaying equipment models, quantities, and technical requirements. He nodded and turned to his assistants, instructing. Experts have previously mentioned low Earth orbit communication balloons, but the base has not prepared many, only 12 sets ready at all times. All from warehouse no. 3O complete the out-of-storage inspection within 20 minutes. The assistants responded and left. Only then did Wang Zhengwo turn to Lin Xian, slightly furrowing his brow. The equipment is not the problem, but the energy plan is a bit tricky. The solar panels in World Zero only operate at 40% of their theoretical efficiency. Wind energy is stable, but we still need to rely on traditional fuel-powered generators as the main power source. Let's leave it at that for now. Has there been any breakthrough in new materials on this side of the base recently? It won't come that quickly, but the direction has been found. There has been significant progress with nickel-based alloys at the nano-negative energy interface. I believe there will be breakthroughs soon. Nano-negative energy interface, nickel-based alloy. Lin Xian was puzzled. Wang Zhengwo nodded knowingly. Basically, anyone not involved in research wouldn't understand what it was, including him. All I know is that the new metal achieves a simultaneous increase in strength and stiffness. Not only is it harder to be permanently crushed, but it is also harder to bend under elastic pressure, being both strong and tough, and applicable in many areas such as aircraft engine blades, hypersonic vehicle skins, high-end bearings, microelectronic packaging, and so on. More importantly, once successful, the nano-negative energy interface strengthening strategy can be applied to various material systems having very high value. Although Lin Xian didn't know how high the specific value was, at least the initial investment was already beginning to reap rewards. Move quickly. If there are any samples needed from the front line for collection or purchase, just list them for me. Understood. At this moment, the assistant returned to report that the equipment was ready. Lin Xian did not delay any longer. After confirming the priority of several subsequent research directions with Wang Zhengwo, he took a team of communication engineers and the 12 sealed boxes, stepping back into the portal. Gaia Star, 17 kilometers southeast of the Pioneer base. This is a relatively open, hilly slope sheltered from the wind, with good visibility, far away from known areas of active mutated creatures. 3 armored vehicles spread out in a defensive formation, and 12 engineers quickly began their tasks under the protection of 20 fully armed soldiers. Position confirmation coordinates recorded. The team leader, a 30-something major with a weathered face from the wind and sand, focused on the parameters on his handheld terminal and calmly ordered, inflation begins. Helium pressure, 80%, 90%. Inflation complete. Check the tension of the skin and power up the sensor group for self-check. The white sphere slowly expanded beneath the gray sky, gradually transforming into a spherical body 6 meters in diameter, covered with lightweight solar film and miniature wind turbines. Hanging below the sphere was a complex electronic capsule integrating communication relays, signal processors, and a mini turbofan engine. It also carried a complete set of photoelectric infrared radar combinations monitoring the ground 24 hours a day, seeing more clearly than satellites, longer than drones, and wider than helicopters, serving as their best aerial eye over this wasteland. All subsystems green light. Prepare for release. The sphere began to rise like a droplet of water going against the current, drifting towards the leaden gray clouds. Altitude 500, 1,000, 3,000 meters. Stratosphere entry. Engines start stabilize and hold position. The footage transmitted back by the high-altitude camera showed the sphere hovering at the predetermined height, becoming the first silent sentinel above this wasteland. This is just the beginning. In the next 8 hours, the engineering team moved between 6 preset points, 3 of which were actual communication nodes, while the other 3 were carefully arranged ghost nodes, covering areas of temporarily unimportant wasteland. If anyone attempted to trace their communication network, these false nodes would lead in the wrong direction, buying time and exposing the enemy's reconnaissance capabilities. In the evening at the Pioneer base, Lin Xian looked at the stable green signal indicators representing his side units that appeared on the tactical terminal, along with the preliminary regional communication grid map. One by one problems were being solved, and now only the energy issue needed to be resolved through the portal. Just as he was about to go to the cafeteria for a meal, the communication rang. Consultant Lin. An emergency meeting at the command center. Captain Zhao and General Chu request your immediate presence. Another incident. Lin Xian's heart sank as he raised his head towards the direction of the command center. It was brightly lit, appearing like the eye of a waking giant beast in the deepening twilight. He adjusted his collar and strode towards that light. A new storm seemed to offer no respite. And this time it was unknown what kind of tumultuous waves awaited him, waiting for this land that had just begun to shine with starlight. Inside the command center, Lin Xian studied the reports submitted by Lu Ming and Chun Hai, his brow furrowing. He had anticipated Hector might resort to intimidation, perhaps a brutal beating. But such extreme measures were not merely an expression of discontent among Iron Citadel's underclass. They risked igniting open hostility, even violent confrontation. Had Hector truly prepared himself for war with them? An expert with silver-streaked hair and rimless glasses pulled up another dataset. He was Zhou, head of the Behavioral General. Our comprehensive analysis of Hector's behavioral patterns over the past 7 years reveals a man who is greedy and ruthless, yet never foolish. He secured and maintained his position as Iron Citadel's leader not through brute force, but through meticulous calculation. This act of torture and slaughter serves no purpose. It yields no tangible gain beyond provoking us. General Chu Tianghua sat at the head of the table, hands folded deliberately upon its surface. His gaze shifted to the expert's face. So your conclusion is that the opposition faction carried it out. They intend to use our hand to depose Hector. Precisely. That is the most logically coherent hypothesis. The opposition has long sought to unseat him, but lacks the military strength to do so directly. If we move against Hector in response to this incident, they stand to reap considerable advantage. Moreover, we suspect the Revival Society's involvement, and crucially, these two factions are not allied. A cult, and not allied. Lin Xian interjected suddenly. Professor Zhou glanced at him and nodded. Indeed, Consultant Lin. The opposition only needed to kill, not to mutilate or remove organs. Such grotesque methods inevitably evoke associations with scavengers and cultists, broadening the pool of suspects from 1 to 3. As for the cult, their involvement may well be coincidental, if they happened upon fresh corpses while passing by. General Chu Tinghua's fingers tapped the tabletop, measured deliberate heavy. 1 tap, 2, 3. Within this modest enclave, Iron Citadel, home to tens of thousands of survivors, such intricate conspiracies, cold calculations, and sheer unadulterated malice had taken root. Zhao Qin turned to General Chu. Shall I dispatch operatives to investigate? No need. Their conclusions would mirror ours. Does our contract with Hector contain the clause, no obstruction of recruitment? Yes, replied the legal advisor seated silently in the corner. Article 12, Clause 3, Iron Citadel's security authorities shall not interfere with, threaten, or harm our personnel or prospective recruits in any form. Excellent. Notify Hector tomorrow at noon. We will publicly execute Hogg and the principal leaders of Blackstone Town upon Iron Citadel's outer wall. Also inform him that this incident has instilled such terror among Iron Citadel's populace that no one dares engage with us, severely disrupting our recruitment efforts. Demand that he deliver the perpetrators, the murderers of those 5 children, within 3 days to restore the integrity of our recruitment process. Make clear if he fails, we shall find them ourselves. Whether we act or Hector acts, it will irreparably erode his authority. Correct. Accelerate the search for the Luo City mother entity. Prepare for full operational readiness against Iron Citadel. Yes, sir. Iron Citadel. Hector sat rigid in his high-backed throne chair, his face ashen with fury. Do not tell me you still haven't found them. His voice was low, but each word grated like shards of ice forced between clenched teeth, striking the faces of his subordinates below. A gaunt, sharp-eyed man, leader of the street sweepers, Iron Citadel shadow enforcers, swallowed hard and spoke with strained resolve. Chief, the killers were gray rats. They executed the victims, but the organ removal was not their work. Tracing the order leads only to the inner city. Who in the inner city? Hector slammed his fist onto the table. We don't know. The gaunt man bowed his head swiftly. Funds and orders passed through dead drops in the old district. The employer took extraordinary precautions. No witnesses remained. Even the vagrant who relayed the message vanished afterward. Hector's chest heaved violently. Rage surged like molten lava through his veins, but beneath it ran a deeper, glacial current of fear. Last night his command had been clear, a warning, a lesson. To discipline the rabble daring to seek sustenance at the Desya soup kitchens. He had never imagined anyone would dare commit murder after his own men had withdrawn. At first he suspected the opposition. But learning of the organ extraction cast doubt. This entire affair had grown opaque, layered with deception. This frame-up was immense, suffocating, and drenched in blood. Some unseen hand intended to pin the crime irrevocably upon Hector himself. Immediately he ordered all his people to adopt a unified narrative, blaming the marauders who had posed as con artists the previous month. Though few believed it, the tactic diluted suspicion, however slightly. Worthless. 2 words squeezed from between his teeth. His eyes swept across his silent, trembling subordinates, glinting with raw, predatory menace. Continue the investigation. Unleash every hound you command. Sniff out every alley, every chamber of the inner city. Hunt down the opposition's sewer rat schemers, the revival society's deluded zealots, and every ambitious soul eyeing my seat. Spare no one. Let us see which fool, which death-wish brat dares force this lethal black mantle onto Hector's shoulders. Too many wished him dead. Even the 5 great clans, outwardly obedient, concealed their own agendas behind the masks of seasoned foxes. Just then a knock sounded at the council chamber door. A steward's voice announced, "Chief, the patriarchs and representatives of the 5 great clans have arrived. Admit them." Hector drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing his churning fury, restoring at least the facade. The door opened. Several figures entered in solemn procession, the foremost being Carlos and his father Lawrence. Trailing behind were the heads and core members of the other 4 clans. Their expressions bore varying degrees of gravity and unease, evidence they had already caught wind of the unfolding crisis. Hector dispensed with pretense. He concisely recounted the situation, omitting nothing, his original directive to administer punishment, his conviction that someone had exploited the moment to strike covertly and frame him. As he spoke, the chamber seemed to grow colder still. The patriarchs' faces darkened, irrevocably. They might relish Hector's humiliation, some may even harbor secret ties to the opposition, or even to Desya. But such alliances held only so long as Iron Citadel's foundational stability remained intact, so long as their own interests stayed unthreatened. Trade with Desya had just begun yielding tangible returns. Though high-tech goods remained strictly controlled, Iron Citadel exchanged numerous antiques for vital medicines, foodstuffs, and precision tools, a mutually understood pragmatic exchange. All new Iron Citadel's military power paled before Desya's. Their ability to sit here negotiating terms rested not solely on Desya's preoccupation with the far greater threat in Luo City, but more fundamentally on Desya's unwavering commitment to order and reason. Yet should this cruel, senseless frame-up convince Desya that Iron Citadel possessed neither honor nor restraint, that it harbored unpredictable malignant intent, even violating the very bedrock of their accord, the consequences would be unthinkable. Leader the Patriarch Lawrence spoke first, his voice dry. "You are confused. From the actions of the Desya people this time, it is clear they want us to adhere to their morals and order again. This will not bring us any benefits." Hector's expression darkened further, but he did not refute, for Lawrence spoke the truth. "What use is it to say these things now? Let them continue. We have little hope left." Everyone fell silent, and the council hall was filled only with heavy breaths and a stifling silence. In this suffocating silence a voice emerged, not loud, but clear enough to draw everyone's attention. It was Carlos, standing half a step behind Patriarch Lawrence. "Leader, we cannot bear this blame, nor can we afford to. We need to find the real culprit, but besides that we must also actively show goodwill, especially since we are willing to abide by the rules and look forward to cooperation." "Show goodwill. What should we use to do that? A verbal apology is worthless in the Wasteland." Another patriarch snorted coldly. "Technology's blueprints and high-tech products they have explicitly shown interest in. They need these items to trade for goodwill." Hector's fingers tapped on the armrest, weighing the pros and cons. "Lawrence, go to my factory and select 3 technology documents. They can't be our core lifelines, but they must have some value. We can't just offer scrap and arrange a batch of solid-state batteries as part of the deal." Then he looked at Carlos. "Carlos, I leave this matter to you. Their supervisor previously sent your daughter Candy, so you should be able to communicate better. The price must not be too low." Carlos understood immediately. Hector had known from the moment Elisa strutted into the Desya trading point on the first day. A fleeting coldness passed through his eyes, but it disappeared so quickly that it almost seemed like an illusion. He quickly lowered his head to conceal all emotions, his voice steady and calm. "Yes, leader. I will prepare immediately." As he turned to leave the council hall, his back remained upright, his steps steady. Only the hand tightly clenched at his side, with knuckles slightly pale, betrayed a hint of the turmoil within him. At the Seraphim family residence, Lawrence entered Carlos' room, holding a palm-sized metal storage device. His steps were much heavier than usual, and the wrinkles on his face appeared deeper under the dim light. Carlos was standing by the window, gazing at the dull inner-city streets of Iron Fortress. Hearing the sound, he turned around. "Father." Lawrence did not look at him, but placed the storage device on the alloy table in the center of the room. These are the 3 items we can take from Hector's factory. There aren't many valuable things that do not touch on our core interests, so I chose these. Carlos walked to the table and pressed the read button on the storage device, bringing up a directory interface of 3 techniques. First item, energy density enhancement solid-state battery modular packaging technology. The abstract shows that this is a technology restored from the ruins of a former military research station by Hector's factory. It is not a revolutionary breakthrough in new materials, but rather an optimization of the internal structure and thermal management system based on existing solid-state batteries, increasing the energy density by about 23 per unit volume. Second item, rapid deployment and maintenance manual for modular water purification systems. This technical document details a portable water purification system that can be assembled in 4 hours and has a daily processing capacity of 5 tons. Its core value lies in the highly modular design concept where each component can be independently replaced and maintenance does not require specialized tools. Third item, application and repair technology of lightweight composite materials in harsh environments. This document focuses on a process that manufactures lightweight, yet high-strength panels from recycled plastics, metal scraps, and specific plant fibers using heat pressing. The most practical aspect is the accompanying on-site repair technology, which allows for temporary repairs of damaged panels using simple heating tools and spare materials within 20 minutes, restoring over 80 of structural strength. Carlos quickly scanned the abstracts. His father had made excellent selections. Each item had practical value, yet none were the core technologies that Iron Fortress relied on for survival. The energy density enhanced batteries could improve equipment endurance, the modular water purification system was suitable for building field bases, and the lightweight composite materials along with repair technology could significantly reduce the maintenance pressure on infrastructure. These technologies were like carefully crafted bait capable of making the Xia people feel the sincerity without truly threatening Hector's ruling foundation. They should be satisfied, Carlos said softly. Lawrence finally raised his eyes to look at his son. In those aged eyes, Carlos saw a weariness he had never seen before, along with a deeper, almost buried concern. Hector has also allocated 300 solid-state batteries, which have already been loaded. You should take Elisa with you. Carlos nodded, about to speak when Lawrence had already turned and walked toward the door. The old patriarch paused at the entrance. He did not turn back, his voice lowered to almost a whisper, nearly drowned out by the occasional footsteps from the corridor outside. Consider escaping. Carlos' breath caught. It would be better to escape to the Xia people. There is no hope left here. Hector and the others are only fixated on the immediate benefits, unwilling to give up their power. Conflict will occur sooner or later. Carlos' heart raced, and he quickly walked to his father's side. Father, what about you? Lawrence slightly turned his head, and Carlos could only see half of his age profile. We are the most outstanding engineers here, among the most valuable people in Iron Fortress, especially now that the Xia people have appeared and have shown such an emphasis on technology from the very beginning. Do you think someone like Hector would trust us? Wouldn't he fear that we would run away? Elisa is a prime example. But enough go. Remember to take Elisa with you. She is still young and should not die in this iron cage. The door opened and then closed. Carlos stood in place, listening to his father's footsteps gradually fading in the corridor. He let out a breath. He had already thought about how to escape, but he had not figured out how to get his father to leave with him. Now that his father had awakened to reality, the problem had grown larger. How could 3 monitored people escape simultaneously? He walked back to the table and carefully placed the storage device into his inner pocket. This encounter with the Xia people was certainly the best opportunity. At the warehouse entrance, after receiving the notice, Lu Ming stood at the door, watching the modified truck bearing the Lawrence family crest coming from the direction of Iron Fortress. After the truck came to a stop, Carlos first got out from the driver's seat, then went around to the passenger side and picked up a little girl. Elisa. As soon as the little girl landed, she curiously looked around, her gaze quickly locking onto Lu Ming. But it was not these 2 individuals that caught Lu Ming's attention. Rather, it was an unmarked, dilapidated pickup truck behind them, from which emerged a man with a cunning glare. This was Hector's man, the cleaner Ross. Ross spoke with Carlos, who remained calm and silent as a few people approached Lu Ming. Eliza tilted her small face upwards, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Lu Ming. Do you still have the candies from last time? Lu Ming paused for a moment and then smiled. Yes, they're on the shelf in the 3rd row inside. Eliza immediately ran inside and saw the candies on the shelf, her little mouth slightly agape. Wow, so many. Lu Ming said nothing and followed Eliza back into the warehouse. In reality, there were just a dozen jars. Even the most basic convenience store shelf would be more abundant than this. But in Eliza's eyes, this was already an unimaginable treasure. What color do you like? Lu Ming asked. Eliza replied without hesitation. Lu Ming picked out a red strawberry-flavored hard candy and handed it to Eliza. Carefully took it, not eating it immediately, but holding it in her palm, feeling the texture of the candy wrapper before tenderly placing it into her coat pocket. Carlos entered with his men and observed the scene with a complex expression. He cleared his throat. Director Lu, we are here to negotiate with you today, and we have something to discuss. Lu Ming's expression became serious as he glanced at Carlos and Ross. Please follow me. He had already noticed what Ross was doing. He was monitoring Carlos. Why? Was he not at ease with this transaction? Arriving at the front desk, Carlos looked around. A few soldiers from the Great Xia were on guard, not far away, but far enough to not hear the low conversation. He lowered his voice. The matter with those children was not our doing. Lu Ming's expression instantly froze. He had recently received a communication from the base and had read the report from the behavioral analysis team. The expert's conjecture pointed to the possibility that the true culprit was someone else. He had initially planned to feign ignorance, holding on to the charge of Iron Fortress Security Authority's negligence, to see how Hector would react before deciding the next step. Unexpectedly, the other party was not foolish either. Seeing the situation deteriorate, they immediately jumped up to say, "I want to take the blame for this. We want to cooperate. Let's negotiate." Lu Ming's expression quickly tightened, and he said sternly, "Mr. Carlos, please ensure your side catches the perpetrator promptly and provides an explanation to everyone. According to Article 12, Clause 3 of the contract we both signed, the Iron Fortress Security Authority shall not interfere, threaten, or harm our staff and applicants in any form. The current situation is that the residents of Iron Fortress do not even dare to communicate with us, which has severely disrupted our normal recruitment operations." Carlos listened, startled internally, and glanced at Ross, who was solemn behind him. He had only skimmed through this contract's terms before. Now hearing Lu Ming reiterate them, he realized the problem. No interference in any form. What qualifies as interference? Is it that as long as the Great Xia deem it interference, it counts as such? Carlos believed that when Hector and the 5 families first signed this contract, they certainly did not take these terms seriously. In the Wasteland, might was right and contracts were merely pieces of paper. But now everyone knew the Great Xia emphasized reputation. A group of people who valued righteousness to the highest degree held the written contract, and now Iron Fortress was clearly at a disadvantage. Carlos could almost imagine the state of their morale once the Great Xia decided to take necessary measures based on the... He suddenly felt a chill. But immediately after thinking of his impending escape with his daughter from this vortex, that chill... Lu Ming continued, fixing his gaze on Carlos. "If your side does not catch the perpetrator, we will take matters into our own hands. The contract grants us the right to defend our own interests." Carlos took out a metal storage device from his pocket and handed it to Lu Ming. "We have already captured the perpetrator, but the mastermind is still under investigation. This is the sincerity of Hector's leader. Partial information from 3 technical documents and 300 solid-state batteries are already in the vehicle. We hope to use these for trade, expressing our commitment to cooperation and our apologies for the recent unfortunate events." "What a..." Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback until Carlos reminded him again, and he regained his senses, taking the storage device with surprise. "Yin old crow, this is for you, Captain Shin. Pack all the candies for Eliza to take with her." "Yes." Chun Hai knew that a big client had arrived. He waved at the still somewhat dazed Eliza, and as if performing a magic trick, took out a sturdy canvas bag and began to pack various candies into it. Only then did Lu Ming turn to Carlos, and Ross, a smile returning to his face as he warmly said, "Mr. Carlos, let's talk inside." After speaking, he led the 2 soldiers ahead and whispered, "Keep Ross outside the door." Although he did not know Ross' intentions or the specific circumstances of Hector and the Seraphim family, he only needed to know that the Seraphim family was founded by engineers and was very important. Stopping Hector's movements was the right call. Carlos was momentarily taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm as he looked at Ross. "Let's go." He secretly glanced at Eliza, who was happily watching Chun Hai pack candies, his heart slightly at ease, as he followed Lu Ming into a small room at the back of the warehouse. When Ross attempted to follow inside, he was directly stopped by the soldiers, causing his expression to change. Before setting off, Hector had instructed him not to clash with the Great Xia. Fortunately, he could hear the commotion inside, allowing him to continue his task, quickly standing by the door to eavesdrop on the conversation. The room was not large, containing only a table and a few chairs. Lu Ming gestured for Carlos to sit down while he turned and retrieved tea utensils and an iron box from a locked cabinet. "Try this bit's tea that we grow and roast ourselves." He skillfully rinsed the cups, placed the tea, and brewed it, a fragrant aroma with a hint of bitterness wafting through the small space. He pushed a cup of clear tea in front of Carlos and took out a cigarette. "Mr. Carlos, would you like to smoke?" "Sure." Carlos was momentarily stunned by Lu Ming's sudden change of demeanor. Although he did not understand the words on the package, he recognized that this was the highest grade cigarette brought by the Great Xia. So did this mean he was receiving the highest courtesy now? But more than that, confusion arose. Neglecting industrial products with cigarettes, alcohol, and even tea, just how large was their plantation area, and how abundant were their resources to produce so many varieties of non-survival essentials? He confusedly took a cigarette, and Lu Ming snapped the lighter to light it for him. As the smoke curled, briefly obscuring the view between the two, Lu Ming also lit one for himself, leaning back in his chair, looking through the haze at Carlos. "All right, Mr. Carlos, let's not beat around the bush. I've heard you are an excellent engineer. Could you please introduce these 3 technologies to me?" Carlos nodded and detailed the 3 technologies to Lu Ming. As Lu Ming listened, his eyes grew brighter. Only after Carlos finished his introduction did he rein in his initial excitement. The significance of these 3 technologies was evidently crucial to them. The battery packaging technology directly enhanced the endurance of their equipment, while composite materials and quick repairs for vehicle shells and emergency reinforcements would save a considerable amount of time transporting spare parts back. In the storage room, the smoke from the tea had not yet dissipated. Lu Ming held a burning cigarette between his fingers, the ash accumulating long. He leaned back against the chair, his gaze fixed on Carlos' face, seemingly weighing something, and after a few seconds he spoke. "Mr. Carlos, what do you need for the trade? Just to be clear, weapons are not an option. Carlos showed no surprise. Everyone who had dealt with Iron Fortress knew that the people of Daxiao were willing to sell food, medicine, tools, and even some coveted industrial goods, but firearms, ammunition, and explosives were never on the list. We understand aside from basic food and medicine, the chief also needs cigarettes and spirits. If possible, we also need a set of metal processing machinery. The power doesn't have to be too high, but it must be capable of handling high-strength alloys. Lu Ming listened quietly, quickly calculating the value of these supplies in his mind. Food and medicine are always hard currencies, especially in the Wasteland. Cigarettes and liquor are luxuries for the ruling elite to maintain loyalty and showcase status. As for the machinery, it seems Hector's factory wants to expand production. Solid-state batteries can be traded now. To show sincerity, let's go with the market price this time. As for the 3 technologies, we will negotiate the specifics after we assess them. We need experts to determine their actual value. He was not a researcher, so he couldn't evaluate the value of these items. Although Daxia did not lack these supplies they needed, Carlos was momentarily taken aback. Market price. Before departing, Hector had set his bottom line as that the price can be 30 lower than the market price, and he estimated that even if he sold this batch of batteries at 60 of the price, it would still be a satisfactory outcome in Hector's eyes. But now there was no price pressure, no additional conditions, just to demonstrate sincerity, a direct offer at market price. Could this be considered exceeding expectations? Carlos felt a slight dizziness. He had a vague feeling that the price return for the 3 technologies chosen by his father would probably exceed everyone's imagination. No problem, we completely understand. Lu Ming nodded, extinguished his cigarette, and stood up. Please wait a moment. I will contact the people at the base right away to bring the supplies for the trade. I hope there will be a next time. Of course. Carlos also stood up, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. He had already understood one thing: as long as they wanted to sell, the people of Daxia were not afraid of not being able to afford the price. They could even accept the market price. If Lu Ming knew Carlos' thoughts, he would only smile. As long as they wanted to sell, there would be a plethora of businesses waving cash to buy back the solid-state batteries for research. Just one trade could provide enough for everyone in Iron Fortress to have meals with both vegetables and meat for decades, or even longer. He walked to the communicator in the corner, pressed a few buttons, and began rapidly conveying information in a language Carlos could not understand. Minutes later, he turned back as if suddenly remembering something. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, we have eliminated Haishi Town. Now Hog is in our hands. Carlos' breath caught for a moment. Haishi Town, that long-standing den of raiders, just like that, was gone. From the moment he learned that the people of Daxiao wanted to restore order, he had imagined such a day would come. However, he thought it would be after they dealt with Luoqing. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly, so decisively, without even a hint of news. Today, dealing with the people of Daxiao, he received a bunch of unexpected news that left him startled. I will inform the chief. Lu Ming nodded. He did not mention the plan for public execution, estimating that no one expected Hector to kneel so quickly. Now, whether this plan would proceed was a question mark. The trade concluded. When Carlos walked out of the inner room, Ross was still leaning against the door frame, tapping his fingers anxiously against the outside of his thigh. Seeing Carlos emerge, he immediately stood up. Did you hear? The matter of Haishi Town and the trade. Come with me to report to the chief. Ross Adams' apple bobbed, and he nodded, his face revealing an uncontainable fear. The destruction of Haishi Town meant that the only larger gathering places nearby were now only Greystone Manor and them. Elisa, we are leaving. Carlos waved to his daughter. The little girl ran over, clutching a canvas bag full of candy, her face flushed with, okay, Daddy. Under Lu Ming's orders, the soldiers quickly unloaded 300 batteries from the truck, while the residents who had been watching slowly began to sense something was off. It seemed that the high-ups of Iron Fortress were softening. It was only after the soldiers finished unloading that Carlos took Elisa and drove away, while Ross drove the unmarked old pickup truck behind them. Inside the vehicle, it was just the father and daughter. Carlos started the engine and slowly drove out of the warehouse area. He glanced at Ross' car in the rearview mirror and lowered his voice. Elisa, did you give him the stuff? Elisa was seriously counting the candies in her canvas bag. Upon hearing this, she looked up, her little face breaking into a sly smile. I did. I saw there was no one else around, so I secretly stuffed it to that captain who wouldn't talk about us. What was his reaction? Carlos' fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel. He just glanced at that annoying Ross back, and then discreetly put it away. Elisa imitated Chun Hai's swift and secretive actions at the time, her small hand sliding along the edge of the pocket. Just like that. Carlos let out a gentle breath. It worked. At least the first step succeeded. This matter cannot be told to anyone, absolutely no one. This is our greatest secret, do you understand? Elisa put away her smile, her little face becoming serious as she nodded earnestly. Although she did not fully understand what her father was doing, she knew it was important. I understand, Daddy. The truck drove past the dilapidated streets outside Iron Fortress, heading toward the inner city. Carlos' gaze swept over the figures huddled in the shadows by the roadside, their hollow and numb eyes. This iron cage should have been escaped from long ago. Outside the warehouse, Lu Ming watched as Carlos' truck disappeared at the end of the street. Chun Hai walked over beside him, speaking in a low voice. Director Lu, they have problems. Isn't that obvious? Lu Ming took out a cigarette box from his pocket and lit one up. That Ross is clearly a spy sent by Hector to monitor us. The Seraphim family and Hector are on high alert against each other. Not just that, The little girl named Elisa slipped me a metal storage device. Lu Ming's fingers holding the cigarette paused. Knowing he would be monitored, he entrusted the task of passing messages to the most easily overlooked child. What did this engineer want to convey to them? Keep it safe and open it when we return. Understood. He extinguished the cigarette he had just taken 2 puffs from. You take this batch of solid-state batteries and the materials back. Let the technicians evaluate the value of those 3 technologies as quickly as possible. Prioritize it to the highest level. As for what Carlos intends to do, let the base handle it. Understood. Shanghai turned to arrange the transport of the supplies. Lu Ming walked to the temporary communication room, closed the door, and connected to the encrypted channel with the Pioneer base. On the screen appeared the face of Chu Tianhua, the backdrop being the command center. Is the transaction complete? Chu Tianhua asked. It is complete. I have already asked Shanghai to take it back for evaluation. Good, thank you for your hard work. Chu Tianhua nodded in satisfaction. General, there is one more thing. After the transaction, Carlos' daughter, the little girl, named Elisa, secretly slipped a storage device to Shanghai. There was a brief silence in the communication channel. What is the content? I haven't looked at it yet. I asked Shanghai to open it back at the base. However, I suspect it might be information that the Seraphim family wants to convey, which cannot be openly stated under raw surveillance. Chu Tianhuo's fingers lightly tapped on the table. The rhythmic and heavy sound, even through the communication channel, seemed to convey a sense of weight. Carlos Seraphim, Lawrence Seraphim. The best engineering family in the Iron Fortress. They might want to jump, Lu Ming said. It is very likely. We'll discuss it further once we see the contents of the storage device, but preparations can begin. If the Seraphim family truly wants to escape, Hector will never let them leave the Iron Fortress alive. At that time, there may be quite a commotion inside and outside the Iron Fortress. Understood. I will keep an eye on the Seraphim family, but will not make any proactive contact, so as not to alert the snake. Chu Tianhua continued. Additionally, the public execution matter is on hold. Yes, Lu Ming understood. A show of intimidation versus acquiring technology and talent. It's clear which is more important. The communication ended. Lu Ming exited the communication room, gazing towards the gray skyline of the Iron Fortress. Beneath the calm transaction, dark currents were accelerating. Meanwhile, inside the Iron Fortress in Hector's conference hall, Carlos and Ross stood before the table, and Hector was all, what price are the Daxia people willing to offer? Hector spoke, his tone unreadable. Yet in his heart he felt that obtaining 60% of the market price was already a satisfactory outcome. Carlos slightly bowed. Chief, they said that to show their sincerity, this transaction will be at market price, and they hope for another opportunity in the future. Market price. Hector raised his eyes, doubting his hearing. This did not conform to the logic of any transaction in the Wasteland unless the other party simply did not care about this premium. Their goals were far beyond that. Yes, Chief, Carlos affirmed, succinctly reporting the transaction details, including inquiries about machinery and other supplies. Hector leaned back in his high-backed chair, momentarily at a loss for words. This unexpected straightforwardness did not bring joy. Instead, it felt like a soft yet unyielding punch, leaving him with a sense of inexplicable unease. He waved his hand. Very well done, you may go. Supplies will be sent to you shortly. Yes. Carlos replied, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he paused to add another piece of news. Chief, there is one more. The Daxia people mentioned during the transaction that Haishi town has been eliminated, and the bandit leader Hog is currently in their custody. Hector's face only twitched slightly, his gaze becoming deeper in an instant. Is that so? Understood, you may go. There was no shock, no probing for details. This unusual calm made Carlos' heart sink completely. Hector's reaction surely correlated with deeper plots. He no longer spoke further, respectfully saluting before exiting. Watching Carlos' departing figure disappear outside the door, the calm facade on Hector's face quickly peeled away, revealing a hint of irritation and a sinister expression. Ross stepped forward, recounting everything he had seen and heard in the warehouse area today, including Lu Ming and Carlos' private meeting, as well as all the subtle details he had observed in greater detail. Hector listened silently until Ross finished speaking, then slowly said, Understood, you may go. Continue the investigation. Pull out those little mice in the gutter attempting to stir trouble, especially the traces of the Revival Society and the unusually quiet opposition recently. Yes. Ross acknowledged the order and withdrew. The conference hall returned to silence. Hector sat alone in the empty room, his heart not as calm as it appeared. The news of the Daxia people easily eradicating Haishi town weighed heavily on him. In the face of such absolute power disparity, all small tricks and territorial calculations seemed laughable. Yet Hector had never reached his current position solely through brute force and ruthlessness. Before long, the side door of the conference hall was pushed open and the corpulent head of the Thorn family, Moriarty, shuffled in. Chief, the first batch has been successfully transferred, but he hesitated. Are we really not going to do anything else? For example, tampering with the transaction supplies or spreading some rumors to give them some trouble? Tampering. Hector snorted derisively from his nose. Moriarty, use your brain, which has been soaked in alcohol. They could silently erase Haishi town. Do you think our petty actions could escape their notice? Are you looking to provoke them as if we want to die faster? Moriarty shrank back at the scalding beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hector took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, his voice lowered further. Do not make any more foolish probes. What we need to do now is survive and buy time. The Daxia people have already established communication right under our noses. Go ask those technical personnel we support what methods are they using. Are our city walls, and even this room, already under their surveillance? Moriarty's face instantly turned pale. The possibility that the Pioneer base could receive news at any time was the last thing he wanted to see, and there was even a possibility of surveillance. Hector ignored him and continued, a large quantity of supplies brought by the Daxia people will arrive soon. Make sure your men are clean in their actions. Every step must be monitored closely and no mistakes are allowed. We must not let anyone discover what we are doing. Yes, Chief. I understand. I will take care of it immediately. Moriarty nodded repeatedly, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Watching Moriarty's panicked figure retreat, Hector sat alone in the dim light, his face devoid of any expression. He needed time. Watching the Seraphim family. His murky eyes flickered with a hint of elusive light. That old fellow Lawrence along with his son at this moment were both chips that needed to be firmly grasped, as well as the Pioneer base. Shunhai's convoy arrived at the unloading area, and the technical team, which had been waiting for a long time, immediately surrounded them, placing 300 solid-state batteries into separate transport boxes. Directly send it to the analysis center with the highest priority, Shunhai instructed the approaching technical lieutenant. Understood. 2 hours later at the command center of the Pioneer base. On the enormous arc-shaped screen, 2 sections were displayed. The left side contained the Intelligence Analysis Group's report on the intentions of Carlos and the Seraphim family, while the right side showed a real-time dynamic map of Iron Fortress and its surrounding areas. General Chu Tianqua stood in front of the screen, with Zhao Qing, Lin Xian, and several core advisors standing by. The head of the Intelligence Analysis Group, Professor Zhou, continued, based on the full transaction monitoring microexpression analysis of Carlos, the behavioral model of the storage device transmitted by Eliza, and Hector's surveillance patterns on the Seraphim family, we conclude that Carlos and his father Lawrence have a very high intention of seeking asylum. All information points to the same conclusion: the Seraphim family genuinely wants to jump ship, and the ship is about to sink. Though they hadn't done much, everyone in Iron Fortress was clear about Hector's capitulation after today's events. Even the civilians understood who would hold more power in Iron Fortress from now on. Zhao Qing took a step forward. General, should we send someone to infiltrate Iron Fortress for the covert protection of the Seraphim family? Or prepare a plan for forced evacuation? Chu Tianqua did not answer immediately. He turned around, facing away from the screen, and his gaze swept across the massive map of Gaia Star on the command room, wall, finally landing on the tiny light point representing Iron Fortress. Covert protection is too subtle, it won't stop Hector if he becomes desperate. Forced evacuation is a last resort, and once initiated it means we will have to sacrifice quite a bit, and it's unnecessary to complicate things this way. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing, take a team and go to Iron Fortress again tomorrow. Directly approach Hector and give him the sincerity payment for the technical assessment, using food, medicine, and basic industrial goods to pay at the highest estimated value. Tell him we are very satisfied and look forward to long-term cooperation. Zhao Qing's eyes flickered, already understanding something. Yes, General. As for the Seraphim family, after paying the sincerity payment, you will become our project's human resources supervisor in Iron Fortress. Go find Carlos and formally extend the invitation to him, signing the special technical talent introduction contract, an overseas work agreement clearly outlining the responsibilities for safety and provision of living and working conditions in the contract terms. After signing the contract, he will officially become an engineer hired by our project, enjoying the benefits of accompanying personnel protection. Then you can ask Mr. Carlos. The old general's lips seemed to curl upward slightly. Ask him if the Seraphim family needs to introduce strategic investors for their engineering business in Iron Fortress to expand production scale. We can provide materials, equipment, and even ensure the safety of the production environment. A moment of silence fell over the command center. This strategy sounded oddly familiar. Lin Xian, standing beside, suddenly blinked. A strong sense of déjà vu washed over him. Would they need to learn from the Eagle Sauce and call the station troops in Iron Fortress the Summer Army? Several advisors lowered their heads, pressing their lips tightly together. Zhao Qing's face showed no expression, but his heels clicked softly together as he stood at attention. Understood. General, I will immediately prepare the contract documents and the list of the technical cooperation team. Lin Xian was completely convinced, seamlessly integrating the engineer production line, key technologies, and legitimate reasons for intervention in one go. He could even imagine Hector's forced smile when he received the cooperation invitation and investment intention, looking as if he had just swallowed a fly. No military action, no breach of contract. It was simply conducting business according to the rules, introducing talent, investing in industry, while also caring for the safety of the production environment of their partner. But on second thought, this idea seemed wrong. The only ones civilized and orderly were them, and only they liked to stand on a moral high ground. For Hector and his ilk, not being forcibly robbed was already the greatest fortune. Now intervening in this roundabout way, they shouldn't be too surprised. They might even feel at ease, at least not worrying about suddenly facing military coercion. Chu Tianqua suddenly said, Advisor Lin, tomorrow you take half of the solid-state batteries back to the Zhulong base, report this matter up, and let the home prepare for taking over the production line. Lin Xian understood this matter was significant and had to be synchronized and recorded by the highest decision-making body in the rear. Yes, General. I will prepare immediately. Chu Tianquan nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the real-time map of Iron Fortress, deep and far-reaching, as if a major move was about to be made on the chessboard. Iron Fortress Hector's conference hall. Ross' figure hurriedly appeared in the hall. Leader, we found traces of the Revival Society's rats. They appeared in the old city. Should we increase the manpower to search? Hector leaned back in his high-backed chair, shadows covering most of his face. He did not answer immediately, his fingers slowly tapping on the armrest, the rhythm echoing clearly in the empty room, the atmosphere thickening for nearly half a minute. No, there's no need for us to search. Ross looked up in surprise. Hector's murky eyes turned toward him, glinting with a complex light that Ross could not comprehend. You go find the people from the Great Xia, and tell them one thing. The full name of the Revival Society is New Humanity Revival Society. In the old era, they did not carry this pretentious name, and its predecessor was the original Gene Research Association. I do not know what happened to cause them to become what they are now. Ross' pupils abruptly constricted, disbelief etched on his face, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Leader, how do you know these things? Hector's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp, like a tangible blade scraping across Ross' face. Do not ask what you— Ross stiffened, cold sweat instantly soaking his back, and he immediately bowed deeply. Yes. I overstepped. Also tell the Great Xia people the addresses of those from the Revival Society, stating that they are the murderers who killed those children. Additionally, casually mention that there is a mutant tribe around Luo City that is very closely related to the Revival Society. They can investigate the rest themselves. Yes, I understand, Leader. Ross suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, not daring to express any doubt. He vaguely felt that the leader was actively handing over something extremely dangerous, potentially setting off a firestorm to another group of dangerous people. Go on. Hector waved his hand. Ross bowed and quickly exited the conference hall, his footsteps disappearing at the end of the corridor. The heavy door closed again, isolating all sounds from the outside. In the dim light, Hector sat alone on the throne of power, his face devoid of any expression. After a long moment, a trace of extreme coldness, filled with mockery, slowly crept up the corners of his mouth. Order. Hee. When Ross arrived at the warehouse area, the people from the Great Xia were already packing up. Several armored vehicles roared with engines, and soldiers were securing the last batch of supplies onto the vehicles. Lu Ming stood at the entrance of the warehouse, checking something on his tablet. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. Mr. Ross, the transaction has already concluded. Is there anything else? Director Lu, Chief Hecto asked me to convey a few words. Please go ahead. Ross recounted Hecto's message verbatim, including the original name of the New Humanity Revival Society, the former name of the Primordial Gene Research Association, and the connection between the mutant tribe of Luoqing and them. In the end, he revealed the addresses marked as those of the murderers. Lu Ming's expression shifted from calm to— After Ross finished speaking, Lu Ming fell silent for a few seconds before slowly asking, How did Chief Hecto come to know this information? The chief did not say. He only knows these details and asked me to relay them to you. Lu Ming gave Ross a deep look and nodded. All right, I have received it. Thank Chief Hecto for the information. He did not ask further and turned to walk towards the armored vehicles. Ross stood in place, watching as the soldiers from the Great Xia quickly completed loading and the convoy departed the warehouse area, within 5 minutes raising a cloud of dust. On the vehicle, Lu Ming connected to the encrypted channel with the Pioneer base. He did not conduct any analysis or speculation. Instead, he relayed Ross' words to the command center without alteration. Understood. We will inform the general and remain vigilant. We will handle things on our end, the communicator quickly responded. Got it. The communication ended. Lu Ming leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. Hecto's move was too sudden. He was certain there was something amiss. Pioneer Base Command Center. The communicator ended the call with Lu Ming and turned to Chu Tianqua, saying, General, the information has been relayed. Hecto proactively revealed the original name of the Revival Society and provided several addresses claiming they belonged to the murderers of the children. He recounted Ross' words in full. What is he trying to do? Show goodwill? Or is he trying to provoke us into war with the Revival Society? An expert frowned. Chu Tianqua did not answer immediately. He walked to the main screen and pulled up the map of the Iron Fortress and its surrounding areas. After a moment, the old general chuckled softly. He wants to run away. The others were taken aback. Throwing us a toxic bait, trying to divert our attention towards the Revival Society and the secrets of the old era. Chu Tianqua turned around, his gaze sharp. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Returning to the command desk, he tapped his fingers on the table. Wait for Kane and the others to return and ask if they are willing to take on this task. This group of local snakes was more suited to investigate the rats in the sewers than we were. The Great Xia are outsiders on Gaia, a group of black-haired, black-eyed individuals who can barely speak the common language. Investigating a cult organization in the old city of the Iron Fortress or the ruins of Luoqing. It would be too conspicuous and the efficiency would be far too low. Silence enveloped the command center. They were about to run, and this rapid action had everyone bewildered. Order. Chu Tianquo's voice broke the brief silence in the command center. First, the intelligence team must immediately consolidate all the information provided by Hecto and assess its credibility and strategic intent. Focus on analyzing the operable clues linking the Primordial Gene Research Association with the mutant tribe of Luoqing, as well as the possible channels through which Hecto obtained this information. The report must be submitted within 2 hours. Understood, the intelligence officer quickly recorded. Second, the technical monitoring group high-altitude eyes and peripheral sensor networks must adjust the focus monitoring area to the inner city of the Iron Fortress. Understood. Monitoring resource priorities have been reallocated and key optical and signal monitoring has locked onto the target area in the inner city. A relatively young officer could not help but whisper, General, regarding the Primordial Gene Research Association. This could very well touch upon the root of the world's cataclysm. Don't we really want to prioritize investigating this? This question lingered in the hearts of many. What happened in the old era is the ultimate mystery that all humans struggling in the ruins of Gaia wish to know, except for a few possibly surviving informants. What Hecto threw out was not merely a few addresses of cultists, but a chilling suggestion that remnants of the old era might still exist. Shu Tianquo's gaze swept over the questioner. He did not blame him, but calmly countered. And then? The young officer was taken aback. After we clarify things, then what? Are we here to be historians and detectives, or are we here to secure resources for the nation? Can we, a few thousand people armed with a few guns and drones, take down beings capable of causing global civilization to collapse, even those unknown aliens like the Devourers? Are you sure the aliens who create such monsters have left? This is bait, and it is poisoned. If we bite, we will be dragged into waters we are completely unfamiliar with. Everyone understood the old general's attitude towards this matter. The information intrigued him, but it was evidently too deep for him to touch. There's no need to search for the mutants of Luocheng. They are already in our laboratory. However, if Kane's people are willing to take on the leads from the Revival Society, let them go. We can provide support from behind, but this is their own planet's affair, and they must find a way to solve it themselves. With the orders given, the entire base began to operate. Lu Ming soon received instructions to inform Kane about this matter, but he said nothing. Though it was cruel, this was the reality. They were not saints. Establishing an image by providing food, while also offering humanitarian aid, was what they could and were willing to do. Even if they wanted to know the information, they would only explore it under the safest circumstances. The current situation was clearly beyond their capacity to handle. At the bastion, Lu Ming's convoy arrived in the evening. It had taken shape with reinforced walls, automated sentry guns installed on the watchtowers, and the interior divided into living areas, storage zones, and a command center. Kane's team arrived half an hour earlier than Lu Ming. Their trip to the black market yielded rich rewards. They not only brought back 17 solid-state batteries, but also unexpectedly obtained 2 sets of well-preserved industrial sensors from the old era. Upon hearing Lu Ming's account, Kane furrowed his brows. Did Ross come looking for you? Did he say those things? Lu Ming nodded and relayed all the decisions made by the command center to Kane, even warning him of the dangers involved. These matters shocked Kane greatly. He fell silent for a moment, pulled out a pack of cigarettes produced by the Great Xia from his pocket, and took one out to light. Taking a deep drag, he let the sharp smoke swirl in his lungs before slowly exhaling. The gray-white smoke twisted and rose under the lights of the bastion, just like his chaotic thoughts at the moment. What Hecto tossed out was not just a few addresses, it was a rope that could lead to the truth of the past, or straight to hell. He certainly understood the danger. In the Wasteland, curiosity is often a quicker cause of death than radiation. He thought of his father, who kept repeating, "The walls are breathing," after returning from a mission. 3 months later, he had withered into a skeleton, dying in madness, having carved a twisted pattern into the floorboards with his nails before his death. That pattern was like a burning brand seared into Kane's memory at the age of 15. He did not understand, and could not grasp why this world had become like this. What exactly did those lofty elites and the ghosts of the old era do? You are willing to provide aid. Kayan's voice was hoarse. Naturally, necessary equipment, intelligence analysis, long-range communications support, even emergency evacuation plans. But our people will not directly enter the core area to take part in the operation. That is our boundary. Leah stepped forward despite her self-worry written across the girl's face. Captain, this is far too dangerous. Hexuo threw the information out bluntly. This is clearly a trap. Lu Ming saw everyone's reactions and spoke at the right moment. Where I come from, there is a saying, only by looking back can one understand life. But to live well, one must look forward. So abandoning something because it feels dangerous is also a choice. Sometimes knowing the answers is not a blessing. Director Lu, you are right. Kayan finally said, casting his cigarette, but to the ground, and crushing it under his boot. Only by looking back can one understand life, but to live well one must look forward. He echoed Lu Ming's words, but his gaze sharpened. But if we do not even know what happened in the past, how can we know which future to walk toward? If we avoid this Fuxingxi today, something worse might surface tomorrow. Some answers could be crucial. I accept the mission, not to be your expendable scouts, but for ourselves. We need to learn what warped our world into this nightmare. And we have conditions. Speak. First, we require operational autonomy. Those Fuxingxi people are cunning, following rote procedures invites disaster. Second, if we capture someone, we will interrogate them first. Agreed. Command will furnish your equipment. But remember, every action must be recorded. We want intelligence. Understood. Kayan extended his rough hand. The two grips tightened. One hand speaking for the stubborn inquiry of Wasteland survivors, the other for an outside force that had crossed the seas of stars. After Lu Ming left, only Kayan's squad remained in the bridgehead's command room. Leah could not hold back. Captain, I can't shake this unease, Maka said in a low voice. That old fox Hexuo is shrinking back while he sends us to poke it. He has no good intentions. I know, but the Xia people plainly have odd origins, and they do not intend to take on these things themselves. Some roads must be walked by someone. Not for the Xia, but for the children we may have, so they need not live in a fear that cannot even name its cause. He turned and swept his gaze across each team member. This mission is voluntary. If you do not wish to go, stay and guard the bridgehead. There is no shame in that. No one moved an inch. Lei Nuo grinned and patted the pistol at his hip. Captain, without us, who watches your back? Qian nodded without many words of thanks. All the gratitude had long been forged in years of fighting side by side, right? Starting now, Tai, see you plan the infiltration and withdrawal routes. Focus on that sewage treatment access. Ma Kuo and Lei Nuo inventory our gear and list every shortfall. Leah, you stay with me and pore over the scans and intelligence provided by the Xia. Leave no detail unexamined. They were not merely going to probe a cult. They were about to tear back a corner of the black veil that shrouded this desperate world, even if a deeper nightmare lurked behind it. Not far away at the pioneer base, General Chu Tianhua had also received Lu Ming's report. He stood by the window looking toward Taibao, and beyond it to the vast unknowable ruins of Gaiyashing. He murmured to himself, what exactly is buried in this soil? Notify Consultant Lin, and tomorrow inform Zhulong Base's relevant departments to study contingency plans and preliminary support procedures. We must prepare for the possibility of contacting that which should not be contacted. Lin Xian was stunned the moment the message reached him. What on earth was happening? Just hours earlier, he had been overseeing smooth transactions and planning talent introductions. How had it flipped in an instant to Hexuo mentioning Fu Xingxi, and that it was the old era Yuanshu Jin Yinzhou Hui reborn? Taiabeo's waters. Was there merely silt at the bottom or a bottomless pit? He pressed the freshly printed papers between his fingers, each line radiating a peculiar unease. From any angle, it looked like a carefully dug pit baited for the curious and eager to swallow them whole. He understood the general's decision. Not to jump was prudent, but to hand this pit investigation to Qian and his people. He felt the entire Pangu project like a whipped top. Ever since teleporting to Gaiyashing, it had spun, without pause, each new trouble more absurd than the last. In this handful of damned places, demons and monsters seemed to abound. He rubbed his throbbing temple and let out a laugh that tasted of helplessness. The intelligence officer who notified him was a newcomer. Consultant Lin. The command center requires all relevant departments to immediately begin analysis and assessment, especially to evaluate the potential threat level of Fu Xingxi. He could not help but sigh. Did these people coincidentally gather on Taiabeo's so-called feng shui treasure ground, or did they arrive with purposes we do not fathom? Until we can sketch a rough analysis of that, no one at command, including us, will get any sleep tonight. Lin Xian met the weary officer's gaze, and the two of them exhaled in near unison. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Xian said sincerely. It's our duty. The intelligence officer straightened, the exhaustion on his face momentarily buoyed by a sense of duty. He nodded at Lin Xian and quickened his pace down the corridor, his footsteps echoing into another sleepless night. Lin Xian returned to his room and closed the door behind him. He left the light off and, by the faint glow spilling from the corridor, tossed himself onto the mattress. His body sank while his mind churned as if about to ignite. He stared at the ceiling as thoughts ran wild like unbridled horses stampeding toward the most chaotic and unsettling possibilities. If even a shred of Hexuo's intelligence was true, could that mutant tribe, the one they had obliterated with missiles, actually be connected to this Fu Xingxi? Was it a provider? A test subject? What lay within Luo Cheng? The most conspicuous and unquestionable thing was the mother that kept spawning mutated life. Was it formidable? From the perspective that it could incubate vast numbers of mutated creatures, yes. It had engendered tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of devourers functioning like a biological arsenal. But to the Xia, armed with heavy firepower and organized legions of mechanical hounds, it did not seem insurmountable. Saturation bombing, plow the earth 3 feet deep, would likely do the job. So the question remained, how were old-era humanity driven to global nuclear war and civilizational collapse? Was it, as some suspected, the meddling of aliens, adding a cruel diversion to this cat-and-mouse game? And what of Yen Lao, Mao Qian, and the others? The lowest-tier scavengers and struggle-born survivors of the Wasteland. Where did the truths they clung to originate? How much of it was real? Were the things they believed the unvarnished past? And why call themselves the Xian Renlei? What does Xian Renlei mean? One question followed another. The more fragments he gathered, the less coherent the picture became, until it lay in jagged shards beneath a thickening fog. Sigh. Lin Xian exhaled into the dark and laid his hand across his brow. They always said the unknown was the most terrifying. But why did knowing more, deeper understanding, only intensify that bone-deep unease and chill? Was that reasonable? He closed his eyes and tried to drive the turmoil from his mind. Tomorrow there would be more to handle, more riddles to face. On this forgotten planet, each step forward seemed to peel back in ever greater darkness. They had to be ready to run at a moment's notice. The gate of the pioneer base slowly opened in the morning, the roar of engines breaking the silence. Zhao Qing stood beside an armored command vehicle equipped with a communication antenna, finalizing the inventory list and personnel roster on his tablet. There were faint bloodshot streaks in his eyes, yet his posture remained impeccably straight. Footsteps approached from behind, burning the midnight oil. Zhao Qing glanced back and replied, "You too." Lin Xian walked up beside him, yawning, dark circles under his eyes. "Have you figured anything out?" "No clues at all, just speculation, the typical old theories about human traders and physical ascension." Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. "The Devourers have such biological weaponry technology enhancing bodies and genes in pursuit of so-called evolution. It's not strange in the logic of heretical cults. As long as you guess according to humanity's most primitive greed and delusions leaning towards the most abnormal directions, at least 60% of the time you'll be right. The most abnormal direction. And there's a 60% chance of being right." Beside them, Lin Xian with a gleeful tone said, "Advisor Lin, it may not just be that. The remaining possibilities could be due to our lack of imagination. If we observe more of the bizarre happenings by the Eagle folks, who knows, one day our insights may expand, and we could deduce things that we can't comprehend, yet they've already done them." "Huh. So it turns out the reason for our lack of insight is our limited imagination." "You know, that's quite possible." After realizing this, Lin Xian was left speechless. Don't underestimate the lower limits of humanity. The atmosphere among the few of them relaxed a bit, the heaviness pressing on everyone's hearts slightly released in this moment of banter. "Be careful on the road," Lin Xian said solemnly. Zhao Qing nodded, said no more, and turned to open the car door. The armored convoy and the support team drove out of the base gate in succession, kicking up a cloud of dust as they headed towards the Iron Fortress. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Qing closed his eyes, mentally running through all possible negotiation outcomes and emergency plans one last time. At the inner city of the Iron Fortress in Hector's conference hall, when Zhao Qing entered the hall with 2 civilian officers and 4 fully armed guards, Hector was already waiting in his. This time there were no other family members in the hall, only Hector and Ross standing beside him. "Captain Zhao, welcome." Hector forced a smile that could be described as enthusiastic, rising to greet him. Zhao Qing stood firm. "Leader Hector, I represent the Pioneer Base and have come to fulfill our previous trade commitments and discuss further cooperation." Without any pleasantries, he directly got to the point. A glint flashed in Hector's eyes as he gestured to the side. "Please have a seat." The 2 sides took their seats along the long table. Zhao Qing's aide opened a briefcase and took out stacks of documents. First, regarding the preliminary assessment of the 3 technologies and the earnest money payment plan. He listed a dense inventory with each item marked with quantities and their equivalent transaction units. While the quantity of these resources looked impressive in terms of renminbi, they only amounted to a little over 2 million, and they only needed to pay 20% as earnest money. However, when Hector saw these lists, his breath quickened imperceptibly for a moment. The value of this list far exceeded his boldest estimations. "We appreciate your sincerity," Hector said, trying to keep his voice steady. "We fully accept this list." "Excellent," Zhao Qing nodded. The aide immediately pushed a signed confirmation document in front of Hector. After signing, the first batch of supplies will arrive at the Iron Fortress warehouse within 2 hours, with subsequent deliveries scheduled in 3 batches as planned. Hector took the pen and almost without hesitation signed his name at the end of the document. Once the seal was placed, Ross immediately handed over the technical details to the technical staff. Until the technical staff nodded, confirming the successful completion of the transaction. Zhao Qing took back the documents, but showed no intention of ending the meeting. He leaned slightly forward, hands clasped on the table, and looked directly at Hector. "Leader Hector, next I would like to discuss another matter. Regarding the Revival Society and the intelligence you provided us earlier." Hector's facial muscles tightened imperceptibly. "We are willing to purchase all the detailed information you have regarding the Revival Society, Original Gene Research Society, and its associated forces. This includes, but is not limited to, personnel lists, activity patterns, stronghold locations, and the channels through which you acquired this information." The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Hector leaned back in his chair, shadows creeping back over his face. "Captain Zhao, I would love to help, but this is all I know. This is everything I can recall. As for the source, it was from materials I saw in the shelter when I was a child. The memories are too old, and I can't even tell if I saw it with my own eyes, or if it was a story told by some long-gone drunkard." Evading responsibility. Zhao Qing quietly watched him, neither pressing further nor showing disappointment. He simply nodded, having anticipated this answer. "That's quite unfortunate," he said. Then he shifted the topic. "In that case, let's discuss the next collaboration. We greatly admire the technological capabilities of the Seraphim family and would like to formally hire Mr. Carlos and Mr. Lawrence as special technical advisors for our projects. At the same time, we are also very interested in investing to expand the existing precision processing capacity of the Iron Fortress. I wonder if Leader Hector would be willing to introduce strategic investors." Hector's eyes twitched slightly. "Here it comes." The people from the Great Xia finally showed their fangs. His hand hidden under the table gradually clenched, but on his face he wore an even more reassuring smile. "That's a good thing. As for investment cooperation, I need to think it over as it concerns the future industrial layout of the Iron Fortress, but I personally am very interested." "Understood. In that case, I will complete the employment contract with them today. As for the investment matter, we look forward to your—" The meeting concluded. Hector personally escorted Zhao Qing and his team to the door of the conference hall. Watching those tall figures disappear at the end of the corridor, his smile vanished without a trace. He walked back to the long table, his gaze resting on the just-signed inventory list. Truly generous. So generous it's frightening. He suddenly looked up at Ross. Any movements from the Seraphim family? What's the situation outside the city? Leader, there is a support team outside the city. The Seraphim family is operating normally. Lawrence went to the factory this morning and Carlos is at home with his daughter. Our people have been monitoring them and found no private contact between them and the Great Xia people. Ross replied quickly. Normal. A support team. Hector scoffed. He was silent for a moment, decisiveness flashing in his eyes. Tell Moriarty to relocate, move it up to tonight. If they miss the time, they can just stay in the Iron Fortress and wait for death. Yes. Ross affirmed solemnly. He nodded firmly and quickly turned to leave. Hector stood alone in the empty conference hall, the daylight streaming in from the window, elongating his shadow, slanting onto the cold floor. Investment. Cooperation, he murmured, chewing on these two words, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned and walked towards the usually closed side door at the back of the conference hall, his figure disappearing into the dim corridor. He arrived at his secret chamber and took out a black metal box from within the box, dark and clearly aged. Hector tossed the documents inside one by one into the fire pit at his feet. The flames licked at the edges of the papers, quickly spreading upward, casting flickering shadows on most of his face. The last item he tossed in was a few blurry photographs, which seemed to be a layout of a laboratory along with several handwritten scrawled analysis reports. On the edge of one photograph, a faint octagonal star emblem could be seen. Until the flames were completely extinguished, Hector took one last look at the cooled ashes in the pit before turning and leaving the secret chamber without a trace of nostalgia. Some secrets are better left buried forever. And for those who choose to dig them up, well, good luck to them. Inside the carriage, Zhao Qing activated the encrypted communicator and reported briefly, General, the negotiations have concluded. Hector has refused to provide any further information about the Revival Society. The hiring process for the Seraphim family is about to commence. Additionally, we have observed unusual troop movements from Hector's guard and recommend that the aerial reconnaissance unit strengthen monitoring of suspicious passages in and around Iron Fortress. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for 2 seconds before Chu Tianquo's voice emerged. Proceed as planned. First, resolve the issues with Carlos and his group. Hector might know something, but it's likely just peripheral secrets. If he knew more, he wouldn't have survived this long, nor would he possess such limited capabilities. Understood. Zhao Qing ended the communication. The armored vehicle turned down the last rugged stretch of road and halted in front of the Seraphim family estate. Carlos was absent-mindedly helping Elisa with a puzzle until a servant informed him that his father wanted him to come to the study. Only then did he rise and head there. As the study door swung open and he saw a group of soldiers with black hair and black eyes inside, Carlos was instantly. He had rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind, a late-night secret meeting, a retreat disguised as a merchant convoy, or even an unavoidable fierce conflict. But he never imagined they would come so openly and audaciously to his home. What is this? What are these people from the Great Xia doing? What kind of game are they playing? This is worlds apart from his imagined secret surrender and perilous escape. Come in, Lawrence spoke. The soldiers required no orders. They swiftly dispersed to guard the entrance after Carlos entered, beginning a rapid scan of the room, with portable devices, checking for potential listening or surveillance equipment. The subtle electronic sound seemed particularly clear in the quiet living room. It was not until a soldier nodded slightly to Zhao Qing, indicating safety, that Zhao Qing began to speak. Gentlemen, time is limited, so I will be brief. Please take a look. The purpose of our visit is to specifically hire both of you. He did not mention anything about storage devices or escaping ships, fearing that they might be under surveillance methods unknown to them. He retrieved 2 neatly bound contracts from a document bag and pushed them towards Lawrence. The special technical talent introduction contract, with Party A being the Pioneer base and Party B being Mr. Carlos and Mr. Lawrence. The salary, benefits, confidentiality clauses, and intellectual property ownership are all clearly stated within. This one, the external expert accompanying personnel assurance agreement, encompasses your immediate relatives. After both of you sign, you and your families will in legal and factual terms become subjects that we need to protect with utmost priority. We will immediately activate the corresponding security plans. Additionally, based on our recognition of the technical capabilities of the Seraphim family, we also intend to make a strategic investment in the factories operated by your family. Contract. Carlos was bewildered. He had taken a huge risk to convey messages aiming to escape. Yet just a day later, the people from the Great Xia came waving contracts, saying, "Brother, we're here, be our employees." What is this? What do they really want? Has my choice been wrong? Lawrence observed his son's confusion with a sigh. He set the contract down, looked at Zhao Qing, and asked a more fundamental question after signing. Where will we be? From the moment these people from the Great Xia openly came to his door, he understood that they were in danger. Given the strength displayed by the Great Xia, would Hector trust them if he refused their offer? Zhao Qing met his gaze. Please do not misunderstand. We will not force you to go anywhere. The contract guarantees your rights, not restricts your freedom. If you feel that it is no longer safe here, we can provide a secure route to take you away from Iron Fortress to our base temporarily. Once the situation stabilizes in the future, if you wish to return or continue working here, that is also fine. We will dispatch a security team to accompany you and ensure your personal safety. However, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and conflicts, the private armed forces belonging to you and your family must accept our unified command and training. This is non-negotiable. Lawrence listened in silence, his face etched with deep lines as if carved by a knife. He glanced at his son, whose expression was changing, and then at the gloomy sky over the inner city, which was about to rain. After a long pause, he slowly sighed. Have you already met with Hector? Did you mention recruiting us to him? Zhao Qing nodded without denial. Yes. A formal business cooperation proposal must always inform the local stakeholders. Well played, Lawrence remarked with a bitter smile and a touch of mockery, unsure whether it was directed at the other party or himself. He picked up a pen, his fingers trembling slightly, yet he resolutely opened the signature page of the contract. So apart from signing this, do we have any other options? Zhao Qing watched as the two signed their names on the contract. When the last stroke was completed, he did not immediately put away the document, but leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. Patriarch Lawrence, Mr. Carlos. First, I apologize for having to intervene in this manner. The circumstances forced our hand. Some calculations were unavoidable, but our original intention has always been to ensure your safety. He succinctly relayed the information regarding the Revival Society and its predecessor, the original Gene Research Society, which Hector had communicated through Ross, especially highlighting the strange connections with the mutated beings in Luoqing. Lawrence and Carlos' faces lost some color, the specters of the old era, the cults that had changed their names and their connections with mutated beings. This murky water could easily engulf their entire family with just a small ripple. Zhao Qing observed their expressions and understood the secret known to very few in Iron Fortress. You two are the top technical personnel in Iron Fortress, and we regard you as extremely valued collaborators and potential allies. In a situation where the circumstances are murky and dangers may arise from any direction, we believe that the highest priority task is to ensure your personal safety. If we were to provide assistance in secret once detected, it could easily trigger uncontrollable conflicts, placing you in a more dangerous position. The fastest and most effective way is to formally include you in our protection system under the guise of cooperation before anyone reacts, and then directly escort you away. As for the investment in the factories, it also provides us with the most reasonable and rapid entry point into the Iron Fortress situation amidst the current chaos of information and hidden currents within Iron Fortress. We need a solution that can quickly establish a foothold, not one that might trigger a violent assault. He spoke these words candidly. Oh, was he lying? No, the information came from Hector, and the situation in Iron Fortress is a fact. He just didn't specify whether the decision to approach was made before or after receiving Hector's message, but that didn't matter. The outcome is the same. The remnants of the old era are still around, having transformed into a cult lurking beneath their feet, uncertain of their intentions. Who could remain calm in the face of such news? These people are truly something, Carlos thought with a bitter smile. He never expected that even after fleeing, the 5 great families would not turn into 4. Their position would now be replaced by the Great Xia. They not only want to take Iron Fortress, but also aim to do so with minimal bloodshed and legal maneuvering. Truly, he had already begun to suspect whether the Great Xia's initial setup of child nutrition points was all for today, but now, regardless of anything escaping, was the most important. Father, given their strength and working style, there's no need to concoct a more complicated narrative to fool us. The secrets of the old era are beyond what we can handle as father and son. Leaving here for a safe place is the most practical course of action at this moment. Lawrence's wrinkled hand gently rubbed the edge of the recently signed contract. He contemplated for a long time. Here lay his lifelong efforts entwined with frightening shadows. Finally, he took a deep breath as if making a certain resolution. Carlos, go wake Elisa, dress her warmly, and only take the most important items. I will go to the secret room and gather all the core technical materials and original blueprints. Remember, only take the core irreplaceable items, leave the basic manuals and public blueprints for them to handle. Turning to Zhao Qing, he inquired sharply, Captain Zhao, how long do we need? The sooner the better. My team will assist you, and all items will be uniformly packed, carried, and secured by us. Perimeter security has already been deployed, and there are supporting troops outside. We will ensure the evacuation route is clear. Lawrence nodded, saying no more, and stood up to walk toward one side of the study where an ordinary-looking bookshelf was located. Carlos immediately sprang into action, hastening towards his daughter's bedroom. As the armored convoy departed from the Seraphim residence, the sky was accumulating leaden gray clouds. Eliza leaned against the car window, her small face pressed against the bulletproof glass, watching the familiar streets and buildings recede and shrink in her view, ultimately cut off by the turning street corner. She clutched a canvas bag filled with candy tightly in her arms, while her other hand was firmly held by her father. Carlos. Daddy, are we not coming back? The girl asked softly. Carlos looked into his daughter's clear eyes, swallowed hard, and finally just ruffled her hair. We will come back when it becomes safe here. But he didn't know how long that safe time would be. Lawrence sat in the front passenger seat, an inconspicuous metal briefcase resting on his lap. Inside was the crystallized core technology accumulated by the Seraphim family over 3 generations. His gaze remained fixed ahead, not once turning back to glance at the distant residence. Since a decision had been made, there was no need to look back. Zhao Qing sat in the command seat behind the driver's seat, maintaining real-time communication with each vehicle through an encrypted channel. Eagle Eye 1 reports the target convoy has exited the inner city security line without encountering any obstruction. Eagle Eye 2 confirms there is unusual movement from the inner city guard, but they are not approaching this area. The rendezvous point reports we are in position, the passage is clear. Reports echoed through the channel. Everything was going too smoothly. Zhao Qing's fingers lightly tapped the edge of the tablet. The smoother things went, the more it meant that a storm was brewing. He brought up the real-time surveillance footage of the Iron Fortress, a bird's-eye view transmitted from an aerial drone. Within the inner city, several areas belonging to other families were clearly witnessing vehicles and personnel rapidly gathering and moving. Notify the base, the Iron Fortress has begun to react. It's advised that the relevant parties prepare for reception. We will arrive in 3 hours. Receive. Within the inner city of the Iron Fortress, Hector's conference hall. When the news came that the Seraphim family residence was empty, the leaders of the other 4 families nearly arrived simultaneously. They left, just like that. Chief, what on earth is going on? Why did the Dachau people suddenly take Lawrence and Carlos? Morton Hayfrick spoke up. Next to him, Violin Weaver said, I heard it was a formal hiring. A contract was even. Chief, for something this important, didn't you receive any hint beforehand? Mag Nussin slammed his palm on the long table, causing the cups and plates to clatter. Nonsense. What rubbish about hiring? This is outright theft. That old man Lawrence, has he long colluded with the Dachau people to sell us off one by one? The conference hall erupted with noise. Hector's expression began to grow impatient. He let the voices of suspicion and anger explode around him until the clamor gradually subsided before slowly raising his eyelids. Enough noise. His voice was like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing most of the heat in the hall. The Seraphim family hasn't just left. Their factories will soon be sold to the Dachau people. It won't be long before the Dachau people directly enter the Iron Fortress, entering the inner city. Silence ensued. Then came the sound of gasps. How is this possible? How could Lawrence? Morton's face turned pale. How could it not be? Hector scoffed. If it were you and a powerful force capable of easily wiping out Blackstone Town extended an olive branch to you, how would you choose? Now that the Dachau people have taken action, they have only been here for a few days, and the Seraphim family is already gone. Morton forced himself to calm down. Chief, what should we do now? Should we just watch the Dachau people encroach on us like this? Let's take action, Hector suddenly said. The hall fell silent once more. Morton, Violin. Hector's gaze fell on the two. We will inevitably face great trouble. Rather than wait for the Dachau people to get everything ready and take us down one by one, it's better to act now, while they have just taken over the Seraphim's territory and haven't yet stabilized their footing. Morton's eyes flickered as if quickly weighing the pros and cons. The others had various expressions. Only Mag became excited, his fists crackling. It's about time. I've been looking at them with disdain for a long time. Morton looked at Hector. Chief, what's the specific plan? We need time to prepare. Gather all the personnel and weapons you can mobilize to the old warehouse area. I will have Ross notify you about the specific targets and timing. Now go back and prepare. Knowing the strength of the Dachau people, they still planned to take action. Morton and Violin exchanged a significant glance, but no one raised any more doubts. The representatives of the 4 families rose one after another, saluted, and exited the conference hall. Hector remained seated motionless like a weathered stone statue. About 5 minutes later, the side door of the conference hall was gently pushed open a crack. Moriarty's plump body squeezed in with difficulty, then quickly closed the door tightly. Chief, are we really going to take action? Hector slowly turned his head, looking at him as if he were an idiot. After a long pause, he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Is your head filled with water? Moriarty was stunned. Take action. What are we going to take action with? Moriarty, use your brain. I told you to prepare for relocation. How have you prepared? The second batch has all been transported out. As per your instructions, they went through the underground old waterway absolutely discreetly. There are only some inconspicuous things left in the warehouse. What about the third batch? It will definitely be completed before dawn. But Chief, if others really go to clash with the Dachau people, then let them go. It's just right to buy us some time. By the time they react, we will no longer be here. Moriarty opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only deeply bowed his head. I understand, Chief. I will urge the third batch to relocate now. Go. Remember, it must be completed before dawn. Watching Moriarty bow and exit, the last trace of fluctuation in Hector's eyes returned to silence. He walked back to the long table, pulled open the bottom drawer, and took out a palm-sized metal box. Opening it revealed a yellowed photograph. The photograph showed him in his youth alongside several others dressed in uniforms. His thumb brushed against the edge of the photo, ultimately igniting it with the candle flame on the table, watching it curl, carbonize, and finally turn into a small pile of ashes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Iron Fortress, in the Weaver family's hidden chamber, Morton took off his hood. Violin was already sitting at the tea table, leisurely brewing a pot of tea, a luxury item traded from the Dachau people not long ago. Is Hector really going to take action? Morton asked straightforwardly. Violin scoffed, pushing a cup of tea towards him. Does he really think we haven't noticed his little maneuvers with Moriarty? What are they trying to do? Hector wants to run, dragging us to take action, simply hoping to use us as cannon fodder to hold back the Dachau people and buy himself time to escape. So what do we do? Should we really follow his plan to prepare? Prepare, of course, we need to gather forces and build momentum, but how we act when the time comes will not be up to him to decide. If Hector leaves, a large portion of power within the Iron Fortress will be vacant. The Daxia people will consume the Seraphim's factories and technology, and in the short term, they won't exterminate us immediately. This is our last opportunity. Either we find our position in the new game, or he did not finish, but Morton or follow Hector and become the remnants discarded by the times. What about that big idiot Mag? Are we not Violin smiled a cold and calculating smile. Not only do we not notify him, but we must also encourage him, support him, and let him lead the elite of the Mag family to the front. Someone has to test the limits and sharpness of the Daxia people. The hidden chamber fell into a brief silence. The aroma of tea wafted, but it could not disperse the chill and scheming in the air. Outside, the sky over the Iron Fortress had completely darkened. In the distance, the rumbling of thunder could be faintly heard as a storm was gathering. And in the far east, the armored convoy carrying the Seraphim family had already driven out of the city. Eliza had unknowingly fallen asleep, her little head resting on her father's thigh, still clutching the bag filled with candy. Carlos gently adjusted his position to make his daughter more comfortable, then lifted his head to meet his father's gaze through the rearview mirror. Lawrence gave him a barely perceptible nod. Behind the convoy, the massive silhouette of the Iron Fortress gradually blurred in the dimming twilight, ultimately sinking below the horizon like a black tombstone that was submerging. And ahead, what awaited them was an unknown tomorrow. The alloy gate of the Pioneer base slowly closed behind the convoy. Awake, Eliza leaned against the car window, her small mouth slightly agape as everything before her felt utterly unfamiliar. The orderly modular buildings were arranged like gigantic building blocks, their dominant shades of silver gray and white remaining clean and bright under the gloomy daylight. Personnel in various uniforms swiftly moved between the buildings, while in the distance several engineering machines stood 2 meters tall, hoisting prefabricated wall panels into place. The central loudspeaker was repeatedly broadcasting a message: "Comrades, attention. It is about to rain. Scientists have issued a warning that this precipitation will carry trace amounts of radioactive dust. All outdoor personnel, please immediately don your protective suits. Repeat, immediately don your protective suits." The previously busy base instantly quickened its pace as outdoor personnel swiftly retrieved lightweight protective suits from their bags or nearby storage cabinets. 3 of you please follow me for basic disinfection and changing. The rain is coming soon, we need to hurry, a base staff member who had been waiting approached. The 3 were taken into the building, passing through an airlock door and entering the changing area, followed by full body spray disinfection and basic radiation detection, finally donning the universal size protective suits provided by the base. As they exited the changing area, Zhao Qing was already waiting at the door. "Captain Zhao, have you always been this cautious about the rain?" Lawrence asked. He was quite surprised by the actions of the Daxia people. Everyone knew that rainwater contained radiation, but it had been 200 years since the nuclear explosion, and the radiation problem was no longer severe. As long as one does not stay in the rain for long or drink it directly, there shouldn't be much of a problem. It is much safer than consuming wild plants and animals. "Safety measures, Xiao Wang, take them to the rest area first. I need to see the general." Zhao Qing hurriedly changed the subject. Their resistance to radiation was different from that of the humans on the Wasteland. Our rain might pose a minor inconvenience to the locals, but for them it could very well be a major hassle. "Yes." A young soldier named Xiao Wang led the 3 through an internal corridor to a spacious rest area. Through the large observation window, they could clearly see outside. After a few minutes, Zhao Qing returned accompanied by a gray-haired elder. The elder's face was gentle, yet his gaze bore a calmness that comes from long-standing authority. As he entered the rest area, the soldier on duty at the door instinctively straightened his back. "This is General Chu Tianque, the highest authority of this base," Zhao Qing introduced. Chu Tianquo's gaze swept over the 3, pausing slightly on Lawrence's mechanical prosthetic and Carlos' face, before finally resting on Eliza, where a warm smile appeared. "After your long journey, you must be tired. On behalf of the Pioneer base, I welcome all of you from the Seraphim family." Lawrence slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you, General, for helping us escape danger." Chu Tianque waved his hand, signaling for them to sit down. "Just speak plainly, we are quite interested in the technology held by the Seraphim family." It was not the kind of interest that involved coercion, but rather a serious business collaboration. "We can invest in purchasing the technology licenses you are willing to transfer, and you can set the price. At the same time, we will allocate land, personnel, and resources around the base. We will assist you in establishing new factories and laboratories." Lawrence remained silent for a few seconds. Having lived over 60 years, he had seen too many knives hidden behind smiles. "Thank you for your consideration, General. We can help with the establishment of factories. This will benefit everyone. However, regarding the technology transfer, we need time to consider. After all, those materials represent the hard work of several generations of our family." To his surprise, Chu Tianque did not show any displeasure on his face, but rather nodded in agreement. "That is only natural. Good things should be kept a secret for a while, and decisions should be made only after careful consideration. There's no rush, we have time. This rain is likely to last for a while, and there are some urgent matters to attend to at the base. You 3 rest for now. Once the rain stops, I will have someone show you around properly. After that, how you choose to proceed." With that, Chu Tianque gave Zhao Qing a few instructions and hurriedly left the rest area, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. Lawrence watched the direction he had left, his brows slightly furrowing. Is that it? But then he thought again. The Daxiao people had this style of doing things. They were not eager for quick results. Their vision was much longer term. Three of you please follow me. Oh, accommodations have been arranged. Xiao Wang stepped forward at the right moment, breaking his reverie. The accommodations were located in Building B of the living area, a 4-bedroom apartment. Upon opening the door, the interior was simply furnished but fully equipped with a soft sectional sofa, a bed dressed in plain sheets, a private bathroom, and even a small kitchen. Most importantly, it was clean, free from the ever-present dust and rust smell of Iron Fortress and devoid of mildew in the corners. Eliza was the first to run in, her small hands touching the smooth table surface. Looking at the various items placed on the table, although the space was much smaller than their home in Iron Fortress, it felt inexplicably cozy. Carlos looked around, walked to the window, turned back, and quietly said to his father, "The base personnel seem unusual. They are all soldiers and technicians with no civilians present. It's not just the personnel that seems off. A look at the things here. Their industrial system is very well established." Lawrence's voice was low, but Carlos understood the shock contained within. A lack of a robust industrial system was common in the Wasteland, yet here everything showcased the completeness of the industrial chain of this power. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Carlos opened it to find a friendly-looking woman around 30 years old standing outside holding a cage. "Sorry to interrupt, I am the coordinator of the living area. My last name is Chun." The woman smiled and introduced herself, raising the cage in her hands. "I heard that Eliza likes small animals. Our base has just received a batch of small rabbits from the breeding area. They are quite docile, so I brought 2 over to keep the Inside the cage, 2 fluffy little creatures huddled together, their noses twitching slightly, with long ears drooping behind their heads. Eliza's exclamation nearly blew the roof off. "Rabbits. Live rabbits." She rushed over, her small hands reaching out to touch, but hesitating, her eyes wide open. Meanwhile, Carlos and Lawrence were frozen in place. These were not mutant animals, but rabbits. Their fur was pure white, their eyes like rubies, their bodies perfectly normal, resembling the rabbits from photos of the old era and children's picture books. On Gaia, after experiencing a century of global disaster, pervading radiation and ecological collapse, they had seen unpolluted species from the old era in a base far from large shelters established in the wilderness. Lawrence's throat felt dry as he stared at the 2 rabbits, as if gazing at 2 phantoms that should not exist in this world. "You preserved biological samples from the old era." Coordinator Chen seemed unfazed by their reaction, her smile still warm. "It's not just rabbits. The base has chicken coops, rabbit houses, and pig farms under construction as well. We also have preserved various seeds of crops. Currently, we primarily use soilless cultivation techniques, and will soon attempt planting in clean soil. Once the rain stops, if you are interested, I can take you to visit the planting and breeding areas." "I look forward to it." Lawrence finally regained his voice. Coordinator Chun handed the cage and a bag of feed to Carlos, reminding him of a few care instructions before politely taking her leave. Carlos closed the door and placed the cage on the living room coffee table. Eliza immediately knelt in front of the sofa, her small face almost pressed against the cage, quietly talking to the rabbits. Lawrence picked up the tablet on the table, extended his hand, and his fingertips explored the edge of the screen. Then, click, a soft sound. The fingertip of his right prosthetic hand detached and transformed into a very fine, multifunctional microtool knife. "Father." Carlos walked over, lowering his voice. "Let me see." Lawrence handed over the detached backplate, carefully studying the main board under the light, his brow furrowing tighter. Minutes later, Lawrence reattached the tablet, and his fingertip returned to its original state. He looked at his son, his expression graver than ever. "Did you figure it out?" Carlos slowly nodded, his voice dry. "This thing is not our style." It was neither the jumbled equipment typical of Iron Fortress, nor the old-style standard equipment that he had heard rumors about. Large shelters preserving the technological path and industrial foundation behind it were worlds apart. Lawrence walked to the window, gazing at the base shrouded in a light brown curtain of rain. To preserve such a complete population of biological species and an industrial chain different from ours must indicate a superpower. Yet logically, such a power should have emerged from their shelters decades ago and begun to redefine territorial boundaries. But what about them? Daxia. Is there such a country nearby? I have never heard of it. No wonder they are so cautious about the equipment transaction. They must be afraid we would discover something. The origins of these people, like that of the Revival Society, exude an eerie aura. The only difference is, Carlos looked at the 2 snow-white rabbits on the coffee table and at the smile on his daughter's face beside the cage. They seemed to lean more towards order. Lawrence remained silent. Outside, the rain fell more heavily, with large raindrops beating against the high-strength glass window, producing a dense and muffled sound. The lights of the Pioneer base shone like a warm island in the vast rainy night. And the wanderers who had just landed on the island after their initial relief and warmth were beginning to touch the greatest secret of the island. Zhulong Base. Lin Xian's figure was projected in real time on the main screen of the conference room through a secure line. Across the screen, a few people sat around the oval conference table. Their gazes converged on the screen, listening attentively to Lin Xian's comprehensive report on the situation in Iron Fort, the Seraphim family, and the clues regarding the Rebirth Society. After the report concluded, the conference room engaged in discussion for a while. The elder sitting at the center slowly nodded, his voice coming through the speaker. Comrade Lin Xian, you have done well. In such a complex and unfamiliar environment, you have advanced step by step, achieving strategic goals while avoiding unnecessary conflicts. Thank you for your hard work. Chief, this is what we should do. Lin Xian straightened his back. However, the greater the value, the more alert we must remain. Hector, the remnants of the family, the hidden rebirth society, and that city of fog, there are too many variables. Given the highly uncertain situation and the possibility of rapid deterioration, the rear has decided to dispatch a new batch of equipment and personnel to the Pioneer base. This includes land shields, Dongfeng, and a series of heavy firepower suitable for high-threat complex environments. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. On the other side of the screen, the elder's voice remained steady. Remember, your safety is the most important. The value of any technology or intelligence cannot compare to ensuring the safety of all your personnel, especially you, Comrade Lin Xian. All actions must be based on this premise. The production line and the corresponding technical engineering team will be on standby 24 hours a day, ready to adapt based on your needs and the technology samples obtained. You are opening up the situation in the front. The rear is your most solid support. Do not have any concerns, but do not allow any risks. Yes, we will resolutely execute the orders and ensure safety first. Lin Xian replied solemnly. Once the communication ended, the screen went dark. Lin Xian stood alone in the communication room for a few seconds before slowly exhaling and rubbing his temples. Their fear of inadequate firepower must be in its late stage, he thought, with a mix of amusement and exasperation. How long had it been since they arrived on Gaia? The outpost base had just taken shape. They had only just brought back the first batch of talent, and their intelligence network had just been established, yet Dongfeng was already on its way. Upon arriving at the teleportation zone, Lin Xian returned to the Pioneer base through the teleportation portal after the logistics personnel and Director Wang delivered a new round of supplies. As soon as he landed, he noticed the continuous pattering sound coming from outside the window. Is it raining? He walked over to the observation window. Outside the window, a light brown curtain of rain enveloped the world, and the outlines of distant buildings blurred. The rainwater traced countless diagonal lines in the base's illumination, merging into thin streams on the ground, flowing along the pre-planned drainage channels. Yes, Comrade Lin, it has been ongoing for 37 minutes. A technical staff member on duty handed over a set of protective clothing. Please put this on first. Although the analyzed radiation levels are still within a controllable range, it is safer to wear it. Lin Xian nodded and quickly and skillfully donned the protective clothing, sealing the straps tightly. Have the Seraphim family been settled? He asked while adjusting his attire. They have been arranged in Block B of the living area, and they seem emotionally stable. Captain Zhao and General Chu have had initial contact. Oh, by the way, the logistics side sent 2 rabbits as instructed, and Miss Eliza was very happy. Rabbits? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. That's good. It's best to settle down. He walked into the command center and had just entered. General Chu walked out from the adjacent analysis room. Seeing Lin Xian, he approached back. Have you received the directives? Yes, the new batch of support will arrive soon, including land shields, Dongfeng, and a series of heavy weapons. Additionally, regarding the specific plan for receiving the Seraphim family's factory, the rear has requested us to submit a detailed proposal as soon as possible, and the engineering and reception teams are on high alert. Very well, since they are supporting our actions, let's see what the rats in the gutter are planning. Hector better recognize the situation and not disturb us otherwise. If Hector still wants to play tricks while they investigate the Rebirth Society, or if those fools incited an Iron Fort dare to storm the stronghold or factory, then what is coming will not just be rain. The rain, which had persisted for nearly an hour, finally stopped. The clouds above the Pioneer base slowly scattered, and personnel in protective clothing began to deal with the accumulated water, which was the biggest hassle of this rain. They could not allow radioactive rainwater to linger in the base. The door of Block B in the living area was knocked on. Coordinator Chen stood outside, his smile still friendly. How are you 3 resting? The rain has stopped, and if it's convenient, I can take you to visit the planting and breeding areas now. Thank you. Lawrence stood up. Eliza immediately jumped off the sofa, her eyes sparkling. Can we see more rabbits? Of course, there are plenty of other small animals too, Coordinator Chen replied with a smile. The 4 of them exited the apartment building. After the rain, the base's operational pace noticeably quickened, with personnel in various uniforms coming and going, yet everything remained orderly. They passed through the living area and came to a silver gray facility that looked no different from the other buildings. The door slid open and a wave of warm, humid air rushed out, mixed with the refreshing scent of plants. Eliza let out a small gasp. Dozens of rows of metal racks were neatly arranged, each layer planted with different types of crops. The vibrant green leaves unfolded under specialized light sources, while an automated irrigation system was finely misting the plants. Tomatoes, cucumbers, lettuce, strawberries. Various fruits and vegetables thrived in the soilless cultivation troughs. This is planting zone A3, utilizing a fully enclosed circulation system. Next to it is zone A4, primarily growing staple crops and hydroponic forage. More research is conducted within the base, while the truly large-scale planting and breeding areas are outside the base. If you are interested, one day you can go see them. Lawrence nodded and walked to a row of cultivation racks. He extended his hand, gently touching a lettuce leaf. This was worlds apart from the resilient, twisted, mutated plants on the wasteland. All the seeds come from the gene bank, preserved from the old era. He asked. Yes, we are also attempting to breed improved varieties adapted to the current environment of Gaia, which takes time. This way, please, the breeding area is next door. Passing through a disinfection passage, another space came into view. This area was also designed in layers, but the environment appeared much more vibrant. The upper layer was a chicken coop where white feathered hens moved about in spacious cages, while automatic feeders and egg-collecting belts operated smoothly. The middle layer was a rabbit house with rabbits in dozens of standard cages, either feeding or resting. What shocked Carlos and Lawrence the most was a row of transparent ecological tanks in the lower layer, where schools of fish swam in clear water. You also raise fish. Yes, tilapia and carp, both highly adaptable and fast-growing. The water is filtered in a cycle and the fish waste is processed into fertilizer for the plants, forming a small ecological closed loop. Lawrence silently observed all of this, scanning the healthy plants and animals. This group of people was truly incredible. They not only ensured ample food, but also quality. He was now very curious about how vast the planting and breeding areas outside their base would be. The bridgehead. The three were guided by Coordinator Chun to tour the bridgehead. Elisa looked out the car window, surprised by the bustling construction site. Since arriving at the base of the Daxiao people, she had seen various projects being constructed continuously. What are they building? Carlos asked in a low voice. It doesn't seem like a defensive structure, Lawrence squinted. After getting out of the car, a middle-aged man in military uniform approached them with a bright smile. Mr. Seraphim, welcome to the bridgehead. I am the person in charge here, Zhou Wei. Lawrence nodded, still scanning the construction site. The speed at which you are building is impressive. Infrastructure is our specialty. We just finished addressing the waterlogging issue at the base and started construction right away. Zhou Wei gestured for them to follow as they walked along the planned tour route. This area is phase 1 of the living quarters. Over there is the storage and logistics center, and further east is the planned light industrial zone. Lawrence finally asked the core question, what are you planning to build here? A city. Lawrence was taken aback. Carlos reacted first. A city. Here. Yes, we have already secured the northern and western districts of Luoqing. Recapturing the entire city is just a matter. Building a new city here can eventually merge with Luoqing to form a large city. Carlos did not finish his thought. To him it sounded like a fantasy. Take it slow, let's establish a solid foundation first, Zhou Wei added with a smile. Just then the evening whistle blew. Lawrence noticed that although the workers wore dust-covered uniforms, they appeared vibrant and cheerful, chatting and laughing together, completely unlike those who used to be numb and struggling just to make a living. On the way, Elisa overheard the workers' chatter around her. I heard there's braised pork today. Really? I need to hurry, I missed out last time. Didn't you say your tooth hurt yesterday? How can you eat something so greasy? Her ears perked up hearing various dish names. She repeated them with her little mouth, having already tasted many dishes at the Pioneer's base, but was surprised to find different options here. They followed the crowd to a white building that had already been put into use with a sign reading Cafeteria No. 3-inch hanging at the entrance, from which the sounds of lively conversation and delicious food wafted. The cafeteria was spacious and bright, with a long serving counter featuring several different windows. Steaming large containers held rice, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and various dishes glimmered invitingly. Eliza's eyes widened. Choose whatever you want. Zhou Wei handed them 3 trays. You can select from each window, but I suggest you take only what you can eat. Oh, wasting food will cost you money. Chips. Carlos keenly caught the new terminology. Pretty much, Zhou Wei briefly explained, not delving into details as the currency in the Wasteland was chaotic with too many nuances. Lawrence held his tray, slowly walking along the serving counter. He saw the workers skillfully selecting their preferred combinations and swiftly checking out at the cash register. The entire process was efficient and orderly, making him feel as though he had traveled back to a bygone era. The three found an empty table to sit at. Elisa eagerly took a bite of the sweet and sour ribs. The tangy and tender taste made her squint her eyes in happiness. Carlos and Lawrence observed their surroundings. Workers sat together in small groups, eating and chatting with topics ranging widely, some discussing the challenges of technical training, while others talked about how many projects were left. No one was discussing where to find food today at the dining table. This ordinary sense of daily life was more powerful than any display of weaponry. After the meal, the three of them toured other areas of the bridgehead. On the way back to the Pioneer's base, Elisa happily hummed a tune while holding a small bag of fruit candies that Zhou Wei had given her. Carlos looked at his daughter's expression and turned to his father, whispering, "They are showing us their strength, right? It seems so. They want us to see that the workers at the Iron Fortress can live better lives than our families at the Iron Fortress, and then say nothing, allowing us to feel it ourselves." Strange behavior, Carlos remarked. Lawrence suddenly laughed. Strange, but effective. They don't like being straightforward. Oh, perhaps subtlety is part of their culture. They should come to discuss the specifics of the factory handover tonight. Let them handle operations and security completely. As for technology, we can discuss that with them later. It should be beneficial for both sides. Carlos nodded. Meanwhile, inside the Iron Fortress at the Newson family residence, Mag sat at the main seat, with Violin and Morton beside. "Brother Mag, the time has come. The leader has given the order. We gather tomorrow evening," Violin said softly. "The Seraphim family has defected, and the Daxiao people are making advances. If we don't act now, the next to be in trouble will be you and me." Morton added earnestly, among us your Nuzan family is the most capable of fighting and has the best equipment. This operation will rely on you to lead the way. My people will follow your orders. Are your people ready? Ready. As soon as Brother Mag gives the order, my people can move at any time. What's the target? All factories of the Seraphim. Morton's eyes flashed with a fierce light. This will be a nail that the Dachau people have driven under our noses. Burn it down, and let those outsiders know that the Iron Fortress is not a place they can casually reach. Mag was silent for a few seconds before slowly nodding. All right. Since everything is ready, let's strike. Your people must— Violen and Morton exchanged glances, and a hint of barely perceptible relief passed through their eyes. Violen smiled. Of course we will go back and make our final preparations first. Tomorrow night, let's meet in the old warehouse area. At that time we will also need Brother Mag to take good care of our people, Morton added. Mag waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured my people will not be treated poorly. The two exchanged a few formalities before standing up to take their leave. Their footsteps gradually faded, eventually disappearing into the street outside the residence. The hall returned to silence. A few seconds later the door was pushed open. A young man of about 20 with a sturdy build and features resembling Mag strode in. He was Mag's son Rog Nuzan. Dad, I have prepared the personnel. Mag said nothing, just waved him over. Daddy. Rog approached puzzled. Come sit down. Mag indicated the chair beside him. Rog sat down as instructed just as he was about to say something. Smack. A large hand like a fan struck hard on the back of his head. The force made Rog's head jerk forward, his forehead hitting the solid wood table with a thud. Daddy, what are you doing? Rog covered his forehead, looking shocked and angry as he raised his head. Mag looked at him expressionlessly. You want me to hit the Dachau people? He added another strike to the back of Rog's head. Smack. Are you tired of living? Or am I tired of living? Do you believe those two old fools? If I could really defeat the Dachau people, would I still be sitting here? Rog was stunned by the two slaps covering his head. So, are we not going to fight? I'm not dumb, but I'm not stupid either. Have you seen the mechanical dogs of the Dachau people? Do you know how many they have left? He released his grip, pacing angrily in the hall before turning to point at his son. If we resist, and the next day they come with thousands of mechanical dogs to fight us in the streets, will you die? Huh, tell me, will you die? Rog shrank his neck and dared not speak. Mag returned to the main seat, sitting heavily and taking a few deep breaths. Lawrence is smart, right? Rog nodded. As the most skilled engineer and clan leader in the Iron Fortress, Lawrence's intelligence was beyond. Even someone as clever as him has run away. You still think about fighting the Dachau people? How do I have such a stupid son like you? You don't even understand how to put on a show. With that he suddenly stood up, looking around, and picked up a short stick as thick as an arm from the wall. The door to the reception room gently closed. Carlos and Lawrence sat on the sofa, 2 cups of freshly brewed hot tea placed before them. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, but their minds were clearly not focused on savoring it. Across from them, General Chu Tianqua undid the top button of his casual uniform, appearing more relaxed than in any. Chu Tianqua was the first to speak, a rare smile gracing his face. You two arrived early. How did you find the stronghold after? Impressive. Your construction speed and organizational ability exceeded my expectations. It's just our old Chu Tianqua waved his hand dismissively, then got straight to the point. Since you are here, let's discuss the factory and technology. We have drafted a preliminary proposal. He gestured for his aide to activate the projector, and a clearly structured framework diagram appeared on the wall. First of all, on behalf of the Pangu Project Command, I would like to thank the Seraphim family for the trust shown at this crucial moment. Your technical data and control over the factories are invaluable for our understanding of Gaia's industrial foundation. Carlos leaned slightly forward. He sensed the significance. In return, we will provide the highest level of security guarantees. Every member of the Seraphim family, if willing, will have permanent residency rights within our controlled area. If you wish to move to bases further back, we can arrange that as well. As for the factories and technology, Chu Tianqua finally opened that folder, pulling out the first document and sliding it across. This is our preliminary cooperation framework. Lawrence took the document, and Carlos leaned in to take a look as well. The text on the paper was concise and clear, listing the rights and obligations of both parties, profit-sharing ratios, and technology-sharing mechanisms. The structure was logical and rigorous, effectively sealing off all potential loopholes for disputes. After negotiations and modifications, both parties would sign this contract. Chu Tianqua handed the contract to a staff member for safekeeping. The Seraphim family might not realize what this meant, but those 5 factories would become their first state-owned enterprise on Gaia, a matter of great significance. Now I would like to trouble Mr. Lawrence to accompany me to the Technical Evaluation Center. We need to determine as soon as possible which factories urgently need expansion to match our production system, and which technologies, although overlapping with our current route, still hold unique technological reserves worth further exploration. That is to be expected. Carlos, you and Captain Zhao should return to the Iron Fortress to handle the specifics of the reception. Understood, father. Carlos nodded solemnly. He watched his father follow General Chu out, realizing that although his shareholding was small, the conditions were already quite favorable. More importantly, there was safety. They could even live in the main camp behind the Dixia people, which held far greater value than a few factories and technologies. Iron Fortress Seraphim residence. Zhao Qing led a team of fully armed 100 soldiers and 60 mechanical dogs, standing at Carlos' home, with infantry fighting vehicles and logistical support vehicles at the entrance. He had already visited Hector with a few people. When he saw Hector again, he immediately clarified his intentions, hoping to avoid any misunderstandings. I understand. There will be some minor frictions when the factory is first taken over. It's something to be mindful of, Hector said, with a dark expression. What could he say? He was 100% certain that the Xia people were currently targeting his Iron Fist battalion with missiles, reminding him not to cause trouble. In a superficially friendly atmosphere, Zhao Qing presented 2 boxes of tobacco and alcohol to Hector as gifts. Carrot and stick. Hector glanced at Zhao Qing and accepted them. This group from Xia was both annoying and likable. If it weren't for the news he received urging him to escape, he would have planned to gain more benefits from the Xia people. As long as you provided them with what they needed, they truly offered good returns. But that was just a thought. He watched Zhao Qing leave without reminding him of anything. When Zhao Qing returned, Carlos was instructing the butler to assemble their armed forces for training. The butler secretly observed Zhao Qing and his group, realizing that from now on the person in charge of the Seraphim family would change. Yes, young master, I will notify them right away. Let's go, Captain Zhao. The assembly will take some time. We should first check the factories. All right. Zhao Qing followed Carlos out the door. Curious glances from passers-by fell on Carlos and the Xia team. The news of the Seraphim family teaming up with the Xia people had been spreading wildly, and now it was apparent that the rumors were true. For the vast majority of residents in Iron Fortress struggling on the brink of survival, the change of rulers only meant changes in tax names, but at least they had a better impression of the Xia people. The reception of the first 4 factories went exceptionally smoothly. These 4 were also the core of the Seraphim family, focusing on material processing, prosthetics, and power armor frameworks and solid-state battery cores, technological industries of great importance. As for the bionic skin materials and biomechanical interfaces, as well as other production lines of solid-state batteries, they were still in Hector and others' hands and would require some effort. The atmosphere grew subtly tense as they arrived at the last factory. Captain Zhao, you best be mentally prepared for this. Zhao Qing's expression remained unchanged. I reviewed the briefing before coming. The protein conversion factory uses mutated cockroaches and earthworms as raw materials, which are the primary source of the base nutrient paste. No problem, we are all trained and prepared. Upon entering the factory, an unpleasant odor wafted in, and the sight of the production line came into view. In the enormous crushing tank, dark brown and white raw materials churned and wriggled. After undergoing multiple high-temperature, high-pressure separation and chemical filtration processes, a thick slurry was transported through pipes, ultimately being extruded into blocks of paste in the molding workshop. At the end of the production line were workers packaging and transporting the goods. A few accompanying soldiers involuntarily swallowed hard, their mouths twitching slightly. The scene was enough to drain their sanity. The visual and psychological shock was far more intense than the paper reports. Carlos glanced at the oddly expressive group of people and spoke. The nutrient paste has gone through multiple treatments, and it is practically unrelated to the cockroaches and earthworms anymore. It's all protein. Just don't think about what the raw materials are. How can you not think about it? A young soldier murmured under his breath. This stuff is not something a normal person could eat. Another slightly older soldier muttered. Carlos fell silent. Indeed, only the Xia people could confidently say, this is not something normal people eat. For countless underprivileged people in Iron Fortress and throughout Gaia, being able to consume a few blocks of nutrient paste daily that offered basic caloric intake with relatively controllable radiation levels was already a stroke of luck. Many had to risk hunting mutated beasts or wild plants, exchanging shorter lives for fleeting fullness. Although recently the food prices in the Iron Fortress market had plummeted due to the influx of Xia goods, the underprivileged still had to rely on nutrient paste for survival. Zhao Qing did not comment further on the production line. They had originally not wanted it. Wouldn't a canned factory be better? But considering Gaia's large equipment had some research value, they decided to include it in discussions with Carlos. Everything here would ultimately be disassembled for research. Mr. Carlos, let's go see your armed forces. They should all be assembled by now. Carlos nodded. From the moment they signed the contract, the name of the Seraphim family had been tightly bound to the Xia people and the armed forces in their hands. When the 630 individuals stood in a sparse and disorganized formation, Zhao Qing understood the nature of the group with just a glance. Even the security personnel were better organized than they were. The lineup was crooked, the gear was a mess, and most of the individuals were thin. Only about 100 stood with a somewhat proper posture, robust and sharp-eyed, likely seasoned veterans who had seen real combat. The Iron Fortress maintained approximately 2,000 combat personnel managed by 5 major families in Hector. This 100 were among them the core of the Seraphim family. As for the rest, they were secretly nurtured. Other families, including Hector, had similar arrangements, covertly maintaining armed forces. However, their nature was merely to handle menial tasks, dealing with everyday issues. When it came to actual combat, they were only effective in favorable conditions. In adverse situations, where were they? Zhao Qing stood on a makeshift podium. Behind him were 60 silent mechanical dogs, their backs equipped with 100 fully armed soldiers from the Great Xia stood on either side. Every piece of equipment from their helmets to their boots radiated the orderliness of industrial civilization. This very contrast served as the most direct intimidation. I am Zhao Qing. His voice echoed through the speaker system, not loud, yet it overshadowed the subtle commotion below. From today onwards you will accept my direct command. The audience's expressions were complex, filled with curiosity, fear, and a deeply hidden resentment. I know how you have lived before, fighting desperately for a meal, begging for a bit of medicine, clinging to a tiny territory. Now the rules have changed. By following us you will receive 3 things. First, enough to eat. Second, equipment. Third, in exchange you must give 2 things: absolute discipline and absolute obedience. He paused for 2 seconds, allowing his words to sink in. Understand clearly, this is not a negotiation, but a condition. If you cannot accept it, you may leave now. Once you step out of this door, you will have no ties to the Seraphim family or us, and we will not pursue it. The crowd fell into dead silence. Leave? Where could they go? Compete for jobs with other workers at reduced pay? Ultimately, end up jobless and cast out to fend for themselves in the outer city. Those willing to stay moved to that side. The silence lasted less than 5 seconds. The first person to move was a scarred, middle-aged man. He spat and muttered something under his breath, but kept his head down as he walked to the left. Like the first domino falling, the crowd began to stir one after another, a wave of 430 individuals. Not a single person chose to leave. They all stood to the left. Tisk, what a letdown. A young soldier behind Zhao Qing muttered, his voice low enough only for his companions to hear. I thought maybe a rebel would jump out to give us a little exercise. An older soldier shot him a sideways glance. Are you joking? Look at our setup: 100 fully armed men and 60 dogs carrying light machine guns. Who in their right mind would dare jump out now? Do they want to see what it feels like to get hit by a 7.62mm bullet? The young soldier chuckled a couple of times and fell silent. Zhao Qing stepped down from the podium and approached Carlos, who was watching the group of subordinates with a neutral expression. Are there spies from other factions among them? Yes. In the third row on the left, the short one named Scarface Jim is one of Hector's. On the right further back, the one in the brown coat is from the Villain family. And the one in the front row, who looks the most honest, is from Morton. Zhao Qing's gaze quickly swept over those 3, committing their features to memory. Aren't you going to clear them out? He asked. Can't clean them all out. If we remove these 3, they'll just send more in. It's better to keep them. Oh, at least we know who they are. If necessary, we can have them relay any messages we want to send back. Zhao Qing nodded. This line of thought was quite pragmatic. He returned to the podium and clapped his hands. Since everyone has decided to stay, let's start the first order of business. As he spoke, the large door of the barracks opened. 20 soldiers pushed a cart out piled high with supplies. The most conspicuous were the burlap sacks filled with compressed rations and vacuum-packed staples. Next were boxes which, when opened, revealed neatly stacked canned goods along with smaller boxes containing antibiotics, painkillers, and first aid supplies. As these items were presented before them, the breathing of the more than 400 individuals below noticeably grew heavier. It was said that the people of Great Xia lacked for nothing, abundant in resources, able to provide ample food without radiation. Now all of this was neatly laid out in front of them. This is your allowance for the first week. Zhao Qing's voice rang out again, distributed per person starting today, once a week. Perform well, and there will be rewards. Violate discipline, and you will be penalized. In severe cases, you're out. Now reform the ranks. He waved his hand toward the back. 52 soldiers stepped forward, carefully selected squad leaders, each with experience leading new recruits. You will be dispersed into new teams. They will be your new captains. For the coming week, you will only do 2 things: train with them, and keep an eye on the factory. Yeah, a chorus of responses rang out, uneven at first. Louder, one of the squad leaders shouted. Yes. This time the voices were much more uniform, even tinged with a hoarse excitement. Distributing allowances works better than any grandiose speeches. Zhao Qing concluded. 1 week from now, if all 5 factories are functioning normally without damage or disturbance, everyone will receive an additional week's allowance. However, if any factory encounters problems, all personnel responsible for the defense of that area will have their allowances revoked, and in severe cases they will be kicked out. The crowd instantly quieted, with everyone displaying anxious expressions. They understood that the factories were their lifeline, and anyone who dared to harm the factories was jeopardizing their very existence. Do you all understand? Zhao Qing demanded. Understood. This time the response was unified, and even someone. Zhao Qing nodded in satisfaction, signaling for the reorganization to commence. The 52 squad leaders took turns stepping down to disperse and reorganize the more than 400 individuals. The process was somewhat chaotic, but under the watchful eyes of the mechanical dogs and the sharp gestures of the soldiers, there was no major disturbance. Carlos observed quietly from the side. He noted that Zhao Qing had intentionally assigned the 3 spies to different teams, all positioned at the outskirts far from the core factory. Very considerate. After the reorganization was complete, Zhao Qing looked at Carlos. He'll handle things here, let me send someone to take you back. Carlos nodded. The steward knows a lot about the factories. If there's anything unclear, feel free to ask him. Just be careful. All right. Carlos turned and left the training ground. After taking a few steps, he glanced back, seeing the more than 400 individuals eagerly collecting supplies, each face reflecting eagerness and fervor. He realized that from now on this group would only follow the commands of the Great Xia soldiers. Outside the city, the Kane squad also timed their entry into the Iron Fortress. This time they aimed not only to investigate the situation of the Revival Society in the Old District, but also to discreetly spread the news that the Seraphim family has fully cooperated with Great Xia, and the new owner is about to scale up production and recruitment on a massive scale, laying the groundwork for what was to come. Ironfort Outer City. Mark scanned the chaotic marketplace ahead, the first stop for disseminating information. Captain, I still don't understand. Broadcasting our intentions so openly is practically announcing to Hector and those rats hiding in the sewers exactly what the Xia people intend to do. King didn't turn around. Mark, tell me, do the Xia people want Iron Fort whole or shattered? Obviously whole. Exactly. Think like that. They need not speak of futures or loyalty. Those who starve see only real grain before them, and their minds narrow to a single thought: I must have this. And they are the ones who can deliver it. Now they're declaring their arrival to everyone. So, spreading rumors is meant to awaken that thought in more people. Kane paused for a beat, then gestured for the other 3 team members to close in. Let's move. 3 teams as planned. Team 1 heads to the laborers' shanty town, Team 2 to the fringes of the black market, Team 3 follows me into the market. Remember, no initiating conversation. No visible urgency. Let the words slip, accidentally, to those most adept at gossiping. That's enough. Yes, sir. 5 figures dispersed. At that very moment, on the edge of Ironfort's old district stood a dilapidated 2-story building. Once a modest machine repair workshop, its windows were now boarded shut. Only narrow slits allowed light to seep through. Bang! A table was kicked sideways. Worthless. All of you worthless. The man bellowing was in his 40s. Normally kind-faced, but fury twisted his features into something monstrous. His name was Rex, the leader of the Rust Nail Brotherhood. 3 lieutenants stood silently in the room, heads bowed, too afraid to meet their enraged chief's gaze. I ordered you to provoke chaos, to force the Xia people and that old dog Hector into open conflict. Rex snatched a metal gear and hurled it against the wall. And what happened? Hector cowered inside his turtle shell, not even daring to grunt. Meanwhile, the Xia seized all of Seraphim's factories, and now they're launching a massive recruitment drive. Recruiting. A lanky lieutenant ventured cautiously, boss, no one could have predicted this. By all logic, after killing those children and sabotaging the Xia's plans, they should have retaliated instantly. Given their strength, no explanation needed. Rex whirled toward him, bloodshot eyes blazing. You expect the Xia to follow logic? They fell from the sky. Their logic isn't ours. It never was. He heaved ragged breaths, chest rising and falling violently. Days earlier, after Hector's men departed, Rex had sent 2 subordinates to kill the children under cover of night. He'd assumed such sabotage would enrage the Xia, provoking immediate, overwhelming assault upon Ironfort. Then, leveraging his years of aid to outer city residents, he would rally a mass uprising against Hector, positioning himself as indispensable to the Xia, earning status and influence in their new order. But reality mocked his plan. No clash erupted. Instead, the Xia somehow negotiated a seamless alliance with House Seraphim, seizing 5 factories without bloodshed, stepping directly into Seraphim's place within Ironfort. Now their sweeping recruitment campaign threatened his very foundation. Worse still, in less than 10 days since the Xia's arrival, Ironfort's power structure was already shifting, and Rex remained stranded outside their orbit. Boss, what do we do now? Should we approach the Revival Society? Revival Society. Rex waved dismissively, agitated. A pack of delusional charlatans. Had they not interfered, our plan wouldn't have unraveled. Can they clean up this mess now? Though he spoke bitterly, he knew, deep down, the Revival Society would be erased by the Xia without hesitation. Forcing calm, he swept his gaze across the room. Where are the 2 who carried out the hit? Still in the old district, hidden in the safe house beneath the ratways, just as you ordered. They haven't surfaced. Eliminate them, cleanly. Make it look like a gangland betrayal, or a dispute over spoils. Dispose of the bodies far away, no links to prior cases. The lanky lieutenant flinched. Boss, they're our brothers, and tight-lipped. Rex sneered. Brothers? If this leaks, we all die? I trust only dead men's silence. Act now, while the Xia remain unaware, or none of us survives. Yes. The lieutenant clenched his jaw and strode out swiftly. Only 2 men remained. Rex moved to a crack in the wall, squinting outward. One misstep, and every step thereafter tightened the noose. Unease coiled deeper in his gut. Chief, said the silent lieutenant, a balding middle-aged man with sunken, calculating eyes, perhaps this recruitment drive is an opportunity. Rex turned. Speak. The bald man edged half a step forward, voice dropping to a whisper. Chief, you've aided countless souls across the outer city. In the shanty towns, who doesn't speak well of the Rust Nail Brotherhood? That reputation gathers dust. Why not wield it? Rex stayed silent, signaling him to continue. The Xia are recruiting. They're newcomers. Will the shantytown poor dare apply? We could help them recruit. Help, eh? Rex narrowed his eyes. Yes, help. We supply manpower to plaster recruitment notices across the outer city. Once done, once people show up, the Xia owe us gratitude. Even if they don't need the help, even if it's trivial. At least we make ourselves known. Rex finished, a flicker igniting in his gaze. Precisely. Let them know the Rust Nail Brotherhood is cooperative and useful. Then even if past deeds surface, we'll have room to maneuver. And if they never surface? He left it unsaid, but the implication hung sharp and clear. If undiscovered, this move yielded pure gain. Rex paced twice, growing more certain with each step. Posting notices costs nothing. Dispatching a few men to run errands entails no risk. Even if the Xia ignore the gesture, he loses nothing. Do it. Now. Send trusted men immediately. Once finished, approach the Xia. Say the Rust Nail Brotherhood admires Xia order and offers modest assistance in recruitment. Old District. Kane leaned against a crumbling wall, his gaze cutting through the throng to fix on a figure hurrying ahead. Short, stocky, bald, left ear partially missing. Lia lowered her voice, eyes narrowing. Captain, isn't that one of Rex's lieutenants? What was his nickname again? Baldy. Real name unknown. Rex's fixer handles the dirtiest work. Baldy moved fast, almost sprinting, toward the heart of the shanty town. Captain, shall we follow? Kane didn't answer at once. He scanned the surroundings, confirmed no attention drawn, then signaled Lia with a subtle hand gesture. She understood instantly, shifting her stance to shield potential sightlines, using her body to conceal Kane's movement. He stepped back half a pace, melting into the shadowed corner, then drew a palm-sized encrypted comms unit from his inner lining and pressed the transmit key. Zhao, this is Kane. Less than 3 seconds later, Zhao Qing's steady voice replied, go ahead. We've identified a Rust Nail Brotherhood operative in the outer city, Rex's lieutenant. His behavior is highly suspicious. He may be linked to the children's murders. Should we pursue? Pursue for what? Whether the Revival Society or the Rust Nail Brotherhood committed the act, they're both already on the purge list. We need neither motive nor evidence, only confirmation they're named. That alone is sufficient. Kane blinked. A list? No evidence required, just inclusion. He'd assumed the Xia operated on reason and proof. Yet here existed another system entirely, one where being listed meant inevitable, unyielding retribution. Understood. He murmured. Continued disseminating information, with emphasis on the Revival Society. Their threat level differs fundamentally from the Rust Nail Brotherhoods. They may be entangled in biomodification, and possibly harbor anomalies beyond conventional understanding. If encountered, maintain distance, do not engage. Report any irregularity immediately. Yes, sir. The transmission ended. Kane retrieved the communicator into its lining, standing still for a couple of seconds in contemplation. Lia observed his expression, refraining from asking about the call's content, and quietly said, Captain, are we still going? Kane shook his head. Not anymore. We'll do our own thing. Lia nodded, not pressing for details. She turned and continued toward the next designated information drop point. An hour later, the communicator vibrated. Kane ducked into the shadow of a broken wall, confirming that no one was around before pressing the answer button. Captain, speak. Captain, it seems our job has been taken over by the Rusty Nail Brotherhood. Kane didn't understand what job. The job of spreading information. They are plastering recruitment notices all over the outer city, even doing a better job than us shouting loudly. Kane fell silent for 3 seconds. What are you saying? Really, Captain, I followed them for 3 streets and confirmed it. They're telling everyone that the people from Day Summer are hiring, offering good treatment, encouraging everyone to sign up. I almost thought they were our hired hands. Kane pulled the communicator slightly away, staring at it for 2 seconds before bringing it back to his ear. He was genuinely at a loss. What kind of thought process do these people have? The murder case hasn't been solved, and they are likely the culprits, yet they come running to help those who are preparing to beat them up before the Iron Fist comes down. Are they trying to bolster their performance before getting beaten up? Even Yama wouldn't forgive such a thing, would he? Captain, should we continue? Mark asked quietly. Kane took a deep breath, suppressing the absurdity. No, if they like to do it, let them do it. Then we gather. Change targets. Kane's gaze swept towards the densely woven alleys deep in the old city. There are still unscouted areas near the Revival Society. Understood. The call ended. At 3 in the morning, the Iron Fortress was enveloped in silence. The lights in the Seraphim Mansion were still on. Zhao Qing was fully armed, waiting all night, without catching any sign of Hector's movements. Logically, Hector shouldn't have made no response. Even if he was too afraid to act personally, he would at least send out a few small teams to disguise and probe, or create some disturbances, or at least put on a show. But he did nothing. It was so quiet that it was as if Hector never existed in the Iron Fortress. Zhao Qing picked up the now cold tea and took a sip. Suddenly, he remembered a saying, it is always calm before the storm. It's not that nothing is happening, it's that something is brewing. The communicator lit up. Zhao Qing almost instantly put down his teacup and answered. What's going wrong? The voice of the advisor came through, laced with a hint of amusement. Nothing, the Rusty Nail Brotherhood came to us. Zhao Qing paused for a moment. What do they want? They said they admire the Order of Day Summer and are willing to help with recruitment. Then they pulled out a stack of recruitment notices, saying they had already posted them on 3 streets, and came to see if they could assist further. A 5-second silence followed. Send them food, cigarettes, and alcohol in bulk, packaged decently. And thank them for me, just say we appreciate their goodwill. They'll be visiting us in the future. I hope they won't mind then. The advisor bit his lip hard on the other end. Understood. He swallowed the words death meal, but the hint of laughter in his voice was hard to suppress. Zhao Qing didn't scold him. The call was cut off. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Seraphim Mansion, a few members of the Rusty Nail Brotherhood clutched sacks of food, holding unopened cigarettes and alcohol, their faces flushed with excitement. The people from Day Summer are too generous. I said coming here was the right choice. The leader is brilliant. At the Rusty Nail Brotherhood's stronghold, Rex sat in a chair, having not closed his eyes all night. He was waiting for bad news, or for no news at all. When the door burst open, his fingers instinctively reached for his waist. Boss, the people from Day Summer accepted our notice. They even gave us stuff. A lot. Sacks of food piled on the ground. Cigarettes, alcohol in bulk with pristine packaging. Rex stared blankly at the items, swallowing hard. Did they say anything? They did. They said they remember our goodwill and will visit us in the future, hoping we won't mind. Rex clenched the armrest tightly, then slowly relaxed his grip. A visit. He repeated the phrase in his mind, unable to discern its exact flavor. But at least it wasn't a direct rejection. They weren't thrown out coldly. The first step had been taken. He slowly stood up, walked to the pile of supplies, bent down, and picked up a cigarette, examining it for a while. The packaging was exquisite, sealed perfectly, and he could smell the rich tobacco aroma, even through the packaging. This is a good product. Day summer goods. He murmured, tearing open the packaging, pulling out a stick, and bringing it close to his nose. Then he lit it, and took a deep puff. He squinted slightly, the tension in his shoulders gradually easing. Why is everyone just standing there? Today we're celebrating. Open a case of wine. Brothers, let's also enjoy the fine goods of the day summer people. The crisp sound of the wine bottle opening, the clinking of cups mingled with laughter spreading throughout the dilapidated building. Rex sat at the head of the table with the open cigarette beside him, and his wine glass had already been emptied twice. Boss, do you think we can finally get a proper job from now on? Working with the people from day summer is definitely better than wasting time in this broken place. Rex didn't answer, just took another puff of the cigarette and filled his glass. The darkest moment before dawn slowly faded away. At this moment, Zhao Qing wanted to curse. Last night was the absolute best time for Hector to make a move. He had everything arranged and the surveillance was set up. Yet Hector didn't even give him the opportunity. He picked up the communicator and dialed the encrypted line. General Hector has made no moves. Understood. Chu Tianquo's voice revealed no emotion. The surveillance here hasn't captured any activity, not even the movement of goods. Our balloons in the sky have likely already detected something. Where could he have secret passages? Do we need to make arrangements? Not important. He might know something, but we are not here to get involved in Gaia's conspiracy. The production line of the 7th Heavy Industry Group from the old era is what truly matters. He can't take these away. We must keep a close watch on these production lines and prevent Hector and the Revival Society from sabotaging them. Even though they, like Hector, lack the relevant technology and even repairs are an issue, these production lines are undoubtedly the most important assets of the Iron Fortress. The communication link severed. Zhao Qing placed the encrypted comms device on the desk and remained seated for a moment. His chief of staff stood silently behind and to his right, awaiting orders. Whether they act tonight or not, one factory must burn. Firefighting teams are on standby. Fire breaks will be cleared by this afternoon. The chief of staff snapped to attention. Understood. You will oversee the next phase. I require 2 hours of rest. Submit all reports to my desk. Yes, sir. The door closed softly. The chief of staff picked up the comms device and began issuing tonight's operational directives. Outside the city, Qin Feng assembled his unit at the rendezvous point. His tactical terminal displayed a live thermal imaging map of Taibao Fortress and its surrounding terrain. 6 meters to his side stood a Lushield point defense cannon, equipped with an 11-barrel 30mm Gatling rotary cannon capable of firing up to 1.0 rounds per minute. It fired fin-stabilized discarding Sabat armor-piercing rounds, significantly enhancing penetration power, originally designed to intercept hypersonic missiles and drones. Now deployed to this forgotten corner, unmapped even on satellite imagery, to handle what Zhao Qing's forces could not resolve. Qin Feng did not know what constituted unresolvable. He only knew that a Dongfeng missile system had already locked onto Taibao Fortress. Whatever the Xingfu Society planned, they would be pinned here. The arming code rested solely in General Chu Tianguo's hands. That was their final recourse. 3 hours later, the comms device vibrated. Qin Feng answered, silent waiting. Zhao Qing's voice came through status report. Hog has arrived. Lushield Unit 7 is in position. Unit 9 stands 300 meters out. Unit 12 remains en route. You've brought half an arsenal. Consultant Lin has already opened the gate to usher in fresh reinforcements. The general's exact words were, bring enough, don't hold back. Zhao Qing offered no reply. They had long operated on the principle of overestimating the enemy. And ever since learning the Xingfu Society comprised remnants of the old regime, they knew this foe differed fundamentally from the mother entity in Luoqing. These were fanatics likely wielding unknown technologies. East District of Taibao Fortress, the warehouse zone. When Lu Ming arrived, a crowd already stood before the entrance. They neither shouted nor stirred, merely stood in silence like livestock awaiting slaughter. Lu Ming walked straight through them without pausing. His uniform gear and gait set him apart. The crowd instinctively parted, forming a narrow corridor. He halted at the threshold, silent. His stillness deepened the already suffocating quiet. No one urged him forward, none dared even shift their weight. The news is true. Lu Ming's voice was low, but struck the stagnant air like a stone dropped into still water. We will construct a new industrial zone, 12 factories in Phase 1. Unskilled labor positions alone exceed 5,000. Technical roles remain uncounted. Construction itself demands massive manpower, material transport, land leveling, concrete pouring, equipment installation. No fewer than 2,000 workers. Work means rations, paid daily or weekly if preferred. You will never starve while laboring. Then where is this place? A hoarse and used voice emerged from deep within the crowd. Not far, roughly 80 kilometers. We'll establish public bus stops so you may commute without leaving familiar ground. Here exhaustion was bearable. What terrified them was exile to desolate wastelands, death unmarked and unburied. What haunted them was stepping beyond this gate and never returning. Register in 3 days, return then. He turned to leave. Supervisor. A gaunt middle-aged man burst from the crowd, as if propelled by unseen force, stumbling forward until he stood at the very front. His lips trembled, no words came forth. Only his fixed, desperate gaze locked onto Lu Ming's back. Lu Ming paused and glanced sideways. Is it true? Lu Ming did not answer. His eyes swept across that man, then across the sea of bloodshot eyes staring back at him. 3 days. He repeated only those 3 words, then strode away. The crowd did not disperse. They stood rooted, 7,000 positions far exceeding any expectation. It meant each person held a strong likelihood of securing work and sustenance. That long frozen numbness etched upon their faces, like permafrost, began imperceptibly to thaw. 3 days. Someone whispered it, low hesitant. Another echoed it. Then a third. A fourth. Inside Tiebao's inner city, the Hector Council Hall, Moriarty stood slightly behind, and to the right of Hector, voice hushed, Chief, 80 men per family. Hector did not. He rose and walked to the window. From there he could not see Seraphim's factory, only Tiebao's own night, gray, cramped, lifeless. He had guarded this city for over 30 years. Inform them action commences tonight. Moriarty bowed deeply. Yes, Chief. He turned and departed. The soft echo of boots on stone faded into distance. Hector remained at the window, still unmoving. 2347 deep into the night. Tiebao's old warehouse district. 400 men assembled, tasks assigned. Each family assigned one factory. They were not to engage the Dachau forces, only to ignite the blaze. Violin and Morton's units subtly altered course mid-march, not toward their designated targets, but converging instead upon Rog's column. Rog led his contingent stride steady, seemingly oblivious. Behind him a stocky man edged closer, voice lowered. Young master, they're tailing us. Rog glanced back at their gear, his shoulders relaxed. He merely grunted. Let them follow. Stay close. He raised his voice slightly, as if calling to stragglers among his own ranks. Keep pace. Don't scatter. Your clan elders entrusted you to our care. Don't falter tonight. Muffled affirmations followed. Violin and Morton's squad leaders exchanged glances, smirks and contempt flashing in their eyes. Even Mag's son had come, armed to the teeth. Did they truly believe the Dachau wouldn't recognize them? None of this family possesses sense, muttered Violent's commander under his breath. Foolishness is preferable. How else would they serve as sacrificial lambs? Unseen above them, every movement was captured, relayed instantly to every Dachau strike team. At last, they've arrived. A dangerous curve lifted Zhao Qing's lips. Once this batch was dealt with, they could finally focus fully on the Xingfu Society. Food processing plant, guard post. The squad leader tucked his ration bar back into its pouch and methodically wiped his hands. His gaze lingered on the screen, 200 dark silhouettes massing steadily. What these 400 intended, and where they intended to go, was crystal clear. 3 soldiers crowded behind him. Squad leader. Do they mean to storm us? Or simply attend a market? Over 200 men. Afraid? The squad leader didn't turn. Not exactly afraid. The young soldier rubbed his automatic rifle, then glanced at the 12 mechanical dogs crouching silently in the corner, confidence surging. Just feels like combat honors arrived far too suddenly. Indeed, it was combat honors. On screen, aside from Mag's kin, who carried superior arms, the rest bore relics deliberately chosen to conceal identity, antiquated bolt-action rifles. Whereas here, 3 light machine guns. 1 automatic rifle per soldier. 12 mechanical dogs, each mounted with a light machine gun. 4 grenades strapped to each chest. Ammunition crates stacked neatly by the wall. The squad leader silently calculated the firepower disparity, and concluded this wasn't battle. It was harvest. Stay sharp. At the signal, act swiftly. Conclude decisively. No sooner had he spoken, the screen changed. Rog's column froze in place. Then, gunfire. The squad leader lunged toward the monitor. Rog's men abruptly pivoted, opening fire on Violins and Morton's columns, previously marching alongside. Those 2 units were caught utterly unprepared. The front ranks fell like wheat before a scythe. Only then did the rear scramble for cover and return fire, frantic, disorganized. Rog's forces, however, had anticipated precisely this. They seized advantageous flanking positions, crossfire suppressing Violins and Morton's men completely. Within 5 minutes, gunfire dwindled. Some knelt, hands raised. Others feigned death, prone and motionless. A few fled into darkness, only to be cut down with surgical precision. Silence reigned inside the guard post. Squad leader, why are they fighting each other? He received no answer. Even the squad leader himself wondered the same. Squad leader, do we deploy? Another soldier whispered. The squad leader ignored him, snatched up the comms device. Commander, situation escalated. Report. Violin and Morton's units accompanied Rog toward our position. Midway, Rog betrayed them. Gunfight concluded. Rog now marches captives toward our gate. Rog? Nuzan's son. Mag's boy. Affirmative. Blood seeps from his left shoulder. He raises his hand, shouting, we're allies, and we came to assist. A pause stretched across the line. Zhao Qing's tone remained unreadable. Monitor closely. Yes, sir. The squad leader lowered the device. For pairs of eyes met in shared bewilderment. On-screen Rog stood 20 meters outside the factory gate, arms raised high, his dark coat soaked crimson at the left shoulder. Behind him, over 100 captives formed a single dejected chain, bound by rope. The squad leader exhaled sharply, tightening his grip on the comms device. Damn you Xian family. All 3 soldiers snapped rigidly to attention, holding their breath. I watched old Lin and old Qian's combat honors slip straight into my lap. My machine guns mounted, grenades laid out, mechanical dogs set to autonomous target acquisition. I even rehearsed mocking them afterward. And then, what a Taibao street rat swoops in and steals everything. Bravely the young soldier ventured, squad leader. The captives are under our custody, so honors should. Honors? Not a chance. The squad leader whirled, eyes blazing. They beat them down. They bound them. They marched them here shouting we're allies. That's their doing. What did we do? We stood watch. We watched. We watched. He jabbed a finger at Rog on screen. The youth grimaced in pain, yet somehow grinned. Look at him. Does he grasp what he's done? He stole my honor, and he grins. Another private after long hesitation blurted, squad leader. Look on the bright side, 0 casualties. The squad leader drew a slow, deep breath. Then another. He pushed open the guard post door and stepped toward the fact. Rog gasped for air, forehead slick with sweat or blood. His eyes burned bright, tense, almost pleading, don't misunderstand me. You claim you've come to assist. Yes. The Xian family pledges full support to your security operations. These men sought to assault your facility. We have subdued them entirely. I'm bleeding. May I enter? The squad leader narrowed his eyes, assessing the dark stain on Rog's shoulder. This youth harbors hidden intent. He must not remain. He scanned the line of captives behind Rog. Violent's men intermingled with Morton, some slumped in defeat, others wide-eyed with terror, several nursing head wounds, fresh scars of the firefight. Beyond them, 20 corpses lay strewn along the road. The squad leader gritted his teeth. Damn it. He swiftly recomposed himself and waved sharply behind him. Weapons down, drag them in. Rog's men complied, depositing arms in the designated zone. Captives were herded into a hastily marked isolation area. The squad leader stood beside the gate, expressionless, as he counted heads. He glanced at Rog, grinning through the medic's bandaging, even managing a thumbs up. A gesture borrowed from Daxia culture, signifying approval acknowledgement, and I'm impressive. The squad leader turned away, reaching again for his comms device. Commander, Rog's captives are secured. Violins and Morton's survivors, all accounted for. How shall we proceed? Zhao Qing paused before replying. He turned to his chief of staff. Hector's and Moriarty's all withdrew en route. No suspicious movement detected near any of the 4 target factories. Zhao Qing lifted the comms device once more, then let them burn. The squad leader understood instantly. Taibao must burn tonight. Understood. He lowered the device and faced Rog. Rog, sensing his gaze, snapped upright. The squad leader spared him no glance. Bring forward the principal leaders of Violin and Morton families. We depart for the fire site. Rog blinked. Then comprehension dawned. Set fire. The squad leader nodded, pointing outward. Rog instantly grasped the truth. The Daxiao weren't saints. But this wasn't mere framing. It was transactional. He sprang into action, pulling 3 leaders from the captive throng. Their legs buckled as they were dragged forth. One recognized Rog and spat curses, only to be kicked hard behind the knee, collapsing to his knees. You came to set fires. Now opportunity knocks. Why hesitate? They trembled violently. The squad leader approached, gazing down upon them. Do you wish to live? They nodded frantically. Then burn. Let flames rise, but spare the main structures. Under the cold barrels of mechanical dogs and the stony stares of Daxia soldiers, they staggered toward the designated ignition points. Rog followed, eyeing the meticulously prepared kindling pile, and his lip twitched. These Daxia truly were no saints. Even the location for arson had been pre-selected. The 3 leaders crouched beside the scrap heap, lighters clutched in shaking hands, trembling as if afflicted with palsy. Rog waited seconds, then lost patience. He stepped forward, kicking the nearest man squarely in the buttocks. Dawdling. You traveled leagues just to ignite this flame, yet now you balk. The man lurched forward, nearly dropping the lighter. He looked up into Rog's icy gaze, then at the silent mechanical dog 3 meters away, and bent his head to strike the flame. Fire erupted. Within moments, tongues of flame leapt waist high, blazing fiercely against the night. Prepare for firefighting, the squad leader announced, reaching for his comms to report to Zhao Qing. Boom. A colossal detonation shook the eastern horizon. The floor trembled faintly. Lights flickered. A half case of compressed biscuits tumbled from a shelf. Everyone froze. Only one thought echoing catastrophe. The squad leader lunged to the window. To the east, an expanding orb of orange-eared fire bloomed against the sky, dense smoke roiling upward. That direction, the warehouse sector assigned to them by Hector. That treacherous old tortoise Hector planned this from the start. Thank heaven Supervisor Liu and his team aren't spending the night here. The comms channel exploded with static. Explosion in East District. Confirm status immediately. Acknowledged. Scouting now. The squad leader suddenly recalled. The scrap pile behind him now blazed fiercely, flames licking the outer wall, casting his face in stark shifting light. Shit, fire. Extinguish it, now. He snatched a fire extinguisher, charging ahead of the others. White plumes surged, crushing the flames beneath a blanket of powder. Staring at that freshly ignited, barely warmed pyre, his mind held only one phrase. Damn it. The mechanical dogs and drones sprang into action almost simultaneously. 12 mechanical dogs charged in from different directions, while 4 low-flying drones ascended to a higher altitude, directing their cameras at the still-burning fire scene. In the duty room, the squad leader stared intently at the screen, his finger pressed against the communicator, unable to utter a single word. The screen reflected the flames, illuminating a dark entrance. It was a space beneath the ground where an explosion had overturned the surface, revealing a deep pit with a diameter of over 5 meters. What is that? A young soldier's voice trembled. No one answered. From deep within the entrance came sounds, as if something was crawling up from the depths below. The first creature crawled out. The squad leader's pupils suddenly constricted. It was a crawler, but not just any crawler. Its size was far larger than the dark green devourers Jiang Cheng had encountered, with a muscular body covered in dark gray metallic scales. Most striking was its back. A peculiar metallic device resembling a half-turret with coarse cables extending from its base, directly piercing the sides of the monster's spine, pulsating with a dark red light at the connection points. What the hell? The squad leader swallowed the rest of his words. 15 monsters crawled out of the entrance, spreading across the ruins. Their movements resembled soldiers more than beasts. Zhao Qing, the squad leader's voice dropped to a whisper. Did you see that? On the other end of the communicator, Zhao Qing did not respond. Of course he had seen it. The cameras of the 4 drones had already switched to the screen in front of him. He focused on the devices on the monsters' backs, on the cables connecting to their bodies, with only one thought in his mind, who said gene manipulation couldn't involve mechanical ascension. Open fire. Without much thought, he made the decision. These abominations were undoubtedly created by the Resurrection Society, and whatever they intended to do, they couldn't be allowed to move. The 4 drones' machine guns fired simultaneously. The bullet belts traced 4 lines of fire in the air, all hitting the torso of the nearest monster. Sparks flew. The bullets struck the metallic scales as if hitting the hardest armor, leaving only a flurry of sparks and white marks. The monster did not dodge. It simply turned its head, slowly gazing upwards with its slit pupils. There was no pain in its eyes, no anger, only a mechanical confirmation. Then it opened the armor plate on its chest. At its chest, a palm-sized metal plate slid open to the sides, revealing a honeycomb array of crystals beneath. Evade. It was too late. An invisible energy pulse shot out from the array. The signals of the 4 drones were cut off simultaneously. The screen went black, as if an invisible hand had wiped it from above. Microwave weapon. It burned out the drone's circuits with microwaves. Zhao Qing's expression turned grave. The microwave weapons of the Daxia still remained large vehicle-mounted devices, while the Resurrection Society displayed a portable microwave weapon. But it didn't stop there. The device on its back activated. The cables suddenly lit up with dark red light, and then the top of the device split open. 6 slender beams converged into a main laser, sweeping around. Wherever the beam passed, bricks, shattered metal melted, and the ground was plowed into charred trenches. Laser weaponry. Are these people truly engaged in gene research? Zhao Qing's hand pressed against the edge of the table, anticipating the worst, but he truly hadn't expected a secretive cult to possess such capabilities. All teams, listen up. Withdraw immediately. This had exceeded their capacity for handling. If it were the citizens of Daxia behind them, there would be nothing more to say. No retreat, no surrender. But now they were with the Iron Fortress, not seeking heroics when they should be prudent. The channel fell silent for a moment. Then the squad leader reacted first. The Iron Fortress people. What about the factory side? Withdraw? Don't worry about anything else. Evacuate the Iron Fortress. Retreat to where Qin Feng is. This is an order. The squad leader's mouth opened, but no words came out. He glanced at Roger, who was still dazed, staring at the screen displaying the monsters. Go. The squad leader grabbed his arm. Don't look. If you don't want to die, move. Roger stumbled as he was dragged along, yet his gaze remained fixed in that direction. Outside the city, the screen shared with Zhao Qing on Qin Feng's tactical terminal had gone dark. The last few frames transmitted before the drone's signal vanished showed the outline of the devices on those monsters' backs and the beams they were aiming. On the battlefield behind him, the barrel of the land shield anti-aircraft gun had already lifted, aiming at the coordinates locked on the eastern district engulfed in flames. This was the last line of defense. All missiles were prepared, but he did not give the order. The monsters remained in place, or perhaps they were waiting for something, but so was he. Before long, the communicator rang. Zhao Qing's voice came through. All teams have withdrawn. Coordinates locked. You can fire now. Qin Feng did not respond. He turned to the operator behind him and uttered one word: launch. Dozens of missiles ignited simultaneously. The tail flames traced a blazing trajectory through the valley, piercing the night sky, heading straight for the eastern district of the Iron Fortress. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the screen, his fingers tapping on his knee. The missiles moved swiftly. 30 seconds later, the first one entered the terminal phase, diving. The devices on the monsters' backs suddenly changed. The previously focused lasers instantly spread out, transforming back into 6 beams, sweeping rapidly through the air. Dozens of fireballs exploded in the sky, resembling fireworks set off prematurely. Damn. Qin Feng had seldom cursed in his life, but this time he couldn't hold back. He felt the technological disparity between the two sides was akin to the Black Brother in Africa facing them. It was simply not on the same level. When he uttered that word, the operators behind him were stunned. What the hell is that? No one could answer him. On the screen, as the smoke from the explosions cleared, the monsters remained standing in place, some even lifting their heads, gazing towards the direction of the incoming missiles, as if calculating coordinates. The communicator chimed. Qin Feng quickly picked it up, and before he could speak, Chu Tianquo's voice came through. General, the missiles have been intercepted. I know. As long as it's energy, it must have a limit. No matter what those people intend to do, let them exhaust themselves there. As for the Iron Fortress, use drones to broadcast a message. Everyone evacuate to outside the city. Evacuate as many as possible, and you prepare to retreat as well. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Understood. Remember, act quickly. I will prepare Dongfeng to deter them. For problems that can be solved with nuclear bombs, we can also handle. The communication cut off. Qin Feng turned to the operators behind him and said sternly, Drone squad, take off. Bring amplification devices, skim low over the Iron Fortress, and loop the broadcast. Everyone immediately evacuate outside the city. Land shield remain on standby. Missile troops prepare for a second wave. Yes. Command center. Lin Xian stood in front of the large screen, watching through the aerial surveillance, as those biological weapons equipped with laser launchers. His fingers clenched and relaxed. This world had buried secrets for too long beneath the frozen soil of history. Now the military technology of the old era suddenly broke ground. He finally saw it with his own eyes. Now he could state with absolute certainty that whether it was Yin or Hector, the information they possessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. This was not something a gene research institute could produce. Compared to the Devourers, he believed that nuclear bombs were more suited to deal with these things. He now felt that perhaps the true terror in the Wasteland was humanity itself. Advisor Lin, you should prepare for evacuation first. Chu Tianqua did not turn back. Yes. Lin Xian did not hesitate in the slightest. They had to consider the worst-case scenario. From tonight onwards, they were stepping not just into the ruins of the Wasteland, but into a scene of the last struggle before a civilization's fall, a testament written on the brink of extinction. And those who understood this testament would have to confront a far more terrifying question. If it were us, could we do better? The most terrifying answer is we were once you. You will ultimately become us. Above the Iron Fortress, the sound from the loudspeaker tore through the night sky, echoing through every alley and ruin. Everyone evacuate immediately to outside the city. Repeat. Everyone evacuate immediately to outside the city. In the outer city in the Shanny area, Rex suddenly pushed open the window and looked up at the drones flying low overhead. Hurry up, get up, run outside. The Daxiao people are over there. Several trusted subordinates stumbled to their feet, some still dazed, and Rex kicked one in the rear. What are you waiting for? Do you want to die here? He grabbed the unfinished cigarette and stuffed it into his pocket, rushing out. Behind him, his subordinates followed in a chaotic rush, with one turning back as they ran, seeing a burst of firelight in the eastern sky, followed by a deafening explosion. Boss, over there. Don't look back. Run. Rex led the way, stepping over the uneven gravel road, his ears filled with his own gasps and the increasingly dense sounds of explosions. The Iron Fortress was in complete chaos. People swarmed from all directions. Some carried tattered bundles, others dragged children, and some fell to the ground, trampled by those behind them, never to rise again. There was no order, no direction, only the singular thought of running. Outside the city, missiles launched into the sky once more. This time the target was no longer those monsters, but the war fortress that had just completely emerged from the ground. It resembled a moving metal hill, its surface covered with densely packed launch silos. The moment this platform appeared, everyone sensed something was wrong. In the next second, the launch silos opened simultaneously. At least several hundred small missiles soared into the air, trailing brilliant tails as they rushed towards the outer city positions. Intercept. Qin Feng's roar erupted on the battlefield. Mid-range surface-to-arm missiles with a range of 160 kilometers and an altitude of 27 kilometers launched ahead of time. In the sky, two waves of missiles collided, heated, exploding into countless blinding bursts of light. But the Revival Society's missiles were too fast. At least half broke through the interception net and entered the range of the land shield. The steel shield, firing at a rate of 1200 rounds per minute, began to roar. The fire line wove a dense net in the air as one missile after another was shot down, their fragments raining down. The last missile was hit less than 300 meters from the position, and the shockwave from the explosion caused everyone's eardrums to ache. There was a brief dead silence on the battlefield. Then came a series of suppressed gasps. Intercept successful. Qin Feng stared intently at the screen, not relaxing for a moment. The war fortress still stood amidst the ruins of the eastern district, but would there be anything crucial inside? Inside the fortress, the dim cabin was illuminated by dark red emergency lights. Two men stood before the man on the left was tall and slender, dressed in a dark gray tight-fitting combat suit, with dark green scaly armor covering his exposed forearms. His pupils were vertical, resembling the eyes of a reptile, now slightly squinting as he gazed out at the distant Daxia position. Behind him, 5 individuals knelt. With golden hair and golden eyes, they were members of the Revival Society, tasked with investigating the Iron Fortress, now bowing their heads, trembling, slightly afraid to make a sound. Interesting, spoke the tall man on the left, his voice hoarse and deep. Shall we continue? After a few more rounds, their anti-aircraft shells will run out. The man on the right did not respond immediately. He was half a head shorter than his companion, but stood there with the same vertical pupils and scales, yet his brow carried a hint of sternness. His name was Luosha. The tall man's name was Carl. Luosha stared at the interception data on the screen in silence for a few seconds. No need to waste time. Carl turned to look at him. Why? The clues have been found. If we delay, that pack of mad dogs will discover us, and they have trump cards. We rushed over here without bringing enough, and if we push them too hard it won't benefit us. It's enough just to exchange greetings with these Daxia people who popped up out of nowhere. All right. Carl grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Then let's go. There will be plenty of time to deal with them later. After saying this, he looked at the 5 people behind him. You did well this time. When we return, there will be rewards for you. The 5 quickly bowed their heads in gratitude. He pressed a button on the control panel. 15 bioweapons turned around simultaneously, following the war fortress back into the blasted hole. At the edge of the hole, rubble tumbled down. Then everything fell into silence. Outside the city, Qin Feng stared at the screen, his brow almost knotted into a deadlock. What's the situation? On the battlefield, everyone looked at each other in confusion. They launched a round of missiles and then left. Recon drones move in for a closer investigation. Qin Feng issued the order. Several drones cautiously flew towards the hole. The hole was empty. Even the 15 bioweapons had disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. All that remained was a scene of devastation, with the edge of the hole still smoking from the fallen debris. The operator's voice was filled with confusion. Just came out to exchange blows with us, and then left. Qin Feng didn't answer. He didn't understand either. But the tasks at hand must not be neglected. Drone squad take off and maintain high alert. Mechanical dogs approach the hole and investigate the internal structure. I want to know where this hole leads. Qin Feng's voice returned to its usual calm. Yes. On the screen, a downward sloping passage gradually appeared, extending about 30 meters underground before turning northeast, extending nearly 2 kilometers, eventually resurfacing on the hills about a kilometer northeast of the Iron Fortress. The exit is here. They really left. The operator marked a red dot on the tactical map. Qin Feng stared at the coordinates, his lips twitching slightly. Those madmen, if they wanted to leave, couldn't they just go? Why appear just to take a shot? In the command center, the screen showed the eastern district was left with nothing but burning ruins and billowing smoke. Chu Tianqua stood up and walked to the window. The glass reflected his side profile, the lines still cold and hard, but his expression showed a hint of slight relaxation. He picked up the communicator and pressed the call button. Zhao Qin Feng. Here. Clean up, count casualties, inventory supplies, comfort the refugees, and give me a preliminary report as soon as possible. Understood. The communication was cut off. Chu Tianqua did not turn back, only gazing at the lingering smoke. The old man was silent for a long time before whispering. Notify Advisor Lin that the enemy has left. Prepare the materials. Oh, I need to report back with Advisor Lin tomorrow. Yes. The staff stood at attention. This attack greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. A cult that had been hiding in the old city suddenly revealed its strength, and the display of power was blinding to all. Outside the city, all teams pay attention. Quickly head to the Iron Fortress to take over the factory, especially the production line of the 7th Heavy Industry Group, and ensure everything is secure. Capture the Rusty Nail Brotherhood and members of other families. Move out. Zhao Qin's voice had already reached the ears of every team leader through the communicator. The squad leader put down the communicator and turned to look at Rog. That fool was still standing there staring at the squad leader without blinking, like a prisoner awaiting sentencing. What about the Newsen family? The squad leader asked. The communicator transmitted Zhao Qin's reply. Let Rog bring them to. The squad leader hung the communicator on his waist, raised a hand, and slapped Rog on the back of the head. It wasn't hard, but enough to make the boy stumble forward a step. You're lucky, you foolish lad. Come with me, and bring your family members along to report in. Rog was momentarily stunned, then suddenly sprang up like a spring, straightening his legs, raising his right arm, and giving a military salute he had learned from the people of the Great Xia. The posture was standard, his eyes bright, and he couldn't suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. The squad leader watched him, and then kicked him in the rear. You little brat, stealing my military achievements, hurry up. Stop showing off here. Rog chuckled twice, turned, and followed the soldiers onto the vehicle, running out 5 steps before turning back to grab the unopened pack of cigarettes on the ground, stuffing it into his pocket. The squad leader watched his figure disappear among the ruins, his lips twitching. That kid. The group set off again towards the Iron Fortress. On the way, a group of people suddenly rushed out. The one at the front was the fastest, waving his hands while running his voice. Don't shoot. I'm from the Rusty Nail Brotherhood. I've helped you promote recruitment. The squad leader was taken aback. As the person approached, he recognized the face. Rex, the leader of the Rusty Nail Brotherhood, a name on the list. His eyes instantly lit up. The brightness was more dazzling than car headlights. He abruptly turned around, looking at the soldiers behind him, his mouth stretching into a grin. Ha! Am I finally getting a turn of fate? Military achievements coming right to my door. What are you still dawdling for? The soldiers were momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, their guns pointing in unison at the group, while the machine dog's machine gun was simultaneously raised. Rex's smile froze on his face. He raised both hands, the motion fast as a reflex, still shouting, Bro, is this a misunderstanding? I'm here to help you. I posted notices for you. All over the city. Hi. Who are you? The squad leader scrutinized him, his gaze falling on the pack of cigarettes in his arms, clearly enjoying a last meal. You've been caught. You and Hogg's dealings and the actions of Hector's people after they left have been tracked down to you. The incident has occurred. Rex's face turned pale instantly. His dealings with Hogg were merely transactions, assisting them a few times. Did that count in the Wasteland? But the later actions that harmed the Great Xia people, even using them as human shields, were the real death knell. His subordinates looked at each other, some attempting to retreat, only to be held in place by the machine dog's gun. Tie them all up, the squad leader commanded. It's unjust. It wasn't me, it was Hector's doing. I have nothing to do with it. The squad leader glanced down at him, unusually, replying, It doesn't matter, your subordinates will tell us. Rex's eyes widened for a moment. Then he lowered his head, falling silent. Meanwhile, in the eastern district of the Iron Fortress, Zhao Qing led 2 squads through the rubble from last night, stepping into the factory area of the Seraphim family. The 5 factory exteriors bore soot marks, but none had suffered substantial damage. Zhao Qing walked at the forefront, the machine dog's sensors scanning every door and window. Factory 1 is secure. Factory 2 is secure. Factory 3. Captain Hector is missing. Zhao Qing took a deep breath and turned to leave. This most grand building of the Iron Fortress was now silent, the main door wide open, and the inside was in disarray. Zhao Qing crossed the hall and entered the deepest meeting room. A soldier approached holding an envelope. Captain, we found this inside along with a secret passage. Zhao Qing took the envelope and opened it. To the Great Xia people, by the time you read this letter, I will have already left. The 5 production lines of the 7th Heavy Industry are surrounded by explosives. Don't ask me when I buried them, and don't ask me why I didn't detonate them. If you can survive the hands of the Revival Society's madmen, it proves you still have hope. No one likes this kind of world. Order has long since died, but what remains is only cannibalism. If you want to rebuild order, you can. I won't stop you. Consider these production lines as my investment for you. But if you can't survive, consider this letter as if it never existed. Lastly, don't look for Moriarty, he left with me. The remaining 3 fools are left for you to deal with. Hector, Zhao Qing's gaze fell on the last line, his lips slightly curving up, but without a smile. Investment? What age are we in to still play such tricks? He folded the letter and placed it in his inner pocket, not believing a word of Hector's message. He picked up the communicator and reported 5 coordinates. All teams be advised, these 5 locations may have explosives. Immediately send people to handle it and ensure the safety of the production lines. Move quickly. Received. Received. A series of confirmations came through the communicator. Zhao Qing turned and walked out of the meeting room, pausing for a moment as he passed by the soldier. Are the Violent and Morton people still here? Yes, they are being temporarily isolated by Rog over at the factory. Interrogate. Squeeze out as much as you can. Understood. Zhao Qing crossed the hall, heading for the door. In the distance, the sound of the mechanical dog's engine and the soldier's commands could be heard, chaos gradually being organized into order. He stood at the threshold, glancing back one last time at the mansion. Hector's position, held for over 30 years, was now empty. But that old dog had still left them a hand before leaving. Whether it's bombs or investments, it was all to keep the Great Xia people's attention focused on the Iron Fortress, on the production lines, and on the shadows of the Revival Society that might reappear at any moment. Just to buy time for everyone. As soon as he stepped outside, the communications officer of the monitoring team contacted him. Captain Zhao, Violin, and Morton ran away. As soon as the biological weapon appeared, they drove north, and are now outside the balloon monitoring range. Also, Mag ran away but then returned. He's now outside the city voluntarily reporting to us. Send me the complete situation discovered by the reconnaissance team. A minute later, several video clips and coordinate markers popped up on his tactical terminal. The 2 teams of Violin and Morton almost started simultaneously as they took off. This group also ran in the opposite direction. Mag's team also started at the same time, but after 5 kilometers they turned around and came back. How many more? The communications officer's voice held a trace of helplessness. Yes, Captain. Within 10 minutes of the biological weapon's appearance, basically everyone of note in the Iron Fortress has fled. The rest either didn't react in time or realized it, but had no vehicle to escape. Zhao Qing was momentarily stunned. They really ran fast. But then he thought they had also retreated at the first opportunity. If one had a normal brain upon discovering such a thing, who would still dare to stay put? Captain. The advisor's voice pulled him back. Zhao Qing regained his focus. Send someone to see if we can find their tracks. Let's first check the production line of the 7th Heavy Industry Group. When Zhao Qing arrived at the 7th Heavy Industry workshop, the bomb disposal team was conducting their final checks. He stood before the 100-meter-long automated production line, observing for a long time. The mechanical arms hung silently, the conveyor belt had stopped, and the screens on the control panel were dark. Of the 5 production lines controlled by Hector, only 3 were operational. The remaining 2 were not even documented. He picked up the communicator and pressed the call button. General, the production line is secured. Good. The research team will set off immediately, accompanied by the engineering team. Arrange the subsequent protection work. This is our first heavy industry base on Gaia, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Understood. The communication was cut off. Zhao Qing put the communicator back at his waist, turned around, and scanned every piece of equipment in the workshop. Finally, he could not suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Although the process was fraught with twists and turns, and many had run away, they had finally secured these assets. Command Center Lin Xian stood before the large screen, watching the real-time footage from the drone of the 7th Heavy Industry Workshop. The mechanical arms and conveyor belts appeared more dazzling than any spoils of war in his eyes. He leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Finally, it was over. Now they could sit down and take stock of how much good fortune they had gathered on this trip. He counted silently in his mind. Light-powered exoskeletons. This was something Hector had previously adamantly refused to sell. Now the entire production line was theirs. This thing has a simple structure. In essence, it is just a metal frame with power assistance fitted with armor complemented by perfect dynamics, and carrying a large battery pack enabling the wearer to carry heavier loads, run faster, and jump higher, akin to an upgraded exoskeleton. It is undoubtedly a treasure for the engineering team. They would utilize the exoskeletons even before the soldiers. This is inevitable. The battery pack is too conspicuous, and standing on the battlefield makes one a human-shaped moving bomb. Teammates would have to dodge, fearing being caught in the blast wave. But at the construction site, moving rebar, carrying cement, and lifting equipment, one could accomplish the work of 10. He could imagine the scene: workers donning exoskeletons, striding swiftly across the construction site, while soldiers hunkered down in the trenches watching enviously. Advisor Lin, a nearby technician, quietly asked upon seeing his strange smile. Lin Xian waved his hand, pulling his thoughts back. Besides the exoskeletons, there were two other items far more important. Solid-state batteries. One of the core technologies of the Seraphim family, with energy density several times that of existing lithium batteries, charging faster, lasting longer, and with much higher safety. These would also constitute the majority of the planned production line. And bionic prosthetics. Now that was true. Cutting light-powered exoskeletons are essentially a miraculous aid, but bionic prosthetics are different. They directly connect with the nervous system. Sensors, micromotors, feedback systems, biocompatible materials. Each element is enough to keep those academicians in the rear busy for years. Now the complete production line and technical documentation are in their hands. As for the other materials, he knew that bionic materials were highly valuable, usable in medicine, especially for those like Elisa, who did not require customized skin, as they were indistinguishable to the naked eye, making them more valuable for medical applications than purely for prosthetics. The immense hall made him exceptionally excited. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the lights of the Pioneer base connected in the night. He suddenly recalled the first time he crossed over that self, curled up in the basement, afraid to close his eyes. Back then, who would have dared to dream of one day standing here, counting the industrial heritage of another world? The technician glanced at him and quietly reminded, "Advisor Lin, you should rest early. In a few hours you will need to report back to the general. Leave the rest to us." Lin Xian acknowledged and picked up his coat as he walked out. When he opened the door, he looked back at the busy figures in the command. Technicians were analyzing data, strategists were dispatching supplies, everything was orderly. Very good. He stepped into the night. Behind him, the lights of the command center remained bright. The production lines would welcome the first batch of engineers from Daxia tonight, and the technical documentation brought by Lawrence would gradually be disassembled, digested, and absorbed in the future. As for himself, he would continue to be the key, opening more doors, bringing more people, researching more things, until one day this wasteland can also light up their own lights. Outside Iron Fortress City, the cook's movements were swift. 5 base-style hot meal support systems lined up in the open space, the fuel stove bursting with blue flames, stainless steel plates piled into small mountains, and steam billowing from the thermal containers. Braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, seaweed, and egg flour soup. A standard field meal, not exquisite, but satisfying, warm, and served quickly. Qin Feng stood beside the cooking vehicle holding a bowl of freshly served hot soup, sipping slowly. There was still much to do tonight, but no matter how urgent, the soldiers needed to maintain their best condition. The first batch of rotating soldiers descended from the front line, dragging their weary feet towards the cooking vehicle. Some took off their helmets, their foreheads drenched in sweat. Others leaned their guns against their feet, sitting on the ground, too fatigued to speak. The cooks were nimble, scooping braised pork onto plates, followed by scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and rice was plentiful. "Eat more, we have a long night ahead." The cook team leader handed over the plate, casually adding another half scoop of meat on top. The soldier was taken aback and looked up at him. "What are you looking at?" "Eat, then hurry up and rest, prepare for rotation." The soldier said nothing, lowered his head, and dug into his rice. Qin Feng watched quietly, without saying a word. He took another sip of soup, his gaze drifting over the cooking vehicle to the distant dark area, the Iron Fortress. Their people were also eating. Outside the city, in the refugee camp. Although it's called a camp, it's actually just a piece of land cleared temporarily, maintained by mechanical dogs to keep order. Given the current situation, no one dared to return, fearing the Iron Fortress would become a battlefield again. A dozen supply trucks were parked in the center of the clearing, loaded with boxes of compressed rations and canned food. Now the only ones capable of managing the Iron Fortress were the Mage's family, and they had practically taken over the fortress. A few strategists calculated that they should send some supplies to stabilize people's hearts and gain some goodwill. Several soldiers stood by the truck, holding megaphones, their voices carrying in the night wind. "Form a line, one at a time. Everyone gets one portion. After receiving your items, walk over there. There's hot water." The crowd began to stir. There was no crowding, no scrambling. Not because of high quality, but because they were too exhausted. After running all night and being frightened, their legs felt weak. Who still had the energy to fight? A thin old man received the can and compressed biscuit, looking down for a long time, then looked up at the soldier. Is this? For me. It's for you. Move forward, there's hot water over there. The old man hugged the items, shuffling step by step toward the hot water station. Nearby, a woman squatted on the ground, frantically tearing open the packaging of the compressed food, with two children squeezed beside her, their eyes fixed on her hands. She ripped open the bag, broke off a piece, and stuffed it into the mouth of the older child, then broke off another piece for the younger one. The two children chewed, their cheeks puffed up, but their eyes remained glued to the bag. Eat slowly, but divided by head count, and the children also get their share. A young soldier, unable to watch any longer, approached and handed over 2 more portions. The woman stared blankly at him, her lips moving, but no words came out. The soldier did not wait for her to respond, and turned to continue shouting, "Form a line. One at a time." The officer stood at the edge of the open area, holding a tablet, watching the real-time updates of the resource distribution data. Qin Feng walked over and asked how many have been distributed so far. 2,400 portions. Hot water supply is normal. At this rate, we can get everyone through before dawn. Qin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the mass of dark heads. What about Magna? He is outside helping to maintain order, waiting for our arrangements. Qin Feng remained silent. Iron Fortress said Magna was a big fool, but it seemed he was not only not foolish, but also quite clever. Not only did he return to report, but he also actively helped maintain order, clearly wanting the people of the Great Xia to see that he was useful and not to be harmed. Let him continue. Once things are settled here, we will talk to him. Understood. Qin Feng took a few steps, then paused to look. In the night, people squatted, sat, and stood holding things in their hands and chewing on food. Some were crying. More were silently chewing, as if experiencing for the first time what it felt like to be full. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and continued towards the cooking vehicle. At the cooking vehicle, the second batch of rotating soldiers had already gathered. A delicious aroma wafted through the night air, blending into the dark mass of people. Someone in the crowd asked, "Are they still recruiting?" No one answered. Yet no one asked again. Tomorrow's matters would be discussed tomorrow. Tonight the priority was to fill their stomachs. At 3 in the morning, outside Iron Fortress City, the last truck of supplies was unloaded, and the soldiers began to pack up the cooking vehicle. In the refugee camp, most people had already curled up on the ground to sleep, clutching unopened cans or half-eaten. A few soldiers patrolled the edge of the crowd with flashlights, treading lightly. Tomorrow the sun would rise as usual. Iron Fortress would still be Iron Fortress. But some knew that certain things had already changed. After Qin Feng had just communicated with Zhao Qing, the officer, Magna and his son have arrived. Commander Qin. Magna stood a few steps away, slightly bowing. Magna, have you thought it through after running out and coming back? I have. Being with you all means having food and rules. If I run out, trouble is bound to come sooner or later. Qin Feng nodded, signaling him to continue. I have several hundred capable brothers, and my equipment is among the best in Iron Fortress. I also have 2 production lines. One provides skeletal materials for prosthetics and powered armor, high-strength titanium alloy. Lawrence used to source for me. The other is a bullet production line. Qin Feng nodded. He had seen this information. We will recruit people, and we will take over the production lines. We will assist you in establishing a canning factory and a plantation. You have experienced these, and we will supply raw materials at a low cost. Magna listened in silence, weighing the pros and cons. Handing over the armed forces if the Great Xia took action against him. He glanced at the mechanical dogs and the missile vehicle behind. Thinking too much. They wouldn't understand how to operate those factory lines. If a small problem arose, they could find someone to handle it, but for a major issue, they would still need to consult Carlos or Lawrence. Now they had all gone to the Great Xia. Who could he turn to for repairs? Moreover, the food from the Great Xia was not comparable to the kind from the Willen family, which was mixed with sawdust and had trace amounts of radiation. With that thought, his gaze suddenly cleared. Rather than clinging to incomprehensible things and waiting to die, it was better to exchange for something tangible. You can recruit people according to your rules. The production lines will also be under your management, but I hope to prioritize the establishment of my factory. No problem. Qin Feng nodded. Who said Magna was a big fool? This man was not stupid at all. After the contract, we will come to you to sign. Now take your people to register. Someone will come to take over the production lines. After daylight, the officer will take you to see the sites for the canning factory and plantation, and then we will recruit people to start work. Magna's tense shoulders visibly relaxed. He raised his hand and slapped Rog on the back of his head. The kid immediately stood at attention, his posture even more standard than last night. Qin Feng watched this scene, his lips twitching but not smiling. Go on. Magna turned and left with Rog. 10 minutes later, Zhao Qing appeared at the entrance of the Willen family. The light shone into the area, and a mixed smell of excrement, rotting feed, and some indescribable stench hit him. He stood at the entrance, not stepping inside. Is this Willen's industry? The officer flipped through his tablet beside him. Yes, Captain. Mainly raising mutated rats and some herbivores with fewer radiation issues. There are 4 such factories provided for personnel at various levels in Iron Fortress, with varying scales and environmental safety. Zhao Qing looked at the crooked fences in the area and the thick layer of filth on the ground. It was clearly for the lower-level person. Tear it down. This method of breeding carries a high risk of disease, and the meat quality's radiation residue is uncontrollable, offering us no value. Leave the land. We will plan it uniformly in the future. Understood. Zhao Qing turned and left. The second stop was the Morton family's mine 5 kilometers outside the city. When the car arrived, the sky was already lightening. Zhao Qing got out of the car looking at the mountain in front of him, which had been dyed gray-brown by exhaust and dust. The entrance was crooked, the support structures seriously rusted, and crude mining tools were scattered on the ground. Where's the equipment? The officer pointed to a few black machines next to the entrance. Just these, the tools are outdated. The safety assessment report just came out, and the conclusion is that personnel are highly discouraged from entering. What about production capacity? Barely enough to meet the rough processing needs of Iron Fortress, but the quality is very unstable. We will plan once the relevant personnel arrive. Understood. Zhao Qing turned to walk back, taking a few steps before stopping. He looked back at the gray-brown mountain and the pile of machines at its foot. Willen and Morton have relied on these to last so many years. The officer smiled wryly. This is the level of Iron Fortress. Apart from Carlos and the others who genuinely have skills, the rest are all scavengers. Most of the production lines are leftovers, only a few they've built themselves. This is not surprising, especially since Iron Fortress hasn't been established for long. The most ridiculous thing is that the Revival Society is hiding here with their motives a mystery. Luckily, we didn't rush to attack Iron Fortress at first, otherwise if we had encountered them right away, we would have suffered a significant loss. Zhao Qing remained silent. Since arriving on this planet, apart from facing the inhumane Blackstone town, their explorations had been steady and cautious. Now it proved that being careful was not a mistake, and one should not underestimate others. Just because a place is small, there might be something enormous hidden within. He opened the car door and sat inside. The car started and drove towards Iron Fortress. Outside the window, the sky, daylight broke. In the open space outside Iron Fortress City, a makeshift wooden platform was hastily erected overnight. Zhao Qing stood on the platform flanked by fully armed soldiers with silent mechanical dogs crouching on either side. Below the platform, the crowd gathered sparsely. When Hog and Rex were brought up, only a few scattered murmurs could be heard. Zhao Qing did not waste words. Pieces of evidence were projected onto the makeshift screen, including correspondence records between Hog and the Revival Society, testimonies of Rex's men murdering those children in the outer city, and the account books of the Rust Nail Brotherhood controlling the black workshops over the years. The people below merely watched in silence. For them, whether someone was killed or not was inconsequential. In the Wasteland, death was a daily occurrence, and moral laws held no meaning. Zhao Qing's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. Hog, Rex, your crimes are irrefutable. According to the laws of Xia, you are sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. Amidst the terror of the two, gunfire erupted. The crowd remained silent, and Zhao Qing paid it no heed. He had never expected a trial to awaken them. Those who survived in the Wasteland had encountered more evildoers than they had consumed food. They would not be stirred by the death of two villains. What he aimed to convey was what they could and could not do. From today, Xia officially takes over Iron Fortress. Zhao Qing's voice resonated again. First, all taxes previously imposed by Iron Fortress are abolished. Head tax, land tax, tolls, protection fees, all abolished. From now on, you only need to pay basic taxes for public services and infrastructure development. Secondly, factories and engineering teams will begin recruiting workers. Laborers will be paid daily and provided a meal, while technical workers' compensation will be negotiated separately. Thirdly, all elderly, weak, sick, and disabled individuals who are unable to work must register over there. Zhao Qing raised his hand, pointing to a few tents erected not far away. Every person will receive rations daily until they find work they can do or are unable to survive. The crowd fell silent at first. Then discussions erupted from various corners. The head tax is gone. The tolls are also gone. Those bastards collected from me for over 10 years. More people simply looked at each other like a group just released from a dark prison, suddenly seeing the light and unsure of where to go. Zhao Qing gazed at the faces below. Faces that were numb, exhausted, and had forgotten how to smile after being pressed by life for too many years. He knew what they were thinking. It wasn't disbelief, but rather a fear to believe. They were more inclined to think this was just a change in rhetoric. In the end, they would still pay what they owed, and those destined to starve would still starve. His gaze swept across the incredulous faces. From today onward, you only need to do two things. First, obey. The rules of Xia are: do not kill, do not set fires, do not steal or rob, and trade fairly. Second, survive. He simply raised his hand and waved it behind him. Not far away, a dozen soldiers set down several large pots on the ground. As the lids were lifted, white steam rose, revealing thick porridge that could stand chopsticks, along with cut, steamed buns piled into small hills. It's that simple. Mealtime. After saying this, he turned and walked down from the platform. After taking a few steps, he heard a sound behind him. A faint, suppressed sound, like someone who had held back for too long, finally unable to contain it. He did not turn back. Below, someone crouched down, burying their face in their arms. Someone stood still, letting tears flow down their dust-covered face, forming two muddy streams. Survive. They had heard those three words for a lifetime and had strived for them all their lives. But never had they felt it was real like they did today. Rog stood at the edge of the crowd, looking at the faces of those people, then turned to glance at his father's back. Mag did not look at him, only gazing at the figure on the platform that had already walked far away. Dad, Rog said softly. Shut up. Mag's voice was low. Just watch. Dad, I wanted to say that I'm hungry too. Where's my stick? Mag shouted angrily. Just kidding, just kidding. Dad, let's go, we need to queue up too. Rog ran out quickly fearing he would be hit. At the cooking truck, a new batch of porridge was ready. Steam rose creating a white haze in the morning light. Mag stood still watching those squatting on the ground holding bowls, watching the tears, watching the faces that finally dared to believe in the word survive. Rog had already run out several steps, turning back to call out to him, "Dad, hurry up. The line is getting long." Mag did not move. He suddenly recalled the moment last night when he ran 5 kilometers and turned back. At that time he did not know whether it was right or wrong. Now he knew. He stepped forward, walking toward Rog. The sunlight filtered through the gray sky, landing on his shoulders. Not warm, but bright. Zhulong Base. As the massive isolation door slowly closed behind him, Lawrence instinctively glanced back. Wang Jingwo walked over from the corridor, a smile on his face. "Welcome to Zhulong Base, Mr. Lawrence. I am Wang Jingwo, the person in charge here." Lawrence opened his mouth, but could not speak. His mind was still blank at this moment. After seeing the strength of the Revival Society, he immediately expressed a desire to reside in Xia's main base, originally thinking it to be some gigantic shelter in the ground, but did not expect it to be in outer space. Carlos beside him suddenly interjected, "No wonder your industrial foundation is different from ours. So you are all—" Wang Jingwo's mouth twitched. The accompanying personnel beside him bit their lips tightly to stifle their laughter. Wang Jingwo cleared his throat, regaining his composed demeanor. "Welcome to Xia, Mr. Lawrence. Your choice is the most normal choice. There are no wars, no hunger here. Of course, I mean in our country. I hope you will enjoy." Lawrence looked at the natural confidence on his face, remaining silent for a few seconds. Then he slowly nodded. "Good. Thank you for your trouble." Wang Jingwo stepped aside to gesture for them to go ahead, leading the three forward. Carlos scrutinized everything around him as they walked. Those transparent laboratories, the bustling researchers, and the precise equipment operating around him, which he could not name. There were no wars here. No hunger. He didn't even have to worry about being suddenly caught up in the schemes of the Revival Society or the possibility of a nuclear bomb dropping again one day. For someone who had lived a lifetime in the Wasteland, this place was no different from paradise. Eliza followed behind, curiously looking around. She suddenly tugged at Carlos' sleeve and asked softly, "Daddy, will we live here in the future?" Carlos looked down at his daughter's clear eyes. "Yes, we will live here from now on." "Then, can we still see other animals?" Carlos paused for a moment, then smiled. "Yes, everything is here." The conference room. The scene freezes at the last moment before the Revival Society retreats, as all 15 biological weapons simultaneously turn and retreat toward the cave entrance. A profound silence. The elderly man seated in the center remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Humanity." These 3 words encapsulated all his complex emotions, filled with bewilderment at the madness and a sigh over the self-destruction of civilization. The elder responsible for technological matters stared at the device on the back of the biological weapon on the screen. "From a technical perspective, I cannot understand why these people would use biology combined with machinery. Wouldn't it be better to transform everything into pure machinery? It would be cheaper, easier to maintain, and offer more stable combat capabilities. The cost-performance ratio is not even on the same scale." Soft murmurs of discussion arose in the conference room. Soon an elder sitting on the opposite side spoke up. "Old Qian, their opponents might also possess such microwave weapons, and deploying drones is tantamount to seeking death. More importantly, they are a cult." Old Qian turned his head to look at him. The man continued, "These technologies have likely long been employed on themselves. Discussing ethics, morals, and cost-performance ratios with them is futile. Who knows, they might have already transformed into something that is neither human nor ghost." Old Qian was momentarily taken aback. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just nodded and remained silent. The meeting discussed many more issues. Finally, the elder seated in the center gently tapped the table to draw everyone's attention back and summarized. "In this battle of Iron Fortress, we have gained a lot. The production lines from 7th heavy industry core technologies like solid-state batteries, bionic prosthetics, and powered armor, as well as the complete technical data of the Seraphim family, these resources will keep the rear busy for quite some time. But the greater the gains, the more vigilant we must be. What the Revival Society has revealed is merely the tip of the iceberg. Who are their opponents? How long have they been in operation? These are questions we cannot answer at the moment. Therefore, future explorations of Gaia must be cautious, exceeding safety first at all times. You will open the front lines, and the rear will provide the strongest support. If there is a shortage of personnel, provide personnel. If there is a shortage of equipment, provide equipment. If there is a shortage of technology, provide technology. Whatever is needed, provide it. There is only one requirement." He stood up. "Bring the people back to me." Everyone stood. The elder did not continue, but simply raised his right hand, fingers together, placing it beside his temple. A standard military salute. "I am here to represent the party and the people, expressing gratitude to all comrades fighting at the forefront of Gaia." In the conference room, everyone raised their right hands. Lin Xian watched the conference footage transmitted back through encrypted lines. When the elder at the center said, "I express gratitude to all comrades fighting at the forefront of Gaia," he instinctively stood up and raised his hand. Beside him, Chu Tianhua also stood and raised his hand. Seconds later, the transmission cut off. The screen darkened. The door of the conference room slid open. Lin Xian and Chu Tianhua walked out one after the other, and Wang Jingwo was already waiting at the door. General Advisor Lin Lawrence and the others have been settled, and they are now discussing the production line issues with the technicians. Lin Xian was taken aback. Are we going to build a factory directly in the country? Wang Jingwo replied as he walked. First we need to see if the existing production lines can be modified. If they can be modified, we will do so. This is the fastest way. Gaia has a lot of good foundational materials. Although many things need to be concealed, there are still plenty that can be used, such as graphene, the next generation of battery revolution. Lin Xian caught up. Fast-charging, high-capacity, ultra-long lifespan. Isn't it going to take off? Not just that, the cables for the airborne wind power generation system, do you know about them? They must withstand strong wind loads and system tension at an altitude of 2,000 meters while maintaining lightweight properties and deal with extreme environmental issues like upper atmospheric, where lightning strikes, and electromagnetic interference. Lin Xian nodded, waiting for him to continue. The database of 7th Heavy Industry contains technical data on extreme environment materials. We plan to weave cables with carbon nanomaterials, graphene piezoelectric materials, and self-repairing polymers. The tensile strength of carbon nanomaterials exceeds 100 gigapascals, over 400 times that of steel. The core layer will use ultra-long carbon nanotubes to bear tension. The middle layer will utilize graphene to enhance conductivity. For power transmission, the functional layer will employ piezoelectric materials for stress sensing and energy collection, and the outer layer will consist of self-repairing polymers for wear resistance and oxidation prevention. The cable, less than 10 millimeters thick, can serve as both a physical tether and a high-voltage power transmission line, data transmission line. One cable encompasses power supply, communication, and structural support. Equipped with a 3.6 megawatt motor, under ideal conditions, it can operate for a year, generating enough power for 3,000 households for an entire year. The annual equivalent of full power operation hours exceeds 4,000 hours, 2 to 3 times that of traditional land-based wind power. Moreover, there are plenty of extreme environment materials, and the motor can also be modified. The operating time might even exceed the ideal expectations. 3,000 households. An entire year. As long as proper planning is done regarding safety in the air with the country's capabilities, won't that make electricity free? Lin Xian hurriedly asked. Will it be made public if successful? Yes, the most important aspect of foundational materials is the craftsmanship. As mentioned earlier, it cannot be that only cutting-edge industries benefit, it must also be utilized by the general public. The airborne wind turbine is ready-made, and these materials have long been available in laboratories, they just haven't been commercialized yet. Now we are merely a step ahead. Air conditioning will be free. Lin Xian laughed. Haha, yes, air conditioning will be free. How long will that cable take to reach the sky? Wang Jingwo thought for a moment. If all goes smoothly, it could be tested in the sky in a few days. The materials from Iron Fortress and here can be gathered. It's not difficult to fabricate a few for experimentation, but the challenge lies in mass production. This will depend on whether Mr. Lawrence and our technicians can come up with the fastest plan. Lin Xian stood still, his mind already playing a movie. Under a blue sky and white clouds, thin cables, almost invisible, hung down from high altitudes, while airborne wind turbines resembling massive white airships hovered at 2,000 meters, slowly rotating. The ground was filled with residential areas, air conditioning units humming, yet no one bothered to check the electricity meter. Bus stops were equipped with air-conditioned waiting booths, and waiting for a bus in summer no longer meant sweating profusely. Our parks were filled with mist-cooling devices, and no one felt sorry for the little electricity costs. Winter was even more absurd. Open-air vegetable markets were covered with transparent heated canopies, warm air blowing from below, while the ladies buying vegetables wore light clothing as they selected cabbages. Benches along the streets had built-in heating features, allowing sanitation workers to sit comfortably. Cold, heat, those were things of the past. He couldn't help but smile. It was worth it. They fought at the front lines for the sake of allowing their compatriots behind to live better lives. A few days later, the cable has passed the basic material test and officially entered the flight experiment phase today. Lin Xian stood at the edge of the experimental area near the Pioneer base. Beside him was Carlos. Not far away, technicians were making final adjustments with numerous data scrolling across several monitors. I heard you went to the zoo. Lin Xian turned his head. Carlos was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, fine lines appearing at the corners of his eyes. Yes, Consultant Lin. We disguised ourselves and went with the staff. Eliza saw a panda for the first time. She pressed herself against the glass, completely still. Later, when that panda flipped over, she was so startled that she took 2 steps back, almost falling. Then the panda sat up and began eating bamboo, and she just squatted there watching, refusing to leave no matter how much she was called. Carlos said, his smile deepening. Later, the staff said she squatted there for a full 40 minutes. On the way back, she kept asking what pandas eat and where they sleep. Lin Xian listened and smiled as well. Carlos' family looked quite similar to the people of the Great Xia, but his golden hair and golden pupils were too striking. Disguising ourselves posed no issues at all. Of course, we couldn't encounter security checks with their bionic prosthetics on their arms. If that thing got scanned, there would be no explanation. The staff needed to present their credentials, but with staff present, there wouldn't be such problems. Speaking of prosthetics, Lin Xian suddenly recalled a scene he had seen in the engineering area. At that time, Carlos was debugging a piece of equipment brought over from Iron Fort with several technicians. The machine got jammed, but Carlos was not in a hurry. He simply raised his right hand, and the tips of his fingers suddenly split open with fine cracks from which slender mechanical arms emerged, reaching into the machine's gap and adjusting the jammed parts in a few swift motions. The engineers nearby were wide-eyed. Later, Lin Xian learned that the Seraphim family's bionic prosthetics not only integrated neural interfaces, sensors, and micromotors, but also concealed an entire set of miniature repair tools. From screwdrivers to welding guns, everything was included. Your prosthetics are quite impressive. I've seen the engineering department secretly studying their own arms these past few days. Carlos laughed again, this time more openly. They asked me if they could install a set for themselves. I said yes, but they'd have to chop off their hands first. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh along. Just then a technician's voice came from over there. Debugging complete, prepare. Lin Xian and Carlos turned their heads in unison to look at the enormous airship in the center of the experimental area. Indeed, it needed to be inflated much like a hot air balloon with a total weight of approximately 11 tons and 12 sets of generators with a maximum power output of 3.6 megawatts. It was an airborne wind turbine with 2 cables hanging down connecting to a receiving device on the ground. One cable would suffice, the other was for safety. Ascent begins. The operator pressed the button. The white airship slowly lifted off the ground, initially slowly then faster and faster, ascending into the sky. The numbers on the monitor jumped rapidly. 500 meters, 800 meters, 1,200 meters, 1,800 meters. Reached the designated altitude, 2,000 meters. Begin testing. The view switched to the perspective of the drone. At 2,000 meters high, the enormous white airship hovered beneath the clouds with the cable below, swaying like a fine thread in the wind. But the display showed that the swaying was entirely within the designed limits. Cable tension is normal. The conductivity layer's transmission efficiency is 97%. The piezoelectric material's stress sensing is normal. The outer self-repairing polymer is operating stably. Data streamed across the screen. The cable less than 10 millimeters thick bore the triple functions of power supply, communication, and structural support. Now that cable was truly suspended at 2,000 meters high. The generator is starting, the operator's voice brought him back. In the footage, the fans inside the white airship began to spin. The speed was not fast, but each rotation sliced through the unceasing winds at high altitudes. Output power is steadily rising. Output power is 3.2 megawatts. The excitement in the operator's voice was unmistakable. Carlos softly said beside him, "Going up is the easiest part, just like sending up a hot air balloon. The real test only starts now." Lin Xian nodded. He certainly understood. Sending things into the sky was something the great Xia had done countless times. But keeping this thing stable in the air through all seasons with wind and rain without any issues, that was true skill. Carlos gazed at the white airship suspended at 2,000 meters high and suddenly spoke. "The motor can still be upgraded." Lin Xian turned his head to look at him. "Switch to a graphene motor. If we replace it, the weight of the motor can be reduced by at least half." Lin Xian was taken aback for a moment. Reduced by half? Yes, after reducing it by half, we can directly challenge the stratosphere. The wind speed there is extremely high and stable. There are no clouds, no rain, and no lightning to interfere. The wind flows like rivers at high altitudes continuously year-round. Lin Xian listened intently. "What about the duration of power generation?" he asked. "At least 4 times that of the ground, but that's not urgent. First, use this generation for testing and thoroughly analyze the data. When the graphene motor comes out, we can challenge the stratosphere then." Lin Xian pondered for a moment and asked again, "What about the airship? Is the current size sufficient to reach the stratosphere?" He understood physics a bit. The higher you fly, the thinner the air becomes, and the buoyancy generated by the air decreases. To lift the same weight in the thinner air at high altitudes, the balloon must be made larger. It's definitely not enough. 2,000 meters, 20,000 cubic meters. Carlos pointed at the white airship on the screen. To reach the stratosphere, it needs at least 100,000 to 200,000 cubic meters. Lin Xian calculated that number in his mind and couldn't figure it out, but he could roughly imagine the scene. That means transforming from a 60-meter-long giant whale into a 300-meter-long airborne aircraft carrier. Almost. The motor can be increased. The technical team has initially estimated that if that scale can be achieved, the power generation could reach 50 to 100 megawatts, enough to supply 60 to 70,000 households for a whole year. Lin Xian opened his mouth, unable to speak. 50 to 100 megawatts. 60 to 70,000 households. If successful, it would be an airborne power station. Almost. The motor can be increased. The technical team has initially estimated that if that scale can be achieved, the power generation could reach 50. Carlos was silent for a few seconds. He certainly understood what Lin Xian was saying. Within a few days of arriving in the Great Xia, he had heard about the tariff war between the Great Xia and the Eagle Nation, and the international relations were quite severe. Yes, for example, controlling the helium leakage rate to an extremely low level, a 7-layer co-extruded high-barrier film to support the airship for hundreds of days, and self-repairing polymers that can heal minor damage caused by high-altitude friction, etc. A large amount of extreme environment materials will appear, as well as graphene motors and high-altitude power generation technology, each of which could cause a stir. Putting them all together. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Lin Xian was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. "Let them be. We're not unable to protect it. Such beneficial things for the country and the people shouldn't be hidden." Carlos looked at his profile without speaking. But he nodded. Yes, the Great Xia indeed had the confidence. A flying motorcycle swept overhead, trailing a pale blue light in the air. Hector stood on the highest terrace of the city lord's mansion, gazing down at this miraculous city that thrived amidst the wasteland. Millions inhabited this place with towering buildings and bright lights illuminating the night. Various aircraft darted orderly across the sky, while heavily armed patrols roamed the ground, soldiers clad in tactical suits and exoskeleton armor, wielding Gauss rifles. Ashen City, the mightiest power in the eastern wasteland without a doubt. Have you seen enough? A voice came from behind. Hector turned and leisurely walked back inside, resuming his seat at the table laden with food. He picked up a piece of roasted meat, took a bite, and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Rodriguez, your chef, is still Rodriguez sat in the central chair, his expression stern, a man in his 50s with neatly trimmed gray hair. His gaze fell upon Hector, as if he were staring at a pile of discarded trash. Roxa and Carl have already gone to find the laboratory. You can leave now, Hector. Hector feigned ignorance, taking another sip of wine and smacking his lips. Don't be so heartless, Rodriguez. We've known each other for so many years. Shut up, you coward. I should have let you die at the hands of the Rebirth Society. Hector paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, nearly choking on his drink. Ha ha, Roxa wouldn't be so reckless. They want to act impulsively without preparing for the next round of conflict. Humph, Rodriguez scoffed. Then how are you here? If you don't notify me and I run over to the Daxia side, will they kill me? No. After witnessing the power of the Rebirth Society, they are definitely very curious now. How can the Iron Fortress maintain those production lines and technologies with such strength? They are all about order and reason, unwilling to provoke conflict, preferring to integrate into the Iron Fortress. What about the Rebirth Society? For the Rebirth Society, it would be a simple matter. Why not do it? As long as I run with them, they will surely save me. Even though I have been ousted from the core, and know little, what if I say something that complicates matters further? Who will be in a hurry? Rodriguez did not respond. A brief silence enveloped the hall. Hector took another bite of meat, savoring it. These people are problematic. Rodriguez finally spoke again, his tone carrying a weight he himself was unaware of. I asked Zero, and its database couldn't find any race with black hair and black eyes called Gaia, nor any name. I don't know where they came from, but it's definitely not normal. More likely like the Devourers, they are outsiders. You are handing over production lines to a group of suspected extraterrestrials, Hector. That's a death sentence. After hearing this, Hector offered no rebuttal, merely taking another sip of wine. He then raised his head to look at Rodriguez, his face becoming a touch more serious. Rodriguez, stop always thinking about killing me. I am merely weak. But I have not betrayed you. Moreover, their strength surpasses mine. Yet they seek reason and need to find excuses, even to take action. Don't you find that interesting? Rodriguez fell silent. He did not refute. Hector leaned back in his chair, gazing at the exquisite, yet aged reliefs on the ceiling. Consider it an investment, bringing a bit of new variables to this world. After all, the worst outcome is that everyone dies together. Perhaps for everyone it would be a relief no longer needing to struggle. He stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. All right, I'm leaving. Just keep your city safe. I believe you'll soon meet these interesting people. It's a pity that the Rebirth Society arrived too quickly. I couldn't scrape more valuable things from them. They'll leave a few boxes of cigarettes and liquor for you, especially that white liquor. You'll love it. He pushed open the door, standing on the threshold without looking back. Rodriguez, after dragging this out for so many years and preparing for so long, don't screw it up. Even I can guess what you want to do, let alone Roxa and that group of lunatics. If they dare to go, they must have confidence. I don't want to be the one to collect your corpses. He did not wait for a response. The door closed behind him. Rodriguez sat in the central chair, motionless for a long time. The hall was left with only him. Half of the food on the table remained, and the wine still emitted a faint steam. Collect corpses, he whispered, repeating those two words. The corners of his mouth twitched, unsure whether it was a smile or something else. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the night of Ashen City stretched to the horizon. Flying motorcycles continued to weave through the air, patrols remained vigilant. And he stood here guarding this city. New variables. He gazed into the distant darkness where the Iron Fortress lay, as well as the direction from which the Rebirth Society had vanished. I hope you are not harming us, Hector, or I will personally snap your neck. The night wind blew and carrying a chill from the height. Rodriguez did not close the window. He stood there staring into the distance for a long time. On the edge of Ashen City, in an inconspicuous warehouse, Hector pushed open the door, and someone was already waiting inside. Moriarty stood up, handing over a deep gray cloak. How's it going with the city lord? Met with him. He still looks like he wants to eat me alive. Hector accepted the cloak and draped it over himself. But he won't move against me. Moriarty nodded, not probing further. The two walked out of the warehouse, blending into the flow of people at the edge of Ashen City. After they had walked quite a distance, Moriarty finally whispered, "Where to next?" Hector did not answer immediately. He looked up at the orderly aircraft in the sky, and then at the brightly lit city lord's mansion in the distance. Then he smiled. First, let's find a place to store those boxes of cigarettes and liquor. If I said I would leave them, they must be left. And then, Hector pulled the hood of the cloak up, covering half of his face. And then we wait to watch the show. Yes, those Daxiao people probably don't even know how conspicuous they are before a force with information from the old era. Actually, you could say they have undergone genetic mutation. Daxia is a newly established nation, and the old era has been so long gone that besides the City Lord and the Rebirth Society, no one else would care about those matters. Moriarty said. Perhaps let's go. Hector did not refute as he did not care either. The two vanished into the intricate alleys at the edge of Ashen City. Behind them, the massive city of over 1 million people remained brightly lit, orderly, continuing to operate non-stop as it had for decades. In the direction of the Iron Fortress, the night was deepening. There was a group of black-haired, black-eyed people lighting up another stretch of ruins in their own way. And at this moment, the master of the city stood by the window gazing in the same direction. The night wind continued to blow. No one knew what would happen tomorrow. But at least tonight Ashen City remained very quiet. 5 kilometers outside Greyrock Village, Lin Xian lay prone behind a pile of rubble, scanning the settlement through his binoculars. Crude wooden watchtowers stood along its perimeter, manned by figures armed with aging automatic rifles, well-maintained though visibly worn. Confirmed, Captain, whispered the soldier beside him. Villains and Morton's men. We've already spotted at least 5 familiar faces coming and going. Lin Xian remained silent, eyes fixed steadily on the village. The settlement was modest in scale, no more than 1,000 or 2,000 inhabitants. Its outer perimeter was fenced with rusted steel plates and salvaged timber. Within stood several relatively intact structures, relics from the old era. This village. The soldier clicked his tongue. Captain, shall we prepare the streetlights? Lin Xian lowered his binoculars and cast him a sidelong glance. Streetlights are for capitalists. They are slave masters. The soldier chuckled softly and fell quiet. Lin Xian observed for several more minutes, then handed the binoculars to the spotter beside him. Record coordinates mark activity zones, photograph each watchtower's position, and shift change timing. Yes, sir. He shifted backward, leaning against a shaded boulder, and took a sip from his canteen. Shall we call in reinforcements? Another soldier asked. No rush. Let's gather full intelligence first. We'll decide how to handle these bastards once we've fully assimilated the technology we brought back. How long will that take? The soldier blinked. No telling. In any case, they pose no immediate threat to us. Remember, if you spot members of the Revival Society, withdraw immediately. Don't linger a single minute. Mark clearly any discovery of critical pre-collapse industrial lines coupled with anomalously weak defenses. Avoid another Iron Fortress incident where Revival Society forces emerged without warning and nearly paralyzed our units. Safety first. Unless confronting outright anti-human atrocities, avoid conflict. Resist the urge to charge headlong. No street lighting recklessness. Yes, sir. In 3 months later. An Explorer Base, Experimental Zone. Lin Xian stood at the edge of the test field, gazing at the silver-gray mechanical construct before him. Roughly the size of an adult leopard, it crouched motionless, its head tilted slightly, amber sensor arrays locked onto Lin Xian like a loyal pet awaiting command. A technician beside him beamed with excitement. Consultant Lin. This is the crystallization of all our current technological integration. Zhen 1 model, powered by solid-state batteries built with flexible composites over a metal alloy frame, rated to withstand standard rifle fire at 200 meters. Fully armed and optimized for reconnaissance, it boasts 18 hours of patrol endurance and a verified sprint speed of 120 kilometers per hour, capable of sustaining peak velocity for 60 minutes straight. Lin Xian nodded. To replicate a Leopard's fluid locomotion demanded far more advanced engineering than typical robotics. Only 20 units had been built so far, and mass production remained distant. He accepted the control terminal. Let me try. He pressed the activation key. The mechanical Leopard's eyes ignited with eerie cobalt light. It rose smoothly, its 4 limbs barely whispering against the ground. Then, it rolled. It leapt. It ran. It struck. And each movement flowed with the lethal grace of a living predator. And at the climax of its lunge, metallic retractable claws snapped forward, half an inch, carving 3 deep gashes into the training dummy. Lin Xian guided it in a full circuit around the field, then returned it to its starting point, where it crouched, tilted its head, and aligned its sensor array directly toward him. In satisfaction. Profound, unreserved satisfaction. Deployed on the battlefield, especially in urban combat, this machine would be nothing short of a nightmare, swift, agile, bulletproof, and utterly expendable. Its sole drawback. Prohibitive cost. He lifted his gaze to the flush technician and asked, can it withstand microwave weaponry? The technician's grin froze. He opened his mouth, voice dropping to a hush at the edge of the blast radius. Its speed allows evasion. The edge? Evasion. So the Revival Society's burden bearers are its fathers. The Revival Society's bioengineered weapons had been designated burden bearers after internal discussion. The technician's face darkened completely. Nearby engineers quietly turned away, pretending to analyze atmosphere. Lin Xian sighed, knelt, and patted the cold metallic skull of the Zhen 1. Zhen 1, it's excellent. Truly excellent. He rose and faced the still awkward technician. What about the Gale-class mechanical dogs? They've only been fielded for months. We're halting development. The gap is too vast. They belong to entirely different tiers. Once Zhen 1 enters mass production, the dogs will be exported, generating foreign exchange. When other nations begin closing and will deliberately downscale Zhen's core technologies, repackage them as Gale 2, and iterate that design for generations. Lin Xian paused, then laughed. The oil-rich elites will weep. The technician finally allowed himself a faint smile. And meanwhile, at the live fire testing range, Zhao Qing stood atop the observation platform, watching dozens of humanoid machines engage veteran soldiers in simulated urban combat across a mock cityscape. Their movements were unervingly fluid, running, diving, rolling, suppressing fire. One even feigned death upon hit, collapsing seamlessly while its solid-state battery sustained extended operational endurance. Impressive, but not enough yet, Zhao Qing murmured. His adjutant didn't catch it, Captain. Zhao Qing shook his head, eyes never leaving the machines. You can't tell horse from mule until you put them through their paces. No matter how flawless the simulation, real battle is the final test. Last month, deep within the ruins of Luo City, they'd uncovered the true nest of the mother entity. A colossal pit concealed inside a collapsed skyscraper, over 200 meters deep, teeming with swarms of devourers. They hadn't acted, not because they couldn't, but because they refused to waste it. Such an ideal Lividus subject was rare. To obliterate it with a single missile would squander an irreplaceable opportunity. To deploy their finest mechanized legions, identify flaws early and refine relentlessly. Robots, mechanical leopards, drone swarms, all deployed, pitted against the devourers in brutal, unscripted combat. Captain Zhao, the adjutant, interjected, if the Pentagon learns we've developed this on Gaia, the pizza index might spike. For Zhao Qing's lips twitched, but no smile emerged. The Revival Society remained the paramount threat. If they possessed miniaturized microwave weapons, surely larger-scale broad-spectrum variants existed too. Surely specialized microwave warheads designed specifically to neutralize drone fleets. A single missile strike into a drone swarm, total electromagnetic silence. Then every mechanical leopard, every humanoid unit, every drone swarm, reduced instantly to inert scrap. Even air superiority hung in peril. The weapon's electronic lethality was absolute. Any aircraft piloted or autonomous would catastrophically fail upon even glancing contact. At that thought, Zhao Qing felt a surge of stifling frustration, utterly suffocating. They'd reached such heights of technological mastery, only to discover their true adversary played by entirely different rules. In they wielded biomodification, microwave arrays, laser grids. In he commanded mechanical leopards, humanoid sentinels, drone swarms. Like a samurai brandishing a katana, confronting ranks of musketeers executing synchronized volleys. In frustration notwithstanding, and they marched forward nonetheless. Even slowly, even bitterly, they advanced, just enough to unsettle the bald eagle. Not wasted, not in vain. Continue testing. Gather every possible metric. Yes, sir. Zhao Qing's communicator suddenly vibrated, and he immediately pressed the answer button. Speak. Su Chuang's voice came from the other end. Captain Zhao, something has happened. While exploring the geology around the Iron Fortress, engineer Zheng discovered an artificial cave. Zhao Qing frowned. Send the location. Yes. The communication was cut off, and the map coordinates were synchronized to his tactical terminal. Zhao Qing turned around and gestured to the advisor behind him. Assemble the team, follow me. Notify Qin Feng to maintain vigilance over there. Yes. 10 minutes later, 3 armored vehicles drove out of the Pioneer base, kicking up a cloud of dust. The location was to the northeast of the Iron Fortress, about 40 kilometers from the urban area, in a hilly area. On the surface, this place was no different from others, with the same gray-brown soil, sparse vegetation, and desolate land eroded by radiation. When Zhao Qing got out of the car, Zheng Hai was already waiting with several technicians. Engineer Zheng, how did you find this? Zhao Qing walked over quickly, scanning the surroundings. Zheng Hai pointed to a small object sealed in a bag at his feet. It was discovered by Li Wei nearby. Zhao Qing looked down, and in the sealed bag were 3 cigarette butts. Isn't this what they sold to the Iron Fortress? Moreover, it was the highest grade. There aren't many people who can afford our brand of cigarettes. We initially found only one, and thought it suspicious. We set the detection target within a radius of several dozen kilometers, scanning inch by inch with geological radar. Eventually, we found a slight anomaly here, and located 2 more cigarette butts nearby, seemingly leading us here intentionally. He pointed to a rock slope that looked completely normal ahead. The signal is very weak. If we hadn't known there was a problem, we might have overlooked it. There should be materials or equipment disguised as solid, and it took a lot of old methods to confirm that it was empty inside. Zhao Qing stared at the cigarette, but silent for a few seconds. Cigarettes. He raised his head to look at Su Chuang. Deliberate. Su Chuang shook his head. Very likely, otherwise it wouldn't be scattered like this. Who could it be? Hector, we had a deal not long ago. Before things went wrong, he probably didn't have time to sell to anyone else. Zhao Qing handed the sealed bag to a nearby technician and shifted his gaze back to the rock slope. The analysis team said that the Revival Society has been hiding for so long, the most likely reason is to find something. We've searched every inch of the Iron Fortress without finding anything. Now that cigarette butts have appeared here along with an artificial cave, Hector likely knew everything from the beginning, yet, with such limited capability, he wasn't caught and tortured. Su Chuang paused for a moment. Does he have a background? But if he does, why is he so weak? Zhao Qing did not answer. Take people search separately. There can't be only cigarette butts left behind here. Yes. Half an hour later, Su Chuang's voice rang in the communication channel. Captain Zhao, we found it. Zhao Qing hurried over with his team. The entrance was hidden behind a pile of rubble, but at that moment a huge opening appeared. The closed door was 5 meters away, disguised to look identical to the surrounding rocks. If it weren't for this opening, it would be hard to notice it standing right in front. But what really caught Zhao Qing's attention was that the scale of this opening was almost identical to the one that the Revival Society's war fortress emerged from. Su Chuang walked over, stood beside him, and glanced down. The people from the Revival Society might be crazy, but they're quite clever. If the door can't be opened they won't use the door, they'll just make a hole right here. Zhao Qing did not respond. Mechanical dogs drones go in. He stood up and ordered the operators behind him. Four mechanical dogs entered in single file followed closely by 2 drones, all sensors activated with real-time footage sent back to Zhao Qing's tactical terminal. The passage was long, slanting downward, extending at least 50 meters underground. There were no obstacles along the way. Only an empty passage and the occasional equipment racks pried off the walls. It's really been cleaned out, Su Chuang said in a low voice. Zhao Qing remained silent, just staring at the screen. The cave wasn't large, and they soon reached the end of the passage, which opened into a circular hall. The drone hovered at the entrance of the hall, the camera sweeping over the interior. Empty. Completely empty. All the equipment, documents, and storage cabinets had been taken away. Only the traces left on the walls from violent dismantling remained, proving that there had once been things here. But as the drone continued to delve deeper, the footage suddenly changed. At the deepest part of the hall, there was only a wall. It was neither metal nor rock. It was vines. Dense vines intertwined to form a complete dark brown wall. The diameter of the vines varied from the thickness of a finger to that of an arm, layered and woven tightly. The most crucial detail was, it was moving, not swaying in the wind, but rising and falling slowly, rhythmically. Together. One rise. Together. One fall. Zhao Qing's pupils contracted sharply. What the hell? Next to him, Su Chuang's voice also changed tone. What is that thing? The footage continued to advance. The drone moved closer to the vine wall, focusing on the details of one of the vines. The surface had plant-like textures, but also tiny scales resembling both plants and skin. At certain nodes of the vine, structures similar to joints had even grown. The ends of several vines had already differentiated into 5 branches resembling a half-formed hand that had yet to fully take shape. Half plant, half biological. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Qing's mind. Are they merging the genes of the devourer with plants? What are they trying to create? Longevity. Following a series of questions, he suddenly realized that these vines might be remnants from the old era, still showing signs of life to this day. This could very well be one of the research directions. Su Chuang's voice sounded beside him. Is the Revival Society also looking for laboratories from the old era? Zhao Qing took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. That's likely, and even the Iron Fortress might be linked to this laboratory, but this isn't the final destination. He stared at the still-breathing vine wall and said slowly, word by word, Hector may be a sentinel of another force. This place is a node in their layout, and we outsiders have unknowingly gotten involved in this conflict. Su Chuang remained silent for a few seconds. A bunch of lunatics. What kind of world have we become, and they still intend to fight? What about Hector? What he knows should be limited, otherwise he wouldn't have survived until now. Zhao Qing turned around and looked at the technician behind him. Have the researchers handle this strange thing and notify the analysis team. I want to know why the Revival Society left this wall. Be it for show or for lack of value, I need results as soon as possible. Yes. The technician complied and left. Zhao Qing took one last look at the breathing vine wall on the screen. Its rise and fall remained slow and rhythmic like a slumbering giant. As he stepped out of the cave, the sky outside was already darkening. Zhao Qing stood at the edge of the entrance, gazing at the gray horizon in the distance. Hector. The Revival Society. And another force hidden deeper that they had yet to encounter. The threads of this world were becoming increasingly tangled. He took a deep breath and strode toward the armored vehicle. Lin Xian furrowed his brows upon seeing the report so tightly that he could crush a fly. Longevity. He was not surprised at all. It was humanity's eternal pursuit from Emperor Qin Shi Huang, sending Su Fu to the sea to emperors throughout history, seeking immortality through alchemy, and now modern tycoons using their son's plasma for blood exchange. Who wouldn't want to live forever? However, the contents described in this report were somewhat disturbing. If this were made into a game, it would definitely cause players with trypophobia to uninstall it overnight. After reading, he set the report down and rubbed his temples. Hector might be a sentinel, but everyone was gathered in this small space playing chess. What on earth was going on? But then he thought, this place has Luo City, a mother body, high-end production lines from the old era, and technical data. It was actually quite substantial. Advisor Lin. The technician next to him cautiously asked, looking at Lin Xian, who was lost in thought. It's nothing, just thinking about what this group of lunatics would do if we smashed the chessboard on the first day. The technician did not respond. The Revival Society was mad, and the other side seemed to grow mushrooms everywhere, likely not easy to deal with. If the chessboard were truly smashed, it would probably not end well. Not hearing a reply, Lin Xian didn't mind. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window, the lights of the Pioneer base formed a continuous line. In the night, soldiers were training, technicians were debugging equipment, and the aroma of dinner wafted from the direction of the kitchen. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The vine wall had been isolated, sealed, and studied. Researchers were working overtime to analyze its genetic sequence and energy source. But everyone knew that it would not yield results overnight. Therefore, life had to go on as usual. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the calendar hanging on the wall. It marked tomorrow's mission. Luo City Mother Nest final clearance plan. Since it has come to this, let's eat first. With that, he picked up his coat and pushed the door open. Command Center. Chu Tianhua was already standing in front of the large screen, which displayed a live aerial view of the ruins of Luo City. You're here. Chu Tianhua did not turn around. Yes, General Lin Xian replied, standing beside him. They spent 3 months digesting the technology from Iron Fortress, 3 months training the newly formed troops, and 3 months transporting the Xing Tian-1 from the laboratory to the battlefield. Now it was time for acceptance. The screen switched views, focusing on the assembly area. 3,000 Xing Tian-1 battle robots stood in neat rows. Although they had heads, Lin Xian felt that this name was quite fitting. Because even if they lost their heads, they could still rely on redundant systems to complete their final tactical missions or autonomously retreat in complex terrain, minimizing equipment losses. Is it unreasonable to call them Xing Tian if they can continue to act without heads? He wondered who that little genius was. These robots stood at 1.8 meters tall, constructed entirely of titanium alloy and composite armor, with flexible materials wrapped around miniature motors at the joints, allowing them to perform tactical movements almost indistinguishable from humans. Each Xing Tian's right hand gripped a 12.7mm caliber piercing one machine gun capable of penetrating 30mm of homogeneous steel plate within 300 meters. The left hand integrated a 40mm automatic grenade launcher. The back slightly bulged. It housed a solid-state battery pack, which was their power source, and also their greatest weakness. But it didn't matter. They were originally meant to exchange lives, merely a loss of resources. Behind the 3,000 Xing Tian were 20 Xing 1 mechanical leopards carrying 20mm anti-material sniper rifles. Once a breach was torn open on the front line, they would rapidly penetrate deep into enemy territory, targeting vital points, or circumventing the front lines to flank and deal with special individuals. Further back were swarms of drones, ranging from small drones used for fire suppression to medium drones carrying anti-tank missiles designed specifically for heavy armor, along with a series of missiles. They would serve as the vanguard of this battle. Chu Tianhuo's voice resonated in the command center. All units deploy according to the predetermined plan. Xing Tian Brigade Xing 1 type deployed on both flanks of the Xing Tian Brigade. Drone swarms take off and advance to 2 kilometers from the mother nest entrance, standing by. Understood. Yes. Yes. A series of confirmations erupted in the communication channel. The 3,000 Xing Tian 1 simultaneously activated and advanced in squads. Although advancing as a collective would create more pressure, once the solid-state batteries exploded, they would release all their energy in mere milliseconds, equivalent to 2.7 grams of TNT, generating temperatures of 2500 C, and might also release toxic gases like hydrogen sulfide. Even with strict controls through thermal management systems, shockproof packaging, and battery compartment isolation designs, the lethality still remained around 2 meters, and collective advancement still posed considerable risks. 30 minutes later, the robots that set out first soon encountered a dozen heavily armored devourers. They were a whole size larger than those seen before, covered in dark, gray chitinous armor, with powerful, robust limbs. The machine guns opened fire simultaneously. The lines of fire intertwined in the air, creating an impenetrable web of death, and shell casings rained down on the ground with a clattering sound. The leading devourer was struck, shaking violently, sparks bursting from its shell. Their armor was too thick. A 12.7mm machine gun could penetrate, but required continuous hits on the same spot for over 3 seconds. In such a chaotic battle, no shooter could guarantee 3 seconds of continuous hits. All the robots simultaneously raised their left arms. The 40mm automatic grenade launcher emitted a dull thud. The high explosive shells arced through the air and crashed into the devourer's swarm. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted and severed limbs flew everywhere. Within seconds, the devourers were cleared out. The robots continued their steady advance. The Xing 1 mechanical leopards on the flanks moved at high speed, occasionally pausing, and the 20mm anti-material sniper rifle on their backs would emit a deep rumble. With each rumble, a centurion was precisely shot in the head. They were similar to ordinary devourers, often hiding, but their heads had distinct chitinous protrusions marking them as nodes and commanders of the devourers, all of which were now decapitated. Having battled the devourers for so long, they were clear on the different types and how to engage them. The ordinary cannon fodder type resembled crawlers, so they simply referred to them as crawlers. Although elite types had bizarre appearances, they all tended to evolve in a particular direction. Speed types were the pursuers, characterized by their slender bodies. Defensive types were the heavies, the easiest to identify, as they had chitinous heavy armor. Those capable of secreting and spraying corrosive acid for long-range attacks were the acid spitters, capable of corroding a 20mm thick homogeneous steel plate within 3 seconds at a spraying distance of 200 meters, but this creature was quite treacherous. When it wasn't spraying acid, it was nearly indistinguishable. There was also an all-rounder main battle unit known as the hybrids, which were the most complex, exhibiting a variety of forms and capabilities, but were not as fast as the pursuers, not as tough as the heavies, and did not spray acid as far as the acid spitters. They were jack of all trades, but master of none, excelling in numbers. An hour later, the vanguard had pushed to a point 2 kilometers from the Mu Chao entrance. The fighting had paused. On the display, unmanned ammunition resupply vehicles had already arrived at the front line. They were logistics vehicles crafted specifically for robot formations, 6-wheel, drive, heavily armored, their compartments packed with standardized ammunition crates. The resupply convoy made a conspicuous arrival. 6-wheeled, unmanned ammo carriers guided by mechanical dogs came to a steady halt behind the Xing Tian battalion. The next scene caused the veteran observers in the rear to narrow their eyes in unison. From the ranks, a Xing Tian pivoted and strode toward the supply vehicle. Its right hand, a machine gun, lifted slightly, revealing a square port in its abdomen. The resupply vehicle's mechanical arm extended, automatically docked with precision, and an ammunition belt snapped into the feed. The whole procedure took no more than 5 seconds. Once rearmed, it did not immediately return to formation. Instead, it walked over to a small drone, and with titanium alloy fingers changed the drone's ammunition. How long has it been? A scarred veteran murmured. Already they can change their own ammo and service other equipment. Yes, soon the battlefield will not require us on the front lines, someone replied. Not entirely, there are still many things drones cannot solve. But in future the odds of your foot being smashed by a falling brick should be much smaller. When the veteran finished, he glanced at the soldier who had spoken, a sly smile tugging at his mouth. A few men froze, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. The soldier's face flushed crimson. He lifted a leg, as if to kick. You've been laughing at me for months. Will you ever stop? Shh. The laughter only grew louder. The incident had long become a running joke at the base. During the first assault on Luocheng, the soldier had been careless. A falling brick struck the top of his foot, fracturing it, and putting him out for half a month. Afterwards, whenever anyone carried bricks, someone would mockingly ask, "Shally, can you lift that brick?" But the laughter was soon cut short by an alarm over the comms channel. All units attention. Large-scale movement detected in the target area. Engagement expected within 2 minutes. The laughter stopped. Everyone looked up toward the enormous pit in the distance. On the thermal display, a dense swarm of red dots surged from the depths of the earth at alarming speed. The devourers were on the offensive. They had sensed danger. Lin Xian stood before the large screen, watching the red blips pour forth from the rim of the pit, like an erupting ant swarm, thick, layered, endless. They were all elite types. Heavy armored units led the charge. Enormous beasts clad in thick chitinous plates, whose every step made the ground tremble. Pursuers fanned out on the flanks, their lithe bodies slipping through the ruins like specters. Bonichers hid among them. Once within range, they would spray lethal acid. Missile teams locked coordinates, Chu Tianquo's voice ordered. The long-range rocket artillery site 100 kilometers away was already primed. The artillery commander spoke over the comms. All units stand by. Target area locked, awaiting orders. Chu Tianquo stood before the screen, his gaze sweeping past the myriad red blips and settling on the cluster of devourers just emerging from the ground. Let them come. The true test begins now. 2 minutes is short. But for the Xingtian units that had just completed rearming, it was enough time to run another weapons check and for the drone swarms to climb to a safe altitude. Then the first burst erupted from beneath. Heavy armored behemoths charged at the front at 12. 7mm machine gun rounds struck their hides, sparks flying, but only staggered them briefly. Bonichers lurked inside the hybrid ranks, trying to close to range. The moment they showed themselves overhead, drones spotted them. The drone's identification was simple distance combined with the telltale pre-spray motion of acid spewers. If it turned out to be a mere hybrid, it was simply ill-fitted for the role and paid the price. Hundreds of medium drones carrying anti-armor cruise munitions dove down and released their payloads. The cruise missiles circled like hunting vultures, locked and dived into the mass. Explosions blossomed, but before the acid could be spat, the Bonichers were blasted to fragments. But their numbers were immense. Even if every bullet and every shell took one, it would require time. Hybrids poured through the gap. The first wave surged into the Xingtian formation. One robot was toppled as a hybrid's talons ripped open its chest, plating revealing the dense circuitry and battery. As the hybrid prepared to bite down, the Xingtian wrapped its remaining right arm around it, pinning it to its abdomen with a heavy impact. The hybrid's belly blew open. The blast, shockwave, and searing heat also engulfed the robot, rendering it complete. Another Xingtian was beset by 3 hybrids. It first shot the nearest one's head to pieces, then spun and blasted the second away with a grenade launcher. The third leapt from the side and clamped onto its right arm. Without hesitation, it raised its left arm and aimed the grenade launcher at its own right shoulder. The result was inevitable. Chu Tianquo watched the single shot trigger a series of subsequent detonations and frowned. The command center fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke. Only the data flickered wildly across the screens. Xingtian losses: 437 units. Zheng losses: 3 units. In that brief 2-kilometer clash, even with heavy units taking the brunt up front, once the hybrids penetrated the formation, the outcome was sealed. The battle had ended completely after 10 minutes. The Xingtian battalion had completed its mission, leaving the ground littered with devourer carcasses. Good. Test concluded. Artillery positions await orders. Roger. Coordinates locked. Mu Chao entrance area. Full fire. Plow it through. Yes. In the next second, at the artillery site 100 kilometers away, rocket motors ignited simultaneously, their plumes streaking the night with 320 searing white trails as they roared toward Luocheng. Behind them, heavy burrowing warheads climbed, arced, and then dove. 45 seconds later, the first rocket struck. The earth convulsed violently. Even through the screen, Lin Xian could feel the force of the destruction. Flames advanced in layered waves. The devourer bodies were blown to pieces, rubble was upended, and the ground was furrowed into charred gullies. Then came the penetrators. They dove straight into the vast pit, burrowing 150 meters down before detonating. Fire surged from the earth like a volcanic eruption. The entire Mu Chao entrance was transformed into a sea of fire. The bombardment continued for a full 3 minutes. When the smoke finally began to clear, the screen showed a wasteland utterly turned inside out. The great pit that had once harbored countless devourers had been reduced to an even larger, smoldering, blackened cavern. Stop firing. Chu Tianquo's voice rang out again. Drone Squadron Mechanical Dog Unit deploy. Yep. 200 Fengchuan 2 attack drones rose into the sky, small swift machines designed for alleyway and subterranean combat. Each drone carried 2 micro-missiles and a 5.8mm machine gun. Close behind came the Jifeng 1 mechanical dogs. They were early mass-produced models, already a generation behind the Zheng series. Yet their sheer numbers made them ideal for a war of attrition. The drones were the first to reach the main nest entrance. Infrared cameras showed the pit walls still retaining heat, but there were no signs of life. Burrowing charges had torn a dozen fissures down into the earth, the widest gaped 5 meters across, and slanted into a bottomless dark. 15 minutes later, temperatures fell to the tolerance of mechanical materials, and the drone swarm flowed in. Mechanical dogs followed 4 limbs, finding purchase on the rubble as their sensors glowed red in the gloom. Images streamed back to the command center. Deep within the pit, nothing matched their expectations. There was no soil, no bedrock. Only a dark brown substance carpeting the floor, the walls, even the ceiling. It resembled a thick moss or the hide of some vast organism. The surface bore fine striations like veins. When a mechanical dog trod upon it, the material gave slightly, as if stepping on a living body. Bloody hell, a fungal mat. The thought popped into Lin Xian's head. He muttered inwardly that the thing seemed to cling to everything. If some god had made it, that would be absurd. He could already see echoes of many things in it. Analysis: incoming organic matter exceeds 70% with abundant unidentified microbial communities. Surface temperature 5 degrees above ambient, and it is breathing. A slow rhythmic oxygen exchange, the technician reported. Proceed. The drones and mechanical dogs pressed along the fissure. Along the way, devourers lunged out from the dark. They were solitary, wounded, or still reeling from the bombardment. The drones swept with machine gun fire. The mechanical dogs closed in, fighting with light machine guns mounted on their backs and shotguns integrated into their muzzles. The devourer numbers were quickly diminished. Yet the deeper they went, the more complex the environment became. The mycelial carpet covered everything. Devourers could melt into it and strike from any direction. Losses began to mount. At the same time, kill counts surged. Each mechanical dog before being lost took down at least 3 to 5 devourers. Each drone before crashing carried out a final self-destruct strike. The passages of the nest seemed endless. Still, the mechanical dogs and drones pushed inward. 800 meters. Depth increased, but resistance from the devourers grew sparse. Not absent, but withdrawing into deeper reaches, as if to protect something. The mechanical dog sensors detected an anomaly ahead. The passage suddenly opened into a vast underground chamber. The drones adjusted their cameras and relayed the images back to the command center. It was a cavern with a dome 100 meters high. The walls were entirely sheathed in the mycelial carpet, a dim red glow leaking from its seams like living blood vessels. At the center stood a massive pillar rising from floor to dome, its surface laced with dense veins, an inverted tree composed of flesh. "What is that?" someone whispered. There was no answer. The drone drew closer, the lens zoomed in. Embedded in the pillar's surface were countless translucent sacs, each roughly the size of an adult. Within each sac curled a vague shape, human-like, but not wholly human. Some had developed limbs, torsos, even the contours of faces. Others were little more than amorphous masses slowly writhing in nutrient fluid. The camera swept across an incubator, and the figure inside suddenly stirred. It turned its head. That indistinct silhouette slowly faced the drone's direction. The lens captured the instant that face had eyes. And the eyes were open. At the command center, Lin Hanwen said in stunned tones, "It is trying to create humans." Chu Tianqua immediately looked to him, urging him to continue. Lin Hanwen steadied his voice. The devourers can be understood as exceptionally competent genetic engineers. Their intelligence is not low. Humanity exceeds other life forms in certain kinds of wisdom. Might the devourers contemplate creating humans? If they succeed, their entire capability would take a qualitative leap. Every face in the room darkened. Lin Xian exhaled softly. The other 2 factions could be predicted to fight to the death over any inheritance. The third devourer faction would not surrender either, shifting courses. None of the 3 factions would be an easy target. He thought of Fuxing Shi and the devourers' genetic techniques, polar opposites. The idea of them ever cooperating sent a chill through him. Preserve them for later study and continue the clearance. Tally the numbers. Chu Tianqua broke the silence. He chose not to destroy the specimens, but to retain them. The unknown is the most formidable danger, and peril cannot be allowed to stifle inquiry. They had not seen many of Gaia's top-tier weapons, but they had already encountered this forbidden genetic technology. Rough estimate: at least 3,000 incubation pods on the pillar's surface. No one replied. All eyes fixed on the screen, on that tree of flesh, on the incubation pods that still writhed slowly. Is all the data recorded? Yes, General. Full spectrum scan complete, archive. Good. Order drones and mechanical dogs press on. I want to know how deep these roots run. Yes, sir. On screen, drones and mechanical dogs moved past the giant pillar and kept descending. The mycelial carpet began to change. The ground rose into stout root-like stems from 0.5 meter to 2 meters across, spreading out like blood vessels. Some of those stems pulsed rhythmically on their surfaces like a heartbeat. The drone followed the largest root, plunging 1,000 meters deeper. At last an end came into view, a space 10 times larger than the previous cavern. The dome was so high the drone's lights could not reach the top. On the floor sprawled an indescribable presence. It resembled a colossal heart more than 100 meters across. Its surface was covered with dark red writhing tissue. Countless stems extended from it, rooting into the surrounding strata like blood vessels threading the subterranean world. With every beat the entire chamber trembled. With every beat the pulsing across the mycelial carpet strengthened. "What is this thing for?" Lin Xian murmured. But when the drone was 500 meters from the heart, a roar burst out, and all signals were abruptly severed. The screen went black. "Contact lost. Contact lost." A cascade of reports followed. Chu Tianhua did not move. He stared at the darkened screen in silence for a long moment before saying, "Sound wave." He turned to everyone in the command center. "Prepare another wave of drones. Pound whatever is inside until it cannot make a Wave 1. The reconnaissance team, consisting of 50 drones and 30 mechanical dogs, was annihilated by that roar 500 meters from the heart. Wave 2, tripling in number, surged in from 3 different directions. This time they advanced to 400 meters, but the roars sounded again, with a higher frequency and longer duration. All electronic devices went offline under the impact of the sound waves, as if an invisible hand had severed their nerves. Wave 3. Chu Tianhua changed his strategy. The drones and mechanical dogs no longer advanced simultaneously, but instead moved in batches covering each other, and the sound waves indeed roared again, but this time the targets were dispersed, and the affected area was limited. Only the first 10 or so drones lost contact, and the subsequent units quickly replaced them to continue the suppression. Relying on the mechanical C tactic, the sound finally ceased. In the command center, everyone held their breath, staring at the image on the screen that had stabilized. Lin Xian stared at the still slightly pulsating heart. "What is that?" Lin Hanwen beside him held a tablet displaying the analysis data sent back by the drones. "It might be a source of food." Lin Xian turned to look at him. Lin Hanwen continued, "The beings in those cultivation pods need energy to sustain themselves. The devourers also need to eat. Without ready organic matter, what do they rely on to survive?" Lin Xian pondered. "Professor, are you saying this heart is responsible for nourishing the entire system?" "Yes. It may be absorbing geothermal energy, some form of chemical energy, or more directly those fungal blankets themselves are vast energy collection fields akin to photosynthesis in plants. So it's farming, huh? Is this considered an animal or a plant?" Hearing this question, Lin Hanwen smiled. "Animal. In our area there are similar examples. The green leaf sea cow, a type of sea slug. It looks just like a green leaf. It feeds on a specific type of algae, but does not digest the chloroplasts. Instead it steals them into its own cells. More surprisingly, it can integrate the genes for photosynthesis from the algae into its own genome through horizontal gene transfer, then pass them on to its offspring. Under experimental conditions relying solely on photosynthesis, it can survive for over 10 months. And then there are sea anemones. You've seen them, right? They look like underwater flowers, but in reality, they are predatory animals. Their gene transcription and regulatory mechanisms resemble those of plants. Half plant, half animal, yet they are still classified as animals." After hearing this, Lin Xian looked back at the slowly pulsating heart on the screen, realizing just how outrageous this thing was. Through genetic editing, it fused the advantages of different species. It allowed animals to possess the energy acquisition methods of plants, and plants to have the mobility and predatory capabilities of animals, even attempting to create humans. Initially, he thought the most terrifying thing in the wasteland was radiation-mutated creatures, and those variants that treated their own kind as food. Later he believed it was the group of madmen from the Revival Society, along with those who could drop nuclear bombs at any moment. Now he knew. The truly terrifying thing was not these, but that some entities were attempting to redefine life. Lin Hanwen's voice appropriately sounded, tinged with emotion. "This is undoubtedly the perfect genetic engineer." Looking at the excitement, even a bit of fanaticism on Lin Hanwen and the biologists around him, Lin Xian instantly raised his guard and said, "Those sciences that have broken free from ethics and morality, even if they gleam like stars on the outside, their core has long been hollowed out by danger. No matter how perfect they are merely well-ornamented, dangerous traps." Chu Tianhuo's gaze shifted away from the screen, scanning every face in the command center, nodding as he said, "Advisor Lin is right, a research is necessary, but do not forget the boundaries." "Yes." A group of biologists immediately awoke. His gaze turned to the heart on the screen. The thing inside won't just go silent for no reason. It's either run out of energy, or it's holding back something bigger. We must completely deal with them before it speaks again. Wave 4 of the attack commenced 1 minute later. 200 drones, 120 mechanical dogs divided into 12 combat groups simultaneously wedged into the underground space from 6 directions, with a larger drone force waiting behind to prevent another sound wave attack. As the drones advanced, the underground began to boil. The devourers surged out from every crevice, more numerous and faster than any previous wave. The heavy armorers formed a meat shield at the forefront, braving armor-piercing rounds with their own bodies. Others seized every gap to pounce on the drones. "The loss rate is rising," the staff's voice echoed in the command center. Since the start of the fourth wave of attack, we've lost 73 drones and 41 mechanical dogs, and the advanced speed has decreased. Although losses are increasing, the roar has not sounded again. The energy may have been depleted. Sound wave attacks require vast amounts of biological energy. Lin Xian said. Then take advantage of its weakness and strike harder, increase our numbers. Chu Tianqua's voice. In the face of the inexhaustible mechanical army, the only thing these devourers could do was sacrifice themselves to stall the advance. 200 meters. The fungal blankets began to thin out, replaced by a grayish-white skeletal-like substance covering the ground and walls. The air temperature was rising. For every 10 meters advanced, it increased by 1 degree. 100 meters. The passage suddenly opened up. The drone's lights turned on simultaneously, piercing the darkness and illuminating a space 10 times larger than the previous heart cavern. The ground was flat, covered with a semi-transparent membrane beneath, which liquid flowed slowly. In the center of the cavern lay a presence. Its size was enormous, at least 50 meters from head to tail. Its body resembled a small mountain with its limbs tucked closely to its sides, lacking the bulky, egg-laying form that one might imagine. Its body was elongated with smooth, muscular lines covered in dark green scales, each about the size of a palm, gleaming with a dim metallic luster under the lights. What drew the most attention was its head. It did not have the fierce, twisted, and aggressive form of the devourers. Its skull was smooth and line-proportionate, and one could even say elegant. It was breathing heavily, evidently having suffered considerable depletion from the previous sound wave attacks. This? Lin Xian's voice was dry. Is this the mother body? No one answered. The drones cautiously approached, maintaining a safe distance of 100 meters. The camera zoomed, then everyone saw its eyes. In the command center, as Lin Xian stared at the appearance of the devourer on the screen, a buzzing sound filled his mind. Leviathan of the Sea Emperor. What? He blurted out. No way. This is too. Several people spoke at once, then fell silent, turning to look at him in unison. Gazes met in the air, and in that moment, everyone read the same thought in each other's eyes. You've played it too. Chu Tianquo's gaze shifted from the screen to Lin Xian's face. Advisor Lin, what is Leviathan? Lin Xian came back to his senses and quickly grabbed a tablet, his fingers flying over the database. A few seconds later, he turned the screen towards Chu Tianqua. A creature from the game, the Sea Emperor Leviathan, looks like this. Lin Xian pointed at the screen, and then at the massive creature in the surveillance footage. Except for the differences in the lower half, the rest is somewhat similar. Indeed, it resembles it, but this is not a game, Chu Tianqua said as he took the tablet and carefully compared. Lin Xian nodded. Of course it was not a game. No matter how powerful the Leviathan in the game was, it was merely code, whereas the one before them was alive. On the screen, those dark golden eyes slowly turned, sweeping over the hovering drones, and the mechanical dogs still engaged in battle, finally resting on one of the cameras. In that moment, everyone in the command center felt an indescribable pressure. It was being watched by an entity larger, older, and more unknown than any known creature. Moreover, those eyes were filled with hatred. It should know we're watching it through the cameras. It must have dealt with technological creatures. Lin Xian's voice was low. No one responded. Chu Tianqua stared at the figure on the screen, and without hesitation, take action. There was no rare species protection law against such things. The enmity had already been established, and letting it escape would be like returning a tiger to the mountain. The moment the order was issued, all the drones hovering in the air activated simultaneously. 200 Swarm 2 attack drones ignited their onboard missiles, leaving 200 blazing trails in the sky. Following closely were the Gale 1 mechanical dogs, bursting in from all directions, their mounted guns unleashing a torrent of fire. The devourer began to thrash, but its massive body was too large. 50 meters long, even with countless devourers blocking the way, missiles still found gaps. The first missile struck its flank. The explosion illuminated the dark green scales, yet when the smoke cleared, only a shallow scorch mark remained on the surface of the scales. The second and third missiles followed. Flames lit up the entire underground space. Shockwaves shattered countless incubation pods. Those translucent sacs burst like ripe fruit, and the curled figures inside fell to the ground, convulsing, then became still. Meanwhile, cracks began to appear on the mother Boda's scales. Watching the figure on the screen, Lin Xian felt somewhat embarrassed. What level of defense was this? It had withstood 3 missiles before cracks appeared. If armor were made from its scales, and it took a missile hit, it would probably still die. No one could withstand it. They would be shaken to death. All the biologists quickly gathered in front of the screen, whispering and discussing. The blue whale is the largest animal currently existing on Earth, averaging around 30 meters in length, yet this creature reached 50 meters, almost double the size of a blue whale, and bore such thick scales. This might be why it had always been lying on the ground. This creature broke many common sense barriers in the eyes of these biologists, but considering it was an alien organism, it could be deemed normal. In any case, the moment the portal was seen, the worldview had already been reshaped. No matter how strange this creature was, it was not stranger than the portal. Finally, an anti-tank cruise missile accurately hit the same crack. The scales shattered. A fist-sized wound appeared, its edges lined with fractured armor and dark red tissue. In that instant, the mother body trembled violently. It opened its mouth and let out a roar. Then all signals were simultaneously interrupted. The screen went black. The command center fell into silence. Continue. 30 seconds later, a new batch of drones arrived. On the screen, that vast underground space had been transformed beyond recognition. The previous batch of drones had all crashed, and not a single mechanical dog survived. The mother body was surrounded by other offspring trembling all over its scales covered in cracks, and the open wound was seeping dark red liquid. The Vanguard core has been wiped out, the advisor's voice sounded. Chu Tianqua stood motionless in front of the big screen, watching the trembling giant, observing the hatred and a hint of fear in its eyes. Then he spoke, his voice colder than before. It's meaningless, eliminated. The moment he finished speaking, new signals appeared at the edge of the screen. The second batch of drones took off from the rear position. Then came the third and fourth batches. Continue the attack, and on the screen new combat groups surged into that vast underground space. The mother body still emitted sonic attacks at the most dangerous moments. But this time Lin Xian saw a hint of something different in its eyes. It was exhaustion. It could no longer hold on to those offspring it had nurtured for countless years, were nearly all dead. It itself had also been torn open by missiles. On the opposing side, endless machines were surging forward. It knew. Lin Xian stood in front of the screen watching as those dark golden eyes gradually dimmed. He did not know how many years this mother body had existed. But today it was time for an end. The battle completely ceased after 17 minutes. The last devourer fell when it was less than 20 meters from the mother body. Its torso had been hit by at least 10 armor-piercing rounds, and its limbs had long been broken, yet it was still pushing forward with its chin, using its last bit of strength, trying to shield the mother body. But the mother body had already been killed by a multitude of missiles during the conflict. The last devourer, still pushing forward, finally reached the mother body. It pressed its chin against the mother boda's scales, using its last bit of strength to cling to it, then became still. Lin Xian stared at the scene, pondering for a long time. It wasn't that he felt the scene was tragic and began to sympathize. How long had this thing existed? How many people had it killed? Looking at the half-formed human silhouettes in the incubation pods, how many experiments had this demon conducted to reach this scale? Not worthy of sympathy. He was thinking of another matter. After the mother body died, those offspring still fought desperately to protect it. The last devourer, with all its limbs broken, still pushed forward with its chin. Was this spontaneous or programmed? He had seen so many devourers, from the most ordinary cannon fodder types to the elite ones. Their intelligence was not low, they understood tactics and could cooperate. But there was no fear, no anger, no pain, not even when being swept by gunfire. Yet this one, clearly devoid of combat capability, and with the mother body already dead, still pushed forward. If it was spontaneous, gaining emotions, did that mean they were one step closer to creating humanity? And this was mere. How many such nests were there in more distant places? How many such genetic engineers were silently evolving? The answers to these questions would likely need to be asked of the Revival Society or the force behind Hector. The three factions had fought for so long, they should be very clear about each other's foundations. I declare the reclamation of Luo City plan to be in the final stage. Chu Tianquo's voice startled him. Applause erupted in the command center. Everyone relaxed. Someone took off their glasses and rubbed their eyes hard. Someone leaned back in their chair and exhaled a long breath. Others turned around and high-fived the person next to them. Lin Xian also joined in the applause. To hell with it. After consuming so much ammunition, suffering so many losses of drones and mechanical dogs, and battling the devourers for months, they finally entered the final phase. They would gain a territory where they could develop with peace of mind, enjoying the fruits of victory first. Chu Tianqua stood in front of the big screen, not looking back nor applauding. He stood there gazing at the ruins shrouded in smoke on the screen. Yet Lin Xian noticed that the old man's shoulders had relaxed slightly. In the distance, the smoke was slowly dissipating. That ruin, which had been occupied by the devourers for who knows how many years, finally no longer belonged to them. The bridgehead, now known as Summer City. This name was decided 3 months ago. Some suggested calling it New City, while others preferred to stick with Bridgehead. Ultimately, the higher-ups made the decision: the first mark we leave in this world must let future generations know where it all began. Let's call it Summer City, after the summer of Great Xia. Thus Summer City was officially established. Meanwhile, after several rounds of inspections and discussions regarding Iron Fortress, a final plan was confirmed to demolish and rebuild it as a pure industrial zone. The reason was simple: it was originally an industrial area, and its geographical location wasn't suitable for many residents, plus the living conditions were poor. The buildings were mostly not made of reinforced concrete, so tearing them down wasn't difficult. Rather than spending significant effort on renovations, it was better to clear everything and concentrate those 5 production lines along with other planned factories into a complete industrial cluster. Apart from the workers, the remaining original inhabitants of Iron Fortress and nearby settlements have now moved to Summer City. The population has reached nearly 70 to 80,000. This number in domestic terms wouldn't even count as a county city. But in this wasteland, it has already become a city that resembles a proper settlement. Summer City itself was no longer the temporary camp it had been 3 months ago. Concrete roads extended from the city gates to the end, with houses featuring white walls and blue roofs lined up neatly on both sides. As Mag walked down the road, he glanced around. Outside the supermarket, people were unloading goods, the cafeteria wafted with the smell of cooking oil, and ahead was a school where the sounds of children reading could be heard even through the walls. Not far away there was also a cinema and a park. As he walked, he saw busy construction teams everywhere. They wore matching orange uniforms and safety helmets, and some were clad in powered armor. This engineering version was specially designed for construction teams. The armor was thin, unable to withstand even small-caliber rifles, but it could lift steel and concrete as if it were child's play, easily carrying materials weighing up to 1 ton. If a civil engineering brother from the past were to cross over and see this scene, he would surely exclaim, "The sect's divine artifact, how grand the sacred sect of civil engineering." A veteran passing by looked at the powered armor with a complex expression. "What are you staring at?" someone nearby asked. The veteran withdrew his gaze, letting out a deep sigh. "Nothing, just wondering if the construction team is still hiring." "You, a scout going to the construction site to haul bricks. What's wrong with hauling bricks? It must be exhilarating to wear that thing." A few people nearby laughed. "The military version is still being designed. Once testing is complete, it will be deployed, just wait." Someone added. The veteran waved his hand, saying no more. A few people turned and walked away. Such conversations happened every day in Summer City. And now those living in Summer City knew one thing: the construction teams were always busy, and there was never a shortage of work. Concrete roads needed to be laid, houses built, factories constructed, and schools expanded. The original inhabitants who moved from Iron Fortress were initially nervous, fearing they might wake up one day and be kicked out again. But after seeing the construction teams building things every day, some took the initiative to ask, "Are you still hiring?" Within a few days, people were already learning to operate excavators from the masters, who came from Great Xia. Many soldiers were murmuring if people from Lin Xian Technical School came here, set up a booth, and advertised, wouldn't the registration spots be trampled? At noon in the cafeteria, suddenly someone burst in at the door, their voice loud enough to be heard throughout the entire floor. "Brothers, Luoqing has been reclaimed. Luoqing has been reclaimed." The cafeteria fell silent for a moment, then erupted like water splashed into hot oil. "Luoqing, isn't that the place full of devourers?" "Yes, that's the one. We took it down, so we won't have to fear encountering devourers anymore. Of course their stronghold has been wiped out. The remaining wandering groups won't pose a threat." In a corner of the cafeteria at an inconspicuous table sat 2 people, Mag and Rog. The father and son kept their heads down to eat, but their ears were perked up. The surrounding conversations were seeping into their ears word for word. Mag watched the Gaia people with golden hair and eyes sitting together with arms around each other's shoulders, calling each other brother, as they seemed even closer than the people of Great Xia. 3 months ago, most of these people were still struggling to survive in places like Iron Fortress, eating nutrient paste mixed with sawdust and living in drafty shacks. Now they sat here wearing clean clothes, speaking broken Great Xia language, discussing Luoqing with those beside them. Rog suddenly spoke. Mag snapped back to reality. Rog kept his head down, staring at the rice in his bowl, fell silent for a few seconds, then said, "I want to enlist." Mag's hand holding the vegetables paused for a moment. He looked up at his son. Rog didn't raise his head, but the roots of his ears turned a bit red. "Go ahead. You're not going to stop me?" Rog asked, surprised. "Why would I stop you? I thought." Rog scratched his head. "You would want me to go home and manage the factory. With your brains, manage a factory. You'd lose me a fortune." Rog's face fell. "Dad, can't you praise me just once? Get lost." Rog fell silent, burying his head in his food. Mag looked at his son's expression. The corners of his mouth moved, but he didn't smile. He knew what kind of person his son was: impulsive, reckless, rushing forward with a heated head, not suited for managing. But such a person was fit for the military. Moreover, serving alongside the people of Great Xia was much safer than wandering aimlessly outside. The regular army had discipline, support, and medical benefits. If they lost, someone would come to rescue them. If they won, someone would praise them. Unlike their previous wild ways, dying outside without anyone to collect the body. "Don't embarrass me." Rog raised his head, his eyes shining for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "Okay. Dad, I'm going to sign up now." Mag waved. Rog took a few steps, then turned back. "Dad, is it really okay?" Mag lifted his eyelids to look at him. "If you ask again, go home to manage the factory." Rog dashed away. Mag lowered his head to continue eating. The laughter around them continued. Sunlight streamed in through the window, falling on the faces of those with golden hair and eyes. "Luoqing has been reclaimed." These 5 simple words brought new hope to the people living here. Mag picked up the last bite of food and placed it in his mouth. As he chewed, he couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but the gray sky seemed to be brighter. Sunlight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, shining down on the newly paved concrete road, landing on the construction teams in their orange uniforms, and on the few people at the cafeteria entrance who were walking in arms around each other's shoulders. Mag squinted, looking at the increasingly bright sky. This broken world seemed like it could really become something resembling a life worth living. The cleanup work in Luoqing lasted a full week. When the last batch of data was transmitted back to the command center, Lin Xian and Qin Feng simultaneously received new tasks: a reconnaissance unit and a support unit. Ash City. Lin Xian stared at the coordinates on the tactical terminal, his brows furrowing. That place isn't close to. The straight line distance is 500 kilometers, and the actual journey adds at least another 100. Hills, ruins, mutated creature zones. It's going to be quite a challenge for us. That's why I need you to bring enough supplies, Zhao Qing said as he approached, holding a list of supplies. You'll also need to release balloons along the way to set up the signal network. We are completely in the dark about that area. This mission serves as both reconnaissance and paving the way. Lin Xian looked up. What about you, Captain? He'll bring some people with you. When we pass by the Greystone Manor, I'll handle things there, Zhao Qing replied. The Greystone Manor. Qin Feng pondered. Isn't that the slave owner stronghold we discovered during our last reconnaissance? Yes. With 1 or 2,000 people, around 100 guards, and outdated weapons, we haven't found any connections to the Restoration Society or other forces after investigating for so long. Well, deal with it directly as we pass by to avoid any obstruction. You all continue on to Ash City, and once I'm done I'll return. Lin Xian grinned widely. That's great. With the captain clearing the way, we won't have to worry as much on our journey. Qin Feng also smiled, but remained silent, quietly checking his equipment list. 3 days later, the 3 teams gathered at the entrance of the Pioneer base. 20 armored vehicles and 6 supply trucks were lined up at the gate. But the soldiers' gazes were all fixed on the brand new military power armor inside the vehicle. That thing was far more captivating than the trucks. The military power armor was the heavy Ming 1 model. This was the first batch of military-type armor integrating the best existing technology. Its technological prowess far surpassed that of the engineering type, and while it still required a single bomb to put it down, all the soldiers wore smiles that were hard to suppress. Its appearance was quite similar to the engineering type, with the only difference being the isolation box mounted on the back, containing a solid-state battery. This box utilized the latest thermal barrier coatings and insulation materials, employing designs such as thermoelectric separation to physically isolate thermal management and electrical systems, while utilizing a robust shell to withstand impacts, maximizing the potential to lock away extreme risks. The helmet integrated a complete set of sensor systems for night vision, thermal imaging, communications, and environmental monitoring. An eager soldier put on the new armor and jumped up and down in place. Wow, this must be 3 or 4 meters tall. Oh, I could easily win an Olympic gold medal in this. It's our old loose springtime. The old rascals in the Navy are getting new aircraft carriers and new equipment, while It's our old loose springtime. The old rascals in the Navy are getting new aircraft carriers and new equipment, while we're getting new shoes, and this time we're going straight for power armor. If the brothers at the border saw this, they'd be green with envy. They're still using machetes and spiked clubs, practicing military formations. Soldiers waiting to be equipped looked at the bouncing group with envious eyes. Lin Xian stood at the front of the line, hands on his hips, chin slightly raised, wearing an expression that was a mix of effort to suppress, but still unable to contain the smile. All right, stop jumping. It's time to execute the mission, he said with a serious face. A young soldier nearby leaned over and whispered, Captain Lei, you can't hide that smile either. Lin Xian instinctively touched his mouth, realizing he had been teased, and raised his foot to kick, get lost. A few around him held back their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Zhao Qing walked over from behind, scanning the team. Is everyone ready? Ready. The voices were unified and strong. All right, get in the vehicles, and let's depart. The Greystone Manor was about 100 kilometers from Iron Fortress. The convoy stopped 2 kilometers away. Drones soared into the sky, and mechanical dogs jumped from the vehicles, quickly encircling the manor. Lin Xian stood next to Zhao Qing, watching the real-time footage transmitted by the drones on the screen. There are quite a few people. A crowd gathered at the south gate, armed with guns. These people aren't raiders or mutants. The ones who deserve death are those slave owners. Should we call out to them? Qin Feng walked over. Definitely, Lin Xian grinned. But should we scare them first? I feel that would be much more effective than shouting. Zhao Qing said nothing, merely glancing at him. Lin Xian immediately retracted his smile and said seriously, understood. Only then did Zhao Qing speak, his voice steady. Speakers. The drone flew directly above the manor, and the speaker began to loop the announcement. Everyone listen. Put down your weapons, open the gates, and surrender without harm. Repeating. Put down your weapons, open the gates, and surrender without harm. The voice echoed across the empty hills, reaching every corner of the manor. At the largest house in Greystone Manor, the study door was suddenly pushed open, and a guard rushed in, pale-faced. Sir, the people from the Great Xia have come. The man sitting behind the desk jolted up, dropping the pen in his hand. His name was Collins, the largest slave owner in Greystone Manor, who had operated here for more than a decade. How many people? A lot. Drones, mechanical dogs, and vehicles. Many vehicles. Collins' expression changed, and he pushed aside the chair, rushing out of the study to the rooftop. He climbed to the rooftop and looked outside with binoculars. The next second he froze. Drones were densely hovering directly above the manor. Mechanical dogs were flanking from both sides, already surrounding most of the manor. Further away, a line of armored vehicles was visibly parked, a dark mass. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He suddenly turned around, grabbing the guard who had followed him up, his voice trembling. Quick, gather everyone. Grab your weapons. Drive them back. And unleash those lowly peasants in the manor to block the main gate. Hurry. The guard was terrified by his reaction, but nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. As the guard ran downstairs, Collins turned back into the study, frantically packing his things. Fight. With what? What he did was deserving of the gallows. The only path to survival was to escape amidst the chaos. At the same time, in a dilapidated building in the southeastern corner of the manor, Wasteland and Morton both heard the sound of the speaker outside. They exchanged a glance, seeing fear in each other's eyes. It's the people from the Great Xia. Morton's voice was dry. I know. Wasteland had already stood up, quickly walking to the window and cracking it open to look. Drones were circling overhead and mechanical dogs were advancing towards the manor. What should we do? Wasteland turned around, starting to gather his things. Run. Let's run now. How many people should we take? No one. We're too big of a target. Just the 2 of us should sneak away while it's chaotic. The Great Xia are after big slave owners like Collins. They probably want notice small fry like us. Morton paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. The The two climbed out the back window and disappeared into the alleys of the... At the southern gate, the captain of the guard stood with everyone in front of the recently closed gate. He looked at the drones and mechanical dogs outside, swallowing hard. How are we supposed to fight this? Their most advanced weapons were a few old automatic rifles. Those mechanical dogs had machine guns mounted on their backs. If it came to a fight, they wouldn't even withstand a round of fire. Captain, a young guard's voice trembled beside him. Should we fight? The captain did not answer. He was waiting, hesitating. But he didn't wait long. Boom. A missile shot up from a nearby launcher, exploding less than 500 meters from the southern gate of the manor. Flames soared into the sky. The shockwave raised smoke and dust like a wall that rushed towards them. Even from hundreds of meters away, those at the southern gate could feel the scorching wave of heat. The young guard nearly dropped his gun, trembling like a leaf. The other guards were not much better. Some crouched down to shield their heads while others stepped back, colliding with the wall behind them. The captain of the guard stared at the area still engulfed in flames, the color draining from his face little by little. He slowly turned his head to look at his subordinates, whose faces were ashen. He took a deep breath and grabbed the young guard's gun, forcefully pressing the barrel down. Put down your weapons. Everyone looked at him. What are you staring at? Do you want to fight? Do you think you can win? No one answered. He continued to shout. Do as the speaker says. Put down your weapons and open the gate. After a few seconds of silence, the first person threw their gun on the ground. Then came the second and the third. The iron gate slowly opened. In the distance, Lin Xian watched as the southern gate opened, and the guards gradually dropped their weapons, raising their hands to whistle. Zhao Qing did not immediately send someone in. Instead, he watched the moving red dots on the tactical terminal and said the key-marked ones have fled north. Go and bring them back. Yes. Lin Xian responded, turning to the group of soldiers behind him. The young soldier at the front took a half step forward, puffed out his chest, pressed his lips together, and used all his strength to choke out two words: choose me. The nearby veteran was even more direct, taking a big step forward, almost bumping into Lin Xian, grinning widely, to reveal a mouthful of white teeth. Captain M experienced. I've scouted those directions. The people behind were anxious, desperately trying to move forward. Lin Xian's lips twitched. After squatting in powered armor for so long, only to see a firework, anyone would find it unsatisfying. You and you. Get in the vehicle. He only took 5 people. The others immediately understood they had been left behind, their faces filled with resentment. I can do it too. Captain Lin, next time it's my turn. Lin Xian pretended not to hear and waved his hand directly. Get in the vehicle. The armored vehicle started bypassing the main body of the compound, speeding north. Drones take off. Lin Xian patted the driver's seat. Drive faster, don't let them escape. 4 drones took off from the roof of the vehicle, quickly climbing to a height of 100 meters with infrared cameras locking onto the moving heat signals to the north. They ran away in vehicles, 5 cars, already 3 kilometers out. The driver reported, looking at the screen. Don't worry, they can't escape. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rear door of the vehicle was suddenly yanked open. 3 Zhen 1-type mechanical leopards leaped off the vehicle, landing on all 4s, barely pausing before instantly accelerating forward, their movements fluid and seamless. Lin Xian's eyes widened in amazement. Damn, that's cool. He suddenly turned his head to the driver. Slow down, I want to try it too. The nearby veteran's expression changed. Captain Lei, are you joking? That's too dangerous. Lin Xian patted his powered armor. I'm not stupid. This powered armor has been tested. Can I do something I'm unsure about? The veteran opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. The others exchanged glances and did not persuade further. The driver slowed down. Lin Xian took a deep breath, crouched down, and squeezed out of the vehicle. With a push of his feet, he landed, rolled, got up, and sprinted. He ran a few steps, feeling the thrust from the powered armor, suddenly looking up, and laughter erupted in the channel. Captain Lei, those moves are impressive. Have you practiced? Practiced my ass, it's my first time. All thanks to my agility. As Lin Xian ran, he shouted, did you get it all on camera? I want to show off to Consultant Lin when we get back. We got it. The drone filmed the whole thing in high definition. That's great. The scene instantly became lively. Drones circled overhead in vigilance, the 3 Zhen 1 types leading the charge, followed by the armored vehicle, and behind, that was Lin Xian sprinting in powered armor. With powered armor, Lin Xian's running speed was not much slower than the armored vehicle. With each push off the ground, he could feel the thrust from the mechanical structure, his entire being propelled forward, as if pushed by invisible giant hands. This feeling was 1,000 times more exhilarating than any training simulation. On the vehicle, the 4 selected soldiers leaned against the door, watching Lin Xian with eager eyes. A young soldier couldn't hold back any longer. I want to try too. Without waiting for the others to react, he directly squeezed out of the vehicle and jumped down, mimicking Lin Xian's actions. He landed, rolled again. He rolled 3 more times. He got up, shook his head, then took off running, shouting in the channel, damn. I'm scared to death. I thought I was done for. But it was nothing. Laughter erupted in the channel. Were you rolling on flat ground or rolling down a hill? Who cares? The soldier ran faster and faster. This thing can't withstand missiles, but damn, it's tough. You all get down. The remaining 3 exchanged glances. Then they all looked at the driver. The driver's face darkened instantly. Wait, if you all get down, what about me? You drive slowly. We'll go first. The 3 rushed out, jumping from the vehicle, rolling, getting up, and sprinting. Their movements, though each more awkward than the last, were all stable. Damn, I can really run. This thing is too exhilarating. Hurry, chase Captain Lei. The driver sat alone in the vehicle, watching the figures of the others, his face as dark as a pot's bottom. Of course it's me driving. He muttered, then slammed the accelerator to the floor. Alright, you run, let's see how long you can keep it up. Ahead, the three Jin 1 types had already caught up with their targets. Colin's convoy was racing across the wasteland, the 5 vehicles desperately trying to create distance. But the Jin speed was too fast. The leading Jin lowered its body, exerting its 4 legs, leaping several times before catching up with the convoy. This time they used light machine guns, not the 20mm anti-material sniper rifles, as that would be too inhumane against humans. Da-da-da-da-da. A burst of gunfire accurately hit the first vehicle's tires. The tire exploded, causing the front of the vehicle to swerve violently, flipping over and rolling twice, wheels facing the sky. The following vehicles couldn't stop in time and crashed into it. Boom. A chain collision. Before the smoke cleared, those who could still move climbed out of the vehicles with guns, attempting to retaliate. But the Jin didn't give them a chance at all. The 3 mechanical leopards moved at high speed through the hail of bullets, with bullets hitting behind them, under their feet, and beside them, but not a single one hit. At the same time, the machine guns on their backs were still firing. Those who just raised their guns were hit one after another, some clutching their bleeding hands and screaming, others lying on the ground afraid to move. By the time Lin Xian and the others arrived, the battle had already ended. The 3 Jin squatted beside the ruins, their sensors trained on the captives huddled on the ground, with their heads cradled like 3 shepherd dogs guarding a flock. Lin Xian looked at the scene before him and cursed, damn it. A soldier beside him leaned over. Captain Lei, what's wrong? This leopard runs too fast. I sprinted all the way without even taking a sip of soup, and it's over. He shouted at the Jin, can't you slow down a bit? The Jin naturally did not reply. One even tilted its head, its sensor array pointed at him, as if asking, who are you? Lin Xian became even angrier. Capture them all, and bring them back. He waved his hand, then remembered something. Where are Waylon and Morton? The ruins weren't far away, but the terrain was complex, indeed a good hiding place. I really don't know what benefits these two have given for this compound to be willing to harbor them for so long. Lin Xian muttered. A veteran beside him thought for a moment, is it possible that they had collaborated in Iron Fortress before and captured quite a few people? Or maybe they were originally in cahoots. Lin Xian was taken aback and then nodded, that's quite possible. He looked up at the roof. They eat the meat and we drink the soup. Let's go. Waylon and Morton saw Lin Xian approaching with his men from a distance, instinctively raising their hands. In a sweeping barrage, 4 out of 5 vehicles were overturned, and those who tried to retaliate had no chance to even fire 3 shots before they were brought to their knees. Now the 2 of them were equipped with nothing more than ordinary powered armor, brought from Iron Fortress, and 2 rifles. Fighting like this is the same as seeking death. Lin Xian approached, observing the 2 men with their hands raised, wearing expressions of surrender, and glanced at the empty ruins behind them. They didn't even bring a single subordinate. He twitched the corner of his mouth. So I ran all this way chasing for half a day, only to find you 2 lone commanders. The few beasts had already completed their task, and this little bit of broth. Is this it? He took a deep breath, uninterested in looking at the 2 any longer. Take them all away. At the southern gate of Greystone Manor. After the iron gate was pushed open, the follow-up troops quickly seized control of key points in various locations. In the central open space of the manor, the slaves were gradually driven over, huddled together. The translator followed the team in, holding a loudspeaker, repeatedly shouting in Gaia's universal language, don't be afraid. The people of Daxia do not kill civilians. Later we will register information, treat the injured, and distribute food to those uninjured. The people of Daxia do not kill civilians. Treat the injured, distribute food to those uninjured. The words echoed again and again. Yet the crowd in the open space remained motionless. They merely huddled together, their eyes filled with terror, like a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Zhao Qing stood not far away, his brow furrowed. Something is off. Qin Feng nodded beside him. It is indeed strange. Even if they're scared, it shouldn't be to this extent. We haven't done anything yet, they look like they've seen a ghost. Zhao Qing looked at his aide. Bring that security captain over. A few minutes later, the security captain was brought over by 2 soldiers. His face was pale, unsure where to place his hands and feet, and he dared not look Zhao Qing in the eye. Zhao Qing did not beat around the bush and directly asked, why are they so afraid of us? The security captain was taken aback, lifted his head, then quickly lowered it, his lips moving silently. The aide stepped forward. I'm asking you a question. The security captain shuddered in fright, finally speaking, his voice as faint as a mosquito. Sir, Lord Collins, has been spreading the word. Spreading what? Spreading. He swallowed hard. Spreading that Daxia's soldiers are like marauders and mutants, they like to eat people. Zhao Qing's face darkened. Qin Feng beside him also became grim. They exchanged glances. Who are they? The most disciplined soldiers, and now being portrayed as cannibals. The aide immediately leaned in, lowering his voice. Captain, it seems that just shouting isn't enough. These people have been brainwashed for so long, it can't be reversed with just a few words. Zhao Qing's gaze fell on the group of huddled slaves. Go bring over a few boxes of our rations. And the medical kits. The aide turned to make arrangements. At this moment, the old methods were still reliable. Real food was far more effective than shouting. 10 minutes later, several boxes of compressed rations and medical kits were brought to the edge of the open space. The translator continued to shout. Those who are injured come for treatment. Those who are uninjured come for food. No money. No exchanges. Free. A soldier opened a box, took out a few pieces of compressed rations, broke one off, and took a bite. Then he smiled at the crowd. The smile was somewhat stiff, but it was indeed a smile. Finally, there was movement among the crowd. A thin, bony child was tightly held in his mother's arms, but his eyes were fixated on the rations, his throat bobbing. He stared for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but struggling in his mother's embrace, making muffled sounds. The mother held him tightly, afraid to let go. The child struggled harder, tears streaming down his face, sobbing quietly. That sound was particularly piercing in the silent open space. The soldier chewing the rations paused for a moment, looking down at the ration in his hand, then back at the child. He stood up, took 2 pieces of rations, and walked over. The crowd parted like the tide, giving him a clear path. He reached the mother and child, squatted down, and offered the ration. The child's hand immediately reached out, but was grabbed by the mother. The soldier said nothing, simply placed the rations gently on the ground, then stood up, took 2 steps back, and turned to return to the ranks. Throughout the entire process, not a single word was spoken. The open space was filled with deathly silence. All eyes were on the 2 pieces of rations. The child struggled again, but his mother still did not let go. She lowered her head, looking at the longing in the child's eyes, then turned to stare intently at the 2 pieces of rations on the ground, her lips turning white. People around were watching her. The soldier had already walked far away, returning to the ranks, turning his back to this side, as if nothing had happened. She finally moved. One hand still tightly holding the child, the other hand slowly reached out inch by inch, as if the moment her fingers touched the rations, her whole body stiffened, her fingers trembling slightly. She quickly withdrew her hand and looked up at the soldier's back. That back remained motionless. She looked over at the other soldiers in the same uniform. No one showed a mocking expression, nor did anyone look at her. She lowered her head and picked up the piece of ration. It was heavy, heavier than she had imagined. She brought the ration to her nose and sniffed. There was a faint fragrance, not the smell of mold. The child in her arms squirmed even more, making whimpering sounds, his small hands desperately reaching forward. She finally tore off a small bite. That small crumb was carefully fed into the child's mouth. The child immediately stopped squirming, chewing with his little mouth, while his eyes were still fixed on the remaining rations in her hand. She tore off another bite. Nearby, someone swallowed hard. She didn't hear it. She just kept her head down, feeding her child bite by bite, her eyes slowly reddening. The silence in the open space was finally broken. It was unclear who moved first, but an old man trembled and stood up, taking a step towards the medical kits. The crowd began to stir. By the time the crowd finished eating, everyone's complexion had improved significantly. Zhao Qing looked at the gradually relaxing faces and turned to the security captain. You go tell them we do not eat people. It's Collins who is slandering us. We are here to rescue them, to let them come with us. We will arrange work and food, ensuring no one will go hungry again. As long as they do well, we will go easy on the matters they previously helped Collins with. The security captain was momentarily stunned, then quickly bowed respectfully. Yes, sir, we will go right away. He turned and ran towards the crowd, loudly repeating Zhao Qing's words in Gaia's language. Again and again, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. In those terrified eyes there was finally a glimmer of something else. Someone quietly asked the person next to them, "Is this true?" The person beside shook his head, but his eyes were still fixed on the ration boxes that had not been taken away. The wariness began to loosen. The roar of engines echoed from the north. The convoy led by Lin Xian had returned. The vehicle doors swung open, and Lin Xian leapt down, followed closely by several soldiers escorting a group of captives. At the head of the procession walked Collins, his body caked with dust, his clothes torn in multiple places, and fresh abrasions marring his face. He was half carried between 2 soldiers, stumbling forward unsteadily. Behind him marched the 4 other principal slaveholders of Greyrock Manor, their faces ashen and hollow. Trailing last were their most trusted lieutenants. Meanwhile, Violent's group had been taken elsewhere for continued interrogation regarding Hector. Lin Xian strode up to Zhao Qing and snapped to attention. "Captain, the prisoners have been brought back." Collins, along with his 4 lieutenants, and Violent and Morton, none escaped. Zhao Qing nodded once, his gaze sweeping across the line of captives before settling deliberately on Collins. Collins met his stare. In those eyes flickered fear, bitter resentment, and something else indistinct, perhaps disbelief that the empire he had built over more than a decade had crumbled so utterly. Zhao Qing did not linger on him, but turned instead toward the gathered crowd. "Slaveholders of Greyrock Manor, you know best how you treated them for all these years." His voice boomed across the open ground through the loudspeaker. "Collins, and these 4 lieutenants, stand convicted beyond doubt. Today, here, and now, they shall be executed publicly. The rest will face formal judgment later." No sooner had the words left his lips than a wave of unrest surged through the crowd. Collins' face drained of color. He opened his mouth to speak, but before a sound could escape, the 2 soldiers seized him and dragged him to the center of the clearing. There, erected without warning, stood a makeshift wooden gallows. 5 ropes hung taut from its crossbeam. One by one, the 5 captives were forced beneath it. One man collapsed at the knees, held upright only by the iron grip of the soldiers. Collins thrashed wildly, roaring defiance, until the noose tightened around his throat, choking every cry into silence. Among the crowd, the child who earlier ate dry rations had her eyes covered by her mother's trembling hand, yet the mother herself stared fixedly at the gallows, unblinking. Zhao Qing raised his hand, then let it fall. 5 bodies dropped simultaneously. Only the dull, taut groan of rope filled the clearing. The crowd watched in absolute stillness. They watched the men who had oppressed them for half their lives, until those bodies hung motionless, utterly lifeless. Long moments passed. Then slowly an old man sank to his knees, bowed deeply toward the Xia soldiers, and struck his forehead hard against the earth. Then another knelt. And another. And another. Like wheat stalks bowing before the wind, the crowd, once huddled together like lambs awaiting slaughter, fell to their knees row upon row. No words were spoken. Only the muffled thud of foreheads striking soil, and the long-suppressed fragile sobs finally breaking free. Zhao Qing watched the sea of bowed figures in silence for several seconds. He knew this people were unlike those of Iron Fortress. Their life was harsh, but order still held. Here such order had never existed. Childhood was forfeit, virginity claimed as right, and most firstborn children were aborted. Then he turned to his aide camp, contact Xiaqing, arrange transport vehicles to evacuate the civilians. Yes, sir. He glanced next at the security squad commander. You and your men will search the slaveholders' residences thoroughly. Inventory everything, categorize, document, and remove what is useful, record the rest meticulously. The commander snapped to attention. Yes, Your Excellency. Soldiers accompanied the security squad into the largest, finest houses, turning them inside out. Grain filled half a room, enough to sustain the entire manor for months. There were also the treasures the slaveholders had hidden away, but what truly caught Zhao Qing's interest was the bookshelf in the study. Dozens of thick volumes lined the shelves, some histories and novels written in Gain common tongue, others illustrated compendiums. Beside them sat several obsolete machines, printers perhaps, but long since non-functional. Take them all. These books may help our experts back home better understand this world. Soldiers began packing them into crates. Outside Greyrock Manor's southern gate, Lin Xian stood beside the armored vehicle, gazing toward the bustling manor in the distance. Qin Feng approached and stood quietly beside him. Almost done. Lin Xian nodded, then turned to watch Zhao Qing finishing instructions with his aide-de-camp. Once finished, Zhao Qing walked over. Travel safely, he said. Lin Xian grinned. Don't worry, Captain. We've run missions like this before. Qin Feng nodded firmly. All gear is accounted for, and the route has been fully mapped. We'll scout Ashen City first. No direct contact until we're certain. Zhao Qing studied them both. Intelligence on Ashen City is scarce. Proceed with utmost caution. Lin Xian paused, then sobered instantly, and saluted sharply. Yes, sir. The two turned and climbed into the vehicle. Its engine roared to life, and it rolled northward. Zhao Qing remained rooted where he stood, watching the armored vehicles dwindle into specks on the horizon. Behind him the manor buzzed with activity. The interpreters organizing registrations, soldiers maintaining order, children crying, adults murmuring. A new life had begun. Zhao Qing turned and walked back into the manor. Soon after, the evacuation convoy dispatched from Xiaqing arrived at Greyrock Manor. The civilians boarded in orderly batches. All confiscated supplies, from the slaveholders' homes, were loaded onto the vehicles as well. The security squad commander stood beside the convoy, watching former neighbors, people he'd once shared hardship with, climb aboard one by one. As one woman passed him, she halted unexpectedly. It was the mother of the child who had eaten dry rations. She held her sleeping child close, standing in line before him. He looked at her, and suddenly said, I'm sorry. She blinked, startled, then gently shook her head, uttering nothing, and boarded the vehicle, cradling her child. The commander remained motionless, watching the vehicle recede into the distance. Only after a long while did he turn and walk toward Zhao Qing. For men like him, who had once enforced tyranny, the reckoning awaited. Yet their fate would likely be tempered, not harsh. Perhaps amid the mire of the old order, that single ember of humanity they had clung to spared them from total ruin. An hour later, Greyrock Manor stood utterly empty. Zhao Qing stood alone in its central clearing, gazing upon rows of vacant houses. The 5 corpses had been lowered and buried outside the manor per protocol. He lifted his eyes toward the northern horizon. It's time we returned. He turned and climbed into the vehicle. As the door closed, he cast one final glance back at the desolate manor. Once a stronghold of slaveholders, now nothing at all. The engine hummed to life, and the vehicle rolled steadily toward Xiaqing. Behind it, Greyrock Manor shrank, first to a speck, then vanished entirely beneath the curve of the earth. In the great Xiaorong city, a large crowd gathered in an open space at the edge of the city. Several uniformed police officers were setting up a cordon, while a dozen technicians surrounded a massive white airship busily working with various instruments. The airship was streamlined and entirely white, with 2 thin cables hanging from the bottom, leading down to a receiving device on the ground. Outside the cordon, a young girl was tugging at her boyfriend's arm, standing on her toes to peek inside. What's going on? She asked. The boy squinted for a long time and replied, I don't know, it looks like they are releasing a balloon. But do they need the police to release a balloon? The girl had already pulled out her phone, aiming the camera at the white airship, beginning to record a video. The police glanced this way but paid no attention. With something this large, anyone with sight could see it, or just go ahead and record. A few minutes later, a broadcast vehicle emblazoned with the words CCTV slowly drove up and stopped beside the cordon. The door opened and several people carrying cameras jumped down, followed by a host holding a microphone. The girl's camera immediately shifted in that direction. Wow, even CCTV is here. The boy was also taken aback. What is this? Why such a big fuss? More and more people gathered around, some carrying grocery bags, young parents holding children, and a few who had stopped on their electric bikes to watch the spectacle. The testing continued for nearly 15 minutes. Finally, a technician made an okay gesture to the person in charge nearby, who then picked up a walkie-talkie and said something. The airship moved. It slowly left the ground, initially at a slow pace, then increasingly faster, ascending into the sky. The crowd erupted in gasps of surprise. It's going up, it's going up. How high will it fly? Look at that rope, so thin, won't it snap? The airship rose higher and higher, gradually becoming a white, finally hovering in the sky, motionless. The CCTV host had already stepped in front of the camera microphone at the ready, speaking clearly and steadily. Dear viewers, I am currently at the floating wind power generation experimental site on the outskirts of Rome City. Today, our country's independently developed Lin Xian 1 floating wind turbine is undergoing its final public test. After years of technological breakthroughs and on-site verification, today, this wind turbine has successfully ascended to an altitude of 6,000 meters, which is the best height achieved during tests so far. Unlike traditional wind power, the floating wind turbine utilizes stable and strong airflow at high altitudes with an efficiency 2 to 3 times that of land-based wind power, while being unaffected by ground terrain and weather. More crucially, that cable less than 10 millimeters in diameter combines numerous new materials encompassing power supply, communication, and structural support in one single cable. According to the project leader, the Lin Xian 1 is equipped with a 3.6 megawatt generator capable of generating enough electricity to meet the annual power needs of 3,000 households under ideal conditions. Currently, this technology has entered the commercial application phase. The first batch of commercial units will officially connect to the grid next month in the Northwest region. Meanwhile, some in the crowd took out their phones, vigorously snapping photos of the white dot in the sky. Some began searching for news online. A few others gathered together, whispering, 3,000 households. A whole year. If we could get more of these, would our electricity bills go down? Of course they would go down. If costs decrease, how could prices not drop? In summer, we could run the air conditioning 24 hours. The video was quickly uploaded online. The comments section exploded. Wow, it's like Big Hero 6. Summer is coming, will this lower our electricity costs? Yet there were skeptics. Floating wind power. Are you kidding? That thin rope can withstand high-altitude winds. What if it can't withstand lightning? Are you sure this isn't a movie prop? The debate continued throughout the afternoon. Until 7 in the evening, the news broadcast began. The host's clear and articulate voice echoed through countless homes. The project leader has confirmed that the technology is fully matured, and the first batch of commercial units will connect to the grid next month. In the next 3 months, over 500 units of the same type will be deployed in urban areas and their surroundings, islands, plateaus, and mining areas. At that time, our country will move towards a more affordable and cleaner era of electricity at a faster pace. The comments section was in a frenzy. Wow, are we entering a sci-fi world? Our country is quietly doing great things. 500 units in 3 months isn't enough, though. How much will each city get? Even multiplying that by 10 wouldn't be too much. If production capacity can ramp up quickly, I want to run the air conditioning 247 this summer. When electricity costs drop and air conditioning is free, is it time for housing freedom next? Hey there, wake up. When the news reached across the ocean, the Pentagon was just beginning a new day. At 6 a.m. Eastern Time, sunlight streamed through the windows. However, in the control room, the curtains were tightly drawn, and the screens were looping videos of the public test shot by netizens. Several technicians had stayed up all night, analyzing whether the Great Xia was deceiving them with grandiose promises. They were all too familiar with such tactics. The door of the conference room swung open, and the project leader walked in, his tie askew, clearly having been urgently awakened. The news broadcast from Great Xia has confirmed that the technology is real and will soon enter the commercial phase. Find out where the core technology of this thing comes from. Why have we not heard a whisper about it? Yes. The number of coffee orders at cafes around the Pentagon had tripled compared to usual. Everyone was frantically drinking coffee to stay awake. Meanwhile, a larger reaction was taking place in the international crude oil futures market. As the market opened, oil prices plummeted by 6. Although the direct competitors of floating wind power are coal and natural gas, oil companies are also major electricity consumers. If they switched to cheap floating electricity, their costs would be considerably lower than their fire-powered competitors, forcing the entire industry to transform. Moreover, some countries still directly generate electricity from crude oil, such as the camels that burn vast amounts of crude oil daily during peak summer electricity usage to keep the grid operational. If floating wind power spreads widely, this demand will evaporate in an instant. The only support for oil prices is if the camels lead in reducing production. However, reducing production means losing market share. Once camels cut production, the shale oil from the Eagle Nation will surge like sharks, sensing blood, frantically increasing production to seize the market. This time the situation is even more complicated. The Eagle Nation detests Great Xia, and that sentiment has never changed. However, inflation issues and trade wars keep product prices high. If energy costs can decrease, the overall social costs will fall, living expenses can reduce, and inflationary pressure can ease. On one side is a strategic rival, and on the other the lifeblood of the economy. Only they know how the Eagle Nation will react. After the new president took office, Eagle Sauce has been racing ahead in a direction that others do not understand. As the report landed on the Oval Office desk, President Don Knapp had just awakened. The chief of staff placed the folder on the desk and slid it forward. Sir, here is the detailed report on Xia's airborne. I've seen the news, Don Knapp replied, glancing briefly without touching it. 6 kilometers high, 3. 6 megawatts. Sounds too good to be true. Sir, it's not hype. The technology is likely genuine. Don Knapp slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze on the chief of staff. Tablet. An aide immediately handed him a tablet. He promptly posted on the social platform he founded. Xia has built a wind generator that floats in midair at 6 kilometers altitude. Eagle's wind power leads the world. Now they've been overtaken. Impossible. It's all fake. That thing is just a balloon disguised as a turbine to deceive everyone. I warned you long ago wind turbines cause cancer, and now they're pumping carcinogens 6 kilometers into the sky. Second post, just received top secret intelligence. Their so-called Lin Xian system was inspired by the animated film Big Hero 6. Using cartoons for national strategy. Xia is mocking us. Eagles lead in real innovation, while others merely watch cartoons. Tragic. Don Knapp tossed the tablet onto the desk, leaned back in his chair, and exhaled deeply. Summon the think tank. I need to know exactly what this thing is. 20 minutes later, 3 think tank experts sat across from Don Knapp, each with an identical report before them. Don Knapp lounged with one leg crossed over the other, holding a can of cola, his gaze sweeping slowly across their faces. Speak. Is it real or fiction? The expert seated in the center spoke first, adjusting his glasses. Don Knapp's hand paused midair. Say that again. We verified it repeatedly. All relevant materials exist in our labs. The foundational theory is well understood. The challenge lies in mass production. They've manufactured it, and at a cost low enough for commercial viability. We cannot. Why not? Large-scale production of carbon nanotube fibers yield rates of graphene-based conductive layers. Every critical component remains stuck at the laboratory stage for us. They've solved them all. Don Knapp slammed the cola can down. Then build one for us. I'm launching the Don Knapp Airborne Wind Power Initiative. Twice their scale. Have the media cover me exclusively. No mention of Xia. Another expert ventured cautiously, Sir, industrial supply chains and cost projections. Don Knapp waved him off. Irrelevant. What matters is that people believe we have it. Then we do. He turned to his chief of staff, standing nearby. Amplify the narrative. Understood. Yes, sir, the chief snapped to attention. The next noon, Lin Xian opened the door and, having just finished lunch at the Zhuolong base, idly scrolled through his phone. A cold smile flickered across his face. He'd known this would happen. Trending topic 1, Xia Airborne Wind Power. Tapping in the top post came from a verified, prominent commentator. A black and white artistic portrait served as the avatar captioned. While wind power technology has indeed broken new ground, consider this. Yes, winds are stronger at 6 kilometers. But what about transmission losses? Anyone who studied junior high physics knows the longer the distance, the greater the loss. The technology is sound, but let's not overhype it. As always, stay calm, objective, and think independently. Top comment. Well said. The caution is justified. Blind optimism serves no one. Second comment. Physics TA here. HVDC transmission losses aren't nearly that severe, and they're using graphene. Third comment was buried. Lin Xian scrolled down. Another verified account, labeled Environmental Advocate, had published a long-form essay titled Airborne Wind Power Clean Energy, or Avian Graveyards. The piece began with a disclaimer. I am not opposed to new energy. Midway, it cited extensive data asserting that major migratory bird routes coincided precisely with the skies above Xia's principal cities. It concluded with a call to suspend deployment pending comprehensive environmental impact assessment. Comment section erupted. Brilliant point. I was wondering about this yesterday. In Xia's eyes, only GDP matters, not avian lives. Europe abandoned terrestrial wind farms decades ago for ecological reasons. And here we are launching straight into the stratosphere. He scrolled further. An account with AU.S. based IP address opened with NYC-bound. Just landed. Its lengthy article argued that the United States had experimented with airborne wind power in the 1980s, only to abandon it as economically unviable. Xia's current effort, therefore, was merely scavenging discarded technology. Comments flooded in, of course. It's reheated leftovers. Technology Americans discarded is now our crown jewel. Victory intoxication, another win. He switched platforms. Question: how do you assess our newly developed Lin Xian 1 airborne wind turbine? Top voted answer began, PhD candidate in physics. Uninvited but compelled to respond. It proceeded with dense equations demonstrating low wind energy density, atmospheric turbulence at altitude, and prohibitive maintenance costs, concluding electricity from PowerPoint slides, a modern-day water tool hoax. The comments section devolved into chaos. Official test data were dismissed as fabricated. Explanations of carbon nanotubes' tensile strength were met with lab results don't translate to mass production. When asked, how then do you explain its commercial deployment? Replies retorted, commercialization doesn't guarantee profitability. It's just subsidy harvesting. Others sneered, congratulations, Xia wins again on yet another misguided track. While Europe and America focus on AI, semiconductors, and biotech, Xia doubles down on wind, solar, and infrastructure. They build rockets. We build giant windmills. Excellent. Intoxicated by victory. Keep winning. Lin Xian shook his head, grimacing. The flavor was unmistakably pungent. Traditional public intellectuals, conditional qualifiers, eco-priestesses offering well-intentioned warnings, colonial apologists chanting victory intoxication, and another win for rational moderates cloaked in neutrality, yet dripping with irony, and overseas Xi skeptics. Their rhetoric remained unchanged, only the vessel varied. Yet numerous content creators pushed back. A tech channel creator had just uploaded a video titled, "Reality Strikes Back, Too Fast. Foreign Doubts on Xia's Airborne Wind Power," and then, clicking in, the creator methodically dismantled each criticism, those citing transmission losses. Look up HVDC efficiency rates yourself. Concerned about birds? At what altitudes do most migratory species fly? Below 300 meters, most below 100. How many species even reach 6 kilometers? And where do they dwell? Yes, they tried it in the 1980s. They failed. They quit. We succeeded. Is that truly discarded? 3 hours after release, views exceeded 2 million. Comments scrolled endlessly, truth exposed. Respect the creator's courage. Let them seethe, we revel. In the comments, someone shared Don App's tweet screenshot. Beneath it, a cascade. Consultant Lin, what are you reading? Your expression shifts like a chameleon's. A voice broke in beside him. Lin Xian turned. Wang Jingwo stood there. Nothing much, just catching up on the news. Outside, things are quite lively. Wang Jingwo stepped beside him. Let them make noise. No amount of talk will change reality. Our work proceeds regardless. Lin Xian nodded. The response from the great Xia to Donald Trump's statement was merely a video posted by a spokesperson from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on social media, which quickly exploded across global social platforms. In the footage, the entirely white Lin Xian slowly ascended, climbing higher and higher until it hovered at an altitude of 6,000 meters. The scene shifted, displaying real-time data on power generation stable as a straight line. Following that, there was a detailed introduction on how electricity was generated and transmitted to the ground. The comments section went completely wild. Wait, is this real? 6,000 meters. That's taller than Mount Fuji. We're still experiencing power outages, and they've already built a power station in the sky. Donald Trump says it's fake. Can someone make one shaped like Donald Trump? This comment received a lot of likes. Amidst the online chaos, Lin Xian chose not to join in the fray. Lin Xian and the others were already nearing Ashen City, and he wanted to see the situation in this grand city. Ashen City, 200 kilometers away. Lin Xian and Qin Feng were lying behind a cover using a drone to monitor the ruins 2 kilometers ahead. That was a tribe of mutants. The footage transmitted back by the drone showed dozens of mutants gathered around a bonfire cooking the meat of an unknown animal. Their weapons were very primitive spears, bone knives, and a few rusty machetes. Is this it? Lin Xian scoffed. Qin Feng nodded. After observing for a while and confirming there were no other threats, Lin Xian stood up, stretched his shoulders, and looked at the 20 soldiers behind him wearing powered armor. Brothers, it's time to move. You've been cooped up for too long, let's get those muscles moving and switch to heavy machine guns. The soldiers' eyes instantly lit up. Lin Xian grinned. Split into 3 groups and circle from the left and right, and leave the front to me. Remember, act swiftly and decisively. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, 20 figures sprang into action simultaneously. The hydraulic systems of the powered armor emitted a faint hum as the soldiers charged out from cover, like cheetahs swiftly darting through the ruins. At the front, Lin Xian took the lead. The mutants finally noticed them, but it was already too late. The soldiers on the left were the first to rush into the power granted by their armor, made their sprint astonishingly fast, and before the mutants could even raise their spears, the machine guns had already opened fire. The gunfire swept across. The small caliber firearms had limited effect on the thick-skinned mutants, but this was a heavy machine gun, and the first row of mutants fell like wheat being harvested. 3 minutes later, the last mutant fell. The battle was over. Lin Xian grinned, ear to ear, shouting into the channel. Count the numbers, gather the equipment, and continue heading north. The soldiers dispersed reluctantly. A young soldier leaned over to Lin Xian and whispered, Captain Lei, can we do it like this next time? Lin Xian shot him a sideways glance. Depends on your performance. The soldier straightened his back immediately. I've always performed well. Lin Xian ignored him and turned towards the armored vehicle. Behind him, the soldiers were still chattering excitedly about their recent combat achievements. The convoy quickly stopped in the plains. Lin Xian crouched down, staring at the map on the tactical terminal with less than 200 kilometers left to Ashen City. We can't release any more balloons at this distance. We might easily be detected and cause conflict. Qin Feng walked over and stood beside him. Lin Xian nodded. I was thinking the same. It'll take a few people to scout the gathering point ahead. You stay with the main force behind, maintaining a 30-kilometer distance. Signal if anything happens. Qin Feng frowned. A few people. Don't worry, it's not a fight. We're just gathering information is something I'm good at. Qin Feng nodded. Be careful. Got it. The gathering point was less than 10 kilometers from where they stopped. Though called a gathering point, it was really just a haphazard assembly of a few wooden shacks crookedly squeezed next to a dry riverbed. When Lin Xian's armored vehicle approached, he saw the group of people from a distance who, like startled rabbits, picked up their weapons and hid behind cover. Dozens of pairs of eyes were fixed on the increasingly close armored vehicle. Lin Xian patted the driver's seat. Stop, let the drone speak. The drone ascended, hovering above the gathering point, and the loudspeaker began to play on a loop. Don't be nervous. We are traders here to make transactions. We are not here to fight. Repeat, we are traders here to make transactions. The people below remained motionless. Lin Xian waited a few seconds and shouted again. Still no movement. Hey, these folks are quite cautious, Lin Xian grinned. Then let's get a bit closer. The armored vehicle slowly moved forward and stopped less than 100 meters from the gathering point. The vehicle door opened and 3 soldiers jumped down their sensor arrays, scanning back and forth. Then Lin Xian followed suit. The powered armor landed steadily with a dull thud. The faces of the people across visibly paled. Lin Xian took a couple of steps forward, raising his hands to indicate he wasn't carrying any weapons, although the powered armor he wore was a weapon in itself. Don't be afraid. We really are here to trade. Whether the guns you have can penetrate our armor is uncertain. If we really wanted to harm you, the mechanical panther would suffice. He waved his hand behind him. A soldier opened the vehicle's compartment, pulled out a few boxes, and placed them on the ground. Compressed rations, canned food, bottled water. The crowd on the opposite side exchanged glances. Lin Xian stepped forward another pace. Can someone come out to talk? Just one person. We won't make a move. Silence. Then a voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone step aside. The crowd automatically parted to make a path. A man in his 30s stepped out, slender build with a long scar running from the corner of his eye down to his chin. He stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds, then glanced at the soldiers behind him, finally, settling his gaze on the boxes of food. Who are you? Lin Xian extended his palm. In the next second, the armor on his fingers retracted, revealing 5 agile fingers. Then he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and handed it over. He hadn't originally known what this function was designed for, but now he understood it was indeed useful. Brother, have a smoke first, let's chat slowly. The man was momentarily taken aback, then quickly accepted the cigarette, sniffing it at his nose, his eyes immediately lighting up. Good smoke. Lin Xian pulled out a lighter and lit it for him. The man took a deep drag, squinted his eyes, and after a while slowly exhaled. What do you want to ask? He wasn't foolish, judging by the stances of the people opposite and the smoothness of lighting the cigarette with powered armor. It was obvious they were a group of warriors. He didn't believe they were traitors, but he wasn't overly fearful either. This was managed by Ashen City. Lin Xian smiled. What do you go by, brother? Just call me Lao Ku. Lao Ku, when did you come to the surface? Lao Ku took another puff of his cigarette, gazing at the gray sky in the distance. Almost 10 years ago. 10 years. Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Your shelter can last that long. Not bad. I've seen the earliest ones come out over 50 years ago. Lao Ku shook his head, letting out a bitter laugh. Our shelter could have lasted another 10 years, but something happened forcing us to come out early. Lin Xian nodded slightly, not asking further, but took out a packet of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over. Take it, smoke slowly. Lao Ku was taken aback for a moment, took it, looked at the packet of cigarettes, then glanced at Lin Xian. Thank you, how can I help you? Lin Xian pointed to the north. Ash City. How much do you know? Lao Ku's hand. He stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds, then lowered his head and took another puff of his cigarette. Silence lingered for a long time. Lin Xian did not rush him, just stood there waiting. Finally Lao Ku spoke. Not much. But what I know I can tell you. Ordinary people in Ash City rarely come out. Only exploration teams and merchants actively venture outside. Lin Xian nodded, signaling him to continue. Their technology is very advanced. How advanced? Lao Ku thought for a moment. Flying cars, Gauss rifles, optical combat suits, and exoskeletons. They have inherited many relics from the old era. Lin Xian's hand paused. What? Lao Ku thought he hadn't heard clearly, and repeated it again. Lin Xian had a look of disbelief, glancing back at the soldiers behind him. The expressions of those few people were similar to his. Bring over a few boxes of food quickly. Yes. A few minutes later, 2 soldiers ran over carrying a box of canned food and a box of self-heating meals, placing them in front of Lao Ku. Lin Xian sat down on the ground, patting the ground beside him. Lao Ku, come sit down and chat. Let's eat while we talk. Lao Ku stared at the pile of things, stunned for a few seconds. Over at the gathering place, dozens of eyes were fixed on this side. Lin Xian waved to them. Come over. Let's eat together. Don't be polite. No one moved. Lao Ku turned back and shouted, come over everyone. The crowd finally stirred. They cautiously walked over, their eyes fixed on the soldiers, on the mechanical dogs, and on the food. Lin Xian picked up a box of self-heating food, tore open the packaging, poured in water, and handed it to the person in front of him. Wait 2 minutes, it will be hot and ready to eat. He turned his head and continued talking to Lao Ku. The optical combat suits and exoskeletons you mentioned earlier, have you seen them? I have seen them. Then why don't you go to Ash City? They're so powerful a life, there must be good. Lao Ku did not answer him. He lowered his head, took another puff of his cigarette, pressed the butt into the ground, and remained silent for a long time. We went there once. And then, oi. Then. Lao Ku frowned, as if trying to find the words to describe that feeling. It felt strange. Strange. Lao Ku pointed to his old rifle. Look at this thing, it's broken, right? But in Ash City, I didn't even have the chance to touch a gun. On the first day inside, weapons were confiscated, clothes were issued, accommodations were arranged, and we had to wake up, eat, and work at fixed times every day. The young man beside him interjected. It's like being in prison. Exactly, it's like being in prison. Lao Ku nodded. They provide food and housing, but you just feel like you're not human, you're... What was it? A robot. Yes, a robot. And those administrators would walk past you without even glancing your way, making you feel like... The young man nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. We stayed there for half a month, but we just couldn't take it anymore, so we ran out. Lin Xian exchanged glances with a few soldiers. Did they let you leave? Yes, they didn't stop us. They seemed indifferent to whether others stayed or left. All the mutated beasts and mutated humans within 200 kilometers have been cleaned out by them. There are many gathering places like ours nearby. As long as we don't touch their resource areas, they generally don't care about us. Resource areas? Yes. They often send exploration teams outside to look for mines and relics from the old era. Once they find something, they designate it as a resource area, and no outsiders are allowed in. Sometimes when they lack manpower, they will come to hire us to work. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. He asked a few more questions, and Lao Ka told him everything he knew. Finally, Lin Xian stood up and patted the dirt off his clothes. Lao Ka, thank you. You can keep these things. He pointed to the boxes of food and the packet of cigarettes. Lao Ka was taken aback. You're leaving just like that? Yes, I have things to do. Lin Xian turned to leave, then stopped. By the way, do you have any books here? Books from the old era, anything will do. We can trade for them. Lao Ka thought for a moment, turned back, and shouted to the crowd, who has books? There was a stir in the crowd. A few minutes later, someone walked over holding a stack of tattered old books. History, mechanical repair manuals. There was even a children's picture book. Lin Xian flipped through them and nodded. All right, well, he waved his hand back. The soldiers brought over 2 more boxes of canned food. Lao Ka looked at the 2 boxes of canned food, opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Lin Xian smiled at him, turned around, and jumped into the vehicle. The door closed, and the armored vehicle started heading back in the direction they came from. Lao Ka stood in place, watching the vehicle gradually shrink in size. He looked down at the packet of cigarettes in his hand, then glanced at the few boxes of canned food on the ground. What kind of person is this? He muttered. Inside the armored vehicle, the veteran leaned over, speaking in a low voice. Lin Xian, something's off about Ash City. Lin Xian leaned back in his seat. I'm not stupid, do I know that? He opened his eyes and looked out at the rapidly retreating wilderness through the bulletproof glass. A force that's strong, hiding in a territory of 200 to 300 kilometers, not coming out for decades. Still cold and indifferent, doing things by the book, treating people like robots. He shook his head. Not coming out is understandable. There must be something important they are guarding, but why do the upper echelons of Ash City manage people like robots? Is it very efficient? The veteran nodded. So what should we do? Lin Xian picked up the communicator. First, report up and let the base analyze. We can't afford to act recklessly with just our small number of people. The communication was connected. Base, this is Lin Xian. I have important intelligence. Our request to connect with Captain Zhao. 3 seconds later, Zhao Qing's voice came through. Speak. Captain, the situation in Ash City is far more complicated. Just as Lin Xian's voice fell, boom. The vehicle shook violently, and the driver instinctively slammed on the brakes. Lin Xian's had almost hit the front seat, and the communicator in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. What happened? Lin Xian ahead. The driver's voice caught in his throat. Lin Xian looked up, peering through the bulletproof glass at the front. On the originally empty wilderness, there were now a dozen people standing. No, not just in front. To the left, to the right, and behind they were surrounded. One after another, figures emerged, as if sprouting from the air. They wore tight-fitting combat suits in shades of gray and black, with faint glimmers of light flowing across the surface, as if just stepping out of an invisible state. Each person held a strangely shaped gun. It should be a Gauss rifle, the kind that old Ku just mentioned. The gun barrels were all aimed directly at the armored vehicle. Inside the vehicle, everyone's breath stopped. A voice from the communicator belonging to Zhao Qing carried a clear sense of urgency. Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what's happening? Lin Xian lowered his voice, but spoke rapidly. Captain, we are surrounded by a group of people who can turn invisible and are armed with Gauss rifles. They have inherited quite a bit from the old era. Their technology is advanced. The situation is somewhat complicated. How many are there? At least 20, all in combat gear. Just then a voice came from outside. A person stepped out from the group, stopping about 10 meters from the armored vehicle, speaking clearly. Da Xiao, people come down. Lin Xian looked through the window and locked eyes with that person for a second. The expression on the person's face was devoid of emotion, their gaze calm like a stagnant pool, revealing neither hostility nor goodwill. In the communicator, Zhao Qing's voice rang out again. I heard it. Lin Xian, tell them, we don't seek trouble, nor do we fear it. I've already notified Qin Feng over there. The location is locked in. Understood. He did not hang up the communicator, tucking it into his inner pocket to ensure the microphone could pick up sound. Then he opened a storage box beside him and stuffed a pack of unopened cigarettes into his pocket. The veteran next to him widened his eyes. Team leader Lei. It's fine, I'm going to have a chat. It's too dangerous. If they wanted to take action, they would have shot earlier. Lin Xian pressed the veteran's shoulder. You all stay put, aim your guns. If anything happens to me, don't worry about me, just find a way to escape. With that, he opened the car door and jumped down. The moment his feet hit the ground, he felt dozens of gazes fall upon him simultaneously. He raised both hands, forcing a harmless smile on his face. Brothers, let's talk peacefully. We're here for trade, not for a fight. The person who spoke stared at him, silent. The armed figures around them remained motionless. The atmosphere remained tense for 3 seconds. Just then a voice came from further away. Zero, just scare them a bit, that's enough. A black hovering vehicle was parked 100 meters away, having appeared out of nowhere. The door of the vehicle was open and a person leaned against the door, their face obscured, but it was clear they were holding a steaming cup that looked like coffee. Holy crap, Hector. Hector set down his cup and looked Lin Xian up and down. Your stuff is really nice. What's your name again? The one who often follows Zhao Qing. Lin Xian's expression darkened instantly. Lin Xian. Right, that's it. Hector nodded as if finally recalling a trivial detail. Sorry, my memory isn't great, don't mind me. Lin Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. What are you doing here? Since the day I ran out of Iron Fortress, I knew you would eventually come to Ashen City, so I gave Zero a heads up in advance, and I ended up waiting for you for nearly 4 months. Wait, you've been waiting for us. What else could I do? Hector placed the coffee cup on the roof of the vehicle, turning to the person called 00. Talk to Rodriguez, this place. I will take them to the city lord's mansion. The person called 0 still wore a blank expression. A few seconds later he merely nodded and turned to walk back. The armed figures around also began to retreat with him. Then they simply vanished into thin air. Lin Xian's eyes widened as he watched them disappear one by one. Holy crap. Even after witnessing it again, it still shocked him. He moved his lips, almost exclaiming awesome, but forcibly swallowed it back. Hector observed him and smirked slightly, then turned and boarded the black hovering vehicle, driving it up to him before getting out. He walked up to Lin Xian and extended his hand. Communicator. I need to talk to Zhao Qing. Lin Xian stared at him for 2 seconds, then pulled out the communicator from his inner pocket and handed it over. Hector took it, pressed the call button, and held it to his ear. Captain Zhao, long time no see. Then Zhao Qing's voice came through the communicator. Long time no see, Hector. I didn't expect to see you here. What's unexpected about it? Hector leaned against the vehicle, appearing relaxed. I thought you would arrive in Ashen City soon, but instead you stayed cooped up in Luoxing for months. If it weren't for my patience, I would have left long ago. Enough. Who exactly are you? Just a deserter. A deserter. Deserters aren't executed or imprisoned, and they can still be out and about. Forget it. If you don't want to say, then don't. Let's get to the point. Tell me what you can say. What do you want? Hector smiled. That's the spirit. Give me the cigarettes and alcohol you brought, and I'll share a piece of it. The communicator went silent for a second. Lin Xian, give it to him. Lin Xian stood at attention. Yes. Follow me, I don't have. He turned and ran towards the back of the convoy. Hector followed leisurely. When they reached Qin Feng was already waiting by the vehicle. He learned of the situation from the communicator, and his expression was neither good nor bad. A total of 5 boxes. He pointed to the neatly stacked boxes by his feet. We only brought this much. Hector crouched down, opened a box, took out a cigarette, and sniffed it. This is it. If you hadn't come, I would have run out of supplies. Help me load it onto the vehicle. Qin Feng waved his hand. Several soldiers immediately stepped forward and loaded the boxes into the trunk of the hovering vehicle. Hector stood up, dusting off his hands, and looked at Lin Xian and Qin Feng. Once you enter the city, you don't need to look for anyone else. Just find Rodriguez. Rodriguez. Qin Feng frowned. Yes, the city lord of Ashen City. The other administrators, regardless of their rank, are all managed by the powerful AI 0. The team you just saw is also under his command. The air suddenly fell silent. Lin Xian opened his mouth, but couldn't find his voice. Qin Feng also froze for a few seconds. All of them. His voice was a bit dry. All of them. Hector nodded. The army, the patrols, the exploration teams, and city management are all under Zero's authority. Rodriguez is only responsible for 4 things: guarding the city, making decisions, finding ways to eliminate the revival society, and drinking. Qin Feng finally found his voice. Aren't you afraid of encountering a mechanized crisis? Hector didn't answer immediately. He extended his hand, pointing at the surrounding wasteland and the gray sky. What's there to fear when this place has turned into this? And maybe encountering it would be a good thing. No matter the old or new humanity, they would unite in the end. You take the east, I'll take the west, and we'll split the heritage. How wonderful. Qin Feng's face darkened for a moment. You're too extreme. As far as I know, the Revival Society enjoys doing strange sacrifices, which is not friendly to ordinary. Hector scoffed dismissively. Is that all? He looked at Qin Feng with an unmistakable hint of mockery in his eyes. Haven't you encountered nations that enjoy sacrifice and cannibalism, wanting to hit them in your heart, while also coexisting peacefully with them? Qin Feng's face grew darker. He had no words. The truth. Hector patted his shoulder. The force neither too heavy nor too light. You're still too young. Qin Feng's lips twitched, but Hector offered no chance for questions. He turned and strode toward the hovercar, tossing over his shoulder without glancing back. Let's go. We mustn't keep Rodriguez waiting too long. Qin Feng remained rooted in place, watching Hector's retreating figure for 2 seconds before turning to Lin Xian. Just you? Lin Xian blinked in surprise. I'll take 2. Qin Feng replied, gesturing toward 2 seasoned veterans behind him. You stay, maintain vigilance. If I don't contact you within 24 hours. He left the sentence unfinished, but its meaning hung heavy in the air. Lin Xian's face darkened momentarily, then he gave a terse nod. Be careful. Qin Feng, flanked by the 2 veterans, quickened his pace to catch up. Hector had already settled into the driver's seat. Seeing them board, he said nothing, only tilted his chin toward the rear seats. Hold on tight. The hovercar rose soundlessly, executed a flawless midair pivot, and shot northward at high speed. Seated in the back, Qin Feng's gaze wandered instinctively. The cabin was compact, yet elegantly minimalist. The seats were upholstered in an unfamiliar material, cool to the touch like leather, yet distinctly colder. The dashboard bore no physical buttons, only a translucent display scrolling streams of indecipherable data. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and fixed it on Hector in the front seat. The Renaissance Society possesses microwave weaponry, correct? Hector glanced at him through the rearview mirror, silent. Qin Feng pressed on. Given Greyash City's condition, a single hit would be catastrophic. Hector finally spoke, voice languid. Shielding is difficult when scaled small, but if resources are poured freely into scaling it, large solutions inevitably emerge. He continued. And do you truly believe the Renaissance Society relies solely on those few backbearers and one war fortress? They too possess cities. You think we haven't located their cities? Qin Feng's pupils contracted faintly. You have satellites. Remnants from the old era. With the current state of the atmosphere, their functionality is severely limited. Weather monitoring, surface imaging, little more. He paused and met Qin Feng's eyes again through the mirror. You'd best not attempt launching new satellites into orbit. If nothing goes wrong, fine. But should anything unravel, every faction will eliminate you first. Extraterrestrials. Hector didn't answer. What's their situation? Do you imagine they'd entrust such knowledge to a deserter? A dry chuckle escaped Hector. Neither self-mocking nor warm, only hollow. I'm merely relaying Rodriguez. One devourer suffices. We wish to see no further anomalies. Qin Feng nodded. Understood. The hovercar surged forward. Outside, the landscape shifted, from barren wasteland to rolling hills, then to sprawling ruins. Vast and skeletal, they bore the unmistakable scale of an old-era metropolis, now reduced to shattered walls and fractured spires half swallowed by gray-green, mutated flora. Qin Feng stared at the ruins for a long while, then Grayash City appeared. The hovercar emerged from behind a mountain ridge, and the vista opened abruptly. Qin Feng parted his lips, but no sound emerged. Towers soared skyward beneath the ashen sky, their glass facades reflecting muted light. Some rooftops even glowed with steady illumination. Above, aerial vehicles navigated orderly lanes, a true megacity's airborne traffic network. Iron Fort, in this place, the disparity is staggering. Qin Feng finally found his voice. Hector glanced at him through the mirror, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. What's so astonishing? Even in the old-era, technological gaps between nations were vast. Today that gap has simply narrowed to regional scale. Qin Feng fell silent, watching the towers draw nearer. There's no slum district here. Of course there is. The outskirts are filled with those who refused entry. Qin Feng turned to face him. Hector added, once inside, Zero assigns everything precisely. No idle hands, food, lodging, all provided. So long as you tolerate monotony, living like a machine is perfect. Like a machine. Exactly. Fixed wake-up times, fixed labor shifts, fixed meals, fixed sleep cycles. The most scientifically optimized existence. Tolerable for days or weeks, but months. Years. Impossible. Hector studied him through the mirror and suddenly smiled. Spend enough time outside and it ceases to be impossible. Qin Feng remained silent. The hovercar descended smoothly toward the tallest structure at the city's heart, the Lord Mayor's residence. Its architecture diverged sharply from the sleek towers. More austere, administrative, massive square-cut clad in deep gray stone that exuded quiet, unyielding authority. The hovercar settled steadily at the entrance. Hector swung open the door, leapt out, and strode inward without looking back. Come on. Qin Feng watched his retreating back, hesitating. This man was undeniably ruthless. Years in Iron Fort had stained his hands with blood. No one survived decades there untarnished. Yet he wasn't irredeemably corrupt. An absolute egoist, morally ambiguous, shifting between light and shadow depending on circumstance. Qin Feng drew a slow, steadying breath, then stepped out, followed closely by the two veterans. Ahead, the Lord Mayor's residence gaped open, a silent, colossal beast awaiting their entry. Qin Feng trailed Hector down a long corridor. Walls of deep gray stone lined both sides, and embedded lights spaced evenly along them cast soft, non-glaring illumination. Qin Feng noted the corridor was utterly deserted. Only their footsteps echoed unervingly sharp in the stillness. No patrols. Hector didn't turn. Necessary. The entire city is Zero's eye. Qin Feng asked no more. At the corridor's end, a door slid open automatically. The council chamber. Vast. No less than 200 square. An oval conference table dominated the center. Enormous maps hung on the walls marked with cryptic symbols and territorial designations Qin Feng couldn't decipher. At the table's far end sat a man. Mid-50s, short salt and pepper hair, features chiseled with cold, angular precision. He wore a deep gray uniform, his presence radiating palpable authority from across the room. Rodriguez, the Lord Mayor of Grayash City. Behind him stood a woman, her beauty so flawless it seemed unreal. Delicate, painterly features, a jet black hair cascading to her waist. She wore a deep blue gown, simple in cut, yet exquisitely tailored, standing motionless as though carved from stillness itself. Yet what seized Qin Feng's attention was her eyes. Those eyes held his gaze, expressionless, depthless. Zero. Qin Feng understood instantly. Rodriguez lifted his gaze, sweeping over Qin Feng and the two veterans behind him, then settling on Hector. Please sit. Hector walked up to the long table, casually pulled out a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting one and lighting it. Rodriguez ignored him and turned to Qin Feng. After sitting down, Qin Feng slightly nodded. Hello, City Lord Rodriguez. Apologies for intruding into your territory without notice. Rodriguez leaned back in his chair, sizing him up for a few seconds. No harm done. Zero mentioned that you are here for trade. Indeed. What do you think about the Revival Society? This question came unexpectedly, but Qin Feng was not flustered as he had anticipated it. I neither understand nor agree with it. Rodriguez stared at him, then nodded, not pursuing the matter further. Please leave the trade list with me first. I will analyze it. Zero, take them to rest for now. The perfect woman standing behind him slightly nodded and walked out from behind Rodriguez. She approached Qin Feng, her blank eyes gazing at him. Please follow me. Only then did Qin Feng realize that Rodriguez had no intention of keeping them in the dark. The fact that the upper echelons of Ashen City were artificial intelligence was no secret from the moment they entered the city. He glanced at Hector. That guy was leaning back in his chair, puffing out clouds of smoke with a carefree expression. Qin Feng twitched his lips. He felt taken advantage of. But then he thought it was just some cigarettes and alcohol, not a big deal. He took a deep breath and followed Zero outside. Behind him, the doors of the conference hall slowly closed. At the moment the doors shut, Rodriguez's gaze fell on Hector. You really like this stuff? Hector exhaled a puff of smoke and shook the cigarette pack in his hand. Good stuff, want to try? Rodriguez ignored him and turned to the empty conference hall. Zero analyzed whether what they said is true or false. The perfect female figure had already left, but Zero's voice echoed from all directions. Based on facial expressions, micro-expressions, and psychological fluctuations, the probability that they are telling the truth is over 90. Rodriguez leaned back in his chair, silent for a few seconds. Where is the list? A semi-transparent screen slowly rose in the center of the long table, displaying a myriad of text and images. Zero's voice continued. The list has been categorized. Food items, compressed rations, canned food, self-heating meals, nutritional supplements, daily necessities, cigarettes, alcohol, medicines, cleaning supplies. Hector chimed in. They are much better than the Revival Society, right? Perhaps, he replied, not saying more, and continuing to look at the list. Make arrangements to formally discuss tomorrow, and inform others of the current situation. Understood. Qin Feng pushed open the door, and found the room much larger than he had imagined. He walked to the window, watching the orderly flying vehicles traversing between the buildings. Old Lin, go find Hector's vehicle outside the city lord's mansion. Moriarty is waiting there. Have him take you to Lin Xian and explain the current situation. Yes. After Old Lin left, Qin Feng gazed out the window. It was a city managed by only one living person. He shook his head, turning back into the room. While a human touch is nice, this cold management approach, I neither understand nor agree with it. The Pioneer's base. In the command center, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt like one could wring water from it. On the large screen, footage from Lin Xian's helmet camera was being looped, showing figures manifesting out of thin air, clad in dark gray battlesuits, wielding oddly shaped Gauss rifles, and that expressionless face of the robot. Technicians were analyzing frame by frame. Zhao Qing stood in front of the screen, his brows furrowed. Lin Xian sat beside him, staring at the footage, something turning in his mind. Then he suddenly sat up straight. Wait a minute. Everyone turned to look at him. Lin Xian pointed at the Gauss rifle on the screen. I've seen this thing before. Zhao Qing turned his head. Advisor Lin, what did you say? During the first teleportation, there was a team wearing dark gray uniforms carrying oddly shaped guns. It was dark at the time, so I couldn't see the details, but this outline and that muzzle, I remember it clearly. Identical. Zhao Qing stared at him. Advisor Lin, are you sure? I'm sure. The styles of the equipment they wore might differ, but the weapons in their hands are definitely the same, yet their behavior is not like that of robots. Zhao Qing then turned to look at the large screen, his expression becoming complicated. They came to Luoqing likely for reconnaissance or scouting. Ashen City has inherited a vast amount of old-world legacy. They must know more about Luoqing's core and laboratories than we do, yet they did not take action. Why? Lin Xian pondered. Didn't Lao Ke say that the people of Ashen City wouldn't proactively leave? They must have something more important to protect. Zhao Qing nodded and said, that's very possible. If that's the case, the situation in Ashen City is far more complicated than we imagined. Zero controls the military patrols and city operations, but in areas that require flexibility, it's still humans who are in charge. Suddenly the analyst raised his head. Advisor Lin team, Zhao, the consumption of Ashen City is most likely not lacking. If they want to trade, relying solely on canned food and compressed rations is not enough. What about delicacies? Our self-heating hot pots can braise pork, sweet and sour ribs. Even if Ashen City is advanced, they are still people who survived in the Wasteland. They can create Gauss rifles, but they cannot create flavor. Lin Xian stated. They can definitely do it. The people of Ashen City, no matter how cold, are still human. Being human, they cannot escape the desires of the palate. Zhao Qing seemed to ponder. Just as he was about to speak, the communicator rang. Lin Xian's voice came from the other side. Captain Qin Feng has already met with Rodriguez. The other party is inclined toward mutual assistance. Additionally, I will soon write a detailed report on the situation in Ashen City. It truly is a city of the future. It's unbelievable. Understood. You all be safe. Got it. The communication was cut off. 15 minutes later. Chu Tianquo's voice came from the back of the command center, slow, yet heavily weighted. Did you all see? Everyone turned around. The old man stood at the door holding a freshly printed brief. A city with a population of 1 million, inheriting the industrial heritage of the old era, possessing a complete military system. And from Hector's words, it is inferred that he is merely one of the members sent by that mysterious organization to guard the city. How vast this planet is, I don't need to remind you all. He walked to the large screen, his gaze sweeping over the outline of the Gauss rifle and Zero's expressionless face. After Ashen City, are there any other cities? We don't know yet, but we will have to deal with them sooner or later, and it's very possible they are part of the same organization. Notify the departments of diplomacy, economy, military, energy, culture, and technology to get moving immediately. Before dawn tomorrow, I want to see a complete plan for exchanges with Ashen City. If this plan satisfies both parties, this market could be far more than just millions. Understood. In the Ashen City governor's residence, Qin Feng sat once more at the long table, facing Rodrigo. Rodrigo cut straight to the point. I reviewed last night's list. Many items are excellent. Qin Feng nodded silently, waiting for him to continue. But you must have more than this, eh? Qin Feng suddenly smiled, recalling the intelligence old Lin had brought back. Our general has instructed over a dozen rear departments to revise their plans overnight. This time we seek not merely material exchange, but sustained systemic cooperation. Rodrigo leaned back in his chair and studied him. Agreed. Please ask Captain Qin to send someone to notify them again. I'll wait here. No rush, Qin Feng murmured, giving a slight nod, but made no move to rise. He lifted his gaze toward Rodrigo. Governor, if I may ask, does this transaction involve only Ashen City? Rodrigo held his stare, his eyes sharpening with something unspoken. His voice remained calm, very perceptive. He did not deny it. A flicker of triumph stirred within Qin Feng, but his expression betrayed nothing. Rodrigo continued, it concerns the faction behind me. Do you possess intercontinental ballistic missiles? Qin Feng paused for several seconds, then nodded. Yes. Rodrigo returned the gesture. Excellent. Though Qin Feng's face remained impassive inwardly, he cursed fiercely. Others might ask such questions merely as strategic probing, testing deterrence. But these people, he'd stake his life on it. Their inquiry went far beyond mere testing. In extremis, they might well drag everyone into mutual annihilation. Governor, I'll inform our rear command to expedite preparations. Rodrigo waved dismissively. Outside the door, Hector leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette, exhaling plumes of smoke into the air. Seeing Qin Feng emerge, Hector tilted his chin upward. Finished talking. Qin Feng nodded. Hector exhaled a slow stream of smoke, watching him with a faint, ambiguous smile. How does it feel? Suffocating, isn't it? Qin Feng said nothing. Then he replied, it feels as though unseen eyes watch your every word, leaving you afraid to speak freely. Hector chuckled softly, crushed the cigarette but against the wall, and flicked it into a nearby bin. You'll get used to it. He clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder and strode down the corridor. Qin Feng stood still, watching his... This man was dangerous, yet his words sometimes were uncannily accurate. Shaking his head, Qin Feng turned and walked away. Behind him, the massive gates of the governor's residence slowly closed. The news swiftly reached the Vanguard base, and from there the rear command. At Zhuolong base, dozens of departments worked through the entire night, bloodshot eyes, mountains of coffee cups, but not a single complaint. Encounters of this magnitude do not occur daily. By dawn the next day, a delegation composed of diplomats, economists, technologists, and cultural scholars departed, escorted by a reinforced infantry company, fully armed, powered armor, robotic dogs, drones. Every asset deployed. Not for war, but to display strength. Even without deploying ultimate weapons, they could still fight. At the negotiation table, capability and sincerity weighed equally. The convoy halted 200 kilometers out. Zero had already dispatched an aerial fleet to meet them. Qin Feng led the delegation into Ashen City aboard the flight vehicles, while the rest remained stationed just beyond its territorial boundary. Night had fallen completely, yet Ashen City's silhouette gleamed with startling clarity against the darkness, skyscrapers ablaze with star-like lights, aircraft trails etching pale blue arcs between towers. It's like a dream, whispered a delegation member pressed against the window, eyes wide with awe. You'll get used to it, Qin Feng replied, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, his lips barely twitching. The convoy stopped before the governor's residence. Zero stood waiting. Welcome to Ashen City. Accommodations have been arranged. Please follow me. The delegation exchanged glances and followed in silence. Their lodging was a freestanding building near the governor's residence, reportedly reserved exclusively for external visitors. This implied a critical fact: Ashen City received foreign delegations. Unlike other cities governed solely by artificial intelligence, dissent existed here, suggesting internal factions opposed to AI administration. They arrived at the external guest house, spacious rooms, full amenities, even a small conference room. Yet all understood. Every corner lay under Zero's surveillance. No one discussed official matters. They ate lightly, then retired to their rooms. Tomorrow would be the true battlefield. The following morning at 8 o'clock in the governor's residence council chamber, people filled both sides of the long table. Rodrigo sat at the head, Zero standing motionless behind him. On the Daxiao side, the delegation was led by a seasoned diplomat in his 50s, Mr. Zhou, a veteran of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs renowned for navigating the most delicate negotiations. Behind him sat 7 or 8 experts, economists, technologists, and even a scholar specializing in Gan culture. As frontline guide, Qin Feng sat beside Director Zhou. Rodrigo opened directly. Did you rest well last night? Director Zhou gave a slight nod. Very well. Thank you for the governor's thoughtful arrangements. Rodrigo acknowledged the reply with a nod, then turned toward Zero. She stepped half a pace forward, her expressionless gaze sweeping across both sides of the table. Let us begin. For the next 3 hours, Qin Feng experienced the strangest negotiation of his life. Zero delivered explanations, answered questions, countered arguments, and finalized details. All alone. She consulted no documents, conferred with no colleagues, required no authorization. Every question received a flawless response, within seconds. Each answer rested upon vast real-time data analysis. When Director Zhou proposed an economic cooperation framework, Zero paused for 3 seconds, then enumerated its feasibility, risk vectors, and optimization pathways under 3 distinct scenarios. Qin Feng watched the expert's expressions shift, from confidence to confusion to stunned disbelief, finally, settling into quiet resignation. At the end of the first session, Zero glanced once more at the freshly revised draft agreement on the table, then raised her eyes to Director Zhou. Any further questions? Director Zhou opened his mouth, then closed it. He turned to his experts. One by one they shook their heads. None for now. Zero inclined her head. Then let us conclude today's session. You may rest, or explore your tobacco and spirits are exceptional. Should you wish, they may serve as inaugural trade goods. Qin Feng blinked. Had Rodrigo requested this? He recalled Hector mentioning earlier that among the 4 priorities was drinking. Zero, the superintelligent AI, was infallible, yet Rodrigo possessed vulnerabilities. Regardless, those words finally eased the tension in the chamber. Director Zhou rose, his expression neither warm nor cold, yet markedly less rigid than upon arrival. We thank the governor and Zero for your hospitality. We shall review today's outcomes and resume tomorrow. Rodrigo nodded, without speaking. Zero gave a subtle nod, stepped back, and resumed her silent position behind Rodrigo. Team leader Zhou had just reached the door when, as if recalling something, he paused and turned around. By the way, City Lord, yesterday was so rushed that I nearly forgot to mention something. Rodriguez lifted his eyes to look at him. Team leader Zhou smiled. This time we came prepared with many local fine wines, fragrant tobacco, and various delicacies. Considering this was our first meeting, we thought it proper to bring some gifts. We didn't have the chance yesterday, so today is the perfect moment to present them to the City Lord. Rodriguez's expression shifted slightly, just a fleeting change, but Qin Feng noticed it. Thank you all. I shall not refuse. Team leader Zhou waved his hand with a smile. No need for formalities, City Lord. Just a token of goodwill to savor. If you like them next time, we will bring even more. After speaking, he turned and walked outside. Once the door closed, Rodriguez spoke softly, almost to himself. Local specialties. Ling's voice came from behind, calm as ever. According to data analysis, among the Daxia people's local specialties, alcoholic beverages likely possess high social and psychological value. Moderate consumption is advised as excess impairs decision-making. Rodriguez's mouth twitched. Ling, do you know the greatest difference between humans and machines? Please enlighten me. Humans find joy in useless things. Ling fell silent for a second. City Lord, please do not make excuses. Rodriguez's hand faltered. Ling continued. The wine Hector gave you was finished 2 months ago. Since then you have continuously traded with Hector through the caravan. 80% of the wine Hector sold in the past 3 months ended up at your residence. Hector himself is aware of this, though he did not expect you to purchase so much. Rodriguez's face stiffened momentarily. Ling disregarded this and continued, analyzing Rodriguez's expression. You have been severely corrupted by the exquisite wines of Daxia. Data shows a significant negative correlation between your alcohol intake and decision-making efficiency over the past 3 months. The council chamber fell into an oppressive silence. Rodriguez remained silent for 3 seconds before speaking, his voice striving to uphold the dignity of the City Lord. Regarding this matter, I will cease drinking afterward. Ling did not respond, but slightly turned aside. The door slid open, and 4 soldiers clad in gray-black uniforms carried several crates inside. The soldiers opened the topmost crate. Inside were neatly arranged bottles of various shapes. Your preferences are well understood by the Daxia people. Within this batch of local specialties, there are 12 distinct aroma types, 21 different alcohol concentrations, and 12 unique raw materials just among the liquors. They have curated such a rich variety with a single purpose to precisely pinpoint your favorite taste. Rodriguez stared at the crate of wine, his expression vividly revealing his complex feelings. Damn Daxia people. Ling fell silent. Her database had long ago thoroughly analyzed everything about Rodriguez. The possibility of quitting drinking. 0.001. Even lower than the probability of the United Nations eradicating the Revival Society. 1 week's time. By the 4th round of negotiations, Ling had comprehensively analyzed Daxia's technological level. Rodriguez clearly understood what Daxia needed, and he also provided ample information on the Revival Society. The 5th round of negotiations proceeded more smoothly than anyone had anticipated. The trade list expanded from a few hundred to several thousand items. In the military domain, cutting-edge technologies such as Gauss rifles, optical combat suits, and personal energy shields were not even touched upon in the list. Ling's reasoning was straightforward. Core security of Ash City is involved, so these are temporarily excluded. But there were still downgraded versions. Electromagnetic accelerated rifles with power a tier below Gauss rifles, but still capable of piercing the frontal armor of powered suits with a single shot. Active camouflage suits that cannot render one completely invisible, but at 500 meters are nearly undetectable by naked eye and conventional optical devices. Additionally, there was a civilian model flying car. Its speed was capped below 400 kilometers per hour, altitude limited to 3,000 meters, and payload halved. Yet for the Daxia people accustomed to armored vehicles bouncing over wastelands, this was already a dimension-shattering advantage. Can this thing fly directly back to the Pioneer base? An expert's eyes gleamed. Don't be ridiculous, you need a pilot's license first. Someone nearby doused the enthusiasm. Is there traffic police in the wasteland? You win. But what truly shook everyone was the chip. Ash City was willing to trade finished 8-nanometer carbon-based chips with performance comparable to silicon-based 2-nanometer or below processes. As for more advanced sub-8 nanometer technologies, Ling's response was curt: core security involved temporarily excluded. But this statement was no longer crucial, for Ash City was willing to trade complete 5 nanometer and 3 nanometer silicon-based chip technologies. From design schematics, to manufacturing procedures, from material formulas, to debugging parameters, everything was included. Though their performance lagged behind the 8 nanometer carbon-based chips, they could directly solve Dacia's bottleneck imposed by Eagle Nation. Team leader Zhou took a deep breath, striving to remain composed. Yet at that moment Ling's voice sounded again. However, these technologies come with additional conditions. His hand paused. Ash City's trading principle is equal benefit and shared risk. We can provide what you desire, but some enemies you must also bear together. Minutes later, team leader Zhou's gaze swept over the just-signed draft agreement resting on the final clause of the Mutual Defense Alliance. City Lord, this clause. Rodriguez leaned back in his chair, lifted the wine glass on the table, and took a sip. It was one of the local specialties that team leader Zhou had just presented. Ling has analyzed it. The possibility of cooperation between you and the Revival Society is extremely low. We think the same. Since that is so, it's better to make it explicitly clear. Team leader Zhou was silent for a few seconds. This matter is too significant. I must report it. As you should. Rodriguez put down the glass. I await your news. Pioneer Base Command Center. The scanned copy of the agreement had already been transmitted back, scrolling line by line on the large screen. Chu Tianhua stood motionless before it. Mutual Defense Alliance. He repeated softly, then turned to Lin Xian. Advisor Lin, what is your opinion? Lin Xian stared at the lines on the screen, pondering. I think it's becoming increasingly difficult for us to remain neutral. Chu Tianhua said nothing, but gestured for him to continue. As long as we trade and cooperate with Ash City and their backing forces, the Revival Society will regard us as enemies. Furthermore, we are normal humans. From the materials Rodriguez has provided, we and the Revival Society's so-called new humans are not even the same species. Fundamentally, we cannot see them as kin. Chu Tianhua nodded. Strictly speaking, the current situation can indeed be considered a species war. As normal humans, our very existence represents a stance. He patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Tomorrow accompany me to report back. Understood. In the Zhulong base in the conference room, Lin Xian sat on the left side of the oval conference table, next to Chu Tianhua. On the other side of the video conference, several elderly figures whom he had seen in the news were neatly arranged on the screen. Lin Xian recounted the current situation. Chu Tianhua supplemented with military observations and assessments regarding the offensive and defensive alliance clause. The elderly figures in the video discussed amongst themselves for several minutes. Finally, the elder sitting in the center slowly spoke. Advisor Lin, General Chu, you have the most direct experience. What do you think of the human alliance? Lin Xian and Chu Tianhua exchanged glances. Chu Tianhua spoke first. Sir, based on the current situation, the Human Alliance and the Revival Society are indeed mortal enemies. However, we are ultimately outsiders. Once the Revival Society resolves its issues, who can say whether the Human Alliance might turn around and see us as a new threat? I agree with General Chu's assessment. The elder in the center nodded, his gaze piercing through the screen at Lin Xian. Moreover, I believe that we in the Revival Society are fundamentally different species. If the Revival Society wins, they won't leave us any room. Thus, on this matter, we are all in the same boat. Both sides must be cautious. We can cooperate with the Human Alliance, but we also cannot fully trust them. The first elder on the left slowly nodded. Advisor Lin and General Chu have articulated this well. The situation between the Human Alliance and the Revival Society resembles the bipolarity during the Cold War, but it is even more complex. They have fought for 200 years and know each other inside out. We are newcomers and neither side fully trusts us. However, the Human Alliance is currently the weaker party, which gives... The elder responsible for military affairs took over the conversation. Yes, the weaker side needs to court us more and can offer greater benefits. But my greater concern isn't what the Human Alliance will do to us after defeating the Revival Society, but rather what will happen if they cannot defeat the Revival Society. Initially, the Revival Society could make the Human Alliance abandon nuclear weapons. Now they occupy a part of the continent, dividing resources with the Human Alliance equipped with a complete military system and those genetically modified monsters. And what about the Human Alliance? They are indeed strong, but that strength is built on centuries of legacy. How much weaker are they compared to the old era? Can they keep up with the Revival Society? Moreover, it's not just the Revival Society with new humans. The Devourers are also developing new humans. I am not optimistic about the Human Alliance. I believe that the lurking Devourers have an advantage over them. Several murmurs of agreement echoed in the video. Just then, the first elder on the right slowly spoke. Everyone, I would like to remind you of a detail that we haven't discussed enough: outer space. According to Hector's report, you'd better not think about launching satellites into outer space. If everything is fine, then it's fine. But if something happens, all forces will want to eliminate you first. What does this imply? It indicates that there are issues in outer space. And these issues are serious enough to compel the Revival Society and the Human Alliance, two mortal enemies, to unite at some point. The scene fell silent for a moment. The elder in the center frowned slightly. Elder Shun, do you mean? What I mean is we need to guard against not only the new humans underground, but also possible threats from above. Rodriguez revealed little, but it's clear they are also concerned. What worries both the Human Alliance and the Revival Society won't be trivial. This contract can be signed, but under one condition: we must have satellite sharing rights. Even if the functions are limited, we must have it. We need to know what is happening in outer space so we can prepare in time. The Central Elder remained silent for a few seconds, then nodded. This condition is reasonable. We are not going to our deaths. Let's add this clause for the next negotiation. Now Advisor Lin, General Chu, and everyone present, please raise your hands to vote. Those in favor of signing this contract, please raise your hands. A brief silence followed. Then one hand was raised. It was Chu Tianhua. Then came Lin Xian, followed by Elder Shun, the elder responsible for military affairs, and the elder in charge of technology. One by one, hands slowly rose in their respective screens. Finally, the elder in the center raised his own hand. The motion passed unanimously. The Central Elder lowered his hand, his gaze sweeping across the screen. Good. Since we have made a decision, let's execute it. He turned to Lin Xian's small window. Advisor Lin, we will gather the items for the first batch of transactions in the next few days. We will notify you to come and collect them. We need to exchange those technologies and equipment as quickly as possible. The longer we delay, the more variables we face. Yes. Lin Xian responded solemnly. By the way, the Central Elder suddenly remembered something. What is the total cost of this batch? The staff beside him reported off-screen, their voices faintly audible. Report, sir, this list is quite diverse. There are many items, and everything is clearly accounted for. However, this order's preliminary estimate will not exceed 1/5 of our annual expenditure on chip research and development. Low laughter echoed in the video. The corner of the Central Elder's mouth also slightly lifted. That's good. No matter how clear the accounting is, it doesn't change one fact: we gain far more than we give. Regarding the Revival Society, the Human Alliance, and those unclear matters in the skies, we will tackle them one by one. For now, we need to stabilize our immediate steps. After the meeting concluded, Lin Xian walked out of the conference room, his mind still turning over the discussions. He walked down the corridor and suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the lounge. Lawrence and a group of staff were taking a break, watching a football match, a cup of tea in hand, occasionally discussing some. Mr. Lawrence. Lin Xian approached. Lawrence turned around, smiled upon seeing him, and said, Advisor Lin, you're... Everyone else greeted Lin Xian as well. We just had a meeting. What are you doing here? Watching the football match. More people means... Lin Xian nodded. I think so too. As long as it's not the national team, it's all good. As soon as he said this, several people in the lounge couldn't hold back their laughter. Lawrence laughed out loud. Clearly, having watched the national team's matches, making it to the World Cup was harder than designing their... Lin Xian waved his hand. Let's not bring it up again. If we continue, we might end up crying. By the way, didn't Mr. Carlos come? Recently, several production lines were completed, and Carlos took people for testing. He added, I'm here with Elisa to keep watch. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised so soon. It's just that the production line is completed. It still requires trial operation, so there's still some time before formal production. But honestly, the speed of infrastructure at home is astonishing. They built it up for me in just a few months. Infrastructure, madman, it's just standard operation. Another person interjected, a hint of pride in their tone. Everyone in the corridor. Eliza carried her backpack, her golden ponytail swaying behind her. Advisor Lin, hello. Lin Xian turned to look, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. School's out. Should I call your grandfather to eat? Eliza excitedly nodded yes. Today I want to eat Cantonese food. Originally I wanted to try every cuisine, but after a few months I haven't finished even one. Now I just pick whatever looks delicious. Lin Xian was amused by her expression of severe indecision. When it comes to food, no one can compare to us, so don't think about trying everything, just enjoy being a happy foodie. Eliza nodded vigorously, then waved at him. I'm going to find my grandfather now. Goodbye, Advisor Lin. Off you go. Lin Xian stood up, watching the small figure run towards the lounge, the smile on his lips still lingering. Pioneer's base. As Lin Xian stepped out of the portal, he heard the announcement over the intercom. Attention, all staff, the weather forecast for the next 3 days. Tomorrow will be cloudy with a north wind at level 3, a high of 27 degrees Celsius and a low of 19 degrees Celsius. The day after tomorrow will see light to moderate rain. Please prepare for rain in advance, and it is advised to avoid outdoor work unless necessary. Lin Xian stood beneath the broadcast, listening to the entire segment. It had been a few months. From being completely in the dark when he first arrived in Gaia, unable to tell whether the next rain would be acidic or basic, to now having collected data for so long that he could predict weather changes 3 days in advance. Although the temperature could not yet be accurate to within 1 degree, it was sufficient. He looked up at the still gray sky. Now they could tell when it would rain and when there would be haze. Moreover, radiation was no longer an issue. Although Ashen City did not have radiation neutralizers, other cities did. The price was astronomical for ordinary people in the Wasteland, but for them it was merely a matter of spending a bit more resources to acquire something. They had requested quite a bit on the trade list, and research was also available for all base personnel. What truly relieved them was flight safety. Machines were far more fragile than human bodies. The engine inhaling radioactive dust was a significant problem. Those charged particles could affect electronic devices. Radioactive dust adhered to the surface of the aircraft, corroding the shell and invading precision components. A haze not only posed safety concerns, but the integrity of flying objects was also at stake. Of course, Ashen City's flying vehicles were exceptions. Those devices were designed with the wasteland environment in mind. Just imagining those people in optical combat suits maneuvering through the radioactive dust in stealth aircraft made Lin Xian sigh at the richness of the old era's legacy. He shook his head and walked towards the command center. Ashen City Lord's Mansion. Captain Zhou found Zero as soon as he received the news. Ms. Zero, we have finalized things on our end, but we need to share your satellites. I know. Captain Zhou was momentarily stunned. Your request is within my expectations. The probability is 87. 3. The satellite system of the Human Federation, while limited in functionality, is still the most effective tool for monitoring outer space conditions. You wanted it's reasonable. Captain Zhou smiled wryly. So did you predict that we would ask? No need for predictions, just calculations of possibilities. 87. 3 is high enough to warrant a contingency plan. Captain Zhou did not ask further. Negotiating with a strong AI was like this. You think you are making moves, but the other side has already calculated all the cards in your hand before you even speak. Zero raised her hand. The translucent screen in the center of the long table slowly rose, displaying a multitude of dense data and charts. Ashen City has 9 satellites operational. Both weather and communication satellites can be shared, and among the reconnaissance satellites, 3 are equipped with deep space detection modules. Sharing real-time data from 2 of them is sufficient to meet Daxia's monitoring needs. As for wanting to observe conditions on the ground, you will need to find your own solutions. Currently, the satellites cannot monitor ground conditions due to interference in the atmosphere. It's far less effective than your balloons. Captain Zhou nodded. This researcher had mentioned earlier that their balloon-mounted equipment was made with new materials and coatings, making it much more durable. Flying in this wasteland is not difficult, but ensuring safety and durability while airborne is quite challenging. Alright, I will report immediately. Daxia City. Chu Tianqua stood in front of the large screen in the conference room, looking at Rodriguez on the other side of the video call. This video meeting was their first. Rodriguez still sat at the head of the long table with Zero standing behind him. General Chu. Rodriguez slightly nodded. Lord Rodriguez. Chu Tianqua also nodded. No unnecessary pleasantries were exchanged. For the next half hour, both sides engaged in dialogue and detail supplementation. Finally, Chu Tianqua spoke. Lord, regarding the contract, we have approved it on our end. How will the satellite sharing Zero has already arranged it. The first batch of satellite data will be synchronized to Daxia in 3 days. As for those technical documents, your personnel can come and collect them at any time. You need not worry about me tampering with them. The sooner we discover something in deep space, the better it is for everyone. He paused, suddenly revealing a hint of a smile. General Chu, to be honest, you are easier to deal with than I expected. Chu Tianqua was taken aback. We have reviewed many materials from the old era and have not found a single Daxia nation nor any race with black hair and black eyes. Although we do not know where you came from. Rodriguez raised his glass and took a sip. But we don't mind. Now the Devourers outnumber humans. If you can reach the coast from here and solve the ocean problem, it would be even better. Not to mention the issues above. As long as you maintain order, can cooperate, and stand on humanity's side, that is enough. On the surface, Chu Tianqua showed no expression, but internally, he was already cursing. It turned out their background was not a secret among top powers, they simply did not know how they appeared. Hence the Revival Society didn't go straight through Iron Fortress back then, but deliberately came to make contact with them to scout for aliens. Thank you for your frankness, Lord. Rodriguez looked at him, his gaze carrying a hint of something else. Then he raised his glass and gestured towards the screen. Then to a pleasant cooperation. Chu Tianqua also raised his glass. To a pleasant cooperation. The screen dimmed. Chu Tianqua sat back in his chair, staring at the glass of unfinished wine, deep in thought. The current situation was more complex. Powers with some strength were already aware that they were outsiders. It was impossible to pretend to be locals. Fortunately, they had not caused chaos from the very beginning, leaving a good first impression for the Human Federation, which made cooperation possible. Moreover, Rodriguez revealing this information also indicated a desire for deeper cooperation. The situation of the Human Federation may not be as good as we imagine. General, why do you say that all of a sudden? Zhao Qin, who was next to him, asked. It has been a few months since the Revival Society left Iron Fortress. Both sides are planning something. Perhaps there may not be large-scale clashes, but small-scale ones are likely to happen. Satellite sharing and direct overtures likely indicate that this plan is not going smoothly. Have they met with setbacks? Chu Tianqua stood up. I don't know. Setbacks are normal. They couldn't handle the old era, let alone now. First, let's resolve the railway from Daxia City to Ashen City, and let the analysis team discuss the subsequent matters. Yes. In the Pioneer Base Command Center. On the large screen, Rodriguez's light-hearted words were playing in a loop. Everyone knew that what Rodriguez said might actually be true. Since their first day of crossing over, they had encountered Gaia's survivors. Blonde, brown-haired, red-haired, gray-haired, every color was present except for those with black hair and black eyes. At first they thought it was a regional issue, but now someone had clearly stated that it was not a matter of geography, but rather that there had been none from the beginning. Yang Wenyuan sat on the other side of the conference table. Actually, this is a good thing. Everyone looked at him. Yang Wenyuan continued, at least now we know that our background has never been a secret in the eyes of the top forces. Then we don't need to pretend or guess anymore. We don't have to fabricate the origin of any so-called shelter anymore. The things we concocted would be easily seen through by forces like the Human Alliance and the Renaissance Society. Now that Rodriguez has taken the initiative to clarify, it saves us a lot of effort. We can directly ask them for the history of the... We no longer have to rely on a few books to speculate. Although the Human Alliance has its own stance, at least 70 of the history they write is true. Coupled with the detailed data from the Renaissance Society, our understanding of this world has instantly become clear. Chu Tianhua nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Director Yang is right. Since they have already laid their cards on the table, we should cooperate openly and generously. As long as we keep in mind that resources and technology are our main purposes for coming to this world. Notify the visiting team to include the history of the old era and bring the data back as soon as possible. Understood. Also, all the map data brought back this time should be organized and archived. I want to know the current distribution of forces on this planet. After the meeting at the Pioneer Base concluded, the instructions quickly reached Ash City. Team leader Zhou immediately headed toward the Lord's Manor. Ms. Zero turned around, her expressionless eyes landing on him. Team leader Zhou. We hope to gain a more comprehensive understanding of Gaia's history, including data from the old era, the development of the human alliance, and the basic situation of surrounding forces. I'm not sure if that would be convenient. Zero paused for a second. I understand, she said, you are curious about Gaia, and please follow me, we'll take you there. Team leader Zhou was taken aback. He had expected some negotiation, or at least the need for Rodriguez's approval. He did not expect Zero to agree so readily. Are we going now? Now. Zero had already turned and walked toward the door. Your time must be very valuable. Team leader Zhou did not ask further. He turned back and waved to the several accompanying personnel behind him and a group. They passed through several deserted corridors and went through 3 metal doors that required Zero's personal verification. Finally, they stood before a massive door. The door slid open. Tall bookshelves extended to the farthest reaches of their vision, crammed with various books and file boxes. Zero stepped inside and turned to look at them. Humanities, history, geography, technological archives, records from various countries of the old era. What you need is basically all here, but there isn't much you can reference. 200 years is too long for humanity, and even the Renaissance Society might not care about these historical relics. Historical relics. Yes, we speculate that the Renaissance Society still has people from the old era. Everyone was stunned, then fell silent. Those who had survived from the old era were at least 250 years old. If this technology leaked, the entire world would be shaken. Zero watched their expressions and added, this is merely speculation for now. We'll prepare detailed data for you, and you can take it directly. Team leader Zhou regained his senses, then I will trouble you. With strong artificial intelligence, present paper materials felt more reassuring. Zero did not respond, leading them past rows of bookshelves to a central open area. There were several large wooden long tables arranged there with dozens of maps hanging on the walls. Team leader Zhou walked up to the nearest map and scrutinized it carefully. It was a comprehensive map of the Gaia planet. The outlines of 5 continents were clearly visible, marked with text and symbols. Is this the current map? Zero walked up beside him and looked up at the map. I drew this based on existing intelligence. Due to the great wars of the old era, the terrain in many places has completely changed. Currently, the accuracy of this map is only about 60, but it can serve as a reference. The markings you see indicate the human habitation zones we have already confirmed, including various cities of the Human Alliance and the control areas of other forces. The data we provide will include a more detailed version from the Renaissance Society. Team leader Zhou looked at the markings on the map. The detailed information from the Human Alliance would surely not be given to them, but marking some cities where trade could be conducted would suffice, as the map didn't need to be precise. Knowing roughly where they were was enough. He turned his head and looked at Zero. Thank you. Zero nodded slightly. You're welcome. She turned and left, taking a few steps before stopping abruptly. She didn't look back, but simply said, there is a rest area here. You can take your time to look. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. The sound of her heels gradually faded away. Team leader Zhou stood in place, watching her figure disappear deep among the bookshelves. A young man beside him leaned over and whispered, Team leader Zhou, the data here is probably not something that can be interpreted. Let the cultural exchange group stay behind to establish a long-term exchange mechanism. We don't need such precise information, we just need a general understanding. The history can be left to the archaeologists. That's not our purpose, especially since they are now completely different from the old era. Understood. 3 days later, a batch of data was transported from Ash City back to the Pioneer Base, and the intelligence department immediately sprang into action. At the same time, through independent networks and multiple layers of protection, satellite shared data was officially integrated, and researchers became busy again. In the command center on the large screen, a scanned map of the Gaia planet slowly unfolded. 5 continents. The central continent, said to be the cradle of human civilization and the most prosperous continent before the nuclear war, now only housed the Human Alliance, and them along with a few small forces. Excluding the unrecaptured cities, there were only a little over 300 cities currently inhabited by living people. Lin Xian was baffled. He was sure that there were many cities not marked on the map. Even adding the hidden strength of the Human Alliance and other unaccounted for forces, the total number would probably not exceed 1,000 cities. Then if over 1,000 cities were scattered across a landmass roughly the size of Asia, just how sparse would the population be? In the wilderness, it was common to drive for a whole day without encountering another person. The western continent, elongated in shape, is marked with dense red symbols along its edges. Today it serves as the headquarters of the Revival Society, with military bases, genetic research facilities, and resource collection zones scattered throughout. The southern continent is relatively smaller than the previous two, divided into three sections known as the Free Federation, the New Covenant Alliance, and the United Mining Corporation. The remaining two sections of land lie to the east and north with no factions marked on them, only labeled as unknown. Lin Xian stared at those two characters, a chill creeping up his back. Unknown. The intelligence officer beside him retrieved more detailed data. According to information provided by the Human Alliance, these two sections of land are the primary habitats of the Devourers. Not only on the ground, but there are also aerial species. Currently, no factions have been found capable of establishing permanent bases there. Then why not attack? Someone asked. The intelligence officer smiled wryly. It's not that we can't fight, it's that we can't bear to. The Human Alliance and the Revival Society have only been back on the ground for 55 years, while the Devourers have developed there for over 200 years. How much resources would it take to eliminate them? Now both sides haven't even cleared their own territories. How could they possibly waste resources attacking an enclave? Lin Xian couldn't help but scratch his head. This situation is truly complicated. In such a vast world with so few people, even if one side is working on robots and the other on biological weapons, how long will it take to see results? Moreover, neither the Human Alliance nor the Revival Society wants the other to grow too strong. Therefore, both sides are supporting some minor factions like the Plunderers and the peripheral personnel of the Revival Society we see, as well as the core personnel who exchange missiles with us. This shows that both sides currently cannot fully control their own territories, with people stirring trouble in each other's domains. How could they possibly manage far-off places? Talents. Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. A week later, the materials of the Revival Society and the history of the Human Alliance were neatly laid out on the conference table. On the large screen, various documents, photos, and maps scrolled in succession. The intelligence department had spent 7 sleepless nights finally organizing the materials brought back from Ashen City. Yang Wenyuan stood in front of the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all the information we currently possess. Let me briefly summarize. He clicked on the first document. The original Gene Research Association was established 87 years before the nuclear war. Its initial goal was to be a non-profit research organization aimed at overcoming human organ failure and lifespan limits. The sponsor was the largest arms group in the world at that time, the Law Group. For a more specific reference, think of the Umbrella Corporation in the games. A flicker of irritation crossed Lei Zhan's face. It really did sound like something out of a biohazard crisis. The screen displayed an early photo of the Research Association's laboratory. The turning point came with the emergence of the Devourers. The geneticists of the Research Association discovered a uniquely special property in the genetic structure of the Devourers termed the universal adapter. No matter the origin of the genetic fragments, as long as they were modified by the genes of the Devourers, they could flawlessly integrate into any host body with almost no rejection response. This discovery caused the entire project to spiral out of control. Lin Xian, seated at the conference table, felt a chill creeping up his back upon hearing this. Initially, the association's goal was to create universal, non-rejecting organs. Everyone understood what that meant, and the association received massive funding. Yang Wenyuan clicked on a photo showing a dissected devourer. However, another discovery quickly plunged things in a chaos. The lifespan of a devourer exceeds 300 years. Their cellular division occurs far beyond human limits. This means that if the genetic characteristics of the devourers could be completely transplanted into humans' immortality. Someone quietly interjected. Yang Wenyuan nodded. The higher-ups of the Research Association, along with the old-timers from those arms groups, were intrigued. He displayed a list. It was densely packed with dozens of names, each followed by a title: former senator, former finance minister, former CEO, former arms tycoon. These individuals were all in their 70s or 80s, clinging to life with various medications. They watched their peers die one by one while they themselves couldn't last much longer. Now someone told them there was a way to live longer, free from pain, with organs that could be replaced at any time, the only cost being a slight uglification and a rare craving for special meat. Yang Wenyuan chuckled bitterly. Can you guess how many chose yes? No one answered. The screen shifted. Photos of the post-transplant recipients began to scroll. Vertical pupils, dark green keratin scales, sharp teeth. The faces still bore traces of their pre-transplant contours, but they had been thoroughly twisted into something else. The first batch of transplant recipients survived. Moreover, they thrived. No rejection, no illness, their bodily functions restored to youthful levels. The only side effect was an overwhelming craving for raw human flesh. Initially, it was manageable. They survived on animal meat, synthetic proteins, or even harvested from the deceased. But as time passed, that craving became increasingly difficult to suppress. Simultaneously, their personalities began to change. More extreme, more neurotic, more less human. And the most terrifying part wasn't even cannibalism. It was desire itself. They survived, but living forever was not enough. They sought true immortality. Genuine, eternal, undying immortality. The gene technology within the Research Association began to spiral out of control. In pursuit of more perfect transplant results, they started experimenting recklessly. Human genes, devourer genes, genes from other mutated organisms, all thrown into the same blender. In the end, they completely lost their minds. The screen froze on a blurry photo. It depicted a vast underground space with countless incubation pods arranged in rows housing half-formed human shapes. This was what the Human Alliance later discovered at the headquarters of the Research Association, a manufacturing factory for creating perfect new humans using genetic technology. Afterward, the Human Alliance intervened, and war broke out. The Revival Society not only had the bearers, but also the skyward behemoths soaring in the sky, the hunters adaptable to various terrains, and the self-detonators meant for suicide missions. Each biological weapon was based on the Devourers, supplemented by the advanced weaponry of the Log Group, designed as killing machines for specific battlefields. The duration of the war was not recorded by the Human Alliance. A significant amount of information is missing, such as how the Human Alliance, initially similar to us, merely served as a venue for disputes, transitioned to a dominant position, and even incorporated other countries. This might involve the dark history of the Human Alliance, or the detailed data on Ashen City is lacking. This information should be handed over to professionals for excavation. For us, we should continue as we have, but more importantly, we must keep an eye on the Revival Society. That group of individuals represents the most unstable terror. Yang Wenyuan presented an image. According to the information provided by the Human Alliance, the core members of the Revival Society have evolved significantly from the early transplants. Zero handed over a photograph. Two individuals stood atop a tall tower. The one on the left was tall and slender, dressed in a dark gray tight-fitting combat suit, with dark green chitinous scales covering his bare forearms and slitted pupils. The one on the right was shorter by half a head, similarly scaled with slitted pupils, but his brow bore a hint of sternness. The tall one is called Carl, and the shorter one is called Rashia. This is a typical representation of their current core members. Zero speculated that their technology has advanced further, the higher-ups might resemble humans more closely, and there is even the possibility of resembling the original being entirely. This statement sparked a discussion among everyone present. Never underestimate humanity's curiosity, especially when it comes to beings of a religious nature, and particularly those who have gone mad. Yang Wenyuan continued, according to the information provided by Zero, it was them who first appeared in Iron Fortress, and they are now roaming the central continent. They are the most likely core personnel of the Revival Society we will encounter. Chu Tianqua stood up, scanning each person present. His voice was not loud, but each word pierced the ears like nails. Everyone pay attention, report immediately upon spotting their figures. The drone patrol squadron will focus on monitoring the edges of our controlled area. Don't think about capturing anyone. Being able to lock on their position is already a victory. Yes. Immediately someone from the research team raised a hand. General Chu, the drones are ready. Chu Tianqua nodded, asking no. The meeting concluded 15 minutes later. Lin Xian followed the researchers outside, arriving at a spacious area behind them. The ground had been leveled and covered with thick concrete, with several high-powered floodlights illuminating the entire area as if it were daytime. On the helipad, there was a machine he had never seen before. Xianfeng 500, said a nearby researcher, his tone filled with barely contained pride. It combines reconnaissance and strike capabilities, capable of vertical takeoff and landing, and is a 500-kilogram tactical platform. Lin Xian walked around it. Its design was simpler than he had imagined, entirely deep gray, with short wide wings, and two large duct fans at the rear. Double duct fans at the rear, with a maximum takeoff weight of 500 kilograms, capable of vertical takeoff and landing, equipped with a fixed battery for a range of 5 hours. The researcher followed beside him, reporting specifications like a salesman. It operates on 400 volts high-pressure power, features radiation-resistant design, and crucially, it doesn't require a runway. It can take off and land on any flat ground. Lin Xian nodded, his gaze falling on the payload points. What can it carry? This drone is a reconnaissance and strike type, capable of carrying a hyperspectral imager, synthetic aperture radar, and up to 6 missiles. 4 air or ground targets. Depending on mission requirements, it focuses on durability, operational resilience, and being cost-effective, so that losing one won't be too painful. Lin Xian smiled. His statement was quite valid. In Gaia, with its sparse population and vast lands, patrolling was incredibly challenging, making mechanical leopards and drones the most suitable solutions. When can we deploy? Today is the first practical test. The researcher pointed to several busy technicians in the distance. The plan is to fly for 4 hours, covering the edges of the controlled area. We will take it out on rainy days for further testing, and then we can proceed after some time. While speaking, a low hum emanated. Lin Xian turned to look, seeing the Xianfeng 500's duct fans accelerating, the sound steady and devoid of any sharp, piercing tones. Moments later, it lifted off slowly, ascending vertically. After rising about 30 meters, it hovered in the air, slightly adjusting its posture before beginning to fly forward. Lin Xian stared at the gradually diminishing Xianfeng 500, and before he could retract his gaze, he noticed 2 entirely different machines behind the helipad. He paused for a moment, then quickly walked over. 2 drones, one on the left and one on the right, stood silently on dedicated racks. The left one was slightly larger, with sharp lines, and the outline of a cannon was clearly visible under its belly. The right one appeared even more elongated, with a noticeable bulge at the nose, likely for electro-optical reconnaissance equipment. What are these 2? A nearby researcher approached, wearing an expression that conveyed, finally, it's their turn. Zhuke 1 type, designed for tactical interception and aerial combat. He pointed at the left drone, weighs 3 tons empty, with a maximum takeoff weight of 5 tons. Its weaponry includes a 20mm cannon and 16 missiles, with most technology upgraded from the domestic Wing Dragon drones to better suit this environment. Lin Xian reached out to touch the edge of the wing, feeling the cool surface, which was finely processed. How does this compare to the aircraft in Ashes City? The researcher shook his head and smiled. It can't compare to those technologies are direct inheritances from the old era. The gap in technological generations makes direct competition meaningless. Then what is its purpose? To consume. The researcher pointed to the distant sky. Both current factions have inherited the legacies of the old era, and their industrial systems cannot be complete. Once our production line starts, we can produce as many as we need. In a real fight, losing 10 for 1 is still a profit. Lin Xian nodded and turned to the right drone. Xianbird 1 type, designed for rapid reconnaissance and precision strikes. The researcher continued, weighs 1.5 tons empty with a maximum takeoff weight of 2.5 tons. It carries 12 missiles with fully integrated electronic reconnaissance equipment. Smaller than Zhuke. Yes, but the purpose is different. Zhuke is for dogfights while Xianbird is for stealth with a small radar cross-section to exploit openings. Lin Xian walked around the two drones, suddenly laughing. Our logic of warfare has completely changed. The researcher paused, then laughed as well. Did you realize that? Of course, having been close to General Chu for so long, I've picked up a thing or two. In the past, battles relied on dozens of top-tier manned aircraft pursuing extreme performance in individual machines, flying higher, faster, and seeing further. But losing one aircraft would be a strategic disaster, relying on aircraft carriers, bases, and aerial refueling. Now it's different. Thousands of various drones with a few tactical aircraft. The focus is on system redundancy and adaptability. No need for runways. Terrain is irrelevant, capable of vertical takeoff and landing, powered by floating wind energy and solid-state batteries. Plug and play. When drones fill the sky, losses are tactical consumables. Losing a batch means another batch can come in from different directions. The researcher's eyes lit up. Yes. In the past, we used the most expensive aircraft to fight the hardest battles, but now we use the most suitable aircraft to maintain the most stable situation. After fully realizing that they had no technological advantage, they were adapting to the Wasteland with a system of sustainability, recoverability, and consumability. In the Eagle Nation, at the headquarters of the National Federation, representatives from various countries sat before simultaneous interpretation devices. Some were engrossed in their documents, others were whispering to each other, while some leaned back in their chairs, eyes closed in contemplation. Only when the representative of the Eagle Nation spoke did the noise in the conference hall gradually subside. Mr. Chairman, esteemed representatives, the Eagle representative cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the direction of the representative from the Great Xia. On behalf of the Eagle Nation government, I wish to raise an official inquiry regarding the recent series of breakthroughs by the Great Xia in the field of energy technology. He opened the folder before him, raising his voice slightly. We have noted that the Great Xia has achieved breakthroughs in mass production of carbon nanotubes and graphene conductive layers within just a few months, overcoming several critical technological bottlenecks. Such a leap in progress inevitably raises questions about whether illegal technology transfers or commercial espionage activities might be involved. A low murmur of discussions arose in the conference hall. The Eagle representative paused, waiting for the murmurs to quiet down, before continuing. Therefore, we request the Great Xia to publicly disclose its sources of technology and to accept verification of its material sources by international organizations to prove the legitimacy of its technologies. At the same time, the Great Xia is utilizing state power to subsidize floating wind power at prices below cost, which seriously violates the WTO's non-discrimination principle and the spirit of fair competition. They claim to reduce electricity costs, but in reality they are attempting to crush the global coal, gas, and even photovoltaic industries through energy dumping, ultimately establishing an energy monopoly. This is a typical case of state capitalism monopoly and a trampling of the global free market order. The Great Xia must provide an explanation for this. All eyes turned to the Great Xia representative's seat. The Great Xia representative sat there expressionless. He felt uneasy if the Eagle Nation did not attempt to smear the Great Xia for a day. Adjusting his microphone, he began to refute the claims of the Eagle Nation. Arguments between the Great Xia and the Eagle Nation were far too common, and other countries understood the Eagle Nation's tactics well. As long as the Great Xia continued to develop, the Eagle Nation would invariably say something. And each time the Eagle Nation spoke up, the Great Xia would respond indifferently. Then the matter would end there. The United Nations had no enforcement power. How many times did the UN vote, while Big Bear hit Little Bear? Did it make any difference? Moreover, with a veto power in the Security Council, the Great Xia had the upper hand. The Eagle Nation's current commotion was essentially for two reasons: to annoy the Great Xia and to lay the groundwork for future tariff increases. Did they really expect the Great Xia to hand over its technology for inspection? The Eagle Nation itself did not believe that. After the meeting, other countries began to show interest in when floating wind power would be available for sale. Representatives from several countries gathered around the Great Xia representative, all smiles, yet their questions were remarkably consistent. When would the production capacity of floating wind power be increased? The Great Xia representative smiled and replied without revealing any details: production capacity is limited and will be prioritized for domestic use. Once capacity increases, we will consider foreign cooperation. It will be soon, just wait a little longer. Specific timeline. That depends on the arrangements of the industrial department. Oh, I am not sure either. The representatives from various countries sighed in response. But they had no choice but to wait. Soon the video was transmitted back to the country. Trending at #1, Eagle Nation accuses Great Xia of state capitalism. Upon clicking in, the comments section was filled with excitement. Brothers, this is wild. I actually saw the whitehead eagle accusing us of being capitalists. Great Xia monopoly. Eagle Nation, no way. Cheap electricity is monopoly. It's dumping. It's state capitalism. Lin Xian was currently in a large warehouse scrolling through his phone, and he couldn't help but chuckle. State capitalism, this term applied to the Great Xia, felt surreal to him. Advisor Lin. The logistics team leader jogged over holding a tablet. The checklist is complete. There are a total of 3,742 items for your review. Lin Xian took the tablet, glancing over the densely packed items, each marked with quantities and specifications. Is this too much to transport? If we can't transport it all, well, just have to split it into 2 batches. Lin Xian nodded, returning the tablet. Fine, if it can't be taken all at once, let's split it into 2. You can continue with your tasks. Understood. The logistics team leader turned and continued his work. Lin Xian resumed scrolling through his phone, suddenly coming across a rather unusual news article. Breaking: the state has initiated a new round of large-scale stockpiling plans involving pork, chicken, and others. Upon clicking in, the content was lengthy, but the core message was that pig farmers facing deep losses across the industry, poultry farmers who had endured a harsh winter for nearly a year, and other industries in similar conditions had finally received policy support. It seems this time they've truly eliminated a lot of inventory. This stockpiling may last quite a while. That evening, the Great Xia military uploaded a video adding pressure to the Eagle Nation's intelligence department while providing cover for the stockpiling. In the footage, a dozen swift mechanical dogs raced through a wasteland. Their agile movements, smooth transitions over obstacles, almost made it seem like CGI. The scene shifted to mechanical dogs executing missions in a simulated urban environment, alternating cover and advancing in coordination like a group of well-trained veterans. Pentagon. In the monitoring room, a large screen looped the video of the mechanical dogs, and several technicians had already watched it multiple times. Damn those Great Xia people, choosing this moment to act. The lead technician, still groggy from sleep, was called in and groaned, "Notify the intelligence department, investigate. I want to know the research and development progress of this thing." Yes. After the assistant left, he rubbed his temples, pondering the situation. What was the Great Xia up to? They hadn't even raised tariffs yet, and they were already releasing new technology. In the Camel Nation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The foreign minister was watching the mechanical dog video when the secure phone on the desk suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately sat up straight. Prime Minister's office. Your Excellency, have you seen that video of the mechanical dogs? The Prime Minister's voice was succinct without any unnecessary pleasantries. I just received it and am currently watching. Contact the Great Xia Embassy in the Camel Nation and clarify 2 things. First, can this thing be equipped with anti-air missiles? Second, is it for sale? Understood. The call ended. The foreign minister set down the receiver and quickly pressed the internal line for his assistant. Connect me to the Great Xia Embassy in the Camel Nation. Please have the ambassador himself take the call. After 5 minutes of waiting, a steady voice came from the other end. After a round of routine pleasantries, the foreign minister got straight to the point. Your Excellency, we've taken note of your country's recent showcase of new unmanned equipment. There's a technical question I would like to ask. Does that mechanical dog have the capability to carry anti-air missiles? Yes, the technical team has resolved the issue of body sway affecting weapon system stability. While the mechanical dog is running, it can carry short-range anti-air missiles, mainly targeting low-altitude threats, including drones and helicopters, which are within design parameters. Moreover, the machine dogs are small in stature, powered by electricity with low noise and minimal infrared signature, allowing them to lurk in bushes or ruins, to launch surprise attacks on low-flying armed helicopters, or attack aircraft, with survival capabilities far exceeding those of a single soldier air defense team. The foreign minister's eyes narrowed slightly. Does your side have any considerations for export? In principle, the new equipment has not yet completed deployment and is temporarily not included in the export list. However, if your side is interested, we can arrange for a technical team to visit for inspection. The foreign minister's brows lifted slightly. He smiled. After so many years of dealing with the Great Xia, he was very familiar with this kind of subtext. We will arrange for a delegation to visit your country as soon as possible. The specific timing will be coordinated by the embassy. Very welcome. As the supplies were just transferred to the Pioneer base, news arrived from Ashen City that their trade convoy had assembled and would come to collect the goods, bringing people for permanent residence to engage in trade and diplomatic affairs. Chu Tianqua contemplated for a moment before agreeing, as Xiaqing was originally the stronghold for external communication. In the northern district of Xiaqing, an area was enclosed by a fence where several prefabricated administrative buildings and dormitories were being urgently modified, with workers completing the final touches. This will serve as the temporary consulate of Ashen City in Xiaqing, where the diplomats from Ashen City will reside until the complete consulate can be constructed by their own personnel. Zhao Qing halted the convoy 5 kilometers from Xiaqing. He got out of the vehicle, opened the tactical terminal, and accessed the border footage through real-time monitoring from the air balloons. Captain, would you like a smoke? Lei Zhan walked over, offering one. Zhao Qing accepted and lit it. The two leaned against the car door, beginning to exhale clouds of smoke. Ashen City probably won't emerge that quickly. Lei Zhan exhaled a puff of smoke. Zhao Qing nodded, remaining silent, his gaze still fixed on the screen. Seconds later, three indistinct silhouettes appeared on the horizon. Initially thought to be an armored convoy, but the objects were moving too swiftly. Zhao Qing's cigarette paused momentarily. He squinted, staring at the increasingly clear outlines. Lin Xian continued to smoke, casually chatting, but Zhao Qing could no longer hear him. As the three objects approached within a distance to clearly discern their shapes. What the hell? Lin Xian's cigarette fell to the ground unnoticed. Pioneer Base Command Center. The large screen was also monitoring the border footage. When the three colossal objects entered the field of vision, more than a dozen people simultaneously exclaimed, "What the hell?" and then hurriedly leaned closer, almost pressing their faces against the screen. They were three steel islands hovering 3 meters above the ground, 60 meters long and 40 meters wide, large enough to host a soccer match. They moved forward in a straight line silently, like three mobile gray hills. On the broad decks, containers were at the edge of the platform. A halo of pale blue light flowed slowly. The camera zoomed in, revealing figures standing at the edge of the deck, dressed in dark gray uniforms, conducting inspections. The most shocking sight was the Great Xia forces waiting at the border. The leading steel arc slowly halted 100 meters away from the soldiers. The gravel on the ground was gently pushed aside by the airflow, yet those standing there felt only a gentle breeze, without the slightest disturbance. Those soldiers, no matter how shocked they felt, remained perfectly still, guns angled downward, gazing forward. Lin Xian leaned closer to the screen, murmuring, "Damn." A nearby researcher was wide-eyed. "Is this an ion? It must be. Only an ion engine can achieve this level with great thrust, no noise, and nearly invisible exhaust," he continued. An ion engine. Lin Xian turned his head, like in a sci-fi movie. Not as exaggerated as in sci-fi films, it's about accelerating air molecules using an electromagnetic field to generate thrust. We also have a prototype in our lab, but its efficiency is too low, with thrust too weak, only capable of propelling small flying devices weighing dozens of kilograms. What they have is a fully mature technology. The researcher pointed at the three colossal objects on the screen, his voice trembling. "Look at its hovering posture, no wobbling, no drifting, indicating that its control system can manipulate the vector thrust of the ion engine with finesse. It should be capable of executing a turn-in-place lateral movement and even precise posture adjustments in midair. If the occupants are all bionic robots without needing to consider human safety, they could achieve even more. This is a complete war platform, a mobile base." Lin Xian stared at the three gray-black islands on the screen, murmuring, "Envious. Truly envious." But everyone knew that this thing Ashen City would never sell. Chu Tianqua stood at the forefront of the large screen, his gaze sweeping over the three steel arcs, suddenly speaking up, "Mobilize all nearby balloon cameras, adjust the focus, and capture as many shots as possible. The structure, power, layout, and details on the deck, capture as much clarity as possible. Arrange it. I will head to Xiaqing." "Understood." The technical staff immediately rushed to the control panel. On the screen, the footage began to switch. Balloon cameras at different heights and angles focused on the three colossal objects, beginning to capture frantically. At the borderline, on the deck of the foremost steel arc, a flying car approached the troops and slowly landed. The car door opened, and two people stepped out. The leader was a man around 30, serious in demeanor, with a long scar running from his left brow to his chin. He was dressed in a dark gray uniform with an octagonal star emblem on his chest, which was the insignia of the United Federation. Victor, the only son of Rodriguez. Following him was an old acquaintance, Hector. The captain responsible for the reception immediately approached. He glanced at Victor, feeling an impulse. This man bore a familiar aura, iron-blooded and capable. A soldier, not some pampered young master. Given Gaia's situation, he must have seen battle. The captain stood at attention, raised his right hand, and performed a standard military salute. Victor similarly raised his right hand, returning a Gaia-style military salute. "The upcoming journey will be our responsibility to lead you," said the squad leader, lowering his hand, his voice steady. "The supplies are ready." "Thank you." The squad leader nodded, turned, and returned to the armored vehicle. Victor stood still, scanning the unmoving soldiers, and then glancing at the distant armored vehicles. Hector stood beside him, lighting a cigarette. "How are they at?" Victor remained silent. As a soldier, he also disliked Hector the deserter, as he turned towards the flying car, opening the door, glancing back at the soldiers. "Terrifying military discipline," Hector said as he sat in the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt. "Indeed stronger than us." The flying car silently ascended, heading towards the steel arc. The three steel arcs had restarted, and were slowly moving in the direction of Xiaqing. "Xiaqing." Lin Xian sighed. Zhao Qing turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" "Hey Captain, when we first encountered Iron Fortress, I thought we could walk through this world. Then the Revival Society emerged and slapped us in the face. Now Ashen City is directly bringing 3 mobile bases over, as if playing. Both of these forces have the capability to beat us." Zhao Qing didn't respond immediately. He took a puff of smoke, gazing in the direction of Ashen City. "Don't be so pessimistic. Land Shield and East Wind are still enough. Hurry and prepare. The esteemed guest will be arriving soon." "Yes." Lin Xian turned and ran towards the in Xia City. 3 iron arcs slowly descended from a distance of 500 meters, their pale blue glow flickering at the platform's edge before extinguishing. Victor stepped out, standing on the deck and gazing at the city. "I heard that this place was just an open field a few months ago. Just get used to it." Hector, standing beside him, chimed in. "If you visit Iron Fortress, you'll realize that these folks build infrastructure faster than we fire our guns." The arc opened at its side, and the lowering platform descended slowly. Victor, accompanied by 15 people, all consulate personnel, descended while Hector was merely here for leisure. Neither Cheng Cheng nor the Greater Xia had any objections, followed by rows of shadowy figures. Zhao Qing was already waiting there. The two stood 5 meters apart. Victor raised his right hand and performed a Gaia salute. Zhao Qing returned the gesture with a military salute from Greater Xia. Victor, welcome to Xia City. Captain Zhao, I've long admired you. Hector stood nearby, glancing around, when he said, all right, you two don't have to be so stiff. There will be plenty of days ahead. Zhao Qing shot him a glance, ignored him, and gestured for them to proceed. The general is already waiting for you. This way, please. Victor nodded and waved his hand behind him. Of the 15 people, 5 followed him to the vehicle, while the remaining 10 stayed behind to communicate with the logistics personnel and verify the list. The convoy drove towards the municipal government building. Over at the Ark, unloading had already begun. Rows of containers were being hoisted down from the deck, various machines descending to load and unload the containers. An old soldier leaned closer to Lin Xian, lowering his voice. Lay aside from the people Victor brought, the rest are all bionic robots. Lin Xian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the shadowy figures. Zero's eyes were everywhere. He suddenly recalled something someone had said in the intelligence room. The core of Zero might be beneath Ash City. Rodriguez is not guarding a city, he is guarding Zero. If one day the world falls apart again and humanity retreats underground, then Zero will be the seed buried in the ashes. When future generations emerge, they will find traces of the last civilization in Zero's database. Ash City, the city within the ashes. The name itself is the answer. Lin Xian has already prepared to overturn the table. Lin Xian withdrew his gaze and continued to watch the unloading scene. In the municipal government building, in the reception room, Chu Tianque stood by the window gazing at the 3 enormous gray-black objects in the distance. The tea had already been brewed and was steaming on the table. The door was pushed open. Zhao Qing entered, followed by Victor and Hector, while the other 5 remained outside. Chu Tianque turned around, his gaze landing on Victor. Victor, please take a seat. Victor slightly nodded. Hello, General Chu, sorry for the interruption. After speaking, he sat down on the sofa, sitting upright. Hector, not one to be polite, directly sat beside him, crossed his legs, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, waving it slightly. General Chu, I hope you don't mind. Chu Tianque glanced at him. Go ahead. Hector lit the cigarette, comfortably leaned back on the sofa, looking as if he had truly... Chu Tianque sat at the main seat and got straight to the point. The city lord has already informed me. The land has been prepared for you, located to the north of the city, and you will be responsible for the construction thereafter. No problem. My father instructed that this mission involves not just trade, but also exchanges in military and cultural aspects. We hope to establish a long-term and stable cooperative relationship with your side. Chu Tianque looked at him, nodding slightly, in his heart stable. Like father, like son. Oh, indeed, Rodriguez's son. After chatting for a while, Chu Tianque glanced at the time and stood up. Let's go, dinner is ready. Victor also stood up. All right, thank you for your trouble. The group exited the reception room, traversed the corridor, and arrived at a spacious dining hall. In the center of the room was a massive round table, already surrounded by many people, including prominent figures from Xia City diplomats and several military representatives. Upon seeing Chu Tianque enter, everyone stood up simultaneously. Chu Tianque waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. He took the main seat, with Victor arranged at the first position on the right, Hector at the second, and the Ash City delegation had no objections. Zhao Qing's position was on the left, allowing him to see Hector's face. He furrowed his brow slightly. This guy's identity was indeed mysterious. Hector noticed his gaze, turned his head, smiled at him without saying anything, and then turned back. Zhao Qing withdrew his gaze and did not look at him again. The dishes arrived quickly, one after another, all gourmet-level delicacies: braised abalone, scallion, braised sea cucumber, steamed E-star grouper. Buddha jumps over the wall. A table piled high, exuding delicious aromas. Hector's eyes widened in surprise. What a loss. If I had known you had so many good things, I should have come earlier. Chu Tianque raised his wine glass, smiling as he stood up. It's not too late now. Now let us first welcome our friends who have come from afar. Everyone raised their glasses. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Hector eagerly picked up his chopsticks, grabbing a piece of sea cucumber to put in his mouth. His expression instantly changed, his chewing slowed down, and his eyes narrowed slightly, as if savoring something extraordinary. How is this made? A Xia City official nearby chuckled and explained, sea cucumber, a traditional famous dish. The preparation is quite complex, and it takes several days to process. Hector nodded and continued to indulge in his meal, temporarily forgetting to speak. Victor was much more refined than him, sampling each dish a little at a time, his movements neither hurried nor slow. However, Zhao Qing noticed that his chopsticks hardly paused. Since there were still many matters to handle tomorrow, both sides didn't drink much, with more formal receptions reserved for after the trade handover. After dinner, Victor stood up, preparing to take his leave. Chu Tianque also stood up, escorting him to the door, his tone calm. We have prepared some tobacco, alcohol, and other local specialties placed at your accommodations. You can taste them when you return as a meeting gift. Victor slightly nodded. Thank you, General. The group exited the municipal government building, where a vehicle was already prepared at the entrance. Victor and Hector got into the same vehicle. The car started and drove,